The Far Pavilions. Book 1. The Twig is Bent. Ashton Hilary Akbar Pelham-Martyn was born in a camp high in the Himalayas. The camp stood near the top of a mountain pass. He was baptized in a strong canvas bucket. When he cried for the first time, his voice was loud and strong. At the same time, a leopard called from the hill below. The baby took his first breath of cold mountain air. The wind came from the high snowy peaks. It carried the fresh smell of snow and pine trees. Inside the tent there was the smell of hot oil lamps, blood, sweat, and pack horses. Isabel felt cold when the wind lifted the tent flap. The flame in the dirty lamp moved from side to side. She listened to her baby's strong cries.
"He does not sound like a baby born too early, does he?" she said weakly. "I think I made a mistake with the dates."
She was wrong, and this mistake would cost her very much. Most people do not lose their lives because of such a mistake. In those days, during the time of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert, people thought Isabel Ashton was very unusual. Many people were surprised and spoke badly about her. She arrived in Peshawar on the northwest frontier of India in the year of the Great Exhibition. She was 21 years old. She had no parents and was not married. She said she came to keep house for her only family member, her brother William. William was not married. He had just joined the new Corps of Guides. People were even more surprised when, 1 year later, she married Professor Hilary Pelham-Martyn. He was a famous expert in languages, people, and plants. After the wedding, she left with him to travel slowly across the plains and hills of India. They had no clear plan. She did not take any female servant with her. Hilary was middle-aged and a little strange. No one knew why he decided to marry. He himself did not seem to know. Isabel had no money and was much younger than him. She also knew nothing about the East. Hilary had been single for many years. People wondered why he married at all. Society in Peshawar thought Isabel's reasons were simple. Hilary was rich and could live as he liked. His books were known by educated people around the world. People decided that Miss Ashton had done very well for herself. But Isabel did not marry for money or success. She was direct in her manner, but inside she was romantic and quick to act. Hilary's way of life seemed full of adventure to her. She loved the idea of moving from place to place. She wanted to camp and explore old ruins and strange lands. She liked the thought of sleeping under a tent or under the open sky. She did not want to think about the strict rules of modern society. There was also another reason for her marriage. She needed to escape from a difficult situation. When she came to India, she thought her brother would be happy to see her. But he was not pleased. He was shocked that she had come. He did not know what to do with her. He could not even give her a home. At that time, the guides were often fighting tribes on the frontier. They were rarely able to stay peacefully in their camp at Mardan. William and the regiment were both upset by Isabel's arrival. Together they found a temporary place for her to stay. She went to live with Colonel and Mrs. Pemberthy in Peshawar. This did not go well. The Pemberthys were kind, but they were very dull. They did not hide their disapproval of her actions. They thought it was wrong for a young woman to travel alone to the East. They tried to teach her better behavior by advice and by example. Isabel soon understood that they expected her to act in a very strict and proper way. She must not do this, and she must not do that. The rules never seemed to end. Edith Pemberthy did not care about the country where she and her husband had lived for many years. She thought the local people were wild and uncivilized. She believed that with patience and strict rules they could become good servants. She did not think it was possible to truly talk with them or understand them. She could not understand why Isabel wanted to visit the bazaars and the old city. She did not see why Isabel liked to ride into the open land in the south, near the Indus and Kabul rivers. She also did not understand her wish to travel north to the hills of the Khyber.
"There is nothing to see," Mrs. Pemberthy said. "The tribesmen are dangerous and cannot be trusted."
Mr. Pemberthy agreed with his wife. After 8 months in their house, the time felt very long to Isabel. It felt like 8 years. She had no friends there. The wives of the officers often talked about her while they drank tea. They decided that Miss Ashton was too bold. They believed she had come to India to find a husband. They repeated this idea many times. Soon the unmarried men at the station believed it too. They liked her beauty and her natural manners. They admired how well she rode a horse. But they did not want to look foolish. They did not want to marry someone who was only looking for a husband. So they stayed away from her. Because of this, Isabel was very tired of Peshawar. She wanted to leave. Then Professor Pelham-Martyn arrived at the station. With him came his old friend, Sardar Bahadur Akbar Khan. There were also many servants and helpers. They brought for large locked boxes. Inside were plant samples, a handwritten book about the history of Sanskrit, and a secret report written in code about different events in the lands of the East India Company. Hilary Pelham-Martyn looked very much like Isabel's father, Mr. Ashton, who had died. He was kind and a little unusual, just like her father. Isabel had loved her father very much. Maybe this was why she felt interested in the professor at once. When she was with him, she felt safe and calm. She liked everything about him. She liked his way of living. She liked his deep interest in India and its people. She respected his grey-haired friend, Akbar Khan, who walked with difficulty. She also liked that he did not care about the social rules that people like the Pemberthys followed. In a strange way, he meant both freedom and safety to her. She married him happily. She did not worry about the future. She felt the same excitement as when she had boarded the ship at Tilbury for the long trip to India. This time she was not disappointed. It is true that Hilary treated her more like a dear daughter than a wife. But this felt warm and familiar to her. It gave her a feeling of stability. Their camp life was often uncertain and unplanned. For the next 2 years, this would be her life.
And she had never loved before. So she did not know how to measure her feelings for her calm and unusual husband. She felt happy and satisfied with her life. Hilary let her ride like a man, sitting astride on her horse. For 2 joyful years, they travelled across India. They went to the hills near the Himalayas. They followed the old road of Emperor Akbar to Kashmir. In winter, they returned to the warm plains. There they stayed among the old tombs and broken palaces of lost cities. During most of this time, Isabel had no female friends. But she did not feel lonely. There were always books to read. She also helped with Hilary's plant work. She pressed the plants and wrote their names. In the evenings, she worked quietly. At the same time, her husband and Akbar Khan played chess. Sometimes they spoke for hours about politics, religion, fate, and race. Sardar Bahadur Akbar Khan was an older man with grey hair. He walked with difficulty because he was hurt in the Battle of Mayani. He had once been an officer in a famous cavalry regiment. After he left the army, he returned to his family land near the Ravi River. He planned to spend his last years farming and reading the Quran in peace. Hilary met him when he was camping near Akbar Khan's village. They liked each other at once. In many ways, they thought alike and had similar ideas about life. But Akbar Khan began to feel restless. He did not want to stay in one place until he died.
"I am an old man now," he said. "My wife is dead, and my sons died while serving the company. My daughter is married. I have no one to care for. Why should I stay here? Let us travel together. A tent is better than a house for a man like me."
From that time, they traveled together and became close friends. Soon Akbar Khan understood that Hilary's interest in plants, old buildings, and languages hid another purpose. Hilary was also writing reports about the rule of the East India Company. He sent these reports to important people in the British government. Some of them believed that life in India was not as good as official reports said. Akbar Khan agreed with this work. He helped a great deal. He understood his own people very well. He could judge if someone was telling the truth. Together, over many years, they wrote many long reports. They sent them to Britain. Many were printed in newspapers. Some were discussed in Parliament. But little changed. Most people preferred to believe good news. They did not want to hear troubling facts. This is true in every country. The professor and his friend had traveled and worked together for 5 years. Then Hilary surprised everyone by bringing a wife into the camp. Akbar Khan accepted her calmly. He saw her as part of life. He did not think it was very important. When they learned that Isabel was going to have a baby, he was the only one who was not upset. To him, it was natural. Women should have children. And of course, the child would be a boy.
We will make him an officer in the Guides, like his uncle, he said while looking at the chessboard. Or maybe he will become the governor of a province.
Isabel, like many young women of her time, knew very little about how babies were born. She did not understand her condition at first. When she finally knew, she felt surprised and a little angry. She was not afraid. To her, the baby was simply a problem. Life in the camp would become harder. The child would need care all the time. They would need a nurse and special food. Really, it was very annoying. Hilary was also surprised. He said maybe Isabel was wrong about being pregnant. But she told him she was sure. Then he asked when the baby would come. Isabel did not know. She tried to remember the last few months. She counted on her fingers. She stopped and counted again. Then she gave a guess, but it was wrong.
We must go to Peshawar, Hilary said. There is a doctor there. There are other women too. If we arrive 1 month early, it should be fine. No, let us go 6 weeks early to be safe.
But they did not reach Peshawar in time. So his son was born far away from any town. There was no doctor. There was no nurse. There was no proper medicine. In the camp, there were only a few poor village women and some quiet women from the camp workers' families. Only one other woman could really help. Her name was Sita. She was the wife of Daya Ram, Hilary's head groom. She came from the hills near Kangan. People spoke badly about her. In 5 years, she had given birth to 5 daughters. All of them had died. The last baby girl had died the week before. She had lived only 3 days.
It seems she cannot have sons, Daya Ram said with anger. But the gods should at least give her enough knowledge to help bring a child into the world.
So Sita, who was quiet and sad, helped Isabel when the baby came. She knew enough to help the child be born. The baby was a boy. It was not Sita's fault that Isabel died. The cold wind killed her. It came from the high snowy mountains beyond the pass. The wind blew dust and dry pine leaves into the tent. The lamp moved in the strong air. The dust was dirty. It carried sickness from the camp and from other camps. This kind of dirt would not be in a clean bedroom in Peshawar. There, an English doctor could have cared for the young mother. 3 days later, a missionary passed by the camp. He was walking through the mountains on his way to Punjab. The men asked him to baptize the baby. He used a small folding canvas bucket for the water. By the father's wish, he named the child Ashton Hilary Akbar. Then he left the camp. He did not see the baby's mother. He was told she was feeling unwell. This did not surprise him. He knew she could not receive proper care in such a place. If he had stayed 2 more days, he could have led her funeral service. Isabel died 1 day after her son's baptism. Her husband and his friend buried her on the top of the pass above their tents. All the people from the camp came to the burial. They showed great sadness. Hilary felt deep sorrow. But he also felt troubled. What was he going to do with a baby now that Isabel was gone? He did not know anything about babies. He only knew that babies cried loudly and needed milk many times in the day and night.
What are we going to do with him? Hilary asked Akbar Khan.
He looked at his son with worry.
Akbar Khan touched the baby gently with his thin finger. The baby held his finger tightly. Akbar Khan laughed. "He is a strong and brave boy," he said. "One day he will be a soldier. He will lead many men. Do not worry about him, my friend. Dea Ram's wife will feed him. She has fed him since the day he was born. She lost her own baby. This was the will of Allah, who decides all things.
But we cannot keep him in the camp, Hilary said. We must find someone who is going home and ask them to take him to England. Maybe the Pemberthes know someone, or young William. Yes, that is better. I have a brother in England. His wife can care for the child until I return.
After they made this plan, Hilary followed Akbar Khan's advice and stopped worrying. The baby grew well and did not cry much, so they decided there was no need to go to Peshawar quickly. They cut Isabel's name on a large stone above her grave. Then they packed the camp and moved east toward Garhwal. Hilary never went back to Peshawar. He was very forgetful. He did not write to his brother-in-law William Ashton. He also did not tell his family in England that he now had a son and that his wife had died. Sometimes letters came for his wife. There were not many. When he saw them, he remembered his duties. But he was always busy. He put the letters aside to answer later. Later never came. Slowly he began to forget Isabel. Sometimes he even forgot that he had a son. The baby was called Ashbaba by Sita, who fed him. Everyone in the camp used this name. He spent the first year and a half of his life in the high mountains. He took his first steps on wet grass on a hillside. From there, they could see the tall mountain Nanda Devi and the long line of white snowy peaks. When he walked around the camp, he looked like Sita's own child. Isabel had brown skin, black hair, and grey eyes. She was very beautiful. Her son had the same coloring. He also had much of her beauty. Akbar Khan said he would grow into a handsome man. The camp did not stay long in one place. Hilary studied the languages of the hill people. He also collected wild flowers. Later, more serious work called him away. They left the hills and turned south. They traveled through Jongsi and Satara. At last they reached the green land and long white beaches of the Coromandel coast. The hot weather of the plains did not suit Ashbaba. The wet air in the south was also hard for him. He had felt better in the cool mountain air. Sita also missed the hills because she came from the mountains. She often told him stories about her home in the north, near the great Hindu Kush mountains. She spoke about ice rivers and falling snow. She told him about secret valleys. In those valleys, rivers were full of fish. The ground was covered with flowers. In spring, the air smelled sweet from fruit trees. In summer, apples and walnuts grew ripe in the warm sun. After some time, these became his favorite stories. Sita made up a special valley for just the two of them. She said that one day they would build a small house there. The house would be made of mud and pine wood. It would have a flat roof. On the roof, they would dry corn and red peppers. They would have a garden with almond and peach trees. They would keep a goat, a puppy, and a kitten. No one in the camp spoke English. Ash was 4 years old before he understood that the language his father sometimes used was his own language. He had a good ear for sounds, like his father. In the camp, he learned many languages. He learned Pushtu from Swab Gul. He learned Hindi from Ram Chand. From the men in the south, he learned Tamil, Gujarati, and Telugu. But most of all, he liked to speak Punjabi. This was the language of Akbar Khan, Sita, and Dea Ram.
He almost never wore European clothes. Hilary did not stay long in towns where he could buy them. Also, those clothes were not good for the hot weather and camp life. So he wore either Hindu or Muslim clothes. Akbar Khan and Sita did not agree about which he should wear. In the end, they made a simple plan. 1 week he wore Muslim clothes. The next week he wore Hindu clothes. But on Fridays, he always wore Muslim dress. In the autumn of 1855, they stayed in the Seoni Hills. They said they were learning the language of the Gonds. While they were there, Hilary wrote a long report. It was about what happened after the East India Company took the states of Nagpur, Jhansi, and Tanja. Hilary called this act theft. He wrote about how the company removed Mr. Mansale from his job. Mr. Mansale had been the commissioner and resident of Nagpur. He had said the company should treat the late Raja's family more kindly. He had also spoken against the hard actions of the company. Because of this, he lost his position. Hillary wrote strongly against the company's policy of annexation and lapse. This policy allowed the company to take any state that had no direct son as heir. For many years, Indian custom allowed a man with no son to adopt a boy from his family as heir. But the company did not respect this custom. Hillary said the policy was only a fine name for an ugly act. He said it was open robbery. He said it cheated widows and children. He explained that Nagpur, Jhansi, and Tanja were only 3 examples. Many other states had suffered in the same way. These rulers had been loyal to the company, but their loyalty did not protect their families. The widows and women of these houses lost their rights. They also lost their jewels and family treasures. In Tanja, the Raja died without a son. He had a daughter, but no male child. The company said the state now belonged to them. The president, Mr. Forbes, tried to help the princess. He said that the treaty promised the throne to heirs, not only to sons. He spoke with courage, but the company did not listen to him. Soldiers suddenly marched into the palace. They took control of all property. They placed the company's seals on jewels and other valuables. The late Raja's soldiers were disarmed. His mother's estate was taken. Hillary wrote that the situation became even worse. It affected many ordinary people. Across the district, people who lived on land once owned by former Rajas were forced to leave. They had to go before the British commissioner and prove their right to the land. Many people depended on money from the state. Now they feared they would lose their work. In 1 week, Tanja changed completely. Before, it had been one of the most peaceful places in the company's lands. Now it was full of anger. The people had respected their royal family. They were very upset when it was removed. Even the sepoys refused to take their pensions. In Jhansi, there was also a child from the royal family. He was a distant cousin. The late Raja had adopted him as his heir. Lakshmi Bai, the Raja's widow, asked the company to remember her husband's loyalty. She begged them to be fair, but they refused. Jhansi was declared to belong to the British government. It was placed under the governor of the northwestern provinces. The old system of government was ended. The Raja's officials lost their positions. All the state soldiers were paid and sent away. Hillary wrote, "Nothing can create more anger and hatred than this open and cruel system of robbery." But the British public was busy with other problems. The war in the Crimea was costing much money and causing great suffering. India was far away. Many people in Britain did not think about it.
Those people who showed dislike at the reports forgot them after a few days. The senior councillors of the Honourable East India Company called the writer a confused and foolish man. They tried to find out who he was. They also tried to stop him from using the mail. They did not succeed in either plan. Hillary sent his reports home by unusual ways. Some officials did not trust him. They were especially worried about his close friendship with an Indian man. But they had no proof. Suspicion was not the same as proof. Hillary continued to travel freely around India. He often spoke to his son about justice. He told the boy that the worst sin in the world was injustice. He said people must always fight against it. They must fight even when they think they will lose.
"Never forget this, Ashton," he said. "Whatever you become, always be fair. Treat other people as you want them to treat you. That means you must never be unfair. Never. Not in any situation. Not to anyone. Do you understand?"
Of course, the boy did not fully understand. He was still very young. But his father repeated the lesson every day. Slowly, Ashton began to understand what the Burra Sahib meant. He never called his father by any other name.
Uncle Akbar also spoke to him about these things. He told the boy stories. He read from the holy book. He showed that a man can be greater than kings. He said that when Ashton grew up, he would see this was true. He told him to be fair in all his actions. At that time, many bad and cruel things were happening in the country. Men with power were using it badly.
Why do the people accept this? Hilary asked Akbar Khan. There are millions of them and only a few from the company. Why do they not act? Why do they not stand up for themselves?
They will, Akbar Khan said calmly. One day.
Then I hope that day comes soon, Hilary answered. To be fair, there are many good sahibs here. There is Lawrence, Nicholson, and Burns. There are men like Mansale and Forbes. There is young Randall in Lunjaw. And many others. It is the men in Simla and Calcutta who should be removed. They are proud and greedy. They are stubborn old men. They are very old and too sure of themselves. They think too highly of their own importance. As for the army, there is hardly a senior British officer in India under 70. I am not against my own country, Hilary said firmly. But I cannot respect stupidity, injustice, and poor leadership in high places. There is too much of all three in the present government.
I will not argue with you about that, said Akbar Khan. But this time will pass. Your grandchildren will forget the guilt and remember only the glory. Our grandchildren will remember the suffering and forget the good. Yet there is much good.
I know, Hilary said with a small, tired smile. Perhaps I am also a proud and foolish old man. Maybe if these foolish leaders were French or Dutch or German, I would not feel so angry. Then I could say, what can you expect, and feel better. It is because they are men of my own race that I want them to be good.
Only God is perfect, Akbar Khan said quietly. We are all weak and imperfect, whatever the color of our skin. But some of us try to do what is right. And that gives hope.
After this, Hilary stopped writing reports about the East India Company and its leaders. Instead, he wrote about subjects he had always loved most. These new writings were not secret. He sent them by normal mail. The officials opened and read them. This confirmed their belief that Professor Pelham-Martyn was only a strange but learned man. They decided he was not dangerous. Soon the camp packed its tents again. They left the palm trees and temples of the south behind. Slowly, they began to travel north. Ashton Hilary Akbar had his 4th birthday in Delhi. Delhi was the capital of the Mughals and had strong city walls. Hilary was there to finish and send his last book. Uncle Akbar wanted to celebrate the day in a special way. He dressed Ash in beautiful Muslim clothes. Then he took him to pray at the Juma Masjid. This was a great mosque built by Emperor Shah Jahan. It stood near the Red Fort by the Jumna River. It was Friday, so the mosque was very full. There were so many people that some climbed onto the top of the gate. 2 men fell because of the pushing crowd. They died.
It was God's will, Uncle Akbar said.
Then he continued to pray. Ash copied the other people. He bowed, knelt, and stood up again. After the prayer, Uncle Akbar taught him a special prayer called the Kutpa. It was a long prayer for the emperor. Ash listened but did not understand everything.
What is a sea? He asked. Why are there only 2 seas? And who decided that the 2 men should fall?
Later, Sita dressed her foster son as a Hindu boy. She took him to a temple in the city. She gave a few coins to a priest in yellow clothes. The priest put a small red mark on Ash's forehead. Ash watched Daya Ram pray to a very old stone shape. It was the sign of the god Shiva. Akbar Khan had many friends in Delhi. In other years, he would have stayed longer. But this year he felt something was wrong. The talk of his friends made him uneasy. Strange stories were moving through the city. The streets and markets were crowded and noisy. Yet there was a feeling of waiting and hidden excitement. It made him afraid. He felt that something bad was coming.
There is trouble in the air, Akbar Khan said. I can almost feel it. It will not be good for men of your blood, my friend. I do not want our boy to be hurt. Let us leave this place and go somewhere safer. I do not like cities. They grow bad things. And something very bad is growing here.
You mean a revolt? Hilary asked calmly. Half of India feels like this. In my opinion, it is better if it comes soon. We need a strong shock. Maybe then the lazy officials in Calcutta and Simla will wake up.
Maybe, Akbar Khan said. But a shock can kill. I do not want my boy to suffer for the mistakes of others.
You mean my boy, Hilary said.
Ours, then, Akbar Khan answered. But he likes me more than you.
That is because you spoil him, Akbar said.
No, Hilary replied. It is because I love him, and he knows it. He is your son by birth, but he is my son in my heart. I do not want him to be hurt when the storm comes. And it will come. Did you warn your English friends in the army camp?
I warned them many times, Hilary said. But they do not want to believe it. The men in power know little about the people they rule. Many army officers also do not understand their own soldiers.
It was different before, Akbar Khan said sadly. Now the generals are old and tired. The officers move from place to place too often. They do not learn the customs of their men. They do not see that the sepoys are becoming restless. I do not like the news from Barrackpore, he continued. Only one sepoy rebelled. But when he shot his officer and threatened the general, the other sepoys stood and watched. They did nothing. After they hanged him, they sent the whole regiment away. Now 300 men have no work and no master. They may join others who are already unhappy. This will bring trouble. And I think it will happen soon.
I agree, Hilary said. When it happens, my countrymen will be shocked and angry. They will call it betrayal. You will see.
Perhaps, Akbar Khan said. If we are still alive. That is why I say we should go to the hills.
Hilary packed his boxes. He left many of them in the house of a friend in the army camp behind the ridge.
Before he left Delhi, he wanted to write some letters. He should have written them many years ago. But again he decided to wait. Akbar Khan wanted to leave quickly. He thought there would be a lot of time to write letters when they reached the quiet hills. He also thought that 1 or 2 more months would not matter. He had already ignored his letters for a long time. This idea made him feel better. He pushed a large pile of letters into a cardboard box. Many of these letters were still not opened. 6 of them were for his wife, who had died. On the box, he wrote the word urgent. Then he turned to other work that he found more interesting. There is a book that was printed in the spring of 1856. Its name is Unfamiliar Dialects of Hindustan, Volume I, by Prof. H. F. Pelham-Martyn, B. A. D. Sc. F. R. G. S. F. S. A. etc. The first volume of the book was dedicated to the loving memory of his wife, Isabel. The second volume came out in the autumn of the next year. It had a longer message inside. It said it was for Ashton Hilary Akbar, and that the writer hoped the book would make him interested in a subject that had given the writer much joy. But when this second book was printed, both Hilary and Akbar Khan had already been dead for 6 months. No one asked who Ashton Hilary Akbar was. The camp had moved north, toward the Terai and the hills near the dune. It was early April. The days were growing hotter, and the nights were not cool anymore. It was there that trouble came to them. A small group of pilgrims from Hardwar stayed in the camp for one night. They carried cholera with them. One of them died just before dawn. The others ran away and left the body behind. The servants found it the next morning. By evening, 3 of Hilary's men were sick with the same disease. The illness worked very fast, and none of them lived until morning. Fear spread through the camp. Many people grabbed their things and left without waiting for their pay. The next day, Akbar Khan became sick.
Go away, Akbar Khan whispered to Hilary. Take the boy and leave quickly, or you will die too. Do not be sad for me. I am old and lame. I have no wife and no children. Why should I fear death? But you have the boy. A son needs his father.
You have been a better father to him than I have, Hilary said, holding his friend's hand.
Akbar Khan smiled. I know that. He has my heart. I wanted to teach him many things. But it is too late now. Leave quickly.
There is nowhere to go, Hilary said. How can we run away from cholera? If we leave, the disease may follow us. I have heard that more than 1,000 people are dying each day in Hardwar. We are safer here than in the towns. Soon you will be better. You are strong. You will recover. But Akbar Khan died. Hilary cried for his friend more than he had cried for his wife. After he buried him, he went back to his tent. There he wrote a letter to his brother in England. He wrote another letter to his lawyer. He put both letters together with some papers and small photographs he owned. He made a small bundle and wrapped it in oiled silk. Then he sealed it with wax. After that, he picked up his pen again. He began a third letter. It was a letter to Isabel's brother, William Ashton. He had wanted to write it for many years, but he had never done so. Now he was finally writing it. But he had waited too long. The same disease that had killed his friend now touched him. His hand grew weak. The pen slipped from his fingers and fell to the floor. An hour later, after a time of great pain, Hilary forced himself to sit up. He folded the unfinished letter. Slowly and with difficulty, he wrote an address on it. Then he called for his servant, Karim Bux. But Karim Bux was also very sick and close to death. At last, Daya Ram's wife, Sita, came to the tent. She walked quickly through the dark camp. She carried a lamp and some food for the Burra Sahib. The cook and his helpers had run away hours before. The child came with her. When she saw how ill the father was, she pushed the boy outside the tent. She would not let him go in. That is right, Hilary said weakly. You are a wise woman. I have always said so. Look after him, Sita. Take him to his own people. Do not let him. He could not finish his words. His hand moved weakly on the ground. He found a piece of paper and a small sealed packet and pushed them toward her. There is money in that tin box. Take it. It should be enough to take you to. His body shook again, and he could not speak. Sita hid the money and the paper inside her sari. Then she stepped back. She took the child's hand and led him to his tent. She put him to bed. For the first time, she did not sing or tell him stories. The boy felt angry, but she said nothing. Hilary died that night. By the next afternoon, 4 more people had died from cholera. Daya Ram was one of them. Only a few people were left in the camp. They went into the empty tents and took everything valuable. They took the horses and camels. Then they ran away to the south, into the Terai. They left Sita behind because they were afraid. They thought she might also be sick. With her stayed the 4-year-old orphan, Ash Baba. Many years later, Ash forgot many things, but he always remembered that night. It was very hot, and the moon was bright. Near the small tent, jackals and hyenas fought and made harsh sounds. They were very close. Inside the tent, Sita sat next to him. She listened and shook with fear. She touched his shoulder again and again, trying to calm him and help him sleep. In the trees, full vultures moved and made rough sounds. There was a bad smell in the air. Everything felt strange and empty. Ash did not understand what was happening. No one explained it to him. He was not afraid. He had never learned to be afraid. Uncle Akbar had told him that a man must not show fear. Also, he was a brave child by nature. He had lived in camps that traveled through jungles, deserts, and high mountains. He knew the ways of wild animals. But he did not understand why Sita cried and shook. He did not know why she would not let him go near the Burra Sahib. He did not understand what had happened to Uncle Akbar and the others. He knew they were dead. He had seen death before. He had sat high in a tree with Uncle Akbar and watched tigers that were shot. He had waited above animals that a tiger had killed the day before. He had seen goats and young buffaloes lying still. He had seen black buck, ducks, and partridges shot for food. Those animals were dead. But Uncle Akbar could not be dead in the same way. That did not seem possible. There had to be something that stayed after death. Something inside a man who had walked and talked and told stories. Something inside a man you loved and respected. But where had it gone? It was all very confusing. He could not understand it. Sita pulled thorn branches from the old fence that had once protected the camp. She carried them to his tent. She made a high circle of thorns around it. It was good that she did this. Around midnight, 2 leopards came. They chased away the jackals and hyenas. They wanted the bodies. Before morning, a tiger roared in the jungle beyond the trees. When daylight came, they saw the tiger's footprints very near the thorn fence. That morning, there was no milk. There was very little food. Sita gave the boy the last piece of chapati, the flatbread they had. After that, she tied their few things into a bundle. She took his hand. Together, they walked away from the camp and its sadness. Sita was not more than 25 years old. But she looked much older. She had worked very hard all her life. She had been pregnant many times. She had given birth to 5 children. All of them had died. This sorrow had made her look old before her time. She could not read or write. She was not educated. But she was brave and loyal. She had a kind and loving heart. She did not think about keeping the money for herself. She would not disobey Hillary's last wish. She had loved Hillary's son from the day he was born. Now Hillary had given the boy into her care. He had told her to take the child back to his own people. There was no one else to care for Ash Baba. He was now her responsibility. She would not fail him.
She did not know who his own family were or how to find them. But she was not very worried. She remembered the number of the house in the Delhi cantonment. Ash Baba's father had left most of his luggage there. She also remembered the name of the Colonel Sahib who lived in that house. She decided to take the boy to Delhi. She would go to Arbuthnot Sahib and his wife. They would know what to do. They would also need an ayah for the child. Then she, Sita, could stay with him and not lose him. Delhi was far to the south. Still, she believed they would reach the city safely. The money she had taken from the tin box was more than she had ever seen before. Because of this, she felt afraid on the road. She did not want people to look at them too much. She dressed Ash in his oldest clothes. She told him he must not speak to strangers.
"You must stay quiet," she said. "Do not talk to anyone we do not know."
It was May when they finally saw the city of the Moguls. Ash was too heavy for her to carry for long. She could only lift him for a short time. He was strong, but he could not walk many miles in one day. The weather was cooler than usual for that time of year. But each day it became a little hotter. The long, hot days made their journey slow. Ash did not ask questions about the journey. He had always moved from place to place. A new road or a new village was normal for him. The only steady thing in his life had been the same people around him. There had been Sita, Uncle Akbar, and the Burra Sahib. There had also been Daya Ram, Kartar Singh, Swab Gull, Tara Chand, Dunno, and many others. Now all of them were gone except Sita. But she was still with him. And all around them was India, the land he knew well. They travelled slowly. They bought food in small villages on the way. At night, they often slept outside. This way, people would not ask questions. By the time they saw the walls and domes of Delhi in the distance, they were both very tired. The city looked soft and golden in the dusty evening light. Sita had hoped to reach Delhi before dark. She wanted to spend the night with a distant relative of Daya Ram. The man had a grain shop in a small street near the Chandi Chowk. There she could wash and press the English clothes she had hidden in her bundle. She would dress Ash properly before taking him to the cantonment. That day they had walked almost 6 miles. The walls of Delhi did not look far away, but the sun went down while they were still a quarter of a mile from the bridge of boats. They needed to cross that bridge to pass over the Jumna River. After the bridge, they still had half a mile to walk to the shop in the city. Soon it would be too dark to see the road clearly. They had enough food and water for the evening. The child was too tired and sleepy to go on, so Sita took him a little away from the road. There was a peepal tree near some broken stones. She gave him food. Then she spread a blanket under the tree roots. She sat beside him and sang an old nursery rhyme from the Punjab.
A ko, ja ko, she sang softly. Then she sang the lullaby he loved most.
The night was warm and there was no wind. The sky was full of stars. Sita lay on the ground and held the child close to her. From there, she could see the lights of Delhi far away. The city lights shone like small gold points in the dark. Jackals cried among the old broken buildings of past cities. Bats and night birds flew over her head and called loudly. Once, a hyena made a strange laughing sound in the tall grass nearby. A mongoose moved in the shadows and made small angry sounds. These sounds were normal for her. They were as familiar as the drums from the distant city and the steady sound of insects. After some time, Sita pulled her chadar over her face and went to sleep. She woke at the first light of morning. A new sound broke her sleep. She heard fast horses, loud gunshots, and men shouting. Horsemen were riding on the road from Meerut. They rode very fast, as if someone was chasing them. Dust rose behind them in a long white cloud. They passed close to the peepal tree. They fired their guns into the air and shouted loudly. Sita saw their wide eyes and wild faces. Foam covered the necks of the tired horses. They were Sawars, soldiers from a cavalry regiment of the Bengal army. They came from Meerut, but their uniforms were torn and dirty. There were dark blood stains on their clothes. A bullet hit the branches of the peepal tree. Sita bent down quickly and held Ash close. The noise had woken him. In a moment, the riders were gone. Dust filled the air and made it hard to see. She coughed and covered her face with her sari. When the dust cleared, the horsemen were near the river. In the quiet morning, she heard the deep sound of hooves crossing the bridge of boats. They looked like men who were running away in fear. The picture stayed strong in her mind. Sita picked up the child and ran to the tall elephant grass. She hid there and listened carefully. She waited to hear other men chasing them. She stayed there for almost an hour. She held the confused boy and told him softly to be quiet. She asked him again and again not to move. She did not hear more horses on the Meerut road. But in the quiet air, she heard distant gunfire near the walls of Delhi. She also heard men shouting far away. After some time, these sounds stopped. They mixed with the normal morning sounds of the city. She heard a well-wheel turning. Partridges called on the plain. Saris cranes cried near the river. A peacock called from the fields. Small animals and birds made soft sounds in the trees. A group of brown monkeys came and sat in the peepal tree. A light wind blew from the river. The tall grass moved and made a dry, steady sound that covered all other noise.
Is it a tiger? Ash whispered.
No, but we must not talk. We must be quiet, Sita said softly.
She could not explain why she felt such fear when she saw the horseman. She did not know what she feared. But her heart was still beating very fast. Even the sickness in the camp and the terrible night before had not frightened her like this. She understood sickness and death. She understood wild animals. But this was different. It was something she did not understand, and it made her very afraid. A slow country cart came down the road. 2 tired bullocks pulled it. The simple sound of the cart made her feel calmer. The sun rose over the horizon. Suddenly it was full day. Her breathing became slow and steady again. Carefully, she stood up. She looked through the dry grass at the road. It was empty in the bright sunlight. Nothing moved on it. This was unusual, because the Meerut road was usually busy. Many travelers used it to go to Delhi. But Sita did not know this. The empty road made her feel a little safer. Still, she did not want to follow the horseman too soon. It seemed better to wait. They still had a little food, but they had finished the milk the night before. Both of them were very thirsty.
Wait here, she told Ash. I will go to the river to bring water. I will come back soon. Do not leave this place, my heart. Stay still and you will be safe.
Ash did what she said. He felt her fear, and it went into his own heart. For the first time in his life, he was afraid. Like Sita, he did not know what he feared. They waited a long time. Sita did not go to the bridge of boats, though it was the shortest way to the river. Instead, she walked farther and reached the riverbank at a higher place. From there she could see the sand and the many small streams of the Jumna. She saw the Calcutta Gate and the long city wall. The wall ran past the arsenal and ended at the water bastion. She could also hear the city. The sound was low but strong. It was like many angry bees together. Now and then she heard gunshots. Sometimes there was only one shot. Sometimes there were many shots close together. Above the houses, many birds flew in the sky. There were hawks and loud crows. Pigeons flew up quickly and turned in the air, as if something below had scared them. Something was very wrong in Delhi that morning. Sita felt sure of it. It was better to stay away from the city. She would not go inside until she knew what was happening. There was little food left. This made her sad. But there was enough for the child. And at least they would have water. She filled her brass lota in the shallow water. Then she went back quietly to the tall elephant grass near the Meerut road. She walked close to small kikar trees, rocks, and thick bushes so no one would see her. They would stay there until evening. After dark, they would cross the bridge. They would not go into the city. They would walk around it and go straight to the cantonments. It would be a long walk for Ash Baba. But if he rested all day, he could do it. She made a softer place for him in the middle of the grass. The air was hot and still. There was dust everywhere. Ash soon forgot his fear. He became bored and moved around a lot. But the heat and the long rest made him sleepy. Soon after midday, he fell asleep. Sita slept a little too. She woke again and again. She heard the slow wheels of bullock carts on the dusty road. Now and then an ekka passed with a light ringing sound. These sounds felt normal. It seemed that people were using the Meerut road again. Maybe the danger was over. Maybe there had never been real danger. Perhaps the men she had seen were only messengers. Maybe they hurried to Bahadur Shah, the Mughal king, with great news. Perhaps the company's Bengal army had won a big battle far away. Or maybe a king in another land had a new son. Maybe even Queen Victoria in England had a baby boy. These thoughts made her feel calmer. The sharp fear inside her grew weaker. She could no longer hear the city noise. A light wind came from the wet sand and the wide river. It was not strong enough to lift the dust on the road. But it moved the tops of the tall grass. The grass made a soft, gentle sound around her.
We will leave when the child wakes, Sita thought.
But at that very moment, the quiet peace ended. A strong shaking moved across the plain like a great wave. The grass trembled. The ground under her feet seemed to move. Then a terrible crash filled the air. It broke the silence of the hot afternoon. The loud sound woke Ash at once. Sita jumped up and stood very still. Her body felt hard with shock. Through the moving grass, they looked toward the city. They saw a huge column of smoke rising above the walls of Delhi. It went high into the sky. The top was wide and thick. In the bright sun, it looked terrible and frightening. They did not know what had happened. They never learned that a store of guns and powder inside Delhi had been destroyed. A small group of men had blown it up so that an angry crowd could not take it. Many hours later, the smoke was still there. Now it looked pink in the golden light of sunset. At last, when Sita and the child came out from the grass, the low moon was rising. Its first silver light touched the last thin shape of the fading smoke. To turn back now was impossible. They were so close to their goal, and Sita knew she had no other way to reach the cantonments. She could not risk crossing the Jumna River by walking through it, and there was no other bridge for a great distance. They had to use the bridge of boats. In the grey light before sunrise, they followed a wedding party across the bridge. Armed men stopped them on the other side. Because Sita was only a woman with a child, the guards let them pass. The soldiers were busy asking the wedding guests many questions. While listening to that talk, Sita first learned what had happened that day. Hilary had been right. Akbar Khan had been right too. Too many wrongs had been ignored. Too many soldiers had felt hurt and angry for too long. Men could not live forever with such unfairness. The final cause had seemed small. It was about new rifles and the cartridges used in them. People thought the grease on the cartridges was made from cow and pig fat. For a Hindu, touching cow fat broke his caste. For a Muslim, pig fat made him unclean. But this was only an excuse for a deeper anger that had grown for years. Long ago, about 50 years earlier, there had been trouble at Vellore in Madras. There the British officers had tried to make Indian soldiers wear leather collars and new hats. The soldiers thought this was another attack on their religion. They rose up in mutiny, and blood was shed. That mutiny at Vellore was stopped quickly, and other small revolts were also crushed. But the British company did not learn from those events. When the problem of the greased cartridges came, they were angry at the complaints instead of understanding them. At Barakpur, a soldier named Mongol Pandey from the 34th Native Infantry called his friends to rebel. He shot and wounded a British officer. After that, he was hanged. The men who had only watched were disarmed, and the whole regiment was dismissed. Then, feeling the unrest grow, the Governor-General stopped the use of the new cartridges. But it was too late. The soldiers thought this change proved that their fears had been true. Instead of calming them, it made them believe worse things were coming. Fires began to appear in many towns across India. Many people knew trouble was coming, but no one stopped it. At Meerut, the officer in charge of the 3rd Cavalry wanted to punish his troops. He ordered them to use the cartridges that everyone feared. 85 men refused. They spoke politely but would not obey. They were arrested and sentenced to life in prison with hard labor. General Hewitt, an old and heavy man, made the whole Meerut brigade watch the punishment. The 85 men were made to stand while their sentences were read aloud. They were stripped of their uniforms, chained with iron, and led away. The crowd watching felt deep pity and anger. That night, the city was full of noise and secret talk. Men were ashamed and furious. They planned to take revenge. In the morning the trouble began. Soldiers attacked the prison and freed the 85 men. Then they turned on the British officers. All day the city filled with fire and fighting. After that, the soldiers burned the houses and rode to Delhi. They went to raise the flag of rebellion and to serve Bahadur Shah, the old king of Delhi and the last of the Mughals. These were the men Sita had seen at sunrise. Their sight filled her with fear, because she knew they carried terrible news. At first, the king in Delhi did not believe them. He thought the British troops in Meerut would soon come after the rebels. But no soldiers came. Then he understood that the men from Meerut spoke the truth, that the British in Meerut were dead. After that, orders were given to kill all Europeans in Delhi. Some British people shut themselves inside the army storehouse. When they saw they could not hold it any longer, they exploded it and died. Others were killed by their own men or by mobs running wild in the streets. The crowds still hunted for the remaining Europeans through the ruined city. Listening to the noise of the angry crowd, Sita quickly pulled the child away from the bright torches. She dragged him into the dark because she was afraid someone might see that he was English and kill him. The sound of shouting and burning buildings told her how dangerous the city had become. She turned away from the Calcutta gate and ran fast into the night towards the water bastion. She kept close to the small empty ground between the river and the city wall. The ground was rough and full of stones and holes. Ash's short legs soon became tired as he tried to keep up with her. The moon was high now, and the red light from the fires made the sky bright like evening. After they had gone about half a mile, they saw a little donkey walking alone among rocks and rubbish. Sita took the donkey without thinking much. Its owner was probably a Herman or grass cutter who had tied it badly or left it behind to join the trouble in the city. To Sita it felt like help from the gods. She lifted Ash onto the donkey's back and climbed up behind him. The donkey seemed used to carrying more weight and started to walk when she touched it with her heel. It followed a small path between the rocks and bushes outside the city wall. The donkey's steps made little sound on the soft ground. Sita's dark red sari was hard to see in the night. But men were watching from the walls, and they thought any noise could be danger. Twice she heard rough voices calling out, and bullets hit the rocks close to them or flew over their heads into the river. At last they passed the water bastion and the open land near the Kashmir Gate. In front of them stood the dark trees of Kudzia Bar. A few more shots sounded, but no one was hurt. Soon they were among the trees. Behind them Delhi stood like a dark line of walls, roofs, and minarets bright against the red sky. To the right was the river. Ahead and to the left was the ridge, a long hill of dark rock between the city and the army homes. Usually there were lights there in the houses and soldiers' rooms. Tonight the lights moved and changed, brighter than before, as if fires were burning there too. Sita thought the English people had made bonfires around their area to stop surprise attacks in the dark. It was a good idea, she thought, but it made her journey harder. Armed men were moving on the road between the city and the ridge, people walking or riding quickly. She thought they were rebels or thieves. She wanted to reach Arbuthnot Sahib's house fast, but maybe it was safer to wait here in the trees until the road was quiet again. Suddenly the donkey stopped and made a snorting sound. It stepped back, frightened, and nearly threw Sita off. She had to get down and hold it still.
"Look," said Ash quietly. "There is someone in the bushes."
He did not sound afraid but curious. He was not a child who talked much, except sometimes with Akbar Khan. The noise of the city had excited him, but he was not scared. His only worry came from Sita's fear and from not knowing why everyone he knew had gone. Once again he felt that grown-ups did strange things that children simply had to accept. Now he saw that Sita and the donkey were both afraid of whoever was in the bushes. He gently patted the donkey's shaking back and said softly, "Do not be afraid."
"It is only a lady who is sleeping."
The woman in the bushes lay in a strange way. It looked as if she had crawled through the plants on her hands and knees and then fallen asleep from tiredness. The red light of burning buildings shone through the leaves and showed that she was a very fat woman. She wore a stiff crinoline, many petticoats, and a large grey and white striped dress that made her look even fatter. But she was not sleeping. She was dead. Sita stepped back from the large, silent body. She thought the woman must be one of the English people who had tried to escape from the city and had died in fear or from her heart stopping. There were no marks on her body. Maybe she too had tried to reach the cantonment. Maybe more English people were hiding in the dark. Or maybe soldiers were hunting them. The last thought frightened Sita. But after thinking for a short time, she felt calmer. If men were searching nearby, she would hear them moving in the broken garden. They would need lights to walk through the bushes. The night was quiet. The only sounds came from the road. It was safe to wait for now. She tied the donkey so it could not run away. Then she made a small soft place in the grass for the child. She gave him the last small pieces of a chapati. After he ate, she whispered a story to help him sleep. She told him about a valley in the mountains where they would live one day. They would have a flat-roofed house with fruit trees. They would keep a goat and a cow, a puppy and a kitten.
And the donkey, Ash said sleepily.
Of course we will take the donkey, Sita said softly. He will help us carry water from the river and wood for the fire. When night comes, it is cool in the high valleys. The air feels nice, and the wind smells of pine and snow. It makes a sound that says, hush, hush, hush.
Ash sighed with happiness and fell asleep. Sita waited for many hours. The red light in the sky slowly faded. The stars became pale. When she felt the cool smell of morning, she woke the child. Quietly she left the Kudzia bar to finish the last part of their long journey to the Delhi cantonment. The road was empty now. It looked grey and deep in dust. The air was cool from the river and the wet sand, but it smelled of smoke and something bad. It was very quiet. Every sound seemed loud: the snap of a dry stick, the click of a stone under the donkey's foot, Sita's quick breath. She thought their noise could be heard far away. She pushed the donkey to go faster, touching its sides with her heels and whispering, "Hurry, hurry." The last time she and the boy came this way, they rode in a carriage. It had seemed a very short trip between the Kashmir Gate and the cantonment. Now it felt endless. Before they reached the top of the hill, the sky was already grey with the first light of morning. The dark shapes on both sides of the road became rocks and small trees. When the road started to go down, walking became easier. They moved faster down the slope. The quiet air made Sita feel safe again. If people in the cantonment were sleeping peacefully, then everything must be fine. Maybe the trouble was finished, or maybe it had never come here. There were no lights now. The roads, houses, and gardens were still and quiet in the dawn. Then a stronger smell of burning came. It was not the usual smell of cooking fires. It was the sharp smell of burned wood, earth, and bricks. It was still too dark to see more than the shape of trees and houses. The sound of the donkey's hooves was clear on the hard road. No one called out to them. It seemed the guards were asleep. They reached the Arbuthnot's house. It stood in a quiet road with many trees. Sita found it easily. She got down at the gate, lifted the boy off the donkey, and began to open her bundle.
What are you doing?
Inquired Ash, interested.
He hoped she was bringing food for him because he was hungry. But Sita was taking out the sailor suit she wanted him to wear in the house of Daya Ram's cousin, the grain merchant. She wanted the Burra Sahib's son to look clean and proper, not like a poor street boy. The suit was wrinkled but clean, and the shoes were shiny. She was sure the Mem Sahib would not mind if the clothes were not pressed. Ash gave a small sigh and let Sita dress him in the sailor suit. He did not fight her. It felt tight now because he had grown taller since he last wore it. When he tried to put on the European shoes, his feet could not fit inside.
"You are not trying, dear," said Sita, upset and tired. "Push harder."
But it did not work. She let him press down the heels and wear them like slippers. The white sailor hat had also become crumpled. She straightened it with care and pulled the band under his chin.
"Now you look like a sahib, my heart, whispered Sita and kissed his cheek.
She wiped a tear away with her sari. Then she tied his old clothes in her bundle and stood up. Together they walked up the drive toward the house. The garden looked silver in the early light of morning. The Arbuthnot's bungalow stood tall and still. Everything was very quiet. As they came nearer, they heard quick steps, soft feet moving on the veranda. A dark animal ran out from the doorway and across the lawn. It was not a sahib's dog or a street dog. It was a hyena. Its high shoulders and low hind legs were clear in the growing light. Sita stopped, her heart beating fast. She could hear the leaves moving as the hyena went among the bushes. The donkey by the gate was still munching grass. But the house and the servants' rooms were silent. No one seemed awake. She looked around nervously. Where was the chowkidar, the night guard? Then she saw something white on the ground near her feet. She bent down and picked it up. It was a shiny shoe with a high heel, like the memsahibs wore at parties. It looked strange lying there on the gravel. Sita looked around the garden again. She saw broken things everywhere, books, pieces of china, torn clothes, a stocking. Fear ran through her. She dropped the shoe and turned to the gate. She pulled Ash behind the pepper tree and pushed him into the dark shadow.
Stay here, dear, said Sita in a voice Ash had never heard before. Get down and stay quiet. I will go to the house and see who is inside. Then I will come back for you. Please do not make a sound.
Will you bring food? Asked Ash softly. I am very hungry.
Yes, I will find food, she said quickly. Only stay still and quiet.
She left him and crossed the garden. Her heart was beating fast, but she walked on bravely. She climbed the steps and entered the silent house. It was empty. The rooms were dark and full of broken furniture. Men had stolen what they wanted and destroyed the rest. The servants' rooms were also empty. Someone had tried to burn the bungalow, but the fire had not spread. Inside the broken larder door she found food that had not been taken. Perhaps the thieves had not wanted to touch it because of their caste. Normally, Sita might also have refused such food. But now she needed it. She tore half a tablecloth and used it to carry as much as she could. She took bread, cold curry, a bowl of dal, some rice pudding, boiled potatoes, fresh fruit, a jam tart, and half a plum cake. There were also biscuits of many kinds. She found milk, but it was spoiled. There were tins of food too, but they were too heavy to carry. Among broken bottles she found one still whole. She filled it with clean water from an earthen jar outside the kitchen. Then she hurried back to Ash. The sky became lighter every minute. Soon the looters from yesterday would wake up and come back to look for things they had missed. It was not safe to stay here any longer. Sita had to take off the sailor suit that could give her away. Her hands shook with fear and hurry as she did it. Ash did not understand why she had dressed him in that suit before and now wanted to remove it. But he was happy to take it off. He felt glad he would not wear it again. Sita left the suit under the pepper tree. Ash ate cold rice pudding, slowly and solidly. While he ate, Sita filled her brass pot with water from a small well among the broken bushes. She drew water for the donkey too. When she finished, they climbed onto the donkey and began to travel in the soft grey light of morning. They went towards the Grand Trunk Road that led north to Colonel and the Punjab. The donkey wanted to stay on the flat roads near the military houses. But now the sky was brighter, and Sita saw that many houses had been burned. Smoke rose like thin white lines above the dark trees. The sight made her more afraid. Instead of crossing the burned area, she turned towards the ridge and the heavy shape of the Flagstaff Tower. There the road went north to join the Grand Trunk Road. When she looked back from the top of the ridge, it was hard to believe that the busy area below was now empty and dead. The trees hid some of the damage. The soft smoke that floated up looked like smoke from kitchen fires, cooking breakfast for people who were gone. On the far side of the ridge, the land went down to a plain where the silver water of the Jumna River moved between white sandbanks and green fields. Far away, about 1.5 miles from them, she saw Delhi. Its walls and domes looked like shadows in the light mist coming from the river. A long white road ran straight from the Flagstaff Tower to the Kashmir Gate. At that time nothing moved there, not even the wind. The air was still. The world was so quiet that Sita could hear a rooster crowing from a faraway village beyond the canal. The ridge was empty too. On the ground she saw many things that showed people had left in great fear. There was a child's shoe, a doll, a woman's pretty hat caught on a thorn bush, toys, books, bags, and boxes. She saw a broken dogcart lying on its side in a ditch. Night dew was thick on everything. It made the broken things shine like silver. But the warm air of morning started to dry it. Birds began to sing among the bushes. No one was in the Flagstaff Tower, but near it the ground was full of marks and waste. It looked like many people, women, children, soldiers, and servants, had stayed there with their carriages and horses and left only a short while ago. One lamp on a broken cart was still burning. The wheel and foot marks showed that the group had gone north towards Colonel. Sita thought to follow them. But something stopped her. About 50 yards beyond the tower she saw a cart standing alone by the road. At first she thought the cart was full of clothes. Then the donkey refused to move past it. She looked closer and saw why. Inside the cart were dead bodies. 4 British officers lay there in torn red uniforms. Someone had tried to hide them under a woman's flowered dress and a white petticoat. But the cloth was covered with dark spots and could not hide the truth. One hand stuck out from under the dress. It had no thumb but wore a ring. The sight and smell filled Sita with horror. Like her donkey, she turned away quickly and decided not to follow the British road. The stories of the men on the bridge and the sight of the dead English lady in the garden had not made Sita understand how serious things were. She knew there was fighting and burning in the city. She had heard of such events before, but she had never been part of them. In the past, the British officers had always stopped the trouble and punished those who began it. After that, the British became even stronger than before. But now she had seen dead British soldiers in a cart. Their friends had been so afraid that they had not buried them. They had only thrown some woman's clothes over the bodies and had run away. The dead men were left for the crows, the vultures, or anyone passing by who might steal their clothes. Sita knew then that she and Ash Baba were no longer safe with the British. She had to take the child far from Delhi and far from the soldiers. They turned back and went down the road again. They crossed the ruined area where the British had lived. There were burned houses with no roofs, broken gardens, empty barracks, and a quiet graveyard where the British dead lay in straight lines. The donkey's small feet made a light sound on the bridge over the canal. Some green parrots were drinking from a small puddle. When the donkey passed, they flew up with loud cries. Soon they left the ruined place and entered the open land. The world was no longer dark and silent. The sky was yellow with morning light, and birds were singing. Squirrels made happy sounds in the trees. After the canal, the road became a narrow path through high grass and sugar cane. Then it joined the wide Grand Trunk Road. But they did not go down that road. They went across it and followed a small path toward a village called Dahipa. The donkey helped them travel farther. When nobody could see them from the main road, Sita got down and walked beside it. They moved slowly and went several miles before the sun became hot. Sita was still afraid. She often changed her way to avoid people or villages. Ash Baba had dark hair like his mother, and his skin had grown brown under the sun. He looked almost like an Indian child. But his eyes were grey, and Sita feared that someone might notice this and know he was British. If that happened, they might kill him for money. Children also speak without thinking, and she could not trust what he might say. She would not feel safe until they were many days away from Delhi and the fighters from Meerut. There was little cover on the plain, but deep dry places in the ground made good hiding spots. There were also bushes full of thorns and tall grass where even the donkey could hide. But Sita saw that British people had passed this way too. Flies were buzzing around the body of an old man lying in the grass near the path. He looked like a government worker. He had tried to hide, like the woman Sita had seen in the garden, and had died there. He had been badly hurt, and it was strange that he had walked so far before dying. This troubled Sita. She understood that others were trying to escape across the land instead of taking the main road. If peaceful villages saw dead or wounded British people, they would hear about the fighting and start to hate the foreigners. They might begin to help the rebel soldiers. Sita had hoped that by taking this quiet way, she could travel faster than the news from Delhi. But now she saw that her hope was almost gone. The dead man looked as if someone had helped him before. A handkerchief had been placed carefully over his face. Sita pulled the donkey past him quickly. She tried to keep Ash Baba from seeing the body. To forget the fear and sadness, she started to tell him his favorite story. She spoke about the secret valley they would find one day, where they would live together and be happy forever. Towards evening they were far from the main road. Sita thought it was safe to stop at a small village. She saw lights that showed a bazaar nearby, and she hoped to find hot food and fresh milk. Ash Baba was tired and sleepy, so he was quiet. The donkey needed food and water too, and Sita felt weak and worn out. They slept in a simple shed next to a kind farmer's house. They shared it with the donkey and the farmer's cow. Sita told the farmer she was the wife of a blacksmith from Jalandhar and was going home from Agra with her orphaned nephew. She bought hot food and buffalo milk in the bazaar. There she heard many scary stories, each one worse than the one before. Later, when Ash was asleep, she went to sit with some villagers near the threshing ground. She stayed back in the shadows and listened. People were talking about fighting and saying that soldiers had risen up. The news had come that morning from a group of Gujars and, later that day, 5 soldiers from the 54th Native Infantry arrived. They had joined the mutineers near the Kashmir Gate the day before. Now they were travelling to Sardana and Muzaffarnagar to tell everyone that the company's power was broken and a Mughal was king again in Delhi. The villagers repeated the story with great excitement. After all that Sita had seen since the men of the 3rd Cavalry had galloped past her on the Meerut road, she believed it. The elders said that all the English people in Meerut had been killed. They said this matched what some cavalry men had already told her on the bridge of boats. They said it was the same in Delhi, none were left alive, not in the city or the cantonments. Everywhere soldiers were rising against the foreigners, they said. Soon, not one English person would be left in all the land, not even a child. Those who tried to run away were caught and killed. Those who hid in the forest would die from wild animals, hunger, or thirst. Their rule was finished. They were gone like dust in the wind, and no one would remain to tell their story. The shame of Plassey was wiped away, and 100 years of rule had ended. Now, they said, no one needed to pay taxes anymore.
Is Eshmit Sahib dead too?
He meant the district officer, probably the only white man the villagers had ever seen.
Of course, another man answered. On Friday, he rode to Delhi to see the commissioner. And did not the soldier with marks on his face say that all the English people in Delhi were killed? Then surely he is dead, he and all others of his cursed kind.
Sita listened and believed them. She slipped away into the darkness and went quickly to the bazaar. There she bought a small clay bowl and things she needed to make a brown dye. It could color skin and cotton cloth. She soaked it overnight, and by morning it was ready. Before the village woke up, she gently woke Ash. In the faint dawn light, she took him behind a cactus hedge. She took off his clothes and put the dye on his skin with a cotton rag. She worked by touch more than sight. She whispered for him to keep this secret and remember his new name.
From now on, you are Ashok, she said softly. You will remember, my dear. Ashok, do not ever forget.
Is it a game? Ash asked with curiosity.
Yes, a game, she said quickly. We will play that your name is Ashok and that you are my son. My true son, because your father is dead, and that is true. Tell me, what is your name?
Ashok, he said.
Sita kissed him deeply and told him again not to answer questions. Then she took him back to the shed. They ate a simple meal, paid for their stay, and walked out across the fields. By midday the village was far behind them, and Delhi and the Meerut road were just a painful memory.
We will go north, Sita said. We will be safe there.
In the valley, asked Ash. Are we going to our valley?
Not yet, my king, said Sita softly. One day we will go there. But the valley is also in the north, so now we walk northward.
It was good that they left when they did. Behind them, the land was full of fear and fighting. In Agra, Alipur, Nemuch, Nasirabad, and Lucknow, in Rohilkhand, central India, and Bundelkhand, people rose against the British. At Kaunpur, the Nana, the adopted son of the late Peshwa, whom the British did not accept as ruler, turned against them. He surrounded them in a weak fort. After 20 days, the few people still alive accepted his offer of safety. They went on river boats, thinking they would go to Allahabad. But the boats were set on fire and shot from the riverbank. Some people tried to swim to land, but they were caught. The men were killed. About 200 women and children were locked in a small house called the Bibigur. Later, they were killed there by the Nana's order. Their bodies were thrown into a nearby well. In Jhansi, there was a queen named Lakshmi Bai. She had no children and had been refused the right to adopt a son. The East India Company had taken away her lands. Now she took revenge. She killed the British soldiers who had believed her promise of safe travel if they surrendered.
Why do the people let this happen? Hillary had asked Akbar Khan. Why do they not act?
Lakshmi Bai had acted. She answered the injustice given to her with another cruel act. Not only the men, but also their wives and children, were tied together and killed in front of everyone. The children died first, then the women, and last the men. The East India Company had started the trouble. But many innocent people were now suffering because of it. Sita and Ashbaba were among them, small and helpless like two little birds caught in a great storm. It was October, and the leaves were turning gold when they reached Gulkot, a tiny state near the northern border of the Punjab. Here the plains ended in the low hills before the Pur Panjal mountains. They had travelled slowly and mostly on foot. Their donkey had been taken by soldiers at the end of May. Because of the heat, they could walk only early in the morning or late after sunset. The soldiers had come from the 38th Native Infantry Regiment. That group had broken apart when the cavalry from Meerut arrived. The men were going home with stolen goods and told stories about the Great Rising. One story was about how the last British men, women, and children trapped in Delhi had died.
It was said we must drive all foreigners out of our land, one soldier explained. But many of us soldiers did not want to kill women and children. They were already weak and hungry from being shut in the king's palace for many days. Some men of the king's household also said it was wrong to kill them. They said the Muslim faith forbids killing women, children, or prisoners. But when Mirza Majli tried to save them, the crowd shouted for his death. At last, the king's servants took swords and killed all of them.
All of them? Sita asked with a shaking voice. But what harm could children do? Could they not spare the little ones?
Why spare the young snakes? The soldier said coldly.
Sita felt fear for little Ashbaba, who was playing close by in the dust.
Yes, Another soldier said. They would grow up to be the same. It was good to get rid of them.
Then one soldier took the donkey. When Sita tried to stop him, he hit her with his gun. Another soldier picked up Ash, who had run to help his mother like a small wild cat, and threw him into a thorn bush. Ash came out hurt and crying. He saw his mother lying still beside the road. The soldiers and the donkey were already far away. It had been a terrible day, but at least the soldiers did not take her bundle. That was some comfort. They had not known that half of Hilary's money, kept in a small leather bag, was hidden at the bottom of that bundle. Sita took it off soon after she woke up and could think clearly again. She added it to the other half that she kept under her sari in a small cloth tied around her waist. It felt heavy and not very comfortable, but it was safer there than in the bundle. Now that the donkey was gone, she had to carry both herself. Losing the donkey was very sad. Ash liked the little animal and kept thinking about it long after his cuts had healed. That loss, and the sepoy stories, showed that the big roads between towns were dangerous. It was better to travel on small paths used by cattle and go through quiet villages, where life moved slowly and people heard very little from the outside world. Sometimes news still reached those far places. People spoke of hurt and hungry British men hiding in the jungle or near rocks, asking even poor travelers for food. Once there were stories about fighting and killings in Ferozepur and Sialkot. That made Sita give up her old idea of taking Ash to Mardan, where his mother's brother worked with the guides. If soldiers in Ferozepur and Sialkot had also rebelled, she knew there was no safety for British people in any town. If any were alive, they would soon die. Only Ash, now called Ashok, might live. After that, Sita always called him my son. Ash accepted this easily. Within a week he forgot the game and only called her mother. They kept moving north along the edge of the Sawalik Hills. The stories of danger grew fewer. People now talked only about crops, harvests, and small village problems. When June ended, heavy rain from the monsoon soaked the land. The fields became wet and muddy, and every ditch turned into a river. Their travel became slow. They could no longer sleep outdoors and had to find shelter each night. Sita disliked spending money. The money was special and had to be saved for Ashok until he was grown. She also did not want people to think she was rich, because that could bring robbers. So she paid with small coins and bargained hard. She bought a piece of coarse cloth to keep Ash dry, though he preferred to go without it. He liked the rain on his face and his bare feet in mud and puddles. Ash's grandmother had been from Scotland, and maybe that was why he loved the rain. After many days in the rain, the color on his skin washed away. His real skin color showed again, the one Hilary and Akbar Khan would have known. Sita noticed but did not use more dye. They were near the Himalayas now, where people often had lighter skin and eyes of blue, grey, or hazel, and hair that could be red or brown. So her son Ashok looked normal there, and was even darker than many of the fair village children he played with. Her fear for Ash had started to fade. She no longer lived in terror that he might say something wrong about the Burra Sahib or the old days. He seemed to have forgotten everything. But Ash had not forgotten. He simply did not want to think or talk about the past. He was a very quick and clever boy. Children in the East grow up early. They are called men and women at an age when boys and girls in the West are still at school. No one had ever treated Ash like a little child. He was never kept in a nursery. He could move freely around his father's camp since he was small. He lived among grown-ups who treated him as one of them. They loved him, so they gave him special care. Without Hilary and Akbar Khan, he might have become spoiled. Both men stopped that in their own way. Hilary hated whining and fits of anger. He wanted his son to act like a sensible person from the start. Akbar Khan wanted Ash to grow up as a strong leader, a man others would follow. He believed real leaders must not be spoiled or weak. Only Sita spoke to Ash in baby talk and sang him small songs. Akbar Khan had told the boy he must remember he was a man. He must never let himself be treated like a little child. So the songs and soft words became their private secret. Because of that secret, Ash understood he must keep other secrets too. That was one reason he did not tell anyone about their journey to Delhi. Sita told him not to speak about the Burra Sahib, Uncle Akbar, or the camp they had left. Ash listened to her. But he was silent not only from obedience. He was quiet because he felt shocked and confused. His world had disappeared so fast, and in such a strange way, that he could not understand it. He refused to think about that time. If he looked back, he would see terrible things. He would see Uncle Akbar being pushed into the ground and covered with earth. He would see the Burra Sahib crying near that mound, even though both men had often said that tears were only for women. Ash did not want to see those things again. He turned away from them and did not remember. Sita did not need to tell him to stay silent. He would never speak of those days, even if she asked him. She thought he had forgotten everything. She was thankful that a child's memory could be short. Now her biggest worry was finding a quiet place to live. She wished for a village far from busy roads and large cities. It had to be small enough that important people would not notice it, but big enough that nobody would question her arrival. She hoped to find work there and start life again with Ash. She wanted peace and freedom from fear. She could not return to her own village. There, everyone knew her. They would ask many questions about why she came back alone. Soon they would discover the truth. That could be dangerous for both her and the boy. She could not hide that Daya Ram was dead. His parents would learn about it, and she would have to live as a widow. A widow without children was pitied and blamed. People believed that such a woman caused her husband's death through bad deeds in a past life. Sita feared that fate most of all. A widow could not wear bright clothes or jewelry. She had to shave her head and wear only white. She could never marry again. She had to live with her husband's family and work for them without pay. They often treated her badly because she was a woman and thought she brought bad luck. Before the company made new laws, many widows chose to die on their husbands' funeral fires instead of living such hard lives. But in a strange town, no one knew Sita. No one knew she was a widow or cared about it. She could say her husband had gone to work in the south, or that he had left her. It did not matter. She could walk tall as the mother of a son. She could wear bright colors, glass bangles, and her small pieces of jewelry. When she found a job, she would work for herself and her boy, not as a servant for Daya Ram's family. During the months after they ran away from Delhi, Sita often thought they had reached a safe place. Each time, something frightened them away again. Sometimes soldiers came who had joined the fighting and were looking for English people. Sometimes they saw white families who had been hiding and were found and killed by a crowd. Once they saw a traveler wearing clothes taken from a dead officer. Another time they saw soldiers on horses riding fast through the crops.
Are we never going to stop somewhere? Ash asked sadly.
June passed, then July, and then August. Now they had gone beyond the fields, and only jungle lay ahead. But the jungle did not scare them. They both knew it well. It was quieter than the villages. It gave them food like roots and berries, clean water to drink, wood for fire, and shade from the hot sun and the rain. One day they walked along a narrow path through tall grass. Suddenly a tiger stood in front of them. It looked full and calm. It only stared at them for a long moment, then turned slowly and went back into the grass. Sita stood still for a long time. Then she heard a jungle bird making noise to their right and knew that way was where the tiger had gone. She turned back and took another path that went far from the tall grass. It was surprising that they did not lose their way in the long miles of forest full of trees, grass, bamboos, rocks, and vines. Sita's good sense of direction helped them. They were not trying to reach any special place. They only moved north with hope. So it did not matter much which path they took. By the end of August, they came out of the jungle and walked again in open land. In September, the heavy rain began to stop. The sun became very hot again. Every evening, many mosquitoes came from the wet ponds and ditches. Far away, beyond the flat land and small hills, they could see the high ridges of the Himalayas. They looked blue and clear above the hot air. At night, the wind felt cooler. In the small villages they passed, people spoke quietly. There were no stories about fighting or trouble here. There were very few paths and no proper roads. Each village had only a few huts and some fields. Around them were large empty spaces with rocks and grass for animals. On one side was the forest, and on the other side were the foothills. On clear days, the snow mountains were always in sight. When Sita saw them, she remembered that winter was coming soon. They needed to find a house before the cold arrived. But there was little work in this land. It was clear that she and Ashok had no real future here. Sita was very tired. Her feet hurt after so much walking. She wanted to stop, but she knew they could not stay. They had come far since the morning in April when they left Hillary's empty camp and started the long road to Delhi. Now they both needed rest. Then, in October, when the leaves turned gold, they reached Gulcote. Sita felt that this was the place she had been searching for. Here they could hide and be safe. Gulcote was an independent state. It was small, hard to reach, and also poor. Because of that, the British governor and the East India Company did not care about it. The ruler of Gulcote had fewer than 100 soldiers. Most were old men with simple weapons. He was liked by his people and did not wish to fight anyone. So the company left him alone. The capital, also called Gulcote, stood about 5,000 feet above sea level. It was on a high flat land between the hills. Once it had been a strong fort town. A thick wall still went around it. Inside the wall were many small houses close together. There was one main street running from the Lahori Gate in the south to the Red Gate in the north. The city had 3 temples, 1 mosque, and many narrow lanes. Above them all stood the Raja's old palace, the Hawa Mahal, or Palace of the Winds. It rose on a tall rock just outside the wall. The Raja's family came from a Rajput leader who had moved north long ago in the time of Sikandar Lodi. He had built a small kingdom for himself and his people. The land became smaller over the years. By the time the Sikhs under Ranjit Singh ruled the Punjab, only a few villages were left. A man could ride across the whole kingdom in one day. It was still safe because it stood in a protected place. On one side ran a river without a bridge. Another side had thick forest. The third side was a wild stony land with deep valleys. Beyond it was another small state whose ruler was related to the Raja. Behind Gulcote, the wooded hills rose toward the white peaks of the Jharkhand range. Those great snow-covered mountains guarded the land from the north. No army could easily attack such a place. And because no one ever had a strong reason to do so, Gulcote stayed free. The Mughals, the Marathas, the Sikhs, and even the East India Company never took it. While the world changed, Gulcote stayed quiet and alone in the hills. The town looked old and broken, but it was full of joy when Ash and Sita arrived. The palace had given food and sweets to the poor people to celebrate the birth of a baby girl to the senior Rani. It was not a big festival, because the baby was not a boy, but everyone still wanted to celebrate. People ate, laughed, and decorated their homes with flowers and paper flags. In the busy markets, little boys threw small firecrackers between the feet of the people. When night came, rockets shot up and opened like flowers in the sky. Women stood on their rooftops and talked together while they watched the lights. Sita and Ash felt very happy. They had lived for a long time in quiet places and small villages. Now the color and sound of the crowd felt like a dream. They ate the food from the Raja and watched the fireworks. Then they found a room in the house of a fruit seller in a small street near the Chandi Bazaar.
Can we stay here? Ash asked sleepily. He had eaten too many sweets and felt tired. I like it here.
I like it too, my little son, Sita said softly. Yes, we will stay here. I will find work and we will live here and be happy. But I wish. She stopped and sighed. She could not finish her thought.
Sita felt guilty because she had not obeyed the Burra Sahib's order to return his son to his own people. But she did not know how to do it. Maybe one day, when the boy grew into a man. For now, they were both tired of traveling. Here they would stay, in the mountains, where they were safe. After 1 hour in the town, Sita felt sure they were safe. People in the market spoke only of local news. They said nothing about the troubles in India. No one mentioned soldiers or the English people. The people of Gulcote only cared about their own town and the gossip of the palace. The biggest story was about the senior Rani and another woman called Janu. Janu was once a dancer from Kashmir. She had become the king's favorite and made him marry her. People said she used magic. They thought that only by black magic could a dancing girl become a queen and push the senior Rani aside. Janu Bai was said to be both beautiful and hard-hearted. Many people believed the new baby being a girl showed her evil power.
She is a witch, the people in Gulcote said. Without doubt she is a witch. The palace people say that she ordered food and sweets to be given to the poor when the child was born. She is happy that it is not a son. She wants the old Rani to feel her shame. But if Janu Bai herself has a son one day.
Sita listened to all this talk and felt calm. She heard nothing that meant danger for Ashok, son of Daya Ram. She told the fruit seller's wife that her husband had run away with a bad woman and left her and the child alone. So she and Ash could live there quietly and safely.
Her story had not been questioned. Later she found a job in a small shop in Conalai's Gully behind the temple of Ganesh. She helped make bright paper and shiny tinsel flowers for weddings and festivals. The pay was very small, but it was enough for her and the child. She worked well because her hands were quick, and she liked the quiet work. Sometimes she got extra coins for weaving baskets for the fruit seller or helping in the shop. When they had settled into their little room, Sita dug a hole in the mud floor. She hid the money that Hilary had given her. She stamped the ground and spread cow dung over it so no one could see that the earth had been moved. She kept only a small packet of letters and papers wrapped in oiled silk. She wanted to burn them. She could not read, but she knew they proved who Ash really was. She was afraid and jealous, and these feelings made her wish to destroy the papers. If someone found them, Ash could be killed like the white children who had died in Delhi, Jhansi, Kanpur, and other cities. She too could be punished for saving him. Even if he stayed safe, the papers showed he was not her own son, and that thought hurt her deeply. But she could not burn them. The big Sahib had trusted her with them. If she burned them, his ghost or his god might be angry and take revenge. It was safer to hide them. She decided that if White Ants ate the papers one day, it would not be her fault. In the darkest corner of the room, Sita scraped a small hole low in the wall. She pushed the packet inside and covered it with clay and cow dung. When it was finished, she felt light and calm, as if a heavy weight had gone. Now she felt that Ashok truly belonged to her. The boy's grey eyes and fair skin did not surprise anyone in Gulcote. Many of the Raja's people came from Kashmir, Kulu, and the Hindu Kush. Sita herself was from the hills, so the child looked natural beside her. Ash played happily with the other boys in the bazaar. He shouted, laughed, and sometimes fought like all of them. He looked just like many little boys there, except to Sita, who loved him. She was happy. She believed what the soldiers had told her, that the English were all dead and their rule was gone. Delhi was far away. Beyond Gulcote lay the Punjab, where life was quiet. Sometimes old stories of trouble reached the bazaar, but they were confused and late. People said the British had lost many fights. No one spoke of the large army at Ambala. No one knew about the long march of the guides from Mardan to Delhi, 580 miles in 22 hot days. No one heard of Nicholson's death, the surrender of the last Mughal, or his sons killed by William Hodson. They did not know that Lucknow was still under siege, or that the big rising which began at Meerut was not yet over. The devil's wind was still blowing across India. But inside peaceful Gulcote, life was slow and calm, and people lived quietly while many others elsewhere were dying. Ash was 5 years old that October. The next autumn, in the year 1858, Sita met a travelling holy man. He told her news about the world outside. Delhi and Lucknow had been taken again. The Nana Sahib was now hiding. The brave Rani of Jhansi had died in battle. She had worn a man's clothes and fought until the end. The company's rule had been broken, the man said. But the foreigners were powerful again. They were punishing the people who had fought against them. The company no longer ruled India, but now the White Queen, Victoria, did. All India belonged to the British Crown. A British ruler and British soldiers now governed the land. Sita wanted to believe the man was wrong or lying. If what he said was true, she would have to take Ashok back to his people. She could not bear the thought of doing that. It could not be true. Or maybe it was. She decided to wait until she was sure. There was no reason to act yet. She waited through the winter. In spring, more news came that proved the holy man was right. But still Sita did nothing. Ashok was her child now, and she could not, and would not, give him up. There had been a time when she might have done it. But that time was gone. Now she saw him as her own son, and everyone around her accepted it too. She told herself that she was taking nothing from anyone. He no longer had a mother or father. She loved him and had cared for him from the moment he was born. She had taken him from his dead mother's arms and fed him at her own breast. He knew no other mother and truly believed he was her child. She thought that keeping him was not wrong, because no one would lose anything. He was no longer called Ash Baba but her son, Ashok. She wanted to burn the papers hidden in the wall and never speak about them. Then no one would ever know. So they stayed in Gulcote and lived happily for a time. But Sita did not burn Hilary's papers. When the moment came, she became afraid. She feared the ghost of the Burra Sahib more than she feared what the papers could prove. Again there were celebrations in the city, with food and fireworks. This time, people celebrated the birth of a baby boy to Janubai, the Rani. She had once been a dancer, but now she ruled Gulcote in her husband's name. The Raja obeyed her in everything, even her smallest wish. The people of Gulcote were told to celebrate, and they did, but without joy. They did not like Janubai, and they did not want a prince born from her. The new baby was not the heir. The Raja already had a son with his first wife, who had died giving birth. That boy was Lalji, the beloved 8-year-old prince. His father loved him deeply, and the whole city was proud of him. But life in India was uncertain, and no one could say if Lalji would grow up. The Raja's first wife had given birth 9 times in 15 years. All her babies had died except Lalji and one daughter who was stillborn. She herself had died after the last birth. Soon the Raja married again. His new wife was the daughter of a foreign soldier. She was young and beautiful. People in Gulcote called her the Faringa Rani, the foreign queen. Her father was a Russian man who had fought for several Indian rulers. He served the great Ranjit Singh, the Lion of the Punjab. When Ranjit Singh died, the Russian retired to live peacefully in Gulcote. People said he had been a Cossack officer who was sent to prison for a crime but escaped and came to India through the northern mountains. He never wanted to return to his country again. He lived well in India, rich from years of power, with many servants and women. His wife was Kumara Devi, a Rajput princess. He had defeated her father in war and asked for her as part of his reward. They met when he captured the city and fell in love quickly. The Faringirani was their only child to survive. Her mother died when giving birth to her, because she was older and tired from many hard journeys and lost children. The girl grew up with many half-brothers and sisters, children of her father's other women. They were proud when the Raja of Gulcote asked to marry her, because her mother's royal blood made her a fine match. At first the Faringirani was happy in the Palace of the Winds. Her family had never been kind to her, so she was glad to leave them. She did not worry too much about the jealousy of the other women in the palace. She understood these secret fights well, and the Raja loved her deeply and gave her everything she wanted. Her father died 1 year after her wedding, but she did not feel great sorrow. He had never cared much for his children. She only felt sad that she had no child of her own. She waited calmly, sure that one day she would have a baby. But the other women laughed and whispered that she was barren, calling her the half-caste. This hurt her, and she grew impatient. She hoped strongly that soon she would give birth to a son. It had to be a son. So far, only the Raja's first wife had given him sons, and only one of them was still alive. He wanted more sons to make sure his family name would continue. It was the duty of his chief wife to give him those sons, and she was very happy when she learned she was finally going to have a baby. But her joy soon changed. Perhaps because she was a foreign woman, her body did not welcome pregnancy as easily as others did. She was always sick and could not keep food down. Her face lost its color, and she began to look tired and thin. After some weeks she had lost both her beauty and her happiness. The Raja cared for her, but he did not like being near sick people. He stayed away and hoped she would soon get better. Around this time one of his ministers gave a big feast in his honor. A group of dancing girls came to entertain the guests. Among them was Janu, a Kashmiri dancer. She had golden skin and dark eyes, and her beauty caught everyone's attention. She moved with soft rhythm to the drums and sitars, and the men could not stop watching her. She looked like one of the beautiful goddesses carved in stone on the ancient temples. Janu had 3 gifts: beauty, cleverness, and charm. She used them very well. The Raja liked her at once, and by the next day she was living in the palace. Within a week, everyone knew the Raja had a new favorite. People began to make friends with Janu, hoping she would speak well of them. No one thought this love would last long, because the Raja often lost interest quickly. But Janu was not a simple girl. She was taught from childhood how to please men and win their hearts. She did not want only jewels and money. She wanted power. She saw her chance to reach the throne and played her part wisely. Soon she became the Raja's wife. 2 weeks later, the foreign queen gave birth to her child. She hoped for a son, but the baby was a small, pale daughter.
"It is all she can do," she said coldly. "Look at her. She will never be a mother of sons. When my son is born, you will see."
Janu was sure her first baby would be a boy. She was right. Her son was strong and healthy, and the Raja was proud. That night fireworks lit the sky. Drums and horns filled the air. Food was given to the poor, and everyone in the city celebrated the new prince. Among the people eating in the streets were young Ashok and his mother, Sita. She had made many of the bright garlands that decorated the city that day. Ashok was 6 years old, the son of Hilary and Isabel. He ate sweets until his stomach was full, ran with his friends, and laughed loudly. He wished a new prince could be born every day. He was happy, even though life was not easy. His mother had little food to give, and sweets were rare. Sometimes Ashok took a sweet from a market stall and had to run fast to escape the angry seller. He was tall for his age and moved quickly like a monkey. Playing games in the streets and on the rooftops made him strong. Chasing and escaping from people grew his speed and courage. In faraway England, children of his age played with colored bricks and learned their alphabet. The poor children there worked in factories or on farms. In Gulcote, Ashok also worked. When he was 6 and a half, He got a job as a stable boy for Junie Chand, a rich man who lived near the temple of Vishnu and owned many farms outside the city. Junie Chand kept many horses. He used them to visit his fields and to hunt birds near the river. Ash worked for him. He carried grain and water, cleaned the harness, cut grass, and brushed the horses. The work was hard and the pay was small. But Ash was used to horses. His father, Daya Ram, had shown him horses when he was very young. He was never afraid of them. He liked this work very much. The few coins he earned made him feel proud. He was a man now and earned money by himself. He could buy sweet halwa from the seller instead of stealing it. He told Sita he wanted to become a real stable boy and save money. One day, they would have enough to look for their valley. The head stableman, Mohammed Sherif, got 12 rupees each month. That was a lot of money. He also took 1 anna from each rupee spent on food and things for the stables. This made his pay even larger.
When I am head stableman, said Ash proudly, we will live in a big house. We will have a servant to cook. You will not need to work anymore, Mataji.
Ash's dream could have come true. He might have stayed in a nobleman's stable all his life. He could ride any horse easily. Mohammed Sherif saw he was good and taught him many secrets about horses. The year Ash spent with Junie Chand was a happy one. But fate changed everything. One old stone changed the course of his life. It happened one April morning, 3 years after Sita took him from the terrible camp full of vultures. That day, the young crown prince, Lalji, rode through the city to bring gifts to the temple of Vishnu. He passed under the old Charbar gate. It stood where the Chandni Bazaar met the street of the coppersmiths. Suddenly, a big stone from the top of the gate moved and fell down. Ash was standing in front of the crowd. He had pushed between the legs of the grown-ups to get a better view. He saw the stone start to slip just as the prince's horse came out of the dark arch. Without thinking, he jumped forward and took hold of the bridle. He stopped the horse. The stone crashed on the road with a loud sound. It broke into many sharp pieces under the horse's feet. Ash and the horse were cut by flying splinters, and other people too. There was blood on the ground and on the bright clothes of the crowd. Even the prince's horse was stained red. The people screamed and pushed each other. The horse was in pain and wanted to run. Ash held its head, spoke softly to it, and kept it calm. Then the prince's guards rode up quickly, took the reins, and made space around their prince. They pushed Ash away. For a moment everything was noise and confusion. People shouted questions. The guards looked up at the broken part of the gate.
A white-bearded man on a horse saw Ash. He threw him a gold coin and said, "Shabash, little one. You did very well."
The crowd saw that nobody was badly hurt. They shouted with joy. The parade moved on again while the people cheered wildly. The young prince sat tall in the saddle, holding the reins with hands that shook a little. He had stayed on the frightened horse quite well, and the people were proud of him. But his small face under the jeweled turban looked tense and pale. He turned his head to look back through the crowd, trying to find the boy who had jumped to stop his horse. A man in the crowd had lifted Ash onto his shoulder so he could watch. For a short time, the two boys looked at each other. The prince's dark, scared eyes met the stable boy's calm grey eyes. Then people moved between them, and soon the parade turned a corner and was gone. Sita was very pleased when she saw the gold coin, and even more amazed by Ash's story. After talking for a long time, they decided to take the coin to Burgwan Lai, the jeweler. He was known as an honest man. They planned to exchange the coin for silver jewelry that Sita could wear until they needed money. They thought that was the end of the matter, except for what their neighbors would say. But the next morning, a fat palace official came to Junie Chand's house. 2 old servants were with him. The man spoke proudly and said that His Highness, the young prince, wanted the boy to come to the palace at once. Ash would live there and have a small job in the prince's house.
But I cannot go, said Ash in shock. My mother will be alone, and I cannot leave her? He started to say more, but the official stopped him roughly.
It does not matter what she wants, the man said. The prince has ordered you to work for him. Get ready quickly and change your clothes. You cannot come wearing those rags.
Ash had no choice but to obey. The men took him back to the fruit seller's shop. He put on his other shirt and spoke softly to Sita, who was crying. He told her not to worry.
I will come back soon, mother, he said. Do not cry. I will tell the prince I want to stay here. Because I saved him, he will let me return. They cannot keep me there if I do not want to stay.
He hugged her with a smile, sure that everything would be fine. Then he followed the palace servants through the city gate and up to the Hawa Mahal, the great palace of the rulers of Gulcote. The way to the palace was steep and made of old stone. The rocks had deep marks from many animals and people who had walked there for years. The ground felt cold under Ash's bare feet as he climbed. When he looked up at the high walls, he felt afraid. He did not want to live there. He wanted to stay in the city with his friends, caring for Junie Chan's horses and learning from Mohammed Sherif, the head groom. The Hawa Mahal looked dark and unfriendly. The big gate, called the King's Gate, made it look even worse. Huge doors covered with iron opened into darkness. Armed guards waited in the shadow beyond. Above the gate was a balcony with cannons pointing down. The light disappeared when Ash entered a long stone tunnel with small rooms and passages on both sides. The cold air and strange echoes made him uneasy. He looked back and saw the sunny city through the gate, warm and peaceful. He wanted to run. It suddenly seemed like he was going into a prison and might never get out. He thought if he did not run now, he would lose his freedom and be shut away forever, like the talking bird in a cage outside the potter's shop. The thought scared him, and he shivered even though the air was not cold. But there were too many guards. If he ran and was caught, it would be shameful. And besides, he wanted to see inside the Hawa Mahal. No one he knew had ever been there. Ash had thought it would be exciting to go inside the palace, and he could tell his friends about it later. But he did not want to stay there or work for the Yuvraj. He would never agree to that. If they tried to make him stay, he would climb over the walls and run back to the city. If they followed him, he and his mother would escape together. The world was large, and somewhere in the mountains they had their own valley where life could be peaceful. The tunnel turned sharply to the right and opened into a small courtyard. There were more guards standing there and more old bronze cannons. At the far end was another gate leading to a huge square place. Two of the Raja's elephants stood in the shade of a chinar tree, slowly moving from side to side. Nearby, several women were washing clothes in a stone tank filled with green water. Beyond this square was the main part of the palace. It was a strange mix of high walls, towers, and carved wooden balconies. There were open windows, small turrets, and many galleries. Most of it was hidden from the city by a big outer wall. No one knew how old the fortress really was. People said it had fought against the armies of Secunda Dulcan, also called Alexander the Great, when he came into India long ago. Part of the building was later made strong in the 15th century by a robber chief. He wanted a safe place for his men, where they could go after taking goods from the lands beyond the river. In those days it was called Kala Kila, the Black Fort. It was not named for its color, because the stones were grey, but because it had a dark and cruel name among the people. Later, when a brave Rajput took the land, he made the fort larger. His son built a walled city on the plain and became the first Raja of Gulcote. He changed Kala Kila into a huge and beautiful palace. Because it stood high above everything, he called it Hawa Mahal, the Palace of the Winds. The present Raja lived there now among fading beauties. The rooms were full of Persian carpets, dusty curtains covered with gold threads, and silver or jade ornaments with rubies and turquoise. In the queen's rooms behind carved wooden screens lived Jinubai, the Rani. Her rival, the foreign Rani, had died last summer from fever, though some whispered it was poison. In another part of the palace, in many small rooms joined like tunnels, lived the little Yuvaraj. He was called Lalji, his baby name. He spent his days with servants, helpers, and officials who worked for him under his father's orders. Ash was brought to meet the young prince through many confusing passages. Finally, he saw Lalji sitting cross-legged on a velvet cushion. The boy was teasing an angry cockatoo, which looked as annoyed as he did. The fine clothes he had worn in the parade were gone. Now he wore tight muslin trousers and a plain white linen coat. He looked much younger without his grand turban and jewels. Before, on his white horse, he had seemed like a real prince. Now he seemed only a small fat boy, pale-faced and frightened. Ash stopped feeling nervous when he saw the fear in Lalji's eyes. He too had sometimes acted angry when he was really scared. He understood the prince's feelings. He felt sorry for him and wanted to stand beside him. Ash looked around the room at the grown-ups who smiled and bowed politely but whose eyes were cold. They spoke in soft, fake voices that tried to please the prince. Ash thought they were not good people. They looked too smooth, too proud, and too sure of themselves. One young man with a diamond earring and fancy clothes held a scented cloth near his nose. He looked at Ash with dislike, as if afraid that the boy from the city might bring a bad smell into the room. Poverty and the stables with him. Ash looked down and made a deep bow to the prince. He touched his forehead with both hands, as the custom required. When he raised his head, his eyes were kind and curious. The Yuvaraj saw this and his angry face became calmer.
"Go away, all of you," said the Yuvaraj. He waved his hand to send his attendants away. "I want to speak to this boy alone."
The man with the diamond earring bent close and whispered in the prince's ear. The Yuvaraj pulled back and spoke loudly.
"That is foolish talk, Biju Ram. Why would he hurt me when he already saved my life? He has no weapon. Go away and stop being silly."
The young man stepped back and gave a bow. His face showed respect, but his eyes looked angry and hard. Ash was surprised to see such hate in that look. He understood that Biju Ram was angry because the prince had spoken to him so sharply. It was unfair because Ash had not done anything wrong and had never wanted to come here at all. The Yuvaraj moved his hand quickly, and the men left the room. Now only the two boys were there, looking at each other. Ash stayed silent. Then the Yuvaraj spoke first.
"I told my father that you saved my life," he said. "He said that you can be my servant. You will get good pay. Also, I have no one to play with here. Only women and grown-ups. Will you stay?"
Ash wanted to say no, but he stopped and thought for a moment. "There is my mother," he said softly. "I cannot leave her, and I think she would not want me to go."
"That is easy to fix," said the Yuvaraj.
"She can live here too and work as a helper for my little sister, the princess."
"Do you like her?" he asked. "Of course," said Ash with surprise. "She is my mother."
"I see," said Lalji. "You are lucky. I have no mother. She was the Rani, the real queen, but she died when I was born. I never saw her. Maybe if she had lived, things would be different. My sister Anjali's mother also died. People said it was magic or poison. But she was a Ferengi and always sick, so maybe the one they blamed did not need to use spells or poison."
He stopped and looked behind him quickly. Then he stood up.
"Come," he said. "We must go into the garden. There are too many people listening here."
He put the cockatoo back on its perch and walked out through a curtain. Many servants bowed as they passed. They came into a garden with walnut trees and fountains. In the middle, a small house stood beside a pool full of green lily pads and golden fish. Ash walked behind him. At the far edge of the garden, a short stone wall marked the end of the ground. Beyond it, the land dropped straight down hundreds of feet to the wide plain below. On the other three sides, the great palace rose high and full of carved wood and stone. Many windows looked out over the trees, the city, and the far hills. Lalji sat by the pool and threw small stones toward the fish. After a while he asked, "Did you see who pushed the stone?"
"What stone?" asked Ash.
The one that would have fallen on me if you had not stopped my horse.
"Oh, that," said Ash. "No one pushed it. It just fell."
It was pushed, Lalji said in a quiet, rough voice. Dunmaya, my nurse, always said that if that one had a son, she would find a way to make her son the next ruler. And I am.
He stopped. He closed his mouth tightly. He did not want to say the word. But his voice shook, and his hands trembled as he threw another stone. Ash looked at him and remembered what he had seen before the stone slipped. He began to wonder if someone really had touched it.
Biju Ram says I imagine things, said Lalji softly. He says no one would dare. Even that one would not. But when the stone fell, I remembered what my nurse said, and I was afraid. Dunmaya tells me to trust no one, but you saved me. If you stay with me, maybe I will be safe.
"I do not understand," said Ash. "Safe from what? You are the Yuvaraj. You have guards and servants. One day you will be the Raja."
Lalji gave a short laugh with no joy.
"That was true some time ago. But now my father has another son. He is the child of that woman, the dancer. Dunmaya says she will not rest until he takes my place. She wants the royal seat for her own son. She controls my father completely."
He made a tight fist until his knuckles turned white. Then he opened his hand and looked at the pebble he was holding. His young face looked hard and serious.
"I am his son," he said. "I am the first son. But my father will do anything to make her happy, Anne."
His voice faded away in the sound of the quiet fountains. Ash suddenly remembered another voice from long ago. It was someone he had almost forgotten.
That voice had once told him, the worst thing in the world is when people are unfair. If something is unfair, it must not be allowed. Something must be done.
"All right. I'll stay," said Ash. He gave up his easy life in the city and the good future he had planned as head helper for Junichand's horses. Those careless days were gone. That evening, he sent a message to Sita. She found the money and the small packet she had hidden in their room. She tied their few things in a bundle, and they went to the Hawa Mahal.
The next morning, Ash was told he would work in the young prince's house. He would earn 5 silver rupees each month. Sita was given work as an extra helper for the little princess, Anjali, the daughter of the dead Firangi queen. Their new home was simple for the palace, only 3 small rooms with no windows. One room was the kitchen. Still, it felt rich compared with their single city room. All 3 doors opened onto a small courtyard with a tall wall and a pine tree for shade. Sita was very happy and began to love the place. She was sad only because Ash could not sleep there. Ash's job was to stay close to the young prince for a few hours each day. At night, he had to sleep in a small room next to the prince's bedroom. The work was not hard, but Ash soon began to hate it. This was because the prince had a bad temper, and also because a young man named Biju Ram disliked him very much. Lalji called Biju Ram Bichu, which means scorpion. No one else dared say that name to his face. It suited him well, because he was sharp and cruel and would hurt anyone easily. He seemed happy to tease Ash. He played mean jokes that made Ash suffer and feel ashamed. Lalji would laugh, and the other men in the court would laugh too, trying to please the prince. Lalji's moods were often bad and hard to guess. Before the dancer came, he had been the spoiled child of the palace. His father and the women of the palace had loved him too much. The kind Ferengi queen, his first stepmother, had cared for him like her own child. No one had ever tried to teach him discipline, so the sweet baby became a proud, spoiled boy. He could not deal with the change when the new favorite had a son and the Ferengi queen died. Now Lalji was not so important. His servants respected him less. The courtiers who once praised him now tried to please the dancer instead. His rooms looked poorer, his helpers were fewer, and not all his orders were obeyed. Only his old nurse, Dunmaya, still cared deeply for him and tried to warn him again and again. The senior Rani came to Gulcote as a bride. Nothing about her arrival made Lalji feel better. Dunmaya loved the boy deeply and would have given her life for him. She often worried about him, and her fears were probably right. But when she spoke about those fears and complained about his father's neglect, Lalji only felt worse. Her words made him more unhappy and sometimes close to crying. He could not understand what was happening around him. This confusion made him scared, not angry. But his pride did not let him show fear. So he tried to hide it by acting angry, and his servants suffered because of it. Ash was young, but he understood what was going on. He knew Lalji's behavior came from pain, not cruelty, yet that did not make it easier to bear. Lalji was used to people obeying him, no matter how old they were. He expected everyone in his house to act humble before him. Ash did not like this. At first, he respected Lalji and felt proud to serve him. He enjoyed being the prince's page and treated his work half as duty and half as play. But when time passed, he became bored and even began to hate Lalji. Sometimes he wanted to run away. He stayed only because of Sita. He knew she was happy here. If he ran away, she would have to come too. He could not leave her behind. He feared Lalji might hurt her to punish him for leaving. So Ash remained, partly because of love for Sita and partly because he felt sorry for Lalji. The two boys were very different. They came from different families, classes, and worlds. Lalji was the heir to the throne. Ash was the son of a servant woman. Their natures were also different. Lalji was proud and weak, while Ash was quiet and strong. Although Lalji was 2 years older, Ash often felt he was the elder one. He wanted to protect the weaker boy from the dark forces that seemed to live inside the huge and lonely palace. Ash had never been dull or thoughtless. At first, he laughed at old Dunmaya's warnings and thought her silly. But after a while, he understood that she was right. Life in the palace looked peaceful, but hidden under it were secret plans and lies. The wind whispered through the long empty corridors, but it was not only the wind. People spoke in secret corners. Ambition and greed filled the dusty rooms. Even a child could feel it. Ash did not think much about these dangers until one strange day. In the garden by the pool stood a small pavilion. There someone left a plate of Lalji's favorite cakes. Lalji had been running after a tame gazelle, and Ash found the cakes instead. He broke one into the water for fun, and the fat fish quickly ate it. Soon the fish floated to the surface, still and pale under the lily leaves. Ash stared at them with wide eyes and knew they were dead. He understood what had killed them. Lalji always had a food taster and never ate before the taster tried the food. But if he had found these cakes alone, he would have eaten them without thinking. Ash quickly gathered the plate and carried it to the edge of the garden wall. He threw the plate and cakes down into the empty space below. They fell slowly through the evening light. Then a crow swooped down and grabbed one cake in its beak. A moment later, the bird fell too, lifeless, into the deep shadow below. Ash told no one. He wanted to speak but stopped himself. He already knew how dangerous it could be to talk in this palace. He felt sure it was safer to keep silent. If he told Lalji, it would only make the boy more afraid. If Dunmaya heard, she would become wild with worry. And if people started asking questions, they would never find the real criminal. Someone innocent would suffer instead. Ash had learned that there was little justice where Janubai had power. Her influence had grown even stronger after she gave birth to another son. It never came to his mind that he, Ash, could be blamed. He never thought the poisoned cakes might have been meant for him, not for Lalji. Ash stayed quiet. He knew children could not change the world. He had to accept that grown-ups had all the power, even when they made mistakes. He tried not to think about the cakes anymore. He told himself he must work in the Hawa Mahal until the prince grew up and no longer needed him. At least he had food and clean clothes now. But he still did not get any pay because the dancer had taken most of the Raja's money. Life there was dull and slow until Tuku came. Tuku was a small mongoose that often came to Sita's yard. Ash wanted something to care for, so he caught Tuku and trained him. Tuku became Ash's own pet, the first thing that really belonged to him. He loved Tuku more than anything. Tuku followed him everywhere, walked beside him, and sometimes rode on his shoulder. At night the little animal slept under Ash's chin. When Ash called, Tuku came running. Ash felt that Tuku loved him too. Their friendship made him happy for many months. Then one bad day, Lalji felt tired and cross. He said he wanted to play with Tuku. He teased the animal too much, and Tuku bit his finger. Blood came out, and Lalji screamed. He told a servant to kill Tuku at once. Before Ash could stop it, a servant struck Tuku with a sword. Tuku moved for a moment, made a small sound, and then was still. Ash held the little body in his hands, feeling numb. It was hard to believe Tuku was gone. A minute ago, Tuku had been alive and full of energy. Now he was only soft fur that would never move again.
Don't look at me like that. It doesn't matter. It was only an animal, and it bit me. You made him angry, Ash said softly. You are the cruel one, not him. He felt hot rage rise inside him. He dropped Tuku's body and jumped at Lalji.
They struggled on the floor. It was not a real fight, only a wild scuffle. Lalji kicked and screamed until many servants ran in and pulled them apart.
I'm leaving, Ash cried, breathing hard as the men held him. I won't stay or work for you anymore. I'm going now, and I will never come back. You will not go, Lalji shouted in fury. You cannot leave without my order. If you try, you will see that you can't. I will stop you.
Biju Ram, who had picked up a pistol to show he was defending the prince, waved it lazily toward Ash. The prince should mark the horseboy like people mark horses or slaves, he said slowly. Then everyone would know he belongs here if he runs away. It was possible that the idea had not been meant seriously. But Lalji was too angry to think clearly. Blinded by his rage, he had acted at once. No one had stopped him. By bad luck, the only person in the house who could have done so was sick in bed with a fever. The terrible act happened right there, and Biju Ram did it himself. There was a small fire in the room because it was winter and the palace was cold. Biju Ram laughed in his strange, high voice and pushed the end of the pistol into the burning coals. Ash was only 8 years old, but he was strong and quick. For men had to hold him down. When he understood what was going to happen, he fought hard. He bit and scratched, and when the fight was over, none of the 4 men was without marks. But it was no use. The end was already sure. Biju Ram wanted to burn Ash's forehead. That might have killed the boy. Lalji was very angry but still a little careful. He thought that his father, the Raja, would not be happy if he saw that mark. So Ash was burned on the chest instead. Biju Ram pressed the hot end of the pistol against Ash's bare skin. There was a short burning sound and a bad smell. Ash tried not to make a sound, but he could not stop himself. He cried out in pain. Biju Ram laughed again. Lalji's anger suddenly changed to fear and guilt. He pulled Biju Ram away, shouting that it was his fault and not Ashok's. Then Ash fainted.
He's dying. Lalji cried. You've killed him, bitch ho. Do something. Send for a doctor. Bring Dunmire. Oh, Ashok, don't die. Please don't die.
Ash was not dying. He soon got better. The burn healed well because Sita and Dunmire took kind care of him. He was healthy and strong, but the scar stayed for life. It was not round. It was shaped like a small moon because he moved when he felt the heat, and Lalji pulled Biju Ram away before he could press again. Biju Ram later said, I wanted to mark you with the sun, but you turned it into a moon when you moved. He never said that in front of Lalji, who hated to be reminded of what had happened. Strangely, the two boys were better friends afterward. Ash knew that he had done something very bad. He also knew that in earlier times he might have been killed for touching the heir to the throne. Men had died for smaller wrongs. He thought he would lose an eye or a hand, so he felt lucky that his punishment was not worse. He was surprised that Lalji had stopped Biju Ram and said in front of others that it was his own fault. That made Ash respect him more. Ash missed his pet mongoose, Chuku, very much. But he never tried to tame another one. He did not want any more pets. He knew he could not trust Lalji again. He was afraid that if he cared for another animal, Lalji might hurt it one day to punish him again. Still, Ash soon found a new friend. She was not an animal but a tiny baby girl, Anjali Bai. She was the shy and lonely daughter of the Faringirani. One good thing about Lalji was that he was always kind to his little half-sister. She often played in his rooms. She was too young to be kept in the women's quarters, so she could walk anywhere she liked. Anjali Bai was thin and looked hungry. Her clothes were poor, worse than a farmer's child might wear. This was because the dancing girl hated her. She never spent money or care on the daughter of her dead rival. Janubai was afraid that the little girl might one day become pretty and charming like her mother. She did not want the Raja to love his daughter or feel proud of her. So she sent the baby to a far part of the palace. There, a few lazy servants looked after her. They were not paid and often kept the little money meant for the child. The Raja almost never asked about his daughter. After some time, he almost forgot she existed. Janubai told him that the child was fine but not pretty. She said this would make it hard to find her a good husband.
What a small, sour-looking little thing, Janubai said sadly.
She called the girl Kairi, which means an unripe mango. She was pleased when everyone in the palace used the name. Kairibai liked to stay in her half-brother's rooms instead of her own. His rooms were bright and beautiful. He sometimes gave her sweets and let her play with his monkeys, his bird, and the gentle gazelle. His servants were kinder than her own. Kairi became close to the youngest servant, Ashok. One day, he found her crying quietly in the garden. A monkey had bitten her because she had pulled its tail. Ashok took her to his mother, Sita. Sita comforted her and bandaged the bite. Then she gave the girl a piece of sugarcane. As Kairi ate, Sita told her a story.
There was a man named Rama, she said. His beautiful wife was taken by a bad king. Rama saved her with help from Hanuman, the monkey god. So you must never pull a monkey's tail. It hurts him, and Hanuman would not like it. Now we will pick marigold flowers and make a wreath. I will show you how. You can take it to Hanuman's shrine to say you are sorry. My son Ashok will take you there.
The story and the game made Kairi forget her pain. Soon she went happily with Ashok, holding his hand, to the small temple near the elephants. Inside it, a stone figure of the monkey god danced in the dim light. After that day, Kairi often went to Sita's rooms. But it was Ashok she followed everywhere. She walked after him like a small puppy that would not go away. Ashok did not try to send her off. Sita had told him to be very kind to the lonely little girl. She said it was not because Kairi was a princess or motherless, but because she had been born on a lucky day for him. It was both his own birthday and the day they came to Gulcote. That made Ashok feel connected to her. He decided to care for her as best he could. He never called her Kyrie, the nickname he disliked. He called her Julie, because that was how she said her own name. Sometimes he called her Lala, which means darling. He treated her kindly, the way one treats a small cat that will not leave. He often protected her from the teasing of the other servants. The prince's servants laughed at Ashok. They called him Ayaji, which means nurse.
But one day, Lalji, the prince, spoke sharply to them. "Remember that the Anjali Bai is my sister," he said.
After this, they stopped laughing. Everyone got used to seeing Ashok care for the little girl. Most people thought the princess was weak and sickly. They believed she would not live long. And they thought Ashok was not important either. But they were wrong. Lalji still trusted Ashok, though he did not know why. He wanted Ashok to stay in the palace. No one ever spoke again about Tuku or the trouble that followed. But Ashok learned that Lalji had meant his warning. After that time, Ashok could not leave the palace alone. The Great Gate, the Badshai Darwaza, was always watched. If he went out, he had to go with certain guards or officials. They made sure he did not walk away or stay out too long. "There is an order," the guards said calmly, and they turned him back. It was the same every day.
When Asha asked Lalji about it, the boy said, "Why do you want to leave? Are you not happy here? If you need anything, tell Ramdas. He will get it for you. You do not have to go to the bazaars." "But I only want to see my friends," Ash said.
"Am I not your friend?" the Yuvraj asked.
Ash did not answer. He never knew who gave the order that he must not leave the fortress. Was it the Raja? Was it Lalji, who said it was not him but could not be trusted? Or was it Jinubai, for her own reasons? Whoever it was, the rule never changed, and Ash knew it was there. He was a prisoner in the fortress, though he could walk almost anywhere inside the walls. The Hawa Mahal was very large, so he was not kept in a small place. He was not without friends either. He had made 2 good friends in the palace that year and had 1 helper among Lalji's own people. Still, he felt sad to have lost his freedom. From the walls and old towers, he could see the world spread far before him like a colorful map. It called to him with dreams of freedom and far places. To the southwest lay the city, and beyond it the wide flat land that went down to the river and the rich fields of the Punjab. On clear days he could sometimes see the plains. But he looked north more often. There were the lower hills, and behind them, from east to west, rose the high mountains of Jharkhand. They were large and strong, covered with green forests and white with snow at the top. They looked both beautiful and secret. Ash did not know that he had been born near those snowy peaks. He did not know he had lived his early years in the high Himalayas. He had once fallen asleep watching the mountains turn red in sunset or silver under the moon, and woken to see them bright white in the morning sun. They were part of his hidden memories, because long ago he had known them as well as other children know the painted wall of a nursery. Now, when he looked at them, he felt sure that somewhere behind those mountains was the valley that Sita had told him about in bedtime stories. It was their valley, the hidden safe place they would one day reach after many days walking through high passes, where the wind cried between dark rocks and ice fields shone too bright for the eyes. Sita did not talk much about that valley anymore. She was busy in the daytime, and Ash now slept in the Yuvraj's rooms at night. But the story stayed in his mind. To him, the valley was real, although he did not know it was only a story. When he could find some free time in the morning, evening, or long hot hours when the palace was quiet and everyone rested, he liked to go to a small balcony on the wall of the More Minor, the Peacock Tower. He would lie on the warm stone and look toward the mountains. He would think about the valley and make plans. Only Kyrie knew about that balcony. They had found it by chance. No one could see it from inside the fortress, because the wall of the tower hid it. The More Minor was part of the old fort, once used to watch the foothills. But its roof and stairs had fallen long ago. The doorway was now closed with broken stone. The balcony was not old and had been built many years after the main tower. It was made for some Rani who had died long ago. It was a small and beautiful pavilion built of marble and red sandstone. The carvings made it look like frozen lace, and a round Hindu dome stood on top. Pieces of wood still hung on the rusty metal hinges where a door had once been. The thin carved screens were still there, except in one place where a window had once opened. From that window, the Rani and her ladies had looked at the mountains. Now there was only empty space in front of the balcony and some broken stone work. Below it, the wall went down 40 feet to dry bushes and sharp rocks. Then the ground dropped again, far lower, before reaching the wide plain. There were a few small paths made by goats on the hill. People rarely came so high, and even if they did, they might not see the little building. Its shape could hardly be seen beside the worn stone tower called the More Minor. Ash and Kyrie had climbed there while chasing a little marmoset that had run away. They had gone over loose stones and broken walls at the bottom of the old tower. When they looked up, they had seen the monkey halfway to the top. Long ago there had been rooms in the tower, but the floors were gone. Only small pieces of the stone steps were left, just big enough for a monkey to stand on. But what a monkey can climb, a quick child can also try. Ash was good at climbing. He often climbed over city roofs and was not afraid of heights. Kyrie was light and fast like a squirrel. They had cleared the broken steps, pushing away the sticks and eggshells that birds had left there. Then they climbed up and went after the marmoset. When they passed through a doorway, they found a small carved balcony under a canopy. It hung high above the ground, quiet and safe from anyone who might come there. It was like a bird's nest far from reach. Ash was very happy to find it. He felt it was a secret place just for him. He could come here when he wanted to be alone or when he felt sad or angry. From here, he could see the world and dream about his future. He could forget the heavy feeling of the palace. There were too many people talking and planning, too many secrets and fights. The air on the balcony was clean and cool. It moved softly through the marble screens and kept the place fresh. No one came there now. Only monkeys, owls, crows, and the small yellow birds lived nearby. For 50 years, no one had entered. Most people had forgotten it even existed. Ash liked this secret place more than anything. He would have chosen to visit the city freely instead, and if he could have done that, he would not have run away. He would have stayed for Sita's sake. But since he could not go out, this hiding place became precious to him. Here, no one could call him for small jobs or useless questions. No servant would come here to find him. The rooms he shared with Sita were not the same. Someone always looked for him there first. This balcony gave him the quiet he wanted and made his life in the Hawa Mahal easier. He was also happy because he had two good friends, Khoda Dad Khan, who was the master of horses, and Khoda Dad's youngest son, Zarin. Because of them, Ash felt almost content to stay there forever. Khoda Dad was a Pathan who had left his home in the border hills when he was young. He had gone north, near the land of Punjab, to look for his fortune. He had come to Gulcote by chance. His skill with hawks soon caught the eye of the young Raja, who had just become king after his father died 2 months before. That happened more than 30 years ago. Since then, Khoda Dad had stayed in Gulcote almost all the time. He only visited his home near the border country once in a while. He worked for the Raja and became known as Mir Akka, a man respected in all the state. He knew everything about horses. People said he could talk to them, and even the wildest ones became calm when he did. He could shoot well and ride perfectly. He also knew much about hawks and falcons, as much as he knew about horses. The Raja often asked his advice and always listened to it. After his first visit home, Khoda Dad came back with a wife. Later, she gave him 3 sons. Now he was proud to have grandsons too. He often spoke about them to Ash.
They are like me when I was young, he told him. My mother says this often. Our home is in the Yusufzai country, near Hoti Mardan, where my son Awal Shah serves in his regiment. My second son Afzal also serves there.
Coda Dad's two older sons worked for the British in the same Guides Corps as Ash's uncle William had. Only the youngest, Zarin Khan, still lived with his parents. But Zarin also wanted to be a soldier one day. He was about 6 years older than Ash and already considered a man in his country. Except for the height, they looked very much alike. Zarin, like many Pathans, had grey eyes and light skin. They could easily be taken for brothers. Coda Dad treated them like that. He called both my son and gave them playful cuffs when they deserved it. Ash felt proud when Coda Dad did this, because he reminded him of Uncle Akbar, his hero when he was a little boy, kind, wise, and strong. Coda Dad taught Ash how to fly a hawk and how to train a young horse. He showed him how to pick up a tent peg from the ground while riding fast, how to hit a moving target and how to never miss when the target was still. He also gave him advice about life. He told him it was wise to stay calm and not act before thinking. He often pointed out Ash's mistakes.
You should not have spoken so quickly. If you had kept quiet, you could have left when you wanted. Now you are locked here because of your words.
Zarin was also kind to Ash and treated him like a younger brother. Sometimes he scolded him, sometimes he praised him. Best of all, Ash was allowed to go with them outside the Hawa Mahal. That felt almost like going out alone. They had to make sure he did not escape, but they never acted like guards. With them, Ash could feel free. Ash had forgotten the Pushtu language he once knew in his father's camp. Now he learned it again because Coda Dad and Zarin spoke it every day. He wanted to be like his heroes, so he used only Pushtu when with them. Coda Dad found it funny. But Sita did not like it. She became jealous, just as she had once been jealous of Akbar Khan.
He does not pray to the gods, said Sita sternly. Pathans live by fighting. They are thieves and killers, and they hurt cattle. It makes me sad, Ashok, that you spend so much time with them. They will teach you bad ways.
Is it bad to ride, to shoot, or to fly a hawk? Mother, asked Ash.
He thought those skills were worth more than the small wrongs Sita mentioned. He also could not understand why cows were holy. If it had been horses, elephants, or tigers, then he could understand. But cows. It was hard for a young boy to remember all the gods. There were so many of them. Brahm, Vishnu, Indra, and Shiv, they were different and yet somehow the same. There was Mitra, who ruled the day, and Kali, the goddess of skulls and blood, who was also Parvati, kind and beautiful. There was Krishna, the beloved, Hanuman the ape, and Ganesh, who had an elephant head and was the son of Shiv and Parvati. These and many other gods must all be given gifts through the priests. But Coda Dad said there was only one God, and his prophet was Mohammed. That sounded simpler, but Ash often felt confused. He could not tell if Coda Dad really worshipped God or Mohammed. Coda Dad said that God lived in the sky, yet he also taught that people must face Mecca when they prayed. Mecca was the city where Mohammed had been born. Coda Dad spoke against idols and said it was wrong to worship them. Still, he told Ash about a holy stone in Mecca which all Muslims respected. They treated it with as much honor as Hindus gave to their stones for Vishnu. Ash thought both were very alike. He could not see any real difference. If one was an idol, then the other was also an idol. He thought about this for a long time. He did not want to upset Sita or Coda Dad. So he decided to choose something to worship on his own. He remembered a prayer he had once heard from the priest in the city temple. The priest had spoken softly to the gods, asking for forgiveness. The priest said that people were weak and could not truly understand God. God was everywhere, but people worshipped him in one place. God had no shape, but people made shapes to help them pray. God needed no praise, but people offered prayers and greetings anyway. Ash liked this idea. It sounded wise and fair. After thinking for some time, he chose the tall white mountains that could be seen from the Queen's balcony. They stood high above the smaller hills like towers of a great city. In Gulcote they were called the Dyrkheime, the Far Pavilions. Ash liked them more than the red-painted stone that Sita worshipped. He could also face their direction when he prayed, just as Dad faced Mecca. Ash thought, someone must have made these great mountains. Maybe it was the same one whom both Sita and her priests and Dad and his teachers prayed to. He felt that the Dyrkheime showed the power of that being. They were strong and beautiful. He believed they could protect him. So they became his own special place of worship.
"O Lord," he whispered to the Dyrkheime, "you are everywhere, but I worship you here."
After that, the mountain seemed almost alive to him. It felt like a goddess with many faces. She never looked the same for long. In the morning light she shone like a bright flame. At noon she was silver. At sunset she turned gold and pink. At night she became purple, then dark and still. In storm and mist she hid herself behind clouds and rain. Whenever Ash went to the Queen's balcony, he brought a few grains or some flowers. He placed them on the broken stone for the Dyrkheime. The birds and squirrels liked his gifts and grew tame. They hopped and ran around him as if he were part of the balcony. They begged him for food like little beggars.
"Where have you been, Piara?" Sita scolded.
"They have been looking for you," said the man.
I told them you were probably with the Patan and his birds, or maybe in the stables with his lazy son. Now that you live in the prince's house, it is not right for you to spend time with such people. The servants of the Yuvraj act as if I must watch you, Dad Khan said. They come here asking, where is he? What is he doing? Why is he not here?
Where have you been? Lalji would ask in an annoyed voice. Biju and Mohan have been looking all over for you. I don't want you to go away like that. You are my servant. I wanted to play Chaupo.
Ash always said sorry and told him he had been walking in one of the gardens or near the stables or the elephants. Then they would play Chaupo, and soon everyone forgot about it until next time. The Hawa Mahal was very big, so it was easy to get lost inside. Lalji knew the boy could never leave the building alone, and that he would be found in the end. Still, Lalji liked to know Ashok was close to him. He felt that Ashok was someone he could trust. Even though there had been no more accidents, Lalji began to think that Dunmaya's fear for him was only her imagination. Maybe Biju Ram was right when he said no one, not even the dancer, would dare to hurt him. If that was true, Lalji no longer needed Ashok near him. Also, Ashok was not as funny or exciting as Pran, Mohan, or Biju Ram. Those three were older, but they made Lalji laugh with their naughty stories about the women's quarters. They also showed him things that were not good, but he liked them. If Lalji had not felt that Ashok brought him safety, he might have sent the boy away. Sometimes he thought Ashok looked at him with quiet scorn, and that hurt him. Ashok did not laugh at Biju's rude jokes or at the cruel games of Punwa, and this made Lalji feel small. Then jealousy started to grow in him. It began with Anjali. At first, that was not a big thing, because she was still a child and not very pretty. If she had been beautiful, Lalji might have hated her, just as he hated the dancer and her oldest boy, Nandu, who was his half-brother. But the queen, the Faringirani, had been kind to Lalji. He wanted to be kind to her daughter, too. So he let Ashok take care of little Anjali, who he called Kairibai, and he did not stop it. Still, Lalji was unhappy when Hira Lal, one of his men, started to like Ashok. He was even more unhappy when Dad Khan, whom all the young men in the palace respected, also liked the boy. Dad often spoke with the Raja and said good things about Ashok. The Raja of Gulcote was a big man who moved slowly. He liked wine, women, and opium too much. Because of this, he had become weak and looked much older than his real age. He loved his eldest son and would never believe that anyone wanted to harm him. If he had known that the dancer had tried to hurt Lalji, he would have ordered her death. But the Raja was now too tired to face more trouble. Whenever he gave attention to Lalji, there was always a fight with the dancer, Janubai. To have peace, he stayed away from his son. Lalji loved his father deeply but also felt jealous. He was hurt that his father ignored him. He became angry whenever his father spoke kindly to someone else during his short visits. The Raja spoke to Ash only because Khoda Dad Khan had told him the boy had promise. He also remembered hearing that Ashok had once saved Lalji's life. That made him want to notice the boy. Sometimes, when he went out to fly his hawks and hunt birds, he asked for Ash to come with him. On these days, Lalji became quiet and angry. Later, he took small revenge on Ash. Sometimes he made Ash stand near him for many hours. Ash could not eat, drink, or sit. At last, he felt very tired and weak. Sometimes Lalji hurt one of the pet animals. He did this to make Ash angry. When Ash became angry, he was punished. The people in Lalji's court followed their master. They tried to make life hard for Ash. They did not like him because he rose so fast from a simple horseboy. Only one man was different. His name was Hyra Lai. Hyra Lai was kind to Ash. He never laughed at Biju Ram's cruel jokes. Instead, he often yawned. He played with a black pearl in his ear. He touched it slowly and looked bored. This simple action made Biju Ram angry. He thought Hyra Lai was mocking him. Biju Ram also wore one earring. But Hyra Lai's pearl was rare and beautiful. It made Biju Ram's diamond look cheap. Hyra Lai also wore simple grey clothes. Next to him, Biju Ram's bright clothes looked too loud. Hyra Lai often looked sleepy. People thought he did no work. But his eyes saw many things. Very little escaped him. He was calm and friendly. People said he was lazy, and they laughed about it. They did not take his words seriously.
Do not worry about them, boy, he said to Ash. They are bored and want to hurt someone. They feel important when others feel bad. Even a child or a small animal is enough for them. If you do not show your feelings, they will stop. Then he looked at Biju Ram. Is that not true? He asked.
The name he used was rude. Biju Ram became very angry. He looked at Hyra Lai with narrow, angry eyes. The others also became angry and spoke quietly among themselves. But Lalji said nothing. He acted as if he did not hear. He knew he could not punish Hyra Lai. The Raja had given Hyra Lai this position. Sometimes Lalji thought his stepmother planned it. So Lalji stayed silent. It was easier this way. Also, Hyra Lai was clever and funny. He told jokes and made simple games. Even on a boring day, he could make people laugh. Without him, life in the palace would be less fun. Ash felt thankful to Hyra Lai. He listened to his advice and found it good. He learned to hide his feelings. He accepted punishment without showing pain. Later, he could look calm and uncaring. But his feelings were still inside him. They became stronger because he could not show them.
You should feel sorry for him, he said. He does not get the love he needs. If he never had love, it would be easier. But he had it before, and now he has lost it. That is why he is unhappy. When he hurts you, you can go to your mother. She will comfort you and care for you. But he has no one. Only his old nurse, Dunmaya. She only scares him. So be patient with him, Shock. You are more lucky than he is.
Ash tried to be patient. It was not easy. But now he understood Lalji better. This helped him a lot. For this, he thanked Hyra Lai. The next year, Lalji was married. People forgot their anger during this time. The palace became busy and full of life. Workers came with paint and tools. They cleaned and painted the walls and ceilings. The old palace became bright again. It was full of color and light. The Nautch girl became jealous because people gave so much attention to her stepson. Sometimes she was sad and quiet, and sometimes she made loud scenes. The bride's family made a lot of noise right before the wedding because they suddenly asked for twice the money that had been agreed before. The groom's father became very angry and almost stopped the wedding. But this would have brought great shame to everyone, so after long talks and arguments, they made a new agreement and continued with the plans. The bride was 8 years old and the daughter of a small hill Raja. After the wedding, she would go back to her parents until she was old enough to live with her husband. Still, the ceremonies were long and fancy. The Raja spent a lot of money on the wedding. He could have used the money to help poor people or fix the roads in Gulcote. But no one thought about that. Both the ruler and the people preferred to enjoy the fun and beauty of a big wedding. Everyone in Gulcote enjoyed the event. The poor people were happy to receive free food and money. The fireworks, music, torchlit parades, horses, and elephants looked beautiful. The elephants carried silver seats full of shining guests. The citizens were amazed, but the Raja's money was almost gone. The Raja did not care, but the Nautch girl did. She was angry and said it was a waste of money. She became quiet again only after the Raja gave her rubies and diamonds from the royal jewels. Ash had fun at the wedding too. Little Kaye, who was only 4 years old, joined the celebration for the first time as a princess of Gulcote. As the sister of the young prince, she had to give the first gifts to the bride. She wore clothes and jewels she had never seen before. At first, she liked the colors and the way they shone. Later, she felt tired because the jewels were heavy and sharp. Before this, her only decoration was a small mother-of-pearl fish on a string around her neck. It had belonged to her mother, and Kaye called it her luck piece. Still, she was proud to wear the beautiful jewels during the wedding. It felt good to be important, and she did her job carefully. The wedding went on for more than a week. When it finally ended and the guests went home, Kaye's fancy clothes and jewels were taken back to the treasure chests of the Raja. Only torn decorations, fading flowers, and the smell of incense showed that the great event had passed. The Hawa Mahal became quiet again. The Rani, Jinubai, started planning even grander marriages for her young sons. Lalji found that being married did not make him more important. He thought the whole tiring ceremony had changed nothing. He did not like his wife much. He thought she was silly and not very pretty, but he hoped she would look better when she grew up. Dunmaya told him she would, but she always said things that made him happy. When the guests left, his father stopped paying attention to him. Lalji felt bored, angry, and sad again. He argued with his servants and made life hard for Ash. During those dull months after the wedding, Ash started to talk with Sita about leaving Gulcote. Sita was shocked when she heard this idea. She was not afraid for herself, because she would do anything for Ash. But she did not believe life would be better anywhere else. She thought his sadness came only from the rude behavior of the prince, and that it would soon pass. Sita knew all about the young prince's problems. There were few secrets in the palace. It made her angry that he was often unkind to her son, but she still felt sorry for him. He had lost his mother when he was small. His father did not care much for him, and his stepmother even wished that he would die soon. He was lonely and unhappy. His anger and unkindness came from this sadness. Ashok had to be patient with him and try to forgive him. She also knew that the prince would never let them leave the palace. Ashok must not think about running away. It was not possible. Even if they managed to go, where would they live? Where could they find the same safety and comfort as here, in the Raja's palace? They had food, clothes, and a place to sleep.
Do they pay you, mother? Ashok asked in a hard voice.
They do not pay me, though they said they would. I get food and clothes, but no money. When I ask, they say, later. Next time. Next month. I have not a single coin to use, he said. But, my dear, we are fed and clothed, said Sita softly. We have a roof and a fire to keep us warm. And remember, one day the young prince will be the Raja. Then he will reward you and treat you well. He is only a boy now, a sad and angry boy. That is why he is unfair sometimes. When he grows older, he will be wiser. You must be patient and wait.
How long must I wait? 1 year? 2? 3? Said Ashok. Oh, mother.
I know, my son, she said quietly. I know. But I am not young anymore, Anne. She stopped speaking.
Ashok looked at her carefully. He suddenly felt afraid. She looked thinner than before. There were more grey hairs on her head now, more silver than black. She also looked tired. He wondered if her work for Kyrie in the palace was too hard. He decided to speak to Kyrie soon. He would tell her not to give his mother too much work. Then he realized that he was the one making her sad now. He felt sorry. He held her tightly and told her they would not leave. He said he had only been joking. He told her they would stay in the Hawa Mahal as long as she was happy. After that, he said nothing more about leaving. He tried to act cheerful and pretend everything was fine with the young prince. He did not want his mother to see his unhappiness. Later, he spoke to Kyrie and told her not to give his mother too much to do. Kyrie said she had not made Sita work hard.
I think she is just tired because she is old, Kyrie said after thinking. Old ladies get tired easily. Dunmaya always says she is tired.
But Ashok thought his mother was not old like Dunmaya, who was full of wrinkles and had white hair. Again, he felt afraid. Because of this fear, he spoke sharply to Kyrie. He told her she was silly and did not understand anything. He said she was like a baby and he did not know why he wasted time talking to her. He said she followed him everywhere like a small dirty kitten and never left him alone. Meow, meow, girls, said Ash with a mocking smile.
He said he was glad he did not have any sisters.
Kyrie started to cry. To comfort her, Ash let her tie a thin silk thread around his wrist. This made him her bracelet brother. It was an old custom that allowed a girl to give a bracelet to any man. If he accepted it, he had to protect her like his real sister whenever she needed help. Even though Kyrie's strong liking for him sometimes made Ash impatient, he slowly became fond of her. He felt that she belonged to him in some way, a feeling he had not known since his pet Tuku had died. Kyrie was an even better friend than Tuku, because she could talk to him. Like the little mongoose, she loved him, stayed near him, and trusted him. After a while, she took the empty place in his heart that Tuku had left. It made Ash happy to think that he now had someone he could care for and protect. He did not have to worry about Lalji or anyone else hurting her. Still, he warned Kyrie to be careful.
I am only your brother's servant, he said. If the others see how close we are, they may not like it.
Kyrie was young, but she understood. After that, she seldom spoke to him directly unless they were alone or with Sita. They made up a way to talk to each other while pretending to speak to someone else. They could speak to Lalji, one of his servants, or even to a parrot or a monkey, and still send each other secret messages. They enjoyed this secret game very much. They became so good at it that only Hyra Lai, who noticed almost everything, guessed that Kyrie's cheerful words and Ash's short answers sometimes meant something different. By using this game, they arranged to meet at special places they called by secret names. Sometimes they met in Sita's courtyard. More often, they met on the Queen's balcony. There they fed the birds and the squirrels. They talked about what was happening in the palace or sat quietly together, watching the far white mountains. That same year, Ash lost one of his few friends. In the autumn, Zarin left to join his two older brothers, who were soldiers in the Corps of Guides.
I have taught him all I know about shooting and sword fighting, said Codadad. He was born to ride a horse. Now it is time for him to make his own way. A man's work is fighting, and there is always war on the border.
Codadad gave his son the best horse he could find in Gulcote. Many young men wanted to join the Guides, and only the best riders and best shots could get in. Ash and Zarin were sure Zarin would win a place, and soon he rode away proudly. He promised Ash he would come back when he had his first leave.
When you are grown up, you will come to Marden and be a soldier too, said Zarin. We will ride in battles together and fight in great attacks. So make sure you learn everything my father teaches you. Do not bring shame to me when you come as a new recruit.
Life in the Hawa Mahal felt even harder after Zarin left. When news came from Mardan that he had joined the cavalry and was now a soldier in the Guides, Ash became more restless. He also wanted to be a soldier like his friend. Because of this, he often went riding and practiced shooting with Codadad. Sita did not like this plan. She became afraid whenever she heard about the Guides. She never liked Codadad or his son, and now she disliked them even more because they were part of that regiment. She had believed that she and Ashok were safe in Gulcote. When she found out that Ashok had made friends who might bring him to his English uncle's notice, she became very worried. She did everything she could to stop that from happening. Sita often said that soldiers were rough men who earned little money. She said they lived in danger and had no proper homes. They slept in tents or on the ground and their families had no safe houses. She could not understand why Ashok wanted such a life. She became so upset that Ash stopped talking about it. He let her think he was not serious. He thought she hated the idea only because Codadad and Zarin liked it, and Sita never liked them. He did not know there was another reason why she was against it. Even though he said nothing more to Sita, he still spoke about it often with Codadad. Sometimes he talked to Kyrie too. She was very young, but she listened to everything he said. Kyrie was always happy to listen to him for a long time. He did not need to explain things to her. She seemed to understand him easily, but she did not remember most of what he told her, except when he spoke about the valley. Kyrie liked the valley stories best. Now the valley felt real to her, just as it did to Ash. She believed she would go there too and help him build their house. Together they planned their house, room by room. They made it bigger and more beautiful each time. Then, when it became too grand, they would imagine knocking it down and starting again. The next time, they made a small house with low ceilings and a roof of straw.
Even that will cost a lot of money, Kyrie said sadly. Tens and tens of rupees. She could not count higher than 10.
One day she brought him a small silver coin. She said they should start saving for the house. It was more money than Ash had seen in a long time. He wanted to spend it, but he hid it under a loose stone in the floor of the Queen's balcony. He told Kyrie they would add more coins when they could. But they never did, because money was very hard to get in the Hawa Mahal. There was always food and clothes if they needed them, but not much else. Ash often remembered his time in the city, when he worked with horses. He felt free then, and his small pay now seemed rich compared to nothing. He felt ashamed that he could not save even as much as Kyrie had. Even if one day he was allowed to leave the Yuvaraj's service and could make Sita agree to soldiering, he knew he could not join Zarin. Codadad had told him that the Guides' cavalry needed each soldier to bring his own horse and money for his gear. That money would be given back when he left the army. Zarin had both a horse and some money, but Ash had neither.
When I am married, I will give you all the money you need, Kyrie said kindly. People were already talking about her marriage in the women's quarter.
What good will that be? Ash replied. It will be too late. You won't be married for many years. You are still just a baby.
I will be 6 soon, Kairi said. Aruna says that is old enough to be married.
Then they will take you away from here, Ash said sadly. You may go far, far away, and even if you are rich, you cannot send money to Gulcote. Your husband may not give you any money anyway.
Of course he would, said Kairi. If I were a Maharani, I would have many, many rupees to spend, just like Janarani.
And an old, fat, bad-tempered husband who will hurt you, and then die many years before you do. Then you will have to become a sati and be burned with him, someone said.
Don't say that, Kairi said.
Her voice shook, and her small face turned pale. The sati gate always frightened her. It had many red handprints on its stones. It reminded her of the women who had been burned alive with the dead Rajas of Gulcote. Before walking to the fire, each woman had dipped her hand in red dye and pressed it on the wall. The marks were small and thin, some no bigger than Kairi's own hand. The British had stopped the cruel custom, but everyone knew it still happened in faraway places. In Gulcote, many people remembered how Kairi's grandmother, the old Rani, had burned herself in the fire with her dead husband. She had died with 3 other wives and 17 women from the Zenana.
If I were you, Julie, Ash said after thinking for a moment, I would not get married at all. It is too dangerous.
Few Europeans ever came to Gulcote. The state was now part of the land ruled by the British after the Sepoy Mutiny of 1857. But it had no roads or bridges. Travellers found it hard to reach, and since it caused no trouble, the British were happy to leave it alone while they worked on more important problems in India. In the autumn of 1859, the Raja sent his Prime Minister and some nobles to make a treaty with the British, hoping to avoid future problems. But it was not until the spring of 1863 that Colonel Frederick Bng from the political department came to visit the Raja of Gulcote. He came with some young secretaries and a group of Sikh soldiers led by a British officer. Everyone in Gulcote was interested in this visit. They had seen few white men before, except for a colourful traveller named Sergei Vodvichenko and his unlucky daughter, the Ferengi Rani. People wanted to see what the British looked like and how they acted. They also wanted to enjoy the big celebrations that would happen. It was going to be a grand show, and no one was more excited than Ash. Sita, however, did not like the idea. She did not want foreigners to visit Gulcote. She tried to make Ash stay away from the ceremonies and not go near the court while the Englishmen were there.
Why do they want to come here and interfere with us? Sita said. We do not need foreigners telling us what to do and making problems for everyone. They always ask too many questions. Promise me, Ashok, that you will not speak with them.
Her strong feelings confused Ash. He still remembered a tall man with grey hair who had often told him that being unfair was wrong. Ash could not remember anything else about that man except his face in the light of a lamp. It had looked pale and lifeless. Then he remembered hearing jackals fighting in the moonlight. That sound had scared him so much that even now he felt afraid when he heard jackals at night. Ash had learned early that his mother did not like to talk about the past. She never answered his questions. Maybe the foreign man had been unkind to her. Maybe that was why she did not want him to speak with the English visitors. Still, she could not expect him to stay away from work while they were there. Lalji needed everyone in the house to help during the visit. The night before Colonel Byng came, Ash suddenly became sick after eating food made by his mother. For several days he lay on his bed in her room. He felt very weak and could not think about anything except the pain in his head and stomach. Sita cared for him all the time. She cried and said it was her fault because she had given him bad food. She did not let the doctor sent by Hira Lai treat him. Instead, she gave Ash her own herbs to drink. They made him sleepy and heavy-headed. When Ash finally got better, the visitors had already gone. He had to listen to stories about what had happened from Kairi, Kodadad, and Hiralai.
You did not miss much, Hiralai said in a dry voice. The colonel was old and fat. His secretaries were young and silly. Only the officer who led their guards could speak our language well. His Sikh soldiers said he was a real devil, but they meant that as praise. Are you feeling better now? He smiled a little. Kairibai said she thought someone poisoned you to keep you from seeing the celebration. We told her not to be foolish. Who would care if you saw it or not? Not Lalji, no matter what his silly sister thinks. Our proud Yuvraj only thinks about himself these days.
This was true, because Lalji was the son and heir of the Raja. He had taken an important part in the big ceremonies for Colonel Byng. He liked being noticed. It was more fun and less tiring than his wedding ceremonies. His father wanted to impress the English guests, so he gave Lalji wonderful clothes and jewels to wear. They were even grander than his wedding clothes. Lalji loved beautiful things and liked to show them. He did not often have the chance. So he enjoyed walking beside his father, wearing coats made with gold and silver thread, bright turbans, necklaces of pearls, shining jewels, and a sword with a handle of diamonds and a velvet cover decorated with small pearls. The fat Englishman, who spoke very bad Hindustani, was kind to him. He spoke to Lalji like he was already grown up. The Raja also brought Nandu, the Nautch girl's older son, to meet the visitors. But Nandu behaved badly. He cried and shouted and was rude. The Raja became angry and sent him away in the middle of the first meeting. After that he was not allowed to come back. Only Lalji stayed with his father for all 4 days of the celebration. When the parties ended, the fine clothes and jewels were not taken from Lalji. His father let him keep them. He also asked Lalji to stay close to him and treated him kindly. Lalji was happier than ever before. Everyone could see it. He stopped teasing his little sister and was good to his pets. He was kind and pleasant to the people in his house. It was a nice change, and only Hira Lal said it might bring trouble later. But Hira Lal was known for his gloomy thoughts. The rest of the servants enjoyed the calm and thought Lalji was becoming grown up. They believed he was learning to leave his childish ways. They were surprised that the Raja still liked to spend so much time with Lalji. They had thought it would end when the visitors left. Now Lalji spent many hours every day with his father and began learning about government work. The Nautch girl's enemies were happy about this. There were many of them. They thought it meant she was losing favor, especially because her new baby was a weak little girl. But soon it was clear that they were wrong again. Janurani was furious when her son was taken from the hall and her stepson received so much attention. She screamed for 2 days and stayed angry for a week after that. This time her temper did not work. The Raja stopped visiting her rooms. He stayed in his own part of the palace until she calmed down. This surprised her and made her afraid, which pleased her enemies. Janurani looked in the mirror and saw something new. She was no longer slim. She had grown short and round. Her skin was getting darker, and she was beginning to look older. The young, lovely dancer she had once been was gone. But she still had sharp wit and charm. After thinking about this, she acted quickly. She made peace with the Raja and soon was close to him again. Still, she did not forget that moment of fear. Then she did something new. She tried to become friendly with her stepson, which surprised everyone at court. It was not easy. Lalji hated the woman who had taken his father's love from the Feringirani. His anger was deep. But Lalji liked praise too much. The Nautch girl gave him many compliments and fine gifts. She began to praise him to the Raja and told him to care more for his eldest son. After some time, she managed to make peace with Lalji.
Someone, said Kodadad, who did not believe in the Rani's kindness, should remind that boy about the tiger of Titagunj, who pretended to eat only plants and then invited the young buffalo to dinner.
The court looked at the new friendship with doubt. They thought it would not last long. But after some weeks, they saw that the Rani and her stepson were still friendly. People soon stopped talking about it, and it became normal. The Raja was happy, and most of the Yuvaraj's servants were pleased too. Only old Dunmaya did not trust the dancing woman. Hira Lal, for once, agreed with her.
He said with a short laugh, "Never trust a snake or a wicked woman."
Ash enjoyed the kinder days for a short time. Lalji was cheerful and wanted to forget his old anger. He felt sorry for how badly he had treated the boy who had once saved his life. He no longer believed that his stepmother had planned that accident. Now he was sure it had only been bad luck. He began to think that Ashok should be free again to come and go. But Lalji was stubborn. His pride stopped him from changing the orders he had already given. Still, he decided to be kinder to Ashok in the future. For a short time, Ash seemed to be back in his old place as Lalji's friend. But it did not last. Ash did not know what he had done wrong. He could not understand why Lalji changed again. Yet it happened suddenly. Lalji turned cold toward him and became angry without cause. He blamed Ash for every small accident. When something was lost or broken, or when a bird became sick, Lalji said it was Ash's fault. Then Ash was punished.
But why me? Ash asked sadly.
He went to talk with Koda Dad.
What have I done? It's not fair. Why does he treat me like this? What happened to him?
Only God knows, said Koda Dad with a shrug. Maybe someone in the palace became jealous because you were close to him again. Maybe that person told lies about you. The love of princes brings envy. You have enemies, my boy. There is one they call Bichu, the scorpion.
Oh, him, said Ash. Biju Ram always hated me, but I never hurt him. I never stopped him from doing anything he wanted.
I am not sure about that, said Koda Dad.
Ash looked surprised.
Koda Dad said in a dry voice, have you never thought he might work for the Rani?
Biju? No, that's impossible, stammered Ash. He could not do that, not when Lalji trusts him and gives him gifts. He would never do it.
Why not? Asked Koda Dad. Was it not Lalji who first called him Bichu? He knew his nature. That man's heart is cold. There is a saying from my land beyond the Khyber. A snake, a scorpion, and a Shinwari cannot be tamed. It is true, my son. I have heard that Biju Ram works for the Rani and takes her money. If that is true, then both he and the Rani have reason to hate you.
Yes, whispered Ash. He felt weak, as if the ground under him was shaking. Poor Lalji.
Poor Lalji indeed, said Koda Dad quietly. I have told you before, life is not easy for those in high places.
Yes, but he was so much better before, said Ash. He was happy again, kind to everyone. Now he is only unkind to me, and I did nothing wrong. It is not fair, Koda Dad. It is not fair.
That is what children say, Koda Dad said roughly. Men are not fair, not the young ones or the old. You should know that by now. What does Hira Lal say?
Hira Lal had only pulled at his earring and said, I told you trouble would come. He refused to say more, which did not help at all. A few days later, someone said that Ash had broken Lalji's favorite bow. It had snapped during target practice. Ash said he had never touched it, but no one believed him. He was beaten and felt full of shame. After that, he asked to leave Lalji's service and go away from the palace. But they did not let him go. Instead, he was told that he must stay in the service of His Highness. He was also told that he could never leave the fortress again. This meant he could no longer go hunting or hawking with Lalji or the Raja on the hills. He also could not visit the city with Koda Dad or anyone else. Now the Hawa Mahal had become the prison that he had once imagined. The gates were closed, and there was no way to leave. When the cold season began, Sita caught a chill and started to cough. That had happened to her before, but this time she did not get better quickly. She refused to call the Hakim for help. She told Ash it was nothing serious and would soon go away. She said the winter winds would clear the last warm, damp air from the monsoon. But the heat had already gone, and the air from the mountains felt cool and smelled of pine and snow. News arrived from Zarin in Mardan, but it was sad news. The guides had fought one of the border tribes. In that fight, Khoda Dad's son Afzal was killed.
"It is the will of Allah," said Khoda Dad quietly. "What is written, but he was his mother's favorite."
It was a sad autumn for Ash. He felt less alone because of his brave little friend, Kairi Bai. No orders or rules could stop her. She always managed to escape from her women and meet Ash every day on the balcony of the Moor Miner. She often brought fruit or sweets from her own meals or ones she had taken from Lalji's. The two children lay there and looked at the white mountains of the Dürkheim. They made plans for Ash's escape from the palace. Ash always thought of ideas, and Kairi listened. But they both knew he could not leave his mother, who was growing weaker every day. Sita had always worked hard and moved with strength. Now she often sat quietly in the courtyard, leaning against the pine tree. Her hands rested in her lap, doing nothing. The children never talked about Ash's problems to her. She was too tired, and he had many worries. One of them was a new attempt to hurt the heir of Gulcote. 3 years had passed since the last time, and Ash had almost forgotten the poisoned cakes found in Lalji's garden. Then something similar happened and made him remember. A box of Lalji's favorite halwa was found on a marble seat near the lily pool. Lalji ran to take it, thinking a servant had left it for him. But at that moment, Ash remembered seeing 3 fat fish dead on their backs among the lilies. He jumped forward and pulled the box from Lalji's hand. He did it without thinking.
Lalji was angry and asked why.
Ash could not tell the truth because he had never spoken of the cakes before. If he told now, no one would believe him. They might even think he was hiding an attack on Lalji. So he lied.
He said the sweets were his own, but not good to eat because a sweeper had touched them by mistake. He said he wanted to give them to the pigeons instead. Lalji looked shocked and stepped back. Ash was punished for bringing the sweets into the garden.
Yet that memory from 3 years before had been true. Later that evening he threw one of the sweets to a crow. The crow fell dead. Because he had not spoken before, he still said nothing now. The next week something strange happened again. A cobra was found in Lalji's bedroom. Many servants said they were sure the snake was not there when the Yuvraj went to bed. But it was there in the middle of the night. Ash woke up and a few minutes later heard the clock strike 2. He slept across the doorway of the Yuvraj's room, so no one could go in without waking him. Even a snake could not pass without his knowing. But while he lay awake in the dark, he heard the dry sound of scales moving on the floor. The noise came from inside Lalji's room. Ash was very afraid of snakes. He stayed still so the creature would not notice him. Then he remembered that Lalji often moved while sleeping. If Lalji suddenly turned or reached out, the snake might strike him. Ash trembled with fear but quietly got up. He went toward the curtained doorway that led to the outer room. There was a lamp there. He turned the wick up and woke the servants. The cobra was near the fruit and drink beside Lalji's bed. The servants killed it. Lalji screamed, and soon many servants, courtiers, and guards ran in shouting. No one could understand how the snake had entered the room. People thought it had come through a drain in the bathroom. Only Dunmaya believed that someone had sent the cobra on purpose to harm her beloved boy.
She is a foolish old woman, said Sita after hearing the story. Who would be brave enough to take a live cobra and carry it through the palace? If they did, everyone would see them, because it was not a small snake. And who in Gulcote would want to hurt the boy? Not the Rani. Everyone knows how kind she is to him. She loves him like her own son. You do not need to give birth to a child to care for one. Dunmire did not give birth to the Yuvraj, but she loves him very much. She sees danger everywhere. She is mad.
Ash said nothing. He did not tell her about those old poisoned cakes or the halwa found in the same garden. He also kept silent about what Khoda Dad had said of the Rani and Biju Ram. He knew these stories would only frighten her, and he wished to protect her. But soon he could not hide the truth. Kairi discovered something that changed their lives as much as the cholera had done in that terrible spring when Hilary and Akbar Khan had died. Princess Anjali, called Kairi Bai, the little unripe mango, was only 6 years old then. In a Western country she would still have been a small child. But she had been born in the East, inside a palace. She had already seen the secret planning and jealous talk of an Indian court. These things made her clever before her time. She remembered Ashok's warning and knew Lalji did not like him. So in public she never spoke to Ash or even looked at him anymore. But they had a secret way to send messages to each other. They used signs and special words. No one in the house could understand them. 3 days after the Cobra incident, Kairi ran to the Yuvaraj's rooms. She gave an urgent signal to Ash. They only used this signal in great danger. Ash left as soon as he could. He went to the Queen's balcony. Kairi was waiting there. Her face was pale. She was crying.
"It is your fault," Kairi said, crying. "She said you threw away some sweets and saved him from a cobra. I did not want to listen, but I was afraid she would be angry if she saw me in her garden. Mian Mira flew there, and I had to catch him. So when I heard her coming, I hid behind the bushes near the pavilion. I heard what she said. Oh Ashok, she is bad. She wanted to kill Lalji. Now she is angry with you about the cobra and the sweets. She said you know too much. She wants them to kill you soon. She does not care how it is done. She said no one will care about your death. She called you a poor boy from the market. She told them to throw your body over the wall. People will think you climbed and fell. It is true. They will kill you. Oh, what shall we do?"
Kairi fell against him and cried loudly. Ash held her and moved her gently. His mind was full of fear. He knew it was true. Julie could not make up such a story. Janurani had always wanted to kill Lalji. She wanted her own son to take his place. Ashok had stopped her before. He had done this 3 times, maybe 4. He remembered the sweets. He had thrown them away. Did she know about that? He did not think anyone had seen him. But it did not matter now. She wanted him dead. He was an easy target. No one would ask questions. He was not important. He was only the son of a servant woman. He had never told Lalji about the sweets. He had not told him the truth about the halwa. Now it was too late. Lalji believed everything was an accident. 2 days ago, he told Dunmire she was wrong. He said she was an old troublemaker. She had spoken about the cobra. No one would help Ash. Not even the Yuvaraj.
Julie was right, Ash thought. It is my fault. I should have told Lalji everything. I should have shown him what the sweets did before.
Now he had no proof. Even if he had proof, Lalji would not believe him. Lalji trusted the Rani. Ash could not prove anything. He could not tell them what Julie heard. They would not believe a small child. But the Rani would know the truth. She might kill Julie too. She might also kill his mother. She would do this if they asked questions after his death. Twilight was filling the sky above the Queen's balcony. Kairi had cried until she was too tired to cry anymore. She lay still and quiet while Ash moved slowly back and forth, looking at the far white mountains. The wind felt cold because winter was near. October was ending, and the days were getting shorter. The sun was almost gone, and the tops of the Jyokhima mountains looked pink and gold under the pale sky. A single star shone like one of Janu Rani's jewels. Ash shook from the cold and gently let Kairi go.
We must leave, he said suddenly. It will soon be too dark to see, and they might be looking for me.
But he did not move yet. He waited until the snow turned from pink to violet. Only the highest peak of the Far Pavilions, Tarakalas, still showed light from the sunset. He had no rice for an offering today. Kairi wore a bracelet made of small rosebuds, and Ash took it from her wrist. He scattered the flowers at the edge of the balcony and hoped that the Jyokhima would forgive him.
Help me, he prayed quietly. Please help me. I don't want to die.
The light slowly disappeared, and now the mountains were dark purple against the sky. Soon many stars filled the air. Then the wind grew stronger and blew the rosebuds away. Ash felt calm because he thought the Jyokhima had accepted his prayer. The two children went down through the broken tower together, holding hands. They moved carefully, listening for any sound in the shadows. Sita was cooking the evening meal when they reached her courtyard. Ash left Kairi with her and ran quickly through the long corridors and yards of the Hawa Mahal. His heart was beating hard, and he felt cold fear on his back where a knife could cut him. He was very glad when he saw that nobody had noticed his absence. Lalji had received a new jeweled chess set from the Rani and was playing with Biju Ram. Several courtiers stood around them and praised every move. At the far end of the room, one man sat alone under a lamp, reading a book and not watching the game. Ash walked quietly to him and whispered, asking for a private word. Hyra Lai looked at him for a moment and then looked back at the book.
No, he said calmly. Tell me here. If it is important, it is safer not to go somewhere else. Someone might follow you. Turn your back to them so they cannot see your face. Speak in a normal voice, not a whisper. They will not think you are sharing secrets in front of them, so you can speak freely.
Ash did as he was told. He needed help, and Hyra Lai was the only person who had ever been kind to him in the Yuvaraj's house. He decided to trust him now. The dangerous night was coming, and Ash did not know how many people worked for the Nautch girl. Maybe half of them did. Maybe all of them. But not Hyra Lai. Ash felt sure that Hyra Lai was honest, and he was right. Hyra Lai listened quietly. He turned one of his earrings with his fingers while his eyes moved lazily around the room. To the courtiers watching the chess game, it looked as if he was only bored and not listening at all. But when Ash had finished speaking, he said quietly, "You did right to tell me. I will make sure you are safe tonight. But the Rani is a dangerous woman. She can pay well to get what she wants. You and your mother must leave Gulcote. There is no other way."
I cannot, the boy said, his voice shaking. The Yuvaraj will never give me permission, and the guards will not let me through the gate alone.
You will not ask for permission, Ash said. And we will find another way past the gate. Tomorrow go to the Master of Horse and tell him the same story. Koda Dad is wise. He will think of something. I think we have talked long enough. Biju Ram has looked at us again.
Ash gave a big yawn and closed his book with a loud bang. He stood up and said in a clear voice, "Horses I can stand, but not hawks. Do not expect me to care about birds that bite, smell, and drop feathers everywhere. Grow up, boy, and read the poets. That may help your mind, if you have one." He threw the book toward Ash and walked away to join the people watching the chess game. But he kept his promise. That night one of the Raja's bodyguards stayed in the room next to Ash. People said it was because the Raja was angry that a cobra had entered his son's bedroom. There were no problems that night, but Ash did not sleep well. Early next morning, he went quickly to see Koda Dad Khan.
Hyra Lai had arrived before him. Koda Dad raised his hand and said, "It is all ready. You must leave tonight. You cannot go through the gate, so you must climb over the wall. We will need ropes, many of them, because the drop is long. There are enough ropes in the stables, so that part is easy. The hard part is climbing down the rocks. You must follow goat paths. They are hard to find even in daylight, and much harder at night. We are lucky there will be a moon.
But my mother. Ash stammered. She is weak. She cannot.
No, she will go through the gate, Dad said. There is no rule against it. She can say she wants to buy cloth or small things in the bazaar and visit a friend for a few days. No one will stop her. When she has gone, you must pretend to be sick. Say you have a sore throat. The Yuvraj will not want you near him if he thinks you might spread illness. Then, when the palace is quiet, I will help you down the wall with a rope. After that you must leave quickly. Can your mother ride?
I do not know, Ash said quietly. I do not think so.
That does not matter, Dad said. Together you do not weigh much. She can sit behind you. Hiralai will have a horse waiting near the chenar trees by Lai Beg's tomb outside the city. You know the place. You cannot go through the city gates, because they close at night. Your mother must leave in the afternoon, when many people move in and out, and nobody will notice. Tell her to take food and warm clothes, for the winter is coming and the nights are cold. When you meet her, ride fast toward the north. They will think you went south, where the land is warmer and better for crops. With luck, no one will look for you for a day or more. At first they will think you are sick, and by the time they understand you have gone, you will be far away. He looked at Ash seriously. It is not the Yuvraj you must fear. It is the Rani. She will guess why you have run away. She will want you dead even more, because you may know too much and might tell others. The dancing woman is a cruel and dangerous enemy. Never forget that.
Ash's young face turned pale. He spoke in a rough voice.
But Julie knows too. If the Rani finds out who told me, she will kill her as well. I must take Julie with me.
Be quiet, said Dad angrily. You talk like a child, Ashok. You must think and act like a man now. Just tell Kairabai to say nothing. Even the dancer will not guess, because the girl comes and goes like a bird and no one looks at her. But if you run away with the Raja's daughter, do you think he would accept such shame? He would chase you until you died. Every man in Hind would help him. So stop thinking of such foolish things.
I am sorry, said Ash quietly. I did not think.
That is always your mistake, Dad growled. You act first and think later. How many times have I told you that? Now think. Is there any safe place where we can lower you down over the northern wall? The land there is rough with bushes and goat paths among the rocks. But it will not be easy. I do not know any place there where someone could not see you from a wall or a window.
There is one place, Ash said slowly, a balcony.
That was how, for the first time, he went to the Queen's balcony at night to leave it forever. He held tightly to the rope while Dad Khan and Hiralai lowered him down the 40-foot wall. Below him were rocks and dark thorn bushes under the bright October moon. Goat paths wound down toward the pale flatland of the plateau. He had said goodbye to Kairi earlier that day after Sita left and did not expect to see her again. But she waited for him in the Queen's balcony. Her small figure looked lonely in the moonlight.
They don't know I'm here, she said quickly. They think I am asleep. I put a bundle under my blanket so no one would see I am gone. They were both snoring when I left, so they did not hear me. I wanted to give you a present because you are my bracelet brother and because you are going away. Here, Ashok, this is for you. It will bring you luck.
She opened her small hand. In her palm lay a tiny piece of mother of pearl shaped like a fish. Ash knew it was her only treasure. It was the only thing she owned and it was very dear to her. He took it carefully, knowing how much it meant.
Julie, you should not give me this, he said, feeling shy. I have nothing to give you. He felt sad and poor.
You have the fish now, said Kaye softly.
Yes, he said, looking down. He could not see it well because his eyes were full of tears. But men did not cry. Then suddenly he had an idea. He broke the small fish in half and gave one piece back to her.
There. Now we each have a lucky charm. One day, when I come back, we will put them together again.
Enough, Dad said firmly. Go back to bed, Kaye Baba. If they find you gone, we will all be in danger. The boy must leave now. He has far to go before the moon sets. Say goodbye and go.
Kyrie's small face wrinkled with sadness. Tears ran down her cheeks and stopped her words.
Ash felt awkward and said quickly, Don't cry, Julie. I will come back one day. I promise.
He hugged her for a short moment. Then he pushed her gently towards Hira-Lai, who stood silent in the shadows.
Please make sure she gets back safely, Ash said. Her women must not know that she came out tonight. If the Rani hears of it and then finds I have gone.
Yes, yes, boy. I understand, Hira-Lai answered. I will take care of it. Now go, quickly.
Hira-Lai stepped out into the moonlight. The grey silk of his coat blended with the night sky. His face and hands looked the same color as the stone walls. For a moment, Ash thought he was looking at a ghost. It felt as if Hira-Lai was already becoming only a memory. The thought made Ash feel cold. He suddenly understood how much he owed this man who had helped him. He also thought about Dad and Kaye, and others who had been kind to him, the falconers, the grooms, the elephant keepers. And before them, all his friends and playmates from the happy days in the city. It was strange that only now, when he was leaving Gulcote, he saw that there had been many good times too. The black pearl that hung from Hira-Lai's ear shone softly as he moved. The moonlight made it sparkle like a small piece of stone or a falling tear. Ash looked at it and tried not to cry. He wondered when, or if, he would ever see it again.
Hurry, boy, Hira-Lai said in a short voice. It is late, and you must not waste time. Go now, and may the gods be with you. Namast.
I have lowered the rope, Dad said. Put your foot in the loop and hold the rope tight. When you reach the rocks, stand firm before you let go. From there your way will be harder. But if you move slowly and do not slip on the goat paths, you will be all right. May the All-Merciful help you and your mother reach safety. Do not forget us. Goodbye, my son. Kuda Hafiz, God protect you.
He held the boy close for a moment. Ash bent and touched his feet with shaking hands. Then he turned away quickly and moved his heavy bundle, trying to hide his tears. Behind him, he heard Kaye crying like a sad child. When he looked down, he felt afraid of the deep drop below and the hard rocks that fell to the plain.
Do not look down, said Dad. Look up.
Ash lifted his eyes. Far away in the moonlight he saw the Far Pavilions, their bright peaks high under the quiet sky. He kept his eyes on them as he felt for the rope. He caught the loop with his foot and held the rope tightly. Slowly, he went down from the edge of the balcony. He turned and moved slowly through the empty air. Tears burned his eyes.
Above him Kaye called softly through her sobs, "Goodbye, Ashok. Goodbye. You will come back, won't you? Kuda Hafiz. Kuda Hafiz. Jeet Raho. Jeet Raho."
Her tears fell on his face as she leaned over the Queen's balcony. Then his feet touched the rocks below. He stood still, let go of the rope, and saw it pulled back up. He waved one last time to the three friends watching from above. Then he turned and climbed carefully down between the rocks and thorny bushes, following a faint path he had seen earlier that day. The ground below the wall was not far, but it took him almost an hour to reach it. Once he slipped and nearly fell on a steep slope. It took a long time to crawl back to safe ground. After that, he moved more slowly. At last, scratched, bruised, and breathing hard, his clothes torn but his bundles safe, he reached the flat land. He looked up and saw the high cliff of the fortress and the dark shape of the Peacock Tower. He could not see the balcony now, it was hidden in shadow. He knew no one was there. Maybe no one would ever go there again, except little Julie, perhaps, when she grew older. But he thought she would not go often. She was still a baby, and soon she would forget. The way to the balcony would again be lost. Everything would change. Lalji would grow into a man. The dancing girl would become old and lose her beauty. Koda Dad would stop working, and a younger man would take his place. Hira Lal would grow old too. One day the old Raja would die, and Lalji would rule Gulcote. Only the Far Pavilions would not change. Years and centuries would pass, and when the Palace of the Winds was gone, the Far Pavilions would still stand in the same place. Ash knelt on the ground. He bowed to the mountains one last time, putting his forehead to the dust, as Koda Dad did when he prayed. Then he stood up, lifted his bundle, and walked on through the moonlight toward the grove of trees beyond the city. Sita had not disappointed him. Hira Lai had helped too. A strong country horse stood in the shadows where Sita waited. She held a heavy bundle with food and clothes for the journey. She had bought them in the market that afternoon. A man was there to take care of the horse. He was a stranger and did not give his name. He handed Ash a small packet.
"It is from Hira Lai," he said. "He said you may need money, and this will help you." He pulled the girths tight. "The mare is better than she looks," he added. "She can travel far each day. Keep her at a trot for many hours. She used to pull a cart, so she is strong." He pointed down the road. "That way is best," he said. Then he bent down and made a rough map in the dust under the moonlight. "There is no bridge over the river," he explained. "The big ferry is too dangerous. But there is a small one here, in the south. Only farmers use it. After you cross, still be careful. Hira Lai says the Rani may follow you beyond the border of Gulcote. May the gods protect you. Ride fast." He slapped the horse, and Ash started forward.
Ash was lucky. He knew the countryside well. In the old days, he had gone hunting and hawking often with the Raja, Lalji, and Koda Dad. Because of this, he did not lose his way, though he crossed many hills that night. The moon gave enough light for him to follow the marks on the route the man had shown him near Lai Beg's tomb. When dawn came, he saw a circle of rocks on a hillside. From that place long ago, he had seen the Raja shoot a leopard. He knew then that he was on the right road. Sita slept deeply beside him. The excitement of the previous day had made her very tired. Her head rested on Ash's shoulder, and she was tied to him with a long piece of turban cloth so she would not fall. When she woke, the sunlight was bright. They could see the river at the end of a rocky valley.
Sita said they should eat before they went near the ferry. "If we go too early or look too eager, people will wonder who we are," she said. She looked at Ash. "People will soon ask who has crossed the river," she said. "So we will dress you as a woman, my son. They will look for a woman and a boy walking, not two women on a horse." Ash wore one of Sita's saris and some cheap brass ornaments. He looked quite like a girl. Sita told him to keep his head low and cover his face with the sari. She said she would do all the talking.
Only the horse caused trouble. It did not want to step into the old boat that was used to cross the river. The ferryman asked for too much money. Hira Lai's packet had 5 rupees in copper and silver coins, but Sita did not want to spend that much. She also did not want people to know she had money. So she talked and bargained with the man until they agreed on a fair price. Then they slowly pushed the horse onto the boat. When they reached the far bank, Sita sighed.
Now we are safe, she said.
But Ash remembered the warning from Khoda Khan and the man near the chinar trees. He knew their escape was only the beginning. The Rani would find a way to cheat, using her own tricks with the dice. When Ash understood this, he turned north to the cold and rough land. The hills there would soon be white with snow. He did not go south to the warm air and rich fields, where people would expect them to go. It felt to him like a very long time since they first came to Gulcote. Back then, they had believed they would find peace and safety there. But in the Hawa Mahal, there had been no peace or freedom, and no safety. Now they were running again, with nowhere to live. They had to find a safe place to hide. There must be a place somewhere where people were kind and fair. A place where they could live quietly and be happy.
Ash thought sadly, somewhere they will leave us alone.
He was very tired. He had slept less than 3 hours since Kyrie had told him what she heard in the Rani's garden. He was only 11 years old, and the road was hard. The nights grew colder as they moved north, and Sita's cough became worse. Perhaps it only seemed worse because he was with her all the time now. He remembered Hira Lai's warning and sold the horse after they left Gulcote. He knew they would look less suspicious if they travelled on foot. But soon he was sorry for that choice. Sita could only walk a short distance each day. Sometimes they moved less than a mile. He saw now how weak she had become, and it made him worried. They did not always walk. With the money from Hira Lai and the horse, they sometimes rode in a tonga or a bullock cart. But those rides were not peaceful. They had to sit with others who asked many questions. After a long day in a cart and more questions from an Eka driver, they decided it was safer to walk alone again. After many days, no one seemed to follow them. Sita began to feel calmer. Ash started to believe that they had escaped the Rani. He thought they could rest now and plan what to do next. They could not keep moving forever. Their money would soon run out, and Sita needed rest and a roof above her head. She needed their own small home, not a new place every night or the open sky when they found no shelter. Ash knew he must find work and a little hut for them soon. Even at midday the air was cold, and snow lay on the hills in the north. They had gone far from Gulcote, far enough to stop running. The Rani would think he could not harm her now. Even if he told people what he knew, who would listen to a poor boy from a faraway place? But Ash did not understand the danger. He did not know that the Rani's fear was not only of the Raja but also of the British rulers. That was the true reason she still wanted to find him. In the old days, it would have been enough for Jenu Rani to know that the boy Ashok had run away from the state. But those days were gone. Now the British were strong and ruled the land. They could make or remove kings when they wanted. Jenu Rani still wanted her own son to be king. To do that, she needed to get rid of his half-brother. She had already tried many times but failed. That did not worry her much. She believed she would find another way that would work. No one except her most trusted friends was supposed to know her plan. When she found out that one of Lalji's servants, a poor boy brought into the palace, had learned about it, she became very angry. She thought Lalji had brought the boy as a spy. Now the boy knew too much. She decided he must die before he could tell the Raja. The Raja liked the boy, and he might believe him. She gave orders for the boy to be killed, but before that could happen, the boy and his mother fled. Now Jenu Rani felt not only angry but also afraid. Lalji was angry too. He sent men to search for the boy and bring him back under guard. When they could not find him, he stopped caring. He said it was good to be free of Ashok. Jenu Rani might have agreed with him if not for the British. She remembered the visit from Colonel Frederick Byng of the political department. Her husband had to treat him with great respect. She had also heard stories about Indian rulers who lost their thrones because they murdered their family or their rivals. If Ashok ever learned that the heir of Gulcote had died in a strange way, he might tell the British. Then they would begin to ask questions. Who could know what other secrets they might find? She told herself that the boy must not live. As long as he was alive, he was a danger to her and a problem for her son.
At any cost, he must be found, said Janu Rani. He and his mother too, because he will have told her everything. We cannot act against the prince while they still live.
Ash found work with a blacksmith in a village near the Grand Trunk Road. He and his mother were given a small storeroom behind the forge to live in. The work was hard, and the pay was little. The room was very small and had no window or furniture. But it was a start. They used the last of Hira Lai's money to buy a used bed made of rope, a cheap quilt, and a few cooking pots. Sita hid the rest of their coins, which came from selling the horse, in a hole under the bed. When Ash was away, she made another hole in the wall and put there a sealed packet and the leather bags she had brought from the Hawa Mahal. She did not try to find work for herself, which was strange for her. She seemed happy to sit in the sun outside their door, cook their small meals, and listen every evening to Ashok's stories about his day. She had never wanted much in life. She did not miss the Hawa Mahal. There, she had seen her son only a little, and she had known he was unhappy. Ash was happier now than he had ever been when he worked for the Yuvaraj. He still earned little money, but he received it in real coins in his hand. That was better than the Palace of the Winds, where he almost got nothing. He felt proud because he was working like a real man. He still dreamed about a better future, but he could have stayed in the village for a year or two and felt quite content. But one day, early in the new year, trouble came again. 2 men arrived in the village asking about a hill woman and a boy. They said the boy had grey eyes and might be disguised as a girl. The men were looking for them because of stolen jewelry that belonged to the state of Gulcote. There was a reward of 500 rupees if someone caught them, and 50 rupees for anyone who gave information. The men came late one evening. They stayed that night in the house of the Tehsildar, the village officer. Ash was lucky because the Tehsildar's young son was his friend. The boy heard his father talk with the strangers. He knew the only people they could mean were Sita and Ash. So he ran out quietly in the dark and woke Ash, who was sleeping outside Sita's door. Half an hour later, Sita and Ash were running down a path through the fields. The night was dark, and the stars gave only weak light. Ash wanted to reach the main road. He hoped a bullock cart would pass and give them a ride, because Sita was too weak to walk far. They were lucky again. A kind Tonga driver stopped for them and took them more than 5 miles, to the edge of a small town. From there they went into the open land, walking back toward the south so that the men could not follow their trail. For the next 2 months, they lived with great difficulty. They were always afraid that someone was following them. They never stayed long in one place. They thought big towns were safer than villages, because strangers were often noticed in small places. But it was hard to find work, and everything cost a lot. The little money they had soon ran out. The heat and bad air of the cities made Sita sick. She missed the hills and wanted to go back. She had never liked the flatlands, and now she was also afraid of them. One evening, Ash talked with some workers outside a timber yard. He again heard the story about a reward for the 2 jewel thieves. He felt hopeless and tired. He wondered if they would ever be free from danger.
Let us go north again, to the hills, Sita said softly. We will be safe there. There are few roads and many places to hide. But here, in these flat lands, there are so many roads and towns. We cannot hide anywhere.
So once more, they turned north. They had no money for carts now, and very little for food. They walked slowly, step by step. At night they slept under trees or in the streets of small towns. They kept moving until one sad day when Sita could walk no more. They had slept the night before under some big rocks near the Jhelum River. They could see the white snow of Kashmir from there. When the sun rose, the mountain tops turned pink in the morning light. The air was clear and cool. The mountains looked close, as if they could reach them in one day. Sita lifted herself on one arm and looked at them for a long time. She wanted to reach them, but she knew now she never would. They had only a small handful of dry grain to eat that morning. Ash crushed the grain between two stones and mixed it with water. He made a soft paste, but Sita could not swallow it. Ash wanted to move away because the place was not safe. But Sita shook her head.
I cannot go, Piara, she whispered. I am too tired. Too tired.
Ash spoke softly.
I know, Mother. I am tired too. But we cannot stay here. It is too dangerous. There is no safe place around. If someone comes, we will be trapped. And I think they may come soon. He stopped for a moment, afraid to worry her more. Then he said, Yesterday I saw a man I know in that resting place where we stopped. He is from Gulcote. That is why I did not let you stay there. We must go along the river. We may find a shallow part or someone with a boat to take us across. Then we can rest. Lean on me, Mother. It is not far.
Sita looked at him sadly.
I cannot, my heart. You must go alone. You will walk faster without me. You will be safer too. They are looking for a woman and a boy together. I should have left you before, but I could not bear it.
That's foolish. You know I would never go without you, Ash said quickly. Who would take care of you if I went away? Please, Mother, stand up. Please. We'll walk very slowly. He knelt beside her and took her cold hands. He tried to make her move. You want to reach the mountains, don't you? Look, they are there. You can see them. You will feel better once we go there. Your cough will stop in the fresh air. You will be strong again. Then we will find our valley with the goat and the almond tree. His voice shook. He pulled her hands again, trying to help her stand. Just a little more, I promise.
But Sita knew the journey was over. Her strength was gone. She had only enough energy left for one last important thing. She took her hands away and slowly reached into the folds of her sari. She found a small sealed packet and 4 heavy little bags of soft leather tied around her waist. As she looked at them, tears rolled down her thin face. Ash believed she was his mother, and that thought had been sweet to her. Even now, she did not want to tell him the truth. But she had to speak. It was the only thing that might help him escape.
She whispered, her lips trembling. I am not your mother. You are not my son. You are the son of an Angrezi, a sahib.
Ash did not understand the strange words. But her tears frightened him more than anything before. He had faced pain and fear in the palace and during their flight. He had seen death and poison and the snake. But nothing had ever made him feel such deep fear as this moment. He put his arms around her and held her close. He begged her not to cry. He said he could carry her if she could not walk. He said he was strong and if she held his neck he could carry her easily. The things she said did not make sense to him. Then he saw the money and it shocked him. He had never seen so much money before. At first he could think only one thing. Now they could hire a cart or even buy one. His mother would not need to walk. They could get away faster and pay for a doctor and medicine. They were rich now.
Why didn't you tell me before, Mother? He asked.
I did not want you to know that you are not my own son, Sita said and began to cry. I wanted to throw the money away but I was afraid. I kept it in case you needed it one day. That day has come now. The Rani's men are near and you must leave me. Go alone and find your own people. Even she will not follow you there. That is the only way to be safe.
What people? Ashok said. You always said we have no people. And I am your son. You must not say things like that. You are sick and hungry, that is all. Now we can buy food and a horse and a cart.
Ashok. Listen to me, she said quickly. Her voice sounded sharp and afraid. Her thin hands held his wrists tightly. You cannot go back for food. If you show that money, people will say you stole it. It is too much for a boy to have. You must hide it like I did. Keep it until you reach your own people. There are many papers in the packet and also this one. Find someone who can read English. They will tell you who to give it to. Your father wrote it before he died. I wanted to take you to his people, but there was fighting and many English were killed in Delhi. I kept the papers and the money for you. He told me, take care of the boy Sita. And I did. I cared for you because I loved you. But I am not your real mother. Your mother was English too. She died when you were born. I took you from her arms and fed you. I looked after you always. But now I cannot continue. You must go back to your people. With them you will be safe. I cannot go further. You must go alone. Do you understand?
No, said Ashok. You are my mother and I will not leave you. You can't make me. I don't believe this. Even if it is true, it does not matter. We can burn the papers. Then no one will know and I will still be your son.
If you are my son, you will do as I tell you, she said softly. I am not asking you. As your mother, I command you. Stay with me until I die. It will not be long. Then take the papers and money and go quickly. Do not burn them. If you love me, promise that you will keep them and go to your own people. If you will not do it for love, do it because I have been your mother. Promise me, Ashok.
I promise, whispered Ashok.
She could not really be dying. It could not be true. Maybe he could still help her. If he found a doctor or some hot food, she might get better. But she looked so weak. If he left her to go to a village, he might be caught. He did not dare. If he stayed, she might die slowly from hunger and thirst. If he left, they might both die anyway. Someone could find them soon. There was no place to hide. The plain was flat and empty, with only the wide river moving slowly nearby. He would never have stopped here, except it was already dusk when they escaped from the inn. He had been afraid to travel on the road, so he had gone into the open land. They reached the rocks beside the river about an hour after the moon came up. They had to stop there because Sita was too weak to go on. He wanted to leave at sunrise, because it was not safe to stay in such a lonely place. Now the sun was high. The white snow on the mountains shone clearly above the dark hills. Morning had come, and his mother was dying.
It cannot be true. I will not let it be true, Ash thought in fear.
He held her tightly, as if his arms could keep her safe. But deep in his heart he knew the truth. She was leaving him. Sadness and fear broke his heart. He pressed his face against her shoulder and cried hard. He shook and took quick breaths like a small child. Sita's weak hands touched his hair and face softly. Her dear voice spoke gently near his ear.
Do not cry, she whispered. You are a man now. You must be brave. You must be clever and strong. You must grow to be great, like your father and old Khan Bahadur Akbar Khan. They were proud men.
She asked if he remembered Uncle Akbar, who had taken him to see a tiger shot when he was a baby. He had not been afraid then, and everyone had been proud of him. She told him he must be brave again now. Death came to all people, rich and poor, high or low, men and women. Everyone went through the same door and was born again.
I do not truly die, my dear, she whispered. I only rest and wait to live again. If the gods are kind, we will meet once more. Yes, we will meet again, maybe in that valley.
Her voice became slow and weak. She tried to breathe and speak at the same time. When his crying stopped, she began to tell their old story again. Then she softly sang the small rhyme she used to sing to help him sleep at night.
Ninny Baba, Ninny, Mucken, Rod, Cheeny, Sita murmured gently. Rod Mucken Hogya, Hamara, Baba.
Her voice became quiet and stopped. Ash did not know for a long time that he was alone. The blue shadows of early morning changed and grew short under the strong sun. Later they became long again when afternoon ended and the sun moved down to the far horizon. Partridges called across the plain. Wild ducks made sounds on the river. By the white banks of the Jhelum, the mud turtles slipped into the water after lying all day in the hot sun. It would be evening soon. Ash knew he must leave. He had promised to go. There was nothing to keep him here. He stood up slowly because his body was stiff and tired. He had sat beside Sita's body all day. He held her hard, tired hand in his own. His muscles hurt, and his mind was full of pain and confusion. He could not remember his last meal, but he did not feel hungry. He only felt very thirsty. The river shone with the red light of sunset when he went down to it. He knelt on the wet sand and took water in his hands to drink. He drank quickly. Then he put water on his head and over his burning eyes. He did not cry anymore after Sita died. He did not cry now. The boy who had cried in the morning seemed gone. Ash was not yet 12 years old, but he knew he would never be a child again. He felt older now. He knew his childhood had ended today. That day he lost not only his mother but also himself. There was no longer a boy called Ashok, son of Sita, wife of Daya Ram, the stable worker. Now there was only a boy with no parents. He did not know his family or even his own name. He was an English boy, a foreigner. This was not his land. The cold water made his head feel clear. He started to think about what he should do next. He could not leave his mother lying there. A memory came to him from long ago. He began to shake when he remembered a hot night full of noise from wild animals fighting in the moonlight. Something moved on the quiet river. It was only a piece of wood floating with the water. As he watched it pass, Ash remembered that his mother's people burned their dead and put the ashes in the river so they could reach the sea. He had no wood to make a fire for Sita. But he had the river. It was cool, deep, and slow. It began in her hills and would carry her gently to the sea. The sun was setting and shining on the water so brightly that it looked like fire. Ash turned away and walked back to the small cave among the rocks. He wrapped Sita's thin body in her blanket as if he wanted to keep her warm. Then he carried her down to the river. He walked into the shallow water until it began to carry her weight. Her body was hard and very light, so he did not find it as hard as he expected. At last he let her go. She floated away, held up by the blanket. The water moved her slowly down the river. Ash stood with water around his waist and watched her go. He watched until the sun's bright light hid her from his eyes. When the light grew softer and the gold river turned pale, she was gone. Ash walked slowly back to the shore. His legs felt cold and weak. His teeth knocked together with the chill. He was hungry now. But he could not eat the food he had made for Sita. She had not been able to eat it, and he threw it away. He knew he must find food soon or he would not be strong enough to travel far. He had promised her he would keep going. He picked up the small packet and the leather bags with gold and silver coins. He felt their weight in his hands. He wished he could leave them behind, but he knew he must take them. They belonged to him. He took only 1 rupee for now. Then he wrapped the rest in cloth and tied it around his waist under his torn clothes, just as Sita had done. The folded paper had old, thin writing that he could not read. He hid it inside his turban. Now the small cave showed no sign that anyone had ever been there. Only the marks of feet and a soft place in the sand where Sita had slept the night before. She had died there in the morning. He touched the place gently, as if she were still there and he did not want to wake her. Then the first cool wind of the night came from the river. It moved around the cave and brushed the silver sand until it looked smooth again. Ashton Pelham-Martyn lifted his bundle and his heavy things. He turned away from his past and began to walk in the cold evening, looking for his own people.
It is for a Captain Sahib. A Captain Sahib of the Guides, said the man who wrote letters in the bazaar. He looked carefully at Hilary's letter through scratch glasses. Yes, see here, it says Marden. That is near Hoti Marden, up by Malikand Way. Beyond Attock, the Indus, and across the Kabul River.
The Guides, Ash said quietly with respect. He had wanted to go to Mardan before, but he was afraid. He knew that the Rani's men expected him to go there and would wait to catch him. Everyone in the palace had known he was friendly with Khoda Dad's son, but now those men would think he was too clever to go in that direction. They would have gone to search somewhere else. Even if they had not, things were different now. He was no longer a poor bazaar boy hoping to hide with a soldier from the Guides. He was a sahib who could ask other sahibs to protect him. He could ask help not only for himself, but for Zarin too, and maybe for Khoda Dad. The Guides, Ash said again softly. His eyes were bright now, filled with hope. The grey sadness that had filled him for many days began to fade like mist in the morning sun. His luck had changed at last.
It is the name of a Pultan, a regiment that stays in Marden, explained the letter writer proudly. And the Sahib's name is Ashton, Captain Ashtar. As for the rest, he started to open the folded paper, but Ash quickly pulled it back. He said he only needed the Sahib's name and address. The rest was not important. If it is a letter of recommendation, it is good to know what is written, said the letter writer wisely. If someone said bad things, you can tear it up and say you lost it. If it has good words, you can sell it for a high price. Such papers are valuable in the bazaar. Do you want to work for this Sahib?
No, Ash answered quickly. I go to visit my cousin's wife's brother. He is the Sahib's servant.
They told me the address, but I had forgotten it and I cannot read Angrez V. He paid the money that they had agreed on. He checked that he remembered the name well. Then he hid the paper again in his turban. With the rest of his money, he bought roasted chickpeas and a stick of sugar cane. Ash had come a long way since the night he left the cave near the Jhelum River. He soon found that he could travel farther and faster when he was alone. He also understood that Sita had been right when she said he would be safer by himself. He heard that people were asking questions about him, and he knew they were still searching. But the men who hunted him thought he would never leave his mother. They looked for a hill woman and a boy with grey eyes. They did not think twice about a dirty village boy who looked quite normal in that part of India near the Khyber Hills. No one had asked him anything, but he did not dare to do anything that might make people notice him. He wanted to know what was written on the paper, yet he was afraid to ask in small towns where people might become curious. Only in a bigger town, where there were many letter writers, did he feel safe enough to ask. Then he learned that the name and address were of an officer from Zarin's regiment, the Guides. It seemed almost too good to be true. Ash remembered that his mother said she did not know what was written on that paper. But he felt sure that she guessed something. Maybe that was why she disliked Khoda Dad and his son, and why she did not want Ash to join Zarin and become part of the Guides. Still, it was his mother who had sent him toward Mardan. There he hoped to find Zarin and become a soldier in the Guides. He even dreamed that the Captain Sahib might be a relative and help him become an officer one day. But that dream would never come true, because Captain William Ashton was dead. The Guides had fought in the Ambala campaign last autumn against unfriendly tribes near the border. William Ashton had not known that he had a nephew. He was killed in battle only a few weeks after Ash escaped from the Hawa Mahal. Now it was spring. The almond trees had white flowers, and the willows were starting to grow new leaves as Ash walked the road from Atok to Peshawar. The Kabul River looked red because the spring rains had washed red earth from the Khyber hills. The river was too deep to cross by foot, so Ash had to go over the bridge made of boats at Nowshera. He had already walked many miles to avoid crossing the Indus River by ferry at Atok. He thought someone might watch that crossing and stop him. He was right. A man was there, pretending to be a traveler, spending his days talking with the boatmen and watching everyone who used the ferry. Ash went farther down the river instead. He asked a farmer for a ride on his raft and crossed safely. Then he walked back to the road to Peshawar. Once again luck helped him. In Nowshera, a kind villager gave him a ride to Raisalpur. Ash hid behind the man's vegetables, pretending to sleep. He crossed the bridge of boats unseen. By evening that same day, tired and dusty, he reached Mardan and asked for Soa Zarin Khan of the guides. The guides had returned to their barracks after months of fighting in the Yusufzai country. 18 months of war had changed Zarin. He was taller and stronger now, and his beard was full. Ash almost did not know him, but Zarin's warm smile was the same, and he was happy to see Ash again.
My father told me you left Gulcote, Zarin said, hugging him. I knew you would come one day. You are too young to become a soldier now, but I will speak to my eldest brother. He is a Jemadar since the battle near Ambala. He will find some work for you. Is your mother here? She is dead, Ash said quietly. He could not talk about her, not even to his old friend. Zarin understood. He asked no more questions. I am sorry, he said softly. She was a good mother. It is hard to lose a mother, even when she is not kind. We each have only one to lose.
It seems I have had two, Ash said quietly. He sat down by Zarin's fire to warm himself. He looked very tired. Then he told how he escaped from the Hawa Mahal. He also told what Sita had said in the cave by the river. At the end, he showed a paper as proof. It had the name of a dead officer from the guides written on it. Zarin could not read the writing, but when he saw the money, he began to believe the story. The coins were clear proof and needed no words. There were more than 200 coins. Fewer than 50 were silver rupees. The rest were gold sovereigns and mohurs. Sita had kept this money hidden for many years. That made it seem that her story might be true.
I think we should show this to my brother, Zarin said, looking at the paper in his hand. Maybe he can give you some advice. I do not understand this. It seems too strange for me.
Zarin's brother, the Jemadar, had no doubts. He said there was only one thing to do. Since Ashton Sahib was dead, the matter must go to Colonel Brown Sahib, the commandant. He would know what to do. Awal Shah said he would take the boy, Ashok, to the colonel's house at once. If the story was true, both the money and the paper should be put safely in the colonel's hands as soon as possible.
As for you, Zarin, do not speak about this to anyone, he said. If the Rani of Gulcote wants the boy dead, she may try to harm anyone who helped him. If she learns he is with us, she may think our father helped too. So it is safer for all of us if no one knows the truth. I will go now to the commandant. You, Ashok, will follow me, but walk a little behind. Do not let people see we are together. Wait outside until you are called in. Come.
The Jemadar put the papers into his pocket and walked quickly into the bright afternoon. Ash followed him from a distance. He sat for half an hour on the edge of a small ditch, throwing stones into the water below. He watched the commandant's windows while the ground turned dark with long shadows. The evening air was cool and smelled of smoke from small fires. He did not know that this was his last hour of freedom. It was the end of his simple and peaceful life. If he had understood that, he might have broken his promise to Sita and run away. But it was already too late. Colonel Sam Brown, the commandant of the Corps of Guides, had read the unfinished letter that Professor Pelham-Martyn had started years before. Now he was opening an old package that had been tied in silk 7 years ago. Ash could no longer escape. 3 weeks later, Ash was in Bombay. He wore a thick and hot European suit and tight boots that hurt his feet. He was going to the country of his father. The officers of his uncle's regiment had arranged his journey. At first, they did not believe that this poor boy could be related to William Ashton. But then they saw the photos in the package. One showed Isabel, and her face was very much like her son's. The other showed little Ash sitting on Sita's lap in Delhi on his 4th birthday. Zarin had said that both pictures were real. After checking everything, the officers believed him. They started to help him and gave him what he needed for his trip. But Ash did not feel thankful at all. He had done everything his foster mother told him to do. He gave the papers and money to the Sahib officers. After that, he wanted to stay with Zarin and Awal Shah. He wished to work with horses or cut grass until he was old enough to join the regiment. But the Sahibs did not allow it. Ash felt angry. Why did people always order him about? Why did they control his life? Why did others follow the wish of a cruel woman and try to kill him, even though he had done nothing wrong? It was not fair. He had been happy in Gulcote. He had never wanted to leave for the Hawa Mahal, but he had no choice. Now he had to leave his friends and his home again. He must go to his father's land, and still he had no choice. He felt like he had walked into another trap. The doors were closing behind him, and there was no way out. Maybe when he grew older, he would be free to choose his own life. But he thought this would not happen. Still, the Sahibs had promised that after his years in England were finished, he could come back to Hind. Colonel Brown told him that telegrams had been sent to his father's family. They would send him to school and make him into a Sahib. The colonel said that if Ash worked hard and passed his exams, he could become an officer and come back to Mardan to serve in the Guides. This idea gave Ash new hope. Sometimes he still wanted to run away, but he stayed because he believed he might return home as a soldier one day. He also felt calmer because he was traveling with a Sahib and 2 Indian servants. So he would not be completely alone. That travel plan began because of a small comment from Jemadar Awal Shah.
Awal Shah said to the colonel, "It is sad that the boy will forget our language and our ways. If he could think and speak like us, he would be very useful in our regiment. But in England, he will forget and live like other Sahibs. That will be a great loss."
The commandant was deeply interested in this idea. Every Englishman working for the government of India was supposed to learn 1 or more Indian languages. But only a few could speak well enough to sound like a local person. Most of those few were people of mixed family background, and they were not allowed to hold high jobs in the army or the civil service. Even Colonel George Skinner, a famous soldier known as Secunda Sahib, was not given a commission in the Bengal army because his mother was Indian. It was clear that William Ashton's nephew was almost like a native Indian in every way except by blood. He could understand people and places more deeply than most foreigners. That made him very valuable in a land where good information could mean life or death. Awal Shah was right, such a talented young man should not be wasted. The commandant thought long about this problem and finally found a good answer. Colonel Ronald Anderson, the district commissioner, was retiring because he was not well. He was leaving for England the next Thursday. He would take with him his servant, Allah Yar, and his cook, Madhu, who lived in the hills near Abbottabad. Both had worked for him for more than 20 years. Anderson was a friend of both John Nicholson and Sir Henry Lawrence. Long ago, he had worked in Afghanistan with McNaughton's group, which had ended very badly. He could speak several local languages and knew the frontier areas and the lands beyond very well. He loved that region. He would be the perfect person to care for young Ashton during the trip to England and during the school holidays allowed by the Pelham-Martyn family, if he agreed to do it. The commandant did not wait. He called for his horse and went that same day to speak with Colonel Anderson about the plan. Anderson listened with interest and agreed at once.
But of course you will come back, Zarin said softly to comfort the worried Ash. First, you must learn many things, and they say those things are learned in Belate. I do not fully believe that myself, but it does not matter. It is more important that you stay alive. You are not safe here while there is still a reward for you. You cannot be sure that the Rani's spies have lost your trail, but we can be sure they will not follow you across the sea. Before you return, both she and her men will forget you. My brother Awul Shah and I have promised to keep silent. We cannot even send news of you to our father, because letters can be opened and read. It is better that he knows nothing than risk someone finding where you are or learning about your new life. Later, when the trouble has passed, if the colonel thinks it is safe, I will write to you in Belate. Remember, you are not going alone. Anderson Sahib is a good man, and you can trust him. He and his servants will help you and make sure you do not forget us while you learn to live as a Sahib. The years will pass quickly, Ashok.
Yet Zarin had been wrong, because they had not travelled quickly. The days moved very slowly, and every week felt like a month. Every month felt like a year. But Zarin had been right about Colonel Anderson. The colonel liked Ash very much. During the long and boring voyage, he taught Ash a lot of English. He told him that not speaking the language in a new country would be a great problem and would hurt his pride. Ash understood this. He worked very hard to learn English. He had a gift for languages, just like his father. After 1 year, he spoke English so well that no one could guess he had ever spoken another language. He copied the accent and way of speaking of educated English people. But even with all his effort, he never felt like one of them. And they never fully accepted him. England did not feel like home to him. His home was Hindustan. He was still Sita's son, and many things in this English life felt strange or even frightening. English people thought these things were small or unimportant, but to him they were very serious. For example, they ate pork and beef. To Ash, one was dirty and the other was sacred. These habits shocked him deeply. He also found it strange that Europeans used one toothbrush many times. He was used to cleaning his teeth with a fresh twig each day and throwing it away after use. He believed saliva was dirty, but the English did not think so. He fought many small battles before he could accept their ways. That first year was difficult for everyone. Ash's English family felt upset and embarrassed by his manners and clothing. They were very strict and old-fashioned. They did not want their friends to see Hilary's son as a strange foreign boy. So they changed their plans. They did not send him to the famous school where many Pelham-Martyns had studied. Instead, they hired a tutor to live in the house. They also asked an old clergyman and a retired Oxford teacher to help him. They hoped these men would teach him how to behave like an English gentleman. They agreed that Ash could spend his holidays with Colonel Anderson. Pelham Abbas was the home of Sir Matthew Pelham-Martyn, Ash's uncle. It was a big, square queen and house standing on land where an older Tudor house had once been destroyed in war. Around it were lawns, gardens with walls, stables, and greenhouses. There was also a lake, a park where Ash could ride, a stream with trout, and near the woods a farm of 400 acres. Inside the house were family portraits and fine furniture. The Pelham-Martyns thought Ash would be impressed by the house. But they were surprised when he said it felt cold and uncomfortable. He said it was smaller and less beautiful than some Indian palaces he had known. This was the first of many surprises. Some were pleasant. Ash was good at riding horses and shooting guns. His family had not expected this and were glad to see it.
As long as he can shoot and ride, I suppose he will do all right, said his cousin Humphrey. But it is a pity we did not bring him here when he was younger. He does not have the proper English ideas.
Ash's own ideas were not usual, and people often thought he was difficult. He refused to eat beef, because Sita had taught him it was wrong. This caused many problems. Teachers punished him. Relatives argued with him. Some became angry or annoyed. He also liked people who were poor. He wanted to teach Willie Higgins, the boot boy, how to ride a horse. He even invited little Annie Mart, the tired scullery maid, to share his tea.
But it is my tea, isn't it, Aunt Millicent? Asked Ash. And Uncle Matthew gave me Blue Moon as my own horse, so I do not see why.
They are servants, my dear, and we do not treat servants as equals, Aunt Millicent said. She sounded annoyed because Ash spoke to her in broken English and argued. She thought he was just like his father, Hilary, who had always caused trouble. Even now, after his death, he was still making the family worried.
But when I was Lalji's servant, Ash said I could ride his horses. Anne.
That was in India, Ashton, said Aunt Millicent. You are in England now and must behave properly. Here we do not play with servants or ask them to eat with us. Annie has enough food in the kitchen.
No, she doesn't, said Ash. She is hungry, and it isn't fair because Mrs. Mart.
That is enough, Ashton, said Aunt Millicent. I said no. If I hear this again, I will tell them to keep you away from the kitchen. You will not talk with the servants anymore. Do you understand?
Ash did not understand. But his relatives did not understand him either. Later, when Ash learned English well, his uncle wanted to help him study. To make lessons more interesting, he gave Ash 12 books about India. He said Ash would like them because India was his father's country. The books included Hilary's later works and stories such as *The Conquest of Bengal*, *The Suppression of Thuggery*, and *The History of the Sepoy War*. Ash read them with interest, but not in the way his uncle hoped. He found his father's books too serious. The other books made him unhappy. When his uncle asked for his opinion, Ash answered honestly.
But you asked what I thought, he said. And that is what I think. It was their country, and they did nothing wrong to you, I mean to us. I don't think it was fair.
Sir Matthew felt upset. Just like Hilary, he thought. Then he spoke firmly. They did much harm. They fought, killed, and hurt each other. They attacked travelers and worshipped false gods. They burned widows and stopped trade in progress. Britain had to stop these terrible things. It is our duty as a Christian nation to bring peace and help the people of India.
But why was it your duty? Ash asked. I don't understand. India is far away. It has nothing to do with you, I mean with us.
My dear boy, you have not studied carefully, said Sir Matthew. If you read better, you would know that we have trading posts in India. Trade is very important to us and to the whole world. We could not let wars between princes spoil it. We had to keep order. By God's help, we brought peace and prosperity to that unhappy land. People suffered for many years under greedy priests and fighting rulers. Now they have progress. We should be proud. It cost us much work and many lives, but progress cannot stop. This is the 19th century, and the world is too small for such backward places.
Ash thought of the white towers of the Jharkhima and the wide plateau where he had gone hawking with Lalji and Kodadad. His heart felt heavy. He was sad to think that one day there might be no wild and beautiful places left. He did not like the idea of what they called progress. He stayed quiet, knowing he and his uncle would never agree. Ash knew many things in Pelham Abbas needed to change. The servants wasted money and argued often. The senior servants were harsh, and the workers were paid very little for long, hard hours. The poor maids and boys slept in cold attics without heat. Housemaids had to climb many stairs each day, carrying heavy water cans and trays. If they made one mistake, they could lose their jobs at once. Ash saw little difference between the servants in Pelham Abbas and those in the Hawa Mahal. Only the Indian servants seemed more cheerful and less busy. He wondered what his uncle would think if two wise men from India came to Pelham Abbas with soldiers and elephants and took control of the house. Would Uncle Matthew obey them and be happy because they worked better than he did? Ash did not believe it. People everywhere wanted to make their own choices. They disliked strangers coming to rule over them, even if those strangers meant well. Ash felt the same way himself. He had not wanted to come to England and learn to live like a sahib. He wished he had stayed in Mardan and become a soldier like Zarin. But he had no choice. He believed he understood more about how people in India felt under British rule than his uncle did. His uncle always spoke proudly about giving peace and prosperity to India.
Ash thought sadly, maybe he thinks I am one of those poor people he wants to help. But I would rather be back there working as a labourer than here, being told what to do every day.
His school lessons were long and dull. Only the holidays gave him a small rest from boredom. Without them, he felt he could not have survived this new life. He was allowed to walk and ride in the park, but never alone. Someone always watched him. A high stone wall surrounded the park, and he could not go beyond the gates. His world felt closed and narrow, almost like a prison. Still, the loss of freedom was not the worst part. Life in Hawa Mahal had been strict too, but there he had friends. Sita was there, and Lalji had at least been young. Now his keepers were old men, and that bothered him. He missed the bright and messy life of the Indian court. The quiet rules and routines of the English country house felt cold and empty. They did not make sense to him. He had little money, just like the servants, so he could not dream of running away. And even if he could, England was far from India. He had no choice but to wait until he could go back and join the Corps of Guides. Only good behavior and hard work could help him reach that day sooner. So he obeyed every rule and worked hard at his lessons. At last, he finished his time at Pelham Abbas and his tutors left. He went to the same school that his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather had attended. Ash was not ready for life in an English public school. He hated it. He hated the strict rules, the sameness of each day, and the fact that he had no privacy. He had to act like everyone else and follow the crowd. The weak boys were bullied and hurt. Everyone respected the leaders of the school games, especially the captain of cricket. Ash found all of it foolish. He wished he could be free again. He did not often speak about himself. But one of his names was Akbar, and it made people ask questions. When they knew part of his story, they called him Pandey. British soldiers had used this name for all Indians because of a man named Mongol Pandey, who had started the Indian Mutiny. At school, young Pandey-Martyn was treated like a strange foreign boy who had to learn how to behave like others. It was very hard for him. Ash did not accept this quietly. He fought back with his hands, nails, and feet, just as boys fought in the streets of Gulcote. The others said this was not the way to fight. They called it unsporting. But it did not seem unfair to them when 5 or 6 boys attacked him together because he was strong enough to fight 2 at once. He often lost because of their greater numbers. For a little time, he thought again about running away, but he decided it would not help. He had to stay and bear it, as he had done at Pelham Abbas. But he would show the English boys that he could be as good as they were, or even better, on their playing fields. Coda Dad had taught him how to aim well, and Ash had a sharp eye. Soon his schoolmates saw that young Pandey was good at all kinds of sport. This changed the way they looked at him, especially after he learned boxing. When he went from the second 11 to the first team and played games for his house and later for the whole school, many younger boys began to admire him. But boys his own age still found him hard to know. He was not unfriendly, but he did not care about the things they thought important, like the idea that the English were the best people, that good birth mattered most, or that only the British should rule other nations. Even Colonel Anderson, who was usually wise and kind, did not fully agree with Ash's ideas. The Colonel's thoughts were closer to Sir Matthew's. He said that the world was getting smaller because of new machines and better medicine. People could no longer live completely as they wanted, because others were always affected by what they did.
If you want to live free from others, Ash, he said, you must find a desert island. But I think there are not many left.
The English weather had not helped the Colonel's health much. He had to live quietly, but he still cared a lot about Ash. Ash spent most of his school holidays in the Colonel's small house near Torquay. It was not grand like Pelham Abbas, but Ash much preferred it. Time in his uncle's home was always difficult. Sir Matthew was angry that Ash, except in sport, showed no signs of becoming the kind of man his uncle wanted. Ash reminded him too much of his father, Hilary. Ash also could not understand his uncle or his uncle's friends. They often asked for his opinions and then were upset when he spoke honestly. When they said, "What do you think, Ashton?" it seemed foolish if they did not want a true answer. He felt he would never understand the English or feel comfortable in their country. Colonel Anderson was different. He never asked silly questions, and his talk was always lively. He loved India deeply, as some men love their work or their wives. He often spoke for hours about its history, its people, and how one must know both wisdom and skill to guide and serve them. He always spoke in Hindustani or Pushtu during these talks. Allah Yar and Madhu also never spoke to Ash in English. So the Colonel could tell his friends in Mardan with pride that the boy still spoke both languages very well. The Colonel had been sick in the winter of 1868. Because of that, Ash spent his Christmas holidays at Pelham Abbas. There his learning took a new and very different turn. A young housemaid named Lily Briggs made him her friend. She was brave and clever, with bright hair, and about 5 years older than Ash. Many of the men servants liked her and often argued because of her. Lily talked too much and looked at people in a bold way. Every night she came to Ash's room in her dressing gown. She said she wanted to be sure his windows were open and his curtains were right. Her long plaits almost reached her knees. One night she sat on Ash's bed and showed him that she could sit on her hair. After that everything happened very quickly. Ash never really knew how she came to be in his bed, or who turned off the light. It was very exciting for him. Lily knew much more than he did, and she taught him eagerly. He learned fast, and she seemed to enjoy it. She slept in his bed for 6 nights. She would have stayed for a 7th night, but Mrs. Parrott, the housekeeper, found them together. Lily was sent away without any good reference. Ash was punished by Uncle Matthew, who gave him a long, angry talk about bad behavior. Later, the second footman, one of Lily's admirers, hit Ash and hurt his face. The rest of the holiday passed quietly, and the next time Ash returned to Colonel Anderson. From time to time a letter arrived from Zarin. They were never very interesting, because Zarin could not write himself. He paid a man in the bazaar to do it, and that man wrote in a fancy and polite way. Each letter started and ended with long wishes for Ash's good health and prayers for his safety. Between those parts, there were only short pieces of news. Through these letters Ash learned that Zarin was going to marry a woman who was a distant cousin of Awal Shah's wife. He also learned that a young officer named Lieutenant Amani had been killed by a fanatic during band practice in Mardan. The guides had been fighting with the Utman Kel tribe who had attacked villages inside British land. Later, Zarin's mother died. Soon after that, Khoda Dad Khan stopped working for the Raja and left Gulcote. The Raja did not want him to go, because he trusted him greatly. Khoda Dad said he was sick and wanted to live in his home village until he died. But the real reason was that he did not trust Janu Rani. She believed that he helped Ashok escape and tried to turn the Raja against him. The Raja did not believe her, and he spoke to her sharply. Khoda Dad felt safe while the Raja protected him. Then the Raja planned a journey to Calcutta. He wanted to meet the Viceroy and ask for control of the nearby state of Karidara. Its ruler, a distant cousin, had died without an heir. The Raja said his eldest son, the Yuvaraj, would go with him. While he was away, the Rani would rule as regent. Khoda Dad thought this was a foolish decision. He warned that many people might regret it. When he saw that his name was not on the list of men traveling to Calcutta, he knew it was time to leave. He did not feel sad. His wife was dead, and his sons were soldiers far in the north. He had only a few friends, his horses, and his hawks. The Raja gave him many gifts. He rode away on the finest horse from the royal stables, carrying his best hawk and bags full of money for his old age.
You are wise to leave, said Hiralai. If not for the Yuvraj, who needs at least one servant not loyal to the dancing woman, I would leave too. But I must go to Calcutta with him. I do not think she knows my thoughts, because I have been very careful.
But it seemed that Hiralai had not been careful. He forgot that Lalji was spoiled, vain, and easy to fool. Lalji never knew who was his friend and who was not. He often liked the ones who lied to him and made him feel important. Lalji's friends, Biju and Puran, were really spies for the Rani, and they never trusted Hiralai. One hot night, during the long trip to Calcutta, Hiralai left his tent to get some air. That night he disappeared. People said a tiger had taken him. There was no sign of a fight, only a small piece of his torn, bloody clothes caught on a thorn bush not far from the camp. A man-eating tiger had been seen in the area. The Raja offered 100 rupees to anyone who found his body, but the land was full of thick bushes, tall grass, and deep valleys. No one ever found him. Hiralai was gone. Koda Dad's friends almost never wrote letters, so he never heard this story. He knew nothing about what had happened in Gulcote. Ash did not know either, because when Koda Dad left India, Ash lost his last connection to that place. As time passed, Ash's life in England was busy. He studied, worked, and played games. He went to school and enjoyed his holidays. Slowly the memories of Gulcote faded. They became unclear, almost like a dream. He rarely thought about the past. But deep inside, he always felt a strange emptiness. It was as if something important was missing from his life. He did not know how long he had felt this way. He did not try to understand it, because he was afraid it would make him think again of Sita's death. He told himself that when he returned home and saw Zarin and Koda Dad again, the feeling would go away. Until then, he accepted it, living with it as a person might live with a missing arm or leg. He tried not to think about it. He did not make close friends and was never very popular. Other boys thought he was hard to know and a little strange, but he was good at sports, and that brought him respect. He played well, ran fast, and hit hard. The younger boys even admired him. In his last year at school, he had a high batting average. He took 7 wickets in one match and made a century at Lord's. He passed his exams easily and entered the Royal Military College at Sandhurst. After his success at school, it felt strange to be a new cadet again with no position. Still, he liked the college better than his old school. He worked hard and did well. Some cadets told him not to join the Indian Army. They said it would soon change because the buying of commissions would stop. Now rich men could no longer buy promotion with money. They would need real skill to succeed. Many young gentlemen no longer wanted army work. Some said only provincial nobodies would go to India now.
You don't need to go there. You aren't poor. Why hide yourself in some far-off place full of people who are not your kind? My father says so too. Ash became angry. He said, if you and your father really think like that, then it is time for the British to leave India. India can manage her own life and do it better with her own good people than with second-rate men from here.
Pandey is on his elephant again, someone joked. That nickname had followed him from school. But a senior instructor had heard the talk and told the company commander. He agreed with Ash.
The old army leaders still think like that, the instructor said. They believe Indian army officers are not good enough. Some even refuse to eat with them. But if we want an empire, we must send our best officers abroad, not the worst. Thank God some good men still want to serve there.
Would you call young Pandey-Martyn one of the best? asked the company commander with doubt. I'm not sure I would.
If you ask me, he is wild and can act suddenly, said one man. He does not like to follow orders, even if he looks quiet. I do not trust people like him. Men like that do not belong in the army, especially not in the Indian army. They can be dangerous. If I could decide, I would keep them out. That also means young Pondey, he finished firmly.
Nonsense, said another man. He may become another Nicholson, or maybe another Hodson.
That is what worries me, said the first speaker. If I were his future commanding officer, I would be afraid of that. Both of those men were show-offs. Yes, they were useful, but only because the time suited them. It was probably good that they died when they did. I hear they were very hard to live with.
Well, maybe you are right, said the senior instructor quietly, now tired of the talk.
At Sandhurst, Ash did not make close friends, though people liked him. Many admired him, mostly because he was very good at sports. He won the pentathlon. He played football, cricket, and fives for the college. He took first place in riding and shooting. When the training ended, he was 27th on a list of 204 cadets. Uncle Matthew, Aunt Millicent, Cousin Humphrey, and 2 old ladies from the Pelham-Martyn family came to the passing-out parade. Colonel Anderson did not come. He had died the week before. In his will, he left a small gift to each of his 2 Indian servants and enough money for them to travel back home safely. He also wrote to Ash, asking him to make sure they reached their villages without trouble. His house and all that was in it went to his nephew. Ash, Alayar, and Madhu stayed their last month in England at Pelham Abbas. At the end of June, they sailed on the SS Canterbury Castle to Bombay. The time away from their land was finished, and home was waiting.
It will be good to see Lahore again, said Madhu. There are bigger cities in England, but none as fine as Lahore, he said with a smile.
Or Peshawar. Or Kabul, said Alayar. It will be nice to buy real food in the bazaars again and to breathe the air of the Khyber Hills in the morning.
Ash did not speak. He rested his hands on the rail and watched the white foam widen between the ship and the shore. He felt that his life was opening in front of him like a great bright plain. It stretched far and far beyond what he could imagine. He felt he could now walk anywhere he wished and take his time. At last, he was free. Book 2. Belinda. He was going home. The future was open to him. He could choose what he wanted to do. First came the regiment. He thought about the guides, about Zarin, and about life as a soldier in the wild hills of the northwest frontier. Maybe one day he would lead the corps. After that, perhaps he would command a division. Who could tell the future? He might even become commander-in-chief of all the armies in India. But that would not happen soon. He would be old then, and these dreams would belong to the past. Now he did not want to think about the past. He only wanted to think about what was ahead. Ash came back to India in the late summer of 1871. That year was full of important events for many people. In France, Paris had fallen. Prince William of Prussia had become Emperor of Germany at Versailles, and France had again become a republic. In England, Parliament had made trade unions legal. The old unfair rule that allowed men to buy army positions was also ended. But none of this mattered to Ashton Hilary Akbar. The only thing that mattered to him was that he was returning to the country where he was born. He had been away for 7 years. Now he was home. He was 19 years old, and he was going to be married soon. Until recently, Ash had not spent much time with girls of his own class. After Lily Briggs, the well-behaved sisters and cousins of his school friends seemed dull and proper. He did his best to stay away from them. He had been with other girls after Lily, but they had not meant much to him. He could hardly remember their names or faces because he had never really loved them. When he was a cadet, some people thought he did not like women. They said this because he refused to go to tea parties, picnics, and dances. He often said proudly that he had no time for women. But on the long sea trip from London to Bombay, he had plenty of time. Miss Belinda Harlow was on the same ship. She was not only a young lady but also by far the prettiest girl on board. Belinda was not dull or quiet like the girls Ash had avoided. Her pink and white skin and golden hair made her look bright and happy. She was lively and full of joy, like the cheerful girls Ash had once admired at the theatre or in town. She was 2 years younger than Ash, sweet and kind, and had a face full of charm and energy. Her pale gold curls framed her face beautifully. Her small straight nose wrinkled in a lovely way when she laughed. Her big blue eyes were shiny with curiosity and excitement. She had a soft mouth and little dimples that appeared when she smiled. Normally, Ash would have only admired her looks and thought no more about her. But one evening he found out something that made him notice her more. Miss Harlow, like Ash, had been born in India, and she said she was happy to be going back. This came out during dinner about 10 days after the ship left London. Some of the older ladies, including Belinda's mother, were complaining about going east again. They talked about the heat, the dust, the sickness, and how hard it was to travel in India. Then Belinda laughed and said brightly,
"Oh no, Mama. How can you say that? India is a wonderful place. I remember our nice cool house with purple flowers growing over the porch, and all the lovely plants in the garden. There were flowers like spotted lilies and tall red ones covered in butterflies. I remember riding my pony on the mall and seeing camels walking in a line. When we went to the hills for summer, I was carried in a dandy chair. There were high pine trees, yellow wild roses that smelled so sweet, and white snow mountains that went on for miles. After that, Aunt Liz's house in Nelbury looked so plain. Her servants scolded me all the time. In India, Arya and Abdul and my Sais were so kind to me. I can't wait to go back."
Mrs. Chiverton did not like this cheerful speech. She looked annoyed and said that Miss Harlow was too bold to interrupt her elders. Then she added coldly that anyone who had lived through the Indian Mutiny would never trust Indians again. She said she felt sorry for Belinda, who did not understand the danger that English women faced in such a wild country.
Belinda laughed again. She looked around the table with bright eyes and said, "But we have so many brave men to protect us. I cannot be afraid. And I am sure nothing like that could happen again." Then she turned to Ash, who was sitting opposite her and listening with interest. "Don't you think so, Mr. Pelham-Martyn?"
I don't know, Ash answered honestly. I think that may depend on us.
On us? Mrs. Chiverton said sharply. Her voice made it clear that she thought Ash's answer was quite wrong and rude, especially from such a young officer.
Ash stopped for a moment. He did not want to upset her again. Miss Harlow spoke brightly, as if everything were simple.
"He means that if we treat them fairly, they will not fight against us," she said. Then she looked at him and asked, "That is what you meant, isn't it?"
Ash did not really mean that. But when she said the word fairly, he started to see her differently. She was no longer only a pretty girl to him. After that, he tried to talk with her whenever he could. It was hard to find time alone with her on the crowded ship. She had many admirers, and her mother watched her closely. Still, Ash found small chances to speak with her or listen to her talk about India. They both looked forward to going back there. They both dreamed of a happy future. Belinda's mother, Mrs. Archibald Harlow, was a kind but rather foolish woman. She had once been beautiful like her daughter. But life in India had made her look older and heavier. She was always worried about illness and afraid of another rebellion. The hot weather and many pregnancies had changed her body. Her husband was already in his late 60s and still only a major in an Indian infantry regiment. She had given birth to 7 children, but 3 had died when they were babies. A year ago she had taken her little twins, Harry and Teddy, home to England. There she left them with her sister Lizzie, because India was considered dangerous for young children. Every cantonment had many graves of children who had died from disease or heat. Mrs. Harlow wished she could stay in England with her boys. But after long talks with Lizzie, she decided it was her duty to go back to India. Not for her husband, but for her daughter Belinda. Belinda had lived with Lizzie for 10 years, ever since she was 7. Lizzie reminded her sister that it was hard for a girl to find a good husband in a small town like Nelbury. In British India there were many single men with good jobs. So it made sense to take Belinda there and help her meet a suitable gentleman. After Belinda married, her mother could return to England and live with Lizzie and the twins again. Almost everyone agreed it was a good plan. Even Major Harlow did not complain. Mrs. Harlow soon felt proud of her choice. Out of the 29 passengers on the SS Canterbury Castle, 11 young men began to show interest in Belinda. Most of them were poor and very young. Some were new officers, some worked for the civil service, and some hoped to work in trade. The other single ladies on board were not very pretty. There was also a captain in his mid-30s and a wealthy widower named Mr. Joseph Tilbury. He was a partner in a jute company and seemed the best choice for Belinda's future. There was another young man too, Ensign Pelham-Martyn, who was said to be the nephew of a baronet and heir to a large fortune left by his famous father. Mrs. Harlow thought Mr. Tilbury's money made him the best option. But he had not said anything about marriage yet. Belinda called him and the captain old fogies. She liked the younger men much better. She laughed and flirted with them for fun. She enjoyed being admired and being young. The long voyage became more exciting when a wedding happened on the ship. The bride and groom were not young or handsome. They travelled in steerage, so Belinda had never seen them before. But the captain agreed to marry them in the first-class saloon. The groom was Sergeant Alfred Biggs, returning to service in India. The bride was Miss Mabel Timmins, going to Bombay to join her brother who worked for the railway. All the passengers filled the room to watch. There were speeches and glasses of champagne given by the captain. Later, everyone danced on the deck. 3 of Belinda's admirers asked her to copy the bride and have a honeymoon on the ship herself. Belinda did not notice if the other young ladies were cold or if their mothers looked unhappy with her. She did not care. For 10 long years she had stayed in her aunt's house, studying, sewing the same long samplers, and always saying, "Yes, Aunt Lizzie," or "No, Aunt Lizzie." The only young men she ever met were the sons of her aunt's friends. They were shy schoolboys who had known her since she was a child and treated her like a sister. Now her life was very different. On the ocean ship, she felt free for the first time. Many young men wanted to spend time with her. She enjoyed the new attention and felt happier than ever before. Her only problem was choosing which man she liked the most. By the time the ship arrived in Alexandria, she was sure about her choice. Ashton Pelham-Martyn was not as handsome as George Garforth. George had a fine face and soft curls, but he was shy and dull. Ashton was also not as funny as Ensign Augustus Blaine, or as rich as Mr. Joseph Tilbury. He was a quiet young man, except when he spoke about India. Belinda liked to hear him talk about that country because it reminded her of her own memories from there. He made it sound like a wonderful, magical place. When Ashton wanted, he could be very charming. There was something unusual about him that excited her and made her feel a little uneasy. He was like a wild bird, not a tame one. He had dark hair and eyes and a thin face, and he looked handsome in his own way. People said there was a story about him being raised in an Indian palace. Mrs. Chiverton, an old gossip, had whispered that his dark skin and hair meant he might have mixed blood. But everyone knew that Mrs. Chiverton was unkind. She only said these things because Ashton did not pay attention to her plain daughter, Amy. Belinda smiled often at Ashton and treated him kindly. He fell deeply in love with her. On the last day of the journey, he bravely spoke to Mrs. Harlow and asked if he might ask Belinda to marry him. He was afraid she would say no because he was still young and not important enough. But Mrs. Harlow smiled and told him she had no objection. She said she was sure Belinda's father would agree, as he also liked early marriages. This was not true. Major Harlow thought young officers should not marry too soon. He believed they should focus on their duties and not get distracted by family life. When he married, he had been almost 40. Even so, Mrs. Harlow did not worry about his opinion. She felt certain he would want their only daughter to marry so well. She thought Ashton's future was very bright. He did not have to live on a small officer's pay because he had a good allowance. In 2 years he would become 21 and inherit all his father's money. So she was sure her husband would approve. Ashton might be young, but he seemed older than his years. He was quiet, polite, and behaved like a grown man. So devoted to Belinda, and so very ready to marry her. Mrs. Harlow cried a little. Half an hour later, when the sun was going down and people were changing for dinner, Ash asked Belinda to marry him. She said yes. They wanted to keep the news secret, but soon everyone knew. When dinner ended, the other men were already telling Ash how lucky he was, though their smiles hid their jealousy. Many of the women looked at him coldly. They had always said Miss Harlow was a terrible flirt, and now they also thought her mother was not kind or silly, but a woman who planned everything to catch a young man. Mr. Tilbury and the army captain were especially cool toward Ash. Only George Garforth showed real anger. He became very pale and drank too much to forget his sadness. Then he tried to fight Ash, but he became sick before he could say more. People helped him to his cabin, and Belinda went to bed early. Later Ash went up to the quiet deck. He lay in a chair and looked at the stars. He felt dizzy from champagne and joy. The night was beautiful. He watched the stars move slowly above him and thought he would never forget that night. He also thought he would never again be so happy. His first love story had ended badly. It had taken him 6 months to understand that Lily Briggs, who once seemed like a perfect woman, had only played with his feelings. She had made him believe she loved him when she did not. But because she was the first woman he had ever been with, he knew he would always remember her. The women who came after her were only short, sad affairs. He could hardly remember their names now, and he wished he had never met them. It felt like he had done something wrong to Belinda, even though she did not know about them. There were many things he wanted to tell Belinda. He wanted to tell her the story of his childhood, and the happy and sad things that had happened there. He had never found a chance to talk about it before. There had always been too many other men near her, trying to win her heart. Sometimes he had been so angry that he wanted to fight Gus Blaine or the proud old Mr. Tilbury, or even every one of Belinda's admirers. Yet, out of all those men, she had chosen him. He could not believe his luck. He was the happiest man in the world. Soon he would be home again. It was past midnight now, and tomorrow he would cross the Ruvi River and see the mountains. He would see Zarin again. Then he began to wonder if Zarin had changed. Would he even know him when they met? The letters Zarin had sent were full of formal words and gave little news. Ash only knew that Zarin was now a daffodar and had 3 children. He knew nothing more than that. The rest of the record only told short notes about army events. He no longer knew what Zarin was really like now. Would they still be friends as before, after 7 years apart? He had never thought they might not, but suddenly he began to worry. He remembered that their places had changed. Now he was a British officer, and Zarin Khan, the man he had once looked up to like an older brother, would be under his orders. How much would that change things? He hoped it would not matter, but maybe it would. Army rules and customs could make things hard. He thought about the other officers too, and even about Belinda. But no, not Belinda. She loved him, and she would understand his feelings. Still, it might not be easy at first for him or for Zarin. He wished they could have met in another place, not in the strict life of Mardan camp. There many men would watch them and judge how he behaved. But it was too late now. He had to act carefully and remember not to hurry or lose control, which people said was often his mistake. Now there was the long trip north, and the sad thought of saying goodbye to Alayar and Mardu. This was the one dark thing in his happy future. He felt guilty when he thought about it. Lately he had spent little time with them because he had been thinking too much about Belinda. He had only gone for short walks with them early in the morning before the passengers woke, or spoken a few words when Alayar came to bring his clean clothes. He had not seen much of them, and now it was too late to change that. Tomorrow they would part. Each would go a different way. He knew he would miss them very much. They were part of his old life when he was a boy, and that part would end when the sun rose. The new day would start soon. The stars were fading, and the sky in the east looked pale green with the first light of dawn. Bombay was still below the sea line, but the morning wind already brought the smell of the city. He could smell dust and dirty water, the bazaars, old plants, and also flowers, frangipani, marigold, jasmine, and orange. It was the smell of home. Dafadar Zarin Khan of the Guides had asked for 3 weeks of leave for important personal reasons. He paid for his own trip to Bombay to meet the ship called SS Canterbury Castle. He brought a servant for Ash with him. The servant was Gulbaz, a Pathan man chosen for the job by Awal Shah. The years had not changed Zarin very much. At first sight, he looked almost the same as the young soldier who had said goodbye to a sad boy 7 years before. He was taller now and his body was stronger. His moustache was thick and fine. There were some small lines on his face that showed he was older. He did not wear his old yellow uniform and puttees anymore. Now he wore bright holiday clothes, wide trousers, a flowered vest, and a long white shirt. The sun was very hot on the dirty dock. All around him people pushed and shouted. Coolies, port workers, hotel men, and family members waited excitedly for the ship. As the small boats helped the big ship come close and the gangplanks were put out, Zarin looked carefully at the people standing on the deck. He thought that Ashok would know him easily, but he himself might not know Ashok so quickly, because the boy was now a man. Then he suddenly stopped looking and smiled with relief. Yes, that was Ashok. He was sure of it. Ashok was a little shorter than Zarin had expected, just under 6 feet, but tall enough. He looked thin and strong, with a face like a northerner or a Pathan. His clothes showed he was a sahib, but his skin was dark from many sunny days on the ship. His hair was black too. Zarin thought that if Ashok wore Pathan clothes, he could still look like one. He smiled quietly and hoped the years had not changed Ashok's heart too much. Only time would tell. Ashok had written many letters. At first they were in English, but later he wrote in Urdu, which Colonel Anderson had taught him. A clerk had to translate the letters for Zarin, and some meaning was lost, but the letters showed that Ashok still cared for his friends. Zarin wondered if their friendship could feel the same now that Ashok had grown up. He saw Ashok on deck. Ashok did not look around for anyone, like most passengers did. Instead, he looked past the crowd toward the tall buildings and green gardens of the city. From far away, Zarin could see the calm look on his face. He felt happy and sure that it was really Ashok who had come back home.
There is Pelham Sahib, Zarin said, pointing him out to Gulbaz.
He lifted his hand to greet his friend. Then he stopped. A young woman came to stand beside Ashok. She held his arm and looked up at him with a laugh. She seemed sure she belonged there and wanted all his attention. Ashok turned to her at once, and his face changed. Zarin saw it and frowned. A Mem Sahib. A young Mem Sahib. This was trouble he had not expected. From the start, the Mem Sahibs had caused fear and division between white men and brown men in India. In the old days, when the Bengal army was new, There had been few memsahibs. The long and hard sea trip had kept most of them away. Because of that, the men from England had often married Indian women or had Indian companions. They had learned the ways of the land and understood its people. They spoke the local languages well. There was friendship and respect then between white and brown. Later, steamships made travel faster and easier. Then the memsahibs came to India in great numbers. They brought pride and cold manners. They thought the Indians were lower people. The word native, which had once meant only born in a place, became an insult. The memsahibs avoided Indians. They accepted rich meals from princes but did not welcome Indians into their homes. They thought they were kind only because they had many servants. But most of them did not care about India's history or culture. They called the land heathen and wild. Their husbands stopped marrying Indian women or even being close to them. The memsahibs looked down on the mixed-race children of earlier days. They mocked them with ugly names like Eurasian or Blacky White. They turned away from anyone who looked different in color. Not all women were like that, but most were. Because of this, friendship between the races disappeared. Trust and understanding faded. Old kindness was lost. In its place came coldness and hate. Zarin Khan stood on the dock in the hot sun. He watched his old friend help a fair-haired girl down the ship's ramp. His heart felt heavy. He did not know how life in England had changed a shock. But he had not expected this problem. He hoped it would not last long. He wished it would soon end and be forgotten. But he did not like the proud and possessive look on the face of the short, round lady, who was clearly the girl's mother. He now remembered her as the wife of Harlow Sahib, the second officer of a regiment stationed at Peshawar. That look did not seem friendly. Peshawar was less than 4 hours from Mardan, so the girl could easily visit Ashok when he should be working on more serious matters. Zarin frowned and began to feel unsure if he would be welcome there. Major Harlow had not been able to meet his family in Bombay. The frontier regiments were busy preparing for autumn training, and he could not leave his work. Still, he had sent his servant and his wife's maid to look after them on the long trip north. He felt sure they would meet some friendly people on the train and would not be bored.
Of course we will not be bored, cried Belinda, her eyes bright with excitement. Ash will be with us. And there will be so much to see. Forests and tigers and elephants. Oh, look at that sweet baby. It's only wearing a bangle. Just imagine taking a baby out in England dressed like that. Why does Mr. Tilbury have all those flowers around his neck? He looks so funny covered with flowers and shiny paper. Mrs. Chiverton has flowers too. I wish, oh, Ash, look. There's an Indian man over there staring at us. The tall one in the white turban with gold edges. I think he knows you.
Ash turned his head and stopped suddenly. Zarin. For a moment, time seemed to go back many years. He was a boy again, listening to Zarin telling him that he must go to England and that one day he would come back. The years will pass quickly, Ashok. They had not passed quickly. But they had passed, and now he was home again. There was Zarin, waiting for him, just as he had promised. Ash wanted to call out, but his throat felt tight. He could only smile awkwardly.
What is it? Ash asked Belinda, pulling on his sleeve. Why are you looking like that? Who is that man?
Zarin. It's Zarin.
He moved her hand from his arm and started to run. Belinda stood still, shocked, watching him. She could hardly believe her fiancé was hugging a strange Indian man in public with such warmth. It would have seemed too much even if they had been Frenchmen. They were really embracing each other. Belinda turned away quickly, her face red with shame, and saw Amy Chiverton watching her with a cruel smile.
Mama always said there was something strange about Mr. Pelham-Martyn, said Miss Chiverton in a mean voice. Do you think that man is his half-brother or a cousin or something? They do look very much alike. Oh, I forgot you are engaged to him. How terrible of me. I'm so sorry. But of course I was only joking.
I think it's only one of his old servants who came to meet him. Our servants are here too. I think yours are also here. Belinda thought that people did not usually hug their old servants. And the man did not look old. She looked at them again and felt very uneasy. Amy Chiverton had said something that now seemed true. The two men looked quite alike. If Ashton grew a moustache, they could almost look like brothers.
Really, Belinda dear, said Mrs. Harlow, coming back quickly after saying goodbye to Colonel and Mrs. Philpott from the next cabin. How many times have I told you not to stand in the sun without your parasol? You will spoil your skin. Where is Ashton?
He had something to do about his luggage, Belinda said, not telling the truth. She took her mother's arm and drew her toward the customs shed. He will be here in a minute. Let's go into the shade. Belinda suddenly felt she could not let her mother see Ashton hugging that man. Her mother would not say anything unkind, but she would not approve either. Belinda could not bear to hear more talk about Ashton and natives. Perhaps Ashton had a good reason, but he should not have left her alone. He should not have walked away and left her in a noisy crowd. It was as if she was not important at all. If this was how he meant to treat her. Her blue eyes filled with angry tears. All the noise and color around her no longer looked exciting. She only felt the heat, the sweat on her back, and the pain of being left alone. Her dress stuck to her skin. Ash had behaved badly. India felt awful. At that moment, Ash was not thinking about her at all. He laughed and talked with his friend. He even forgot that he was now an English officer.
Zareen, why didn't anyone tell me you would be here, he said.
They did not know, Zarin answered. I asked for a few days of leave. I did not tell anyone where I planned to go.
Not even Awul Shah? How is he? Ash asked. Did you know me right away, or were you not sure? Have I changed a lot? You have not changed, Zareen. Maybe a little, but not much.
Tell me about your father. Is he well? Will I see him in Mardan?
I do not think so. He is well, but his village is 2 miles beyond the border. He seldom leaves it now because he is old.
Then we must go and visit him before long. Oh Zareen, I am so happy to see you again. It is wonderful to be back.
I am happy too, Zareen said. Sometimes I thought you might forget us and never want to return, but now I see you are the same Ashok who once flew kites and took melons with me when we lived in the Hawa Mahal. I should have known you would not change. Did the years in England feel very long?
Yes, Ash said quietly. But they are gone now, thank God. Tell me about you and the regiment.
They began to talk about the guides and the stories of a winter campaign against the tribes near the frontier who had been attacking villages and stealing animals and women. Soon Zareen introduced Gulbaz and then met Allah Yar and Madhu. Some passengers who were leaving the ship looked at them with surprise. They were amazed to see the young Pelham-Martyn laughing happily with local men, for he had been very quiet on the voyage. Many had thought him boring, though his friendship with the little Harlow girl had shown he might be more interesting than they believed. Now there was no sign of shyness in him. A few passengers looked at the cheerful group, lifted their eyebrows in surprise, and walked away feeling uncomfortable. The crowd on the dock started to thin. The piles of luggage became smaller. Still Belinda and her mother waited with impatience for Ash to return. Their travel companions from the last 2 months climbed into carriages and went toward the city. The sun shone brightly on the metal roof of the customs shed, and the air grew hotter. But Ash forgot about time completely. He and Zareen had much to tell each other. At last Zarin sent Gul Baz to find Ash's luggage and hire men to carry it. Then Allah said suddenly that he and Mardu would travel with Ash to Mardan.
You will not need that new servant, Allah said. Before he died, Anderson Sahib asked me to take care of you. Mardu also wants to work for you. We talked about it, and although we are old, we do not wish to stop working. We do not want to serve a new Sahib whose ways are strange to us. I will be your bearer and Mardu your cook. You need not worry about payment. Anderson Sahib left enough money for us, and our needs are small. A few rupees will be fine.
Ash tried to argue, but the two old men would not change their minds. When Zarin said that a young officer living in the mess would not need a cook, Mardu smiled and said he could be a butler instead. It made no difference to him. He and Allah had worked together for many years and knew each other's habits, and they also knew Ash well. They wanted to stay together, and Ash was pleased. He had not wanted to part from them, and their decision made him very happy. He also agreed that Gul Baz could stay as an assistant bearer.
I will send him to the station to buy the train tickets and find a compartment close to yours, Zarin said. No, we cannot travel with you.
Or you come with us. It would not be right, Zarin said. You are now a Sahib. If you do not act like one, it will make problems for all of us. Many people would not understand.
He is right, Allah said. And we must think about the Mem Sahibs too.
Oh no, Ash began and stopped suddenly. Belinda. I forgot her. Listen, Zarin. I will meet you at the station. Tell Gul Baz to bring my bags. Allah, you have the keys, don't you? You know my things.
He ran back to the place where he had left Belinda. She was gone. All the other passengers were gone too, with their bags and the people who came to meet them. The SS Canterbury Castle was silent and looked empty in the hot afternoon.
In the customs shed, an official told us that two ladies had waited there for about an hour and had just left. He did not know where they had gone. Maybe they went to a hotel on Malabar Hill, or to the yacht club, or the Bicolor. He said one of the carriage drivers outside might know. He added unkindly that both ladies looked upset.
Ash hired a small carriage and started to look for them. But the pony was tired and could not run fast. He did not catch up with them. He spent a long, worried afternoon driving around Bombay. He visited many hotels and clubs but found no one. At last, feeling tired and unhappy, he went to the railway station to wait for them. The mail train was not leaving until late in the evening. Ash waited in the entrance hall for hours. He felt miserable. He called himself selfish and foolish. He thought he was not good enough for someone as lovely as Belinda. Last night he had told her he would love her forever and always try to make her happy if she trusted him. But now he had failed her. He wondered what she thought of him and where she had gone. Belinda and her mother had gone to visit a friend who lived close to the harbour. They stayed there all day because Mrs. Harlow said it was too hot for sightseeing. Belinda was not allowed to go out alone. After an early supper, they went to the station. When they arrived, they saw Ash on the platform. Sadly for him, he was not alone. His luck was bad that day. If they had come only 5 minutes earlier, he would have been standing there by himself, waiting sadly near the ticket office. Allah had some friends in Bombay. He had taken Zarin and Mardu to visit them and left Gul Baz to take care of things at the station. The three men arrived in a carriage just 5 minutes before Mrs. Harlow and Belinda came. It was very unlucky, because when Belinda saw Ash talking happily with them, she thought he had spent the day with them. She believed he liked their company more than hers and had not tried to find her. Belinda felt angry and wanted to cry. Her throat felt tight and hot. Even though the station was full of people and she was trained to behave politely, she wanted to throw an engagement ring at him. She did not have one, so she lifted her head and prepared to walk past him proudly. But then something happened that made her change her mind. It seemed small at the time, but it later affected more lives than anyone could guess. Belinda only wanted to make Ash feel the same hurt she felt. She saw an easy way to do it and took it. George Garforth, young, handsome, and soft-featured, was hurrying down the platform to find his seat. Belinda smiled at him warmly. She looked very happy to see him. George had already fallen in love with her, and now her smile made him lose his mind completely. Before that, he had been too shy and unsure to tell her his feelings. He loved her deeply but did not dare speak. Belinda liked his nice face, but she thought he was boring. Her friend Amy Chiverton had once said cruelly that poor Mr. Garforth would have made a good shop dummy. Belinda had agreed. George looked confident, but he was not. He often felt nervous and awkward. Sometimes he tried too hard and ended up embarrassing himself. He would blush and step back in confusion, making things worse. Ash liked him and had once said, "George seems to feel everything too strongly. It is as if he was born with one skin too few." Belinda had done it without question. The one time George had tried to talk to her, he had done it in a way that annoyed even the quietest girl. She had told him off sharply, and he had gone away feeling hurt and ashamed. Now she walked toward him with her hand held out and a smile so warm that George stopped and looked behind him to see if she was smiling at someone else.
Mr. Garforth. What a nice surprise. Are you traveling on this train? I hope so. It will be much nicer if we have friends with us.
George stared at her as if he could not believe what he heard. He dropped the letters he was holding and grabbed her hand quickly, like a man holding a rope to save himself. All the color left his face and his tongue could hardly move, but Belinda did not seem to mind. She gently pulled her hand free and slipped it under his arm. Then she asked him to walk with her to her carriage.
If I had known you were on this train, I would not have worried, Belinda said happily, but I felt a little hurt that you did not say goodbye this morning. I looked for you everywhere, but the dock was so hot and crowded.
Did you? George asked. Did you really look for me?
As they walked, they came near Ash and his rough friends. Belinda laughed and looked up at George's pale face. She smiled and gave his arm a small squeeze.
Yes, really, she said.
The color came back to George's face. He took a long breath and felt strong and full of life. He felt taller and braver than ever before.
I say, George began, and then he started to laugh.
Ash turned around and saw George and Belinda walking arm in arm, laughing together as if they had no troubles at all. He moved toward them, but Belinda greeted him lightly.
Oh, hello, Ashton, she said, and then walked past him with a small nod.
Her manner hurt him more than if she had simply ignored him. Ash followed them to the Harlows' carriage. He tried to explain himself to Mrs. Harlow because Belinda was clearly too busy talking with George to listen. She only smiled politely and said he did not need to apologize.
It does not matter at all, she told him.
Her calm words made him feel useless and foolish. In the days that followed, his feelings grew worse. Belinda kept acting politely toward him, but she never showed real warmth. When he came to her carriage at the stops, she smiled kindly but never asked him to join her inside. She never suggested walking with her on the platform in the evenings. This made Ash unhappy and worried Mrs. Harlow, but it changed George completely. Nobody who had traveled with him on the SS Canterbury Castle could believe the difference. The shy and nervous boy from the ship now talked easily and walked proudly beside Belinda. With her near, he stood straight, lifted his chest, and spoke with confidence. Every evening he walked with her in the soft light, and inside the carriage he spoke so much that everyone listened to him. Ash felt too sad and sorry to be angry with Belinda. He did not even see that George was becoming jealous and rude. Ash blamed himself for everything. He thought he had done every wrong thing a man in love could do. He believed he should be punished, but not by losing her. Zarin tried to cheer him up, but he could not. After a while, he stopped trying and spent time with other friends. He decided to wait until Ash felt better. The journey that had once seemed exciting now felt slow and dull. Ash did not look out of the window. He did not care about the beautiful land outside. It had been 7 years since he last saw it, but he hardly noticed. The train passed through green forests and valleys, then through dry land filled with rocks and sand. They saw jungles, farms, small lonely villages, and ruins of old cities. Wide rivers ran beside them, where crocodiles and turtles rested in the sun. White birds stood in the shallow water and fished. At night, small lights of fireflies moved through the grass. In the early morning, peacocks cried loudly near the water. The yellow sky shone on ponds and ditches covered with water lilies. But Ash lay on his bed and looked at the ceiling. He kept thinking of ways to make Belinda forgive him. Sometimes he spoke a few words to the men traveling with him, a young political officer and an older forest officer, but he did not really listen or care what they said. Mrs. Harlow also did not enjoy the journey. She was used to travel in India being hot, dusty, and hard, but this time it felt worse. She was upset because of Ashton and Belinda. Their behavior showed her that both were still very young and careless. Many girls did marry at 17. She herself had married at that age. But those girls married men who could take care of them, not boys who acted without thinking. Ashton had proved he was still a boy when he left Belinda alone on a busy dock while he talked with some Indian men for more than an hour. His reason made things even worse. He said one of them was an old friend, a simple soldier who had traveled far to see him. He said he was so happy to meet him that he forgot the time. That showed he was honest, but not very wise or careful. Mrs. Harlow understood why Belinda refused to forgive him after such an apology. Ashton should have known better. He should also have known not to be too friendly with soldiers and servants. Such closeness was not proper, she thought. It showed he did not yet understand how to behave in society. It also showed that she, Mrs. Harlow, knew too little about him before accepting the match. She had let his good family and money make her forget to be cautious. Now Belinda was flirting openly with another young man who was not suitable at all. Mrs. Harlow worried deeply. She did not know what her husband Archie would say when he heard about this. Unhappy and full of regret, she cried often and felt faint. After 3 days of this, Belinda became tired of it. She found that being angry at Ashton was not enough to make the long, hot journey easier. She sat for hours in the stuffy train, listening to her mother talk tearfully about Ashton, engagements, and what Papa would think. Yes, Ashton had behaved badly, but she felt he had suffered enough already. Also, George Garforth was beginning to annoy her. He acted too proud and protective, as if she belonged to him. Belinda decided that it was time to stop him and show him his place. When the train stopped again, Ash knocked politely on the door as he always did. He was allowed to enter. Poor George was left outside on the platform. He had to walk around or try to talk politely with Belinda's mother. Ash and Belinda enjoyed the rest of the journey. Only in Delhi did they have a small disagreement. The railway ended there, so travellers had to continue north by old ways like palanquin, bullock cart, or walking. They stayed at the Delhi Dak bungalow. Ash spent 2 afternoons seeing the sights. Then he was gone for 1 whole day. He stayed away for 24 hours, but neither Belinda nor her mother knew it. Ash was wiser now. He showed them a pretty ring with pearls and small diamonds. He said he had visited 20 or 30 shops in the old city and along the Chandi Chowk, the famous Silver Street, to find something good enough for Belinda. Mrs. Harlow and Belinda loved the ring. But Belinda could not wear it until Ash spoke to her father. While Ash was away, George took the ladies for a picnic at the Kutab Miner. They spent a happy day there. So Ash was forgiven, and nobody asked him more questions. That was lucky for Ash because he had spent only half an hour buying the ring. He used the rest of the time very differently. Madhu had family in Delhi. That night, Ash put on the clothes of a Pathan, borrowed from Gulbaz. He partied with Madhu's relatives and then explored the busy streets with Zarin. He ate, drank, and enjoyed himself until morning. Ash felt free and full of life, as if he had escaped from prison. The Western habits he learned at school and in England seemed to disappear easily. It was like taking off a heavy coat on a warm spring day. He began to speak and act as he had in childhood. The spicy food tasted wonderful after years of plain meals with boiled beef, cabbage, and puddings. The heat, smells, and noise of Delhi made him feel alive again. He forgot England, the soldiers, and Belinda. He felt like Ashok, Sita's son, who had come home to his own land. He did not know which temple Sita had visited. Even if he did, he could not go there dressed as a Pathan. So he gave money to holy men and poor beggars in her name. The next morning he went with Zarin, Alayar, Madhu, and Gulbaz to the big courtyard of the Juma Masjid. He said a prayer for Sita and for his uncle Akbar. One was a Hindu and the other a Muslim, but Ash believed that one God listened to all prayers. In the gallery above the gate, some European tourists were talking and laughing while the people prayed below. Their voices broke the quiet sound of prayers. Ash felt angry. He wondered how they would feel if Indians behaved that way in a church in England. Then he saw that Mrs. Harlow and Belinda were among them. He felt ashamed and thought, they are only ignorant. They do not mean harm. They do not understand. The Red City of the Moguls was full of interest by day and excitement by night. But near evening Ash began to feel guilty. He knew he had done something wrong. So he changed back into his English clothes. He went to a jeweller's shop in the Chandi Chowk for half an hour. Then he returned to the Dak bungalow. Only a few travellers from the Bombay mail train were going north into the Punjab. They continued their journey in small horse-drawn carriages called Dak garis. The vehicles were old and shaky and looked like wooden boxes on wheels. Ash had one companion on this part of the trip. It was George Garforth. Ash soon wished he were alone or travelling with someone else. George did not plan to give up his hopes with Belinda. She had been kind to him during the first 3 days of their journey from Bombay, and that had made him believe she cared for him. He knew she was engaged to Ashton Pelham-Martyn, but that did not stop his feelings. It only made him feel jealous and sad. George liked to talk about his broken heart, and he often talked to Ash about it. Ash had to listen and sometimes found it very hard to stay calm. Belinda had made things worse by showing interest in what George said. Now George talked without stopping, and Ash did not know how to make him quiet without being rude. So Ash decided it was better to spend time with other people. He often stayed with Zarin, Alayar, and Madhu. He liked them much more than George. Also, he could no longer see Belinda alone. Belinda's mother had invited an old friend, Mrs. Vic Carey, to travel with them in their carriage. Because of that, Ash could no longer hope to join them for a ride or to talk with Belinda privately at the stops where people ate or changed horses. Even so, he did not dislike Mrs. Vic Carey. She was a kind and wise woman who liked to listen and understand others. People felt comfortable with her. Ash soon found himself telling her more about his life than he ever told Belinda. He was surprised by this, but she was not. Mrs. Vic Carey often heard people's private stories, and she never repeated them. That was why so many people trusted her. Before meeting Ash, she had already heard much about him from Mrs. Harlow, who liked to talk about her future son-in-law's family and prospects. Because of that, Mrs. Vic Carey wanted to know Ash better. She shared his love for India, which she also called her home. She had been born there. She went to England when she was 8 but came back at 16 to join her parents in Delhi. There she met a young engineer named Charles Vic Carey, and they married in the winter of 1849. Since then, Her husband's work had taken her all over India. Men from both the Carroll and Vic Carey families had served the country for 3 generations, first for the East India Company and later for the British Crown. The more she saw of India, the more she loved it. She learned 4 Indian languages and spoke them very well. She made many friends among Indian people, and she valued them deeply. Mrs. Harlow was very different in that way. Mrs. Vickery's life had not been easy. She lost her only child to cholera. Later, during the Great Sepoy Rising of 1857, both her parents and her sister Sarah died in Cawnpore with Sarah's 3 young children. Even then, Mrs. Vic Carey did not become bitter or hateful. She stayed fair and calm, even during hard times after the rebellion. There were other women like her, but she was the first of this kind whom Ash had met. Because of her, he stopped thinking that Mrs. Harlow and her noisy friends at the Juma Masjid were like all British women in India. For that alone, he was grateful to Mrs. Vic Carey. He could forgive her for making it harder to see Belinda during the journey north. Apart from that one missing thing, the days passed in a pleasant way. It felt good for Ash to be with Zarin again and to listen to his old friend talk. Outside the windows, he saw places that brought back many memories. They ate the food that Gulbaz bought in the villages, like rice, curry, lentils, flatbread, and sweet cakes covered with silver. Sometimes it was served on green leaves. They drank buffalo milk or cool water from the village wells. The names of the towns and rivers sounded familiar to Ash. Every small village looked known to him. He realized this was the same land he had traveled with Sita after they escaped from Gulcote. He remembered Karnal, Ambala, Ludhiana, Julundu, Amritsar, and Lahore. He knew the Sutlej and the Ravi rivers too. The days stayed very hot until late afternoon. The strong sun still burned the paint on the carriages. But when the weak pony teams pulled them across the rich fields of Punjab, the air slowly became cooler. One morning, very early, Ash got out to stretch his legs beside the quiet road. He looked north and saw a long pale pink line on the far horizon. It was bright against the green sky. He knew he was looking at the snowy tops of the Himalayas. His heart suddenly felt full, and his eyes filled with tears. He wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. He wanted to shout or to pray like Zarin, Allah Ya, and the others were doing. But his prayer was not to Mecca. He looked instead to the mountains. Those were his own mountains, where he had been born. He thought of Dierkaima, the place he had prayed to as a child. Somewhere beyond those peaks were the Far Pavilions, where the tower called Tarakalas caught the first morning light. There, too, was the valley that Sita had wanted to reach before she died. Ash knew one day he would go there himself. The night before, they had rested near a small village. A food stall stood close by. Ash bought some cooked rice. He remembered the times when he had placed food before the Dierkaima in Gulcote. Now he threw the rice on the wet ground as a kind offering. He hoped it might bring him luck. A grey crow and a hungry stray dog rushed to eat it. When Ash saw the thin dog, memories of the past suddenly ended. He forgot Gulcote and the Dierkaima. It was Ashton Pelham-Martyn, not a shock, who bought some flatbread and fed the starving animal. It was Isabel's son, not Sita's, who climbed back into the carriage. He had his hands in his pockets and was whistling a cheerful tune as the sun rose high and filled the plains with light.
"Ah. This air smells like my home again," said Allah Ya. He lifted his head and sniffed the wind like an old horse near its stable. "Now it will not matter if the carriages break down. We can walk if we must."
Allah Ya never trusted hired carriages. He often blamed the drivers when they stopped too long. But this time the carriages did not break. Instead, a broken bridge and part of the road that had washed away made them wait 2 days. They stayed at a traveller's house near the road while workers fixed it. If George Garforth had not been there, Ash might have gone off to explore with Zarin and Allah Ya. But he remembered how kind Belinda had been to George after they left Bombay. He also remembered that George had helped him in Delhi when Ash was away. So, to Zarin's dislike, Ash spent nearly all his time with Belinda during those 2 days. Mr. Garforth also tried to spend time with her, but once again he mostly had to talk to Mrs. Harlow. Still, she liked him very much. He held her wool while she knitted and told her long stories about his childhood. She thought George Garforth was a fine and polite young man. But handsome looks and kind eyes could not make up for the fact that he had little money. Right now, his future did not look bright. As a new and very junior worker in a company that sold beer, wine, and spirits, George did not earn much money and his social place was low. In India, only in big cities such as Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras, people who worked in trade were respected. In other places, like the army town of Peshawar, they were looked down on. People called them boxwallahs, which was not a kind word. So, in Peshawar, a young man like George did not matter much. Mrs. Harlow thought this was sad. If things were different, she would have been happier if George had married her daughter, Bella, instead of Ashton Pelham-Martyn. Mrs. Harlow found it hard to explain what she really felt about Ashton. When they met on the ship, he seemed quiet and dependable. He was rich enough, and because his uncle had only one son, it was possible that Ashton might later become a baronet. He had looked like a very good choice for marriage. But after that terrible day in Bombay, Mrs. Harlow started to feel unsure. She sighed and thought, if only George were as well placed as Ashton, she would feel happier about Bella's future. George was handsome and simple, and his parents seemed rich and kind. When he told her about his home, it sounded grand, much grander than the life she knew. Even 2 carriages. That made her wonder if George might be a better choice than people thought. He said his father was Irish and his grandmother was a Greek lady with a title. That explained his noble face. George wanted to join the army, but his mother would not allow it. To please her, he decided to go into business instead. He liked adventure and wanted to see the East, so he took a job with Brown and MacDonald. He could have chosen an easier and better paid job in England, found through his family, but he said he wanted to start from the bottom and work his own way up. Mrs. Harlow liked that very much. She thought he was such a pleasant young man. Ashton was different. He never talked about his parents. The few things he had said about his childhood sounded strange. She even stopped him from saying more. She told him politely that his story could be misunderstood. He had been raised by a Hindu woman, the wife of a simple stable worker, and he called her my mother. Mrs. Harlow shivered at the thought of what people would say if they found out. She wished she had not agreed so quickly to let him marry Belinda. She would not have done it except for little Harry and Teddy. She missed her younger children so much and wanted to be near them again. People did not know how hard it was to be apart from one's children for years. Even her husband, Archie, did not understand. She only wanted Belinda to be safe and happy. She hoped Archie would not be angry. She had done it for the best, especially for Harry and Teddy. By the evening of the second day, repairs to the road were finished. The passengers were gathered again and got back into their carriages. After the moon rose, the gharries started moving toward Jhelum, the last part of the journey. There was a large British military station there. The Jhelum River ran fast and high after heavy rain in faraway Kashmir. Ash looked at the rough brown water, but it did not remind him of the quiet river that had taken Sita away so long ago. The town and the army base lay across the river. Because there had been a military exercise that day, many British officers were waiting on the near bank for boats to take them home. Belinda watched the younger ones with interest. She thought they were very lively and exciting, so different from the serious, plain men of Nelbury. Those men now seemed part of another world. The officers were cheerful and strong, burned by sun, shaped by hard work and war. They were easy to recognize, like cowboys from Texas or Native Americans from old stories. The sight of the young officers made Belinda feel happier. She had felt low during the last few days. The long, dusty trip had made her tired and bored. But now she saw cheerful faces again and remembered that fun and good company still existed. With so many handsome young men to go with her to picnics and dance with her at balls, no pretty girl could feel lonely. It almost seemed a pity that she was already engaged to Ashton. Still, she loved him and wanted to marry him, though maybe not very soon. It would be nice to stay free for a few more years and enjoy the attention of many young men instead of just one. Besides, Ash would be far away in Mardan. He could only come to see her once a week, if that. But as his fiancée, she could not accept invitations from other men. People would think that very improper. Belinda sighed as she looked at the bright red uniforms and fine moustaches of the young officers. She did not notice the older men, for she was not expecting to see her father. Even if she had expected him, she would not have known him. The man she remembered from childhood had seemed tall and strong. But the small, older man who now came to the door of their carriage looked very different. Belinda was surprised and shocked when her mother cried out, "Archie," and hugged the stranger with great happiness. Could this really be the strict father whom Aunt Lizzie and Mama had always spoken of when they said, "Your papa would never allow it"? Belinda felt a little disappointed, but her father was clearly pleased with her. He told her she looked exactly like her dear mother when she was young. He said it was a shame that his unit would soon leave for training, because she might find Peshawar a little quiet while the young men were away. But by Christmas, he said, they would return, and then she would find Peshawar very lively again. Major Harlow gently pinched her chin and said with a smile that soon all the young men would be waiting to take his pretty little girl out to ride and dance. Belinda blushed, and her mother felt anxious. She hoped Edith Vick Carey would not say something foolish, and that Ashton would not appear before she could tell Archie about the engagement. It was most inconvenient that Archie had chosen to meet them at Jhelum. She had planned to tell him the news privately in their own house, before there was any chance of him meeting Mr. Pelham-Martyn, who would leave them at Nowshera. The next 15 minutes were uncomfortable, but Mrs. Harlow managed not to say anything wrong. When Ash arrived, George Garforth came right behind him. That helped Mrs. Harlow, because she could introduce both young men as friends from the ship. Then she politely sent them away, explaining that she and her husband and dear Bella had much to talk about after so long apart. Ash understood at once that this was not the right time to speak to Major Harlow as a future son-in-law. He went to the dining room of the rest house to eat quietly, while Zarin arranged travel plans and George walked up and down the veranda, hoping to catch one more look at Belinda's blue eyes.
"I can't understand you," George said bitterly when the Harlows had left. "If I were you, I'd be with them now. I'd face the old man and tell him she is mine. You don't deserve that angel. If another man wins her, it will serve you right. There will be many of them around her in Peshawar."
There were already many on the ship, Ash said calmly. "If you think this is the right place to ask a stranger for his daughter's hand, you are crazy. He hasn't seen her since she was a child. How could I start such a talk 5 minutes after he met her, and in a busy rest house too? Be sensible."
"I think I am crazy," George said sadly, touching his forehead with his hand. "But I can't stop loving her. I know it's hopeless, but it doesn't matter. I love her, and if you hurt her—"
"Oh, stop it, George," Ash said. Interrupted Ash impatiently. "You have just said that she will soon leave me for another man, yet now you say something different. Ask the servant to bring you some food and please let me finish my dinner."
Ash felt sorry for the man who had failed to win Belinda's heart. As the man she had chosen, he felt it was his duty to be kind. But George's sad and dramatic manner was becoming very tiring. Ash only wished that he was not going to be sent to Peshawar. If George stayed near the Harlows' house, they would often meet again. Ash did not feel afraid that Belinda might change her mind. She had told him clearly that she loved him. He trusted her fully, and to doubt her would have felt wrong. It would have shown a lack of faith and would have been unfair to both of them. Ash was still young and took his feelings very seriously. He was also not the sort of man who cared much about praise. So he was not surprised when neither Belinda nor Mrs. Harlow tried to give him special attention. They did not even try to introduce him to Belinda's father when they met him on the road. On their way between Jelham and Nowshera, the horse carts stopped often so travellers could eat, and sometimes they stayed overnight. Ash thought it was natural that Belinda wanted to focus on her father. She had not seen him for many years, and she did not want their happy meeting to be spoiled by talk of her marriage. He believed that when the Harlows were settled in their new home and rested, Belinda would write to him. She would invite him to visit, and then he could go to Peshawar and speak to her father. Maybe, he thought, they might even marry by spring. This idea had not come to him before. He had thought that Belinda's father would want them to wait until he was older. Ash had not planned to argue about that, but after meeting Major Harlow, he began to think again. Ash had expected Major Harlow to be a strong and serious man. Instead, he found a small, harmless-looking gentleman. Now he understood why Mrs. Harlow had agreed to the engagement herself. She had not said they must wait until the Major gave his permission. From his appearance, Ash guessed that the Major easily accepted the opinions of his wife and daughter. So, maybe Belinda and her mother could persuade him to allow an early wedding. That thought pleased Ash, and he began to dream about their future life. Major Harlow did not pay much attention to Ash, who was known as Ensign Pelham-Martyn. He only noticed that his pretty daughter had 2 young men who liked her. He nodded politely to Ash and to Mr. Garforth when his wife introduced them, then quickly forgot their names. Sometimes, at the resting places along the road, he would greet them kindly and joke with Belinda about having 2 admirers. The road passed through the lonely salt ranges between Jelham and Rawalpindi. It turned past the old ruins of Taxila and moved through rocky hills above the dry plain, the stones standing out like the ribs of hungry animals. Finally, it reached the Indus River, near the dark walls of Atok Fort. There, the travellers got down from their carriage. They paid the drivers and crossed the river by ferry. Then they took new carriages and continued along the road beside the Kubble River. The autumn rains had made the river fast and red-brown, but the land was still dry and dusty. Beyond the river, the plains stretched away toward the hills, covered with yellow rocks and dry golden grass. The trees looked tired from the summer heat. Now the hills seemed closer, and the far horizon ended in dark ridges and folded rocks that changed their color as the travelers moved ahead. Every hour of the day, the hills looked different. Sometimes they seemed 50 miles away, blue and clear like glass. At other times, they looked close, dark brown with many black lines from small valleys. Behind them stood the border hills and the mountains of Malakand. They rose one after another like frozen waves at the edge of the plain. Those mountains guarded a wild land. Many fierce tribes lived there. They followed no laws except the law of strength. They built strong villages, fought long family wars, and were often in battle with each other or the British. This was the northwest frontier. It was called the Gateway of India. A long time ago, Alexander the Great and his soldiers had marched through here. Beyond the rough passes lay the land of Shia Ali, the ruler of Afghanistan. Farther beyond was the great Russian Empire. To Belinda, the land looked empty and sad. But at least the road to Peshawar was busy. When she looked out of the window of the carriage, she sometimes saw Englishmen riding horses or driving small 2-wheeled traps. There were also many country carts and people walking on the road. Once, a line of British soldiers marched past. Behind them walked big elephants carrying heavy loads. The dust was thick and turned their red coats a dull, grey-brown color. There were camels too. Belinda remembered seeing them when she was a child. They walked in long lines, carrying big, shaking loads that moved from side to side. Below them, goats and cows were being taken from one village to another. When they came near the town of Nowshera, the road became crowded. The drivers of carriages and carts hit their ponies to make them run faster. They raced each other into town. People had to jump aside quickly, and dust rose in the air, making everyone cough. The town was small and had a rest house like many others along the road. Belinda did not know this was where Ash must say goodbye. He came to the carriage, holding his hat in his hand. The evening sun fell on his face as he looked at her. He wanted to say many things, but her parents were there, and he could not speak freely. Mrs. Harlow looked flustered, and Major Harlow sounded polite but distant. It was clear that no one had talked yet about an engagement.
So Ash only took Belinda's hand. He told her he would come to Peshawar soon to visit her.
Mrs. Harlow said they would be glad to see him. But then she added that they would be very busy unpacking and perhaps it would be better next month.
Major Harlow said, of course, and added that around Christmas many young officers got a few days' leave. He thought Mr. Pelham-Martyn could do the same and visit them then.
Belinda's face turned pink. She said softly that she hoped Mr. Pelham-Martyn could come to Peshawar before Christmas.
Just then, the driver of the carriage said the horses were ready. Major Harlow helped his family inside. The doors closed. The whip cracked. The carriage rolled away in a cloud of dust. Ash stood in the road and felt sad and useless. He wished he had been brave enough to kiss Belinda in front of them all. That might have made their feelings clear. Mrs. Harlow's talk of next month did not sound hopeful. But her husband's words about a few days' leave at Christmas upset him more. Ash had thought he could ride to Peshawar soon after he arrived. He had not realized he might not get leave so early. He could only ask for it if he had a very strong reason. But he could not tell his commander about an engagement that was not yet spoken of to Belinda's father. He could only hope Mrs. Harlow would speak to Major Harlow soon. Maybe the Major would ask him to come to Peshawar, or perhaps he would ride to Mardan himself. But that would depend on how he took the news, and now Ash was no longer sure he would approve.
The regiment have sent a Tonga, said Zareen suddenly beside him.
It will not take us all, so I told Gulbaz to hire another man for himself and Mardu, and they went ahead with the baggage. The day is getting late, and we must go. There are still more than 10 kors before we reach Mardan, he said.
Night came quickly in the east. There was no soft light between day and darkness. The Kabul River looked golden in the sunset when Ash and his 3 friends crossed the bridge of boats at Nowshera. But long before they reached Mardan, the moon was high in the sky. The little star-shaped fort that Hodson built many years ago lay black on the white plain. Years before, when the land of 5 rivers was still part of the Sikhlands, only the company's soldiers were in Lahore to help a British resident keep control. At that time, Sir Henry Lawrence had a new idea. He wanted a fast and strong group of soldiers who could move quickly to stop trouble anywhere. He was a wise and brave man who later died in Lucknow during the mutiny. His new force would have 1 troop of horse soldiers and 2 groups of foot soldiers. They would not follow old rules. They would be trained to fight and also to find information early and clearly. Their clothes would be loose and the color of dust, so they could not be seen from far away. Most soldiers wore red coats and tight collars in great heat, which made them suffer. These new men would look different and feel free. Sir Henry gave this new force the name the Corps of Guides. He asked Harry Lumsden, a young officer known for his good sense and courage, to start it. Lumsden did well. The first camp of the Guides was at Peshawar. At first their job was to fight the wild mountain tribes who robbed villages and took women, children, and cattle into the hills. The Sikhs said they ruled the Punjab, but really only a few British men had power there. Later the Guides went south to fight near Firzapur, Multan, and Lahore. They fought bravely in the hard battles of the Second Sikh War. After the war ended and the Punjab became part of the company's lands, the Guides returned to the frontier again. They did not go back to Peshawar, but built a new fort at Mardan near the Kalpani River, where the tracks from Swat and Bunna meet. There they left their tents and built a strong fort with walls of mud. When Hodson began his work there, the land was empty and without trees. His wife, Sophia, wrote home in January 1854 and said, "Think of a great flat land, dry and brown, with some small bushes here and there. We see this everywhere. Only in the north are the high white hills of the Himalayas behind the nearer ridge close to our camp." The place still looked the same, but the guides had grown strong. They had planted trees and made their homes more pleasant. That night the garden Hodson made for his wife and their baby, who had died very young, smelled of jasmine and roses. In the small graveyard, white stones shone in the moonlight above the soldiers who died at Ambala. Nearby, under a mulberry tree, was the place where Colonel Spottiswoode had shot himself in sorrow when his regiment betrayed him in 1857. Ash smelled the air of the cantonment and felt it welcome him. He could smell horses and wood smoke, water on dry ground, and spicy food cooking on small fires. He heard the stamp of horse hooves and the sound of men talking after work. In the officers' mess some men sang a cheerful song to the sound of a weak piano. In the bazaar a drum beat slowly, and hungry dogs howled at the moon. A shell blew loudly in a temple, and far off he heard the sad voices of jackals calling across the plain.
"It is good to be back," said Zarin softly. "This air feels better than the heat and noise in the south."
Ash said nothing.
He looked around and understood that this small green place, made by people between the hills of the Himalayas and the wide plain, would be his home for many years. From here, he would ride with his regiment to keep peace on the border and sometimes fight in the hills that looked like folded grey cloth in the moonlight. At other times, he would dance, hunt, or race in many lively stations from Delhi to Peshawar. Whatever the reason for leaving, whether for work or pleasure, he would always return to Mardan while he served with the guides. He smiled at Zarin and was going to speak when a man stepped out from the shadow of a neem tree beside the road. The man moved into the moonlight and stopped the Tonga.
"Who is it?" Ash asked in the local language.
But even as he asked, he remembered another night like this. He jumped from the Tonga without waiting for an answer and bent down in the dusty road to touch the feet of an old man standing by the horse.
"Coda Dad, it is you, my father," he said.
Ash's voice shook, and memories came to him quickly, bright and strong. The old man laughed and put his arms around him.
"So you did not forget me, my son," he said. "That is good, because I was not sure I would know you. The little boy has become a tall and strong man, almost as tall as I am. Or maybe I have grown smaller in my old age. My sons told me you were coming, so I went to Mardan. Awal Shah and I waited many nights by the road. We did not know when you would arrive."
Awal Shah came out of the dark and gave a salute. His father and Zarin might forget that Ash was an officer, but Jemadar Awal Shah did not.
"Salam, Sahib," said Awal Shah. "The garis were late, and we did not know when you would reach here. But my father wished to see you before you greeted the Colonel Sahib. So we waited."
Yes, yes, said Coda Dad, nodding. "Tomorrow will not do. Tomorrow you will be an officer with many duties, and your time will not be your own. But tonight, before you report to your superiors, you are still a shock. You can give an old man half an hour to talk."
"Of course, my father," said Ash. "Zarin, tell the Tonga driver to wait. Shall we go to your place, Jemadar Sahib?"
"No," said Awal Shah. "That is not wise. But we brought food, and there is a small place behind the trees where we can sit and talk quietly, away from the road."
The Jemadar walked ahead and led them to a small patch of ground blackened by old campfires. Some charcoal still glowed red under the tree roots. There were covered pots and a hookah ready. Coda Dad squatted down happily in the shadows and grunted with approval when Ash sat the same way. Few European men could sit like that, because their clothes were not made for it and they were not used to such a pose. But Colonel Anderson, like Awal Shah and the commandant of the guides, had made sure that Ashton Pelham-Martyn learned these things long ago. He had wanted the boy to remember skills that could be useful to the man.
My son Zarin sent a message from Delhi, said Dad, taking a long pull from the hookah. He told his brother that everything was well and that you had not forgotten us. So I came across the border to welcome you.
And what if he had said I had become only a sahib? Ash asked while taking a chapati full of palau and eating with good appetite.
Then I would not have come, said Dad. There would be nothing to say. But now there are things we must speak about.
There was something serious in his voice that made Ash ask quickly, "What things? Is there bad news? Are you in trouble?"
No, said Dad. It is only that Zarin and Alayya say you are still in many ways the Ashok from our Gulkot days. That is good news.
He stopped and looked at his sons, who nodded as if they agreed. Ash looked from Dad to Zarin, then to Awal Shah. He saw the same look on all their faces. "What is it?" he asked.
Nothing to worry you, said Dad calmly. It is only that here in Mardan, or wherever the guides go, you and my son cannot act like the Zarin and Ashok of the old days. It would not be right for a Dafadar and an English officer to behave like brothers now. People would talk too much. Some might think you show special favor, and there are men from many different clans, Sikhs and Hindus as well as Pathans, in the guides.
Is it understood? The last words were spoken softly. They were more like an order than a question. The sound reminded Ash of long ago, when the master of horse had been kind to him. That man had scolded him when needed, helped him when he was sad, and treated him like a son. Ash remembered those days and answered with respect, although he did not fully agree. He thought it was strange that he could not be friendly with Zarin as before. He felt they should still act like brothers without others finding fault. But he also knew older men often had rules that seemed foolish to him. Arguing with them had never helped. So he decided to accept Dad's advice. He said slowly, "It is understood."
But?
There are no buts, Awal Shah said quickly. My father and I have already spoken about this. Zarin agrees too. The past is finished, and we must forget it. The boy from Gulkot is gone. Now there is only an officer of the guides. You cannot change that or try to be two people at once.
I already am two people, Ash said with a small sad smile. Your brother made me that way. He said I should go to England to live with my father's family and learn to be a sahib. So I did. But I am still a Ashok too. I grew up in this land for 11 years, and I feel close to it, as if it is part of my blood. So I will always be two people in one body. It is not easy to live like that.
His voice sounded bitter.
Dad put a gentle hand on his shoulder. I understand, he said softly. But it will be easier if you keep the two sides apart. Try not to live as both at the same time. Maybe one day you will find a third person inside yourself. Not Ashok or Pelham, but someone complete, your true self. Now let us speak of other things.
Give me the hookah.
Awal Shah pushed the pipe towards him.
Ash heard the soft bubbling sound and smelled the sweet country tobacco. It made him remember long evenings many years ago in Dad's room in the Palace of the Winds. But the old man did not talk about the past. He spoke about the present and the future. He talked about the border. It had been quiet recently. While they talked, the moon came up above the trees. Its cold, clear light covered the red glow of the fire. From the road came the sound of bells. The Tonga pony shook its head and made the bells jingle. The driver coughed softly to show he was waiting. He had already waited a long time and wanted to leave.
It is late, said Dad. If I want to sleep, I must go now. Tomorrow I go to my village before sunrise. No, my mind is made up. I only wished to see you, Ashok. Now that I have done that, I will go home. He put his hand on Ash's shoulder and stood up slowly. Old men are like horses. They love their own stables best. Goodbye, my son. It is good to see you again. When you next have leave, Zarin will bring you across the border to visit me.
He held Ash in his arms for a moment and then walked away into the dark. He walked straight and proud, refusing help from his eldest son. The son spoke briefly to Zarin, saluted Ash, and followed their father.
Zarin put out the fire, picked up the pots and a hookah, and said, I must go too. Our short holiday is finished. My father is right, we should not arrive together. The driver will take you to the Adjutant Sahib's quarters. You must report that you have arrived. We will see each other again, but only during work.
But there will be other holidays, said Ash.
Of course, said Zarin. When we have leave, we can live as we like. But here, we are on duty for the Circa. Goodbye, Sahib.
He disappeared among the trees. Ash went slowly back to the road where the Tonga waited in the moonlight. The driver took him quickly to the fort, where he went to report to the adjutant. The first days in Mardan were not happy for Ash. This unhappiness would later cause many problems, because it changed how he felt about army life. It made him more impatient with rules and more critical of the orders from his superiors. He should have expected what happened, but it was not all his fault. 3 other people were also to blame. His uncle Matthew had never thought to warn him against getting engaged before even joining his regiment. Colonel Anderson had given him good advice, but since he was never married himself, he had said nothing about marriage. And Mrs. Harlow should not have been so quick to approve the idea. She and her husband had agreed too easily. So Ash believed that money, not age, was the only reason why young officers were told not to marry early. He had money, so he thought there was no reason to wait. But soon he learned he was wrong. Mrs. Harlow's fears came true. Her husband was very angry about the whole thing. The commandant of the guides also disapproved strongly. Ash had planned to ride to Peshawar to explain himself, but Major Harlow came to Mardan first. He spoke with the commandant before Ash could do anything. Both men agreed completely. They said young officers should not marry too soon. They said early marriages always brought trouble. Ash had to listen to a long, uncomfortable lecture. It made him feel small, ashamed, and very young. They did not forbid him to see Belinda, although that might have been easier. Major Harlow said clearly there could be no engagement now or later for several years. By that time, he said, both young people would know more about life. He hoped Belinda would meet and marry an older, wiser man. If Ash understood this, Major Harlow said he could still visit the family when he was in Peshawar.
You must not think I am cruel, my boy, said Belinda's father. I know how you feel. But really, it cannot be.
Ash had been told that he could afford to marry, but that he was still far too young to think about it. The older men said that he should first learn his job and wait many years before he tried to marry anyone. That was their advice. The commandant gave him the same warning. When Ash tried to speak about his feelings, he was told not to be foolish. The commandant said that if Ash felt he could not live without Miss Harlow, he was not ready for work in the guides and should find another kind of job. Since there were rumors about an engagement, Ash was allowed to take leave the next weekend to go to Peshawar and talk to Miss Harlow. Ash had expected that some people would not like his plan to marry, and he had thought that a long engagement would be fine. But he could not believe that Belinda's father and his own officer would refuse to accept any engagement at all. He was not poor or looking for money, and he had enough to live well. So he felt it was very unfair that his proposal to Belinda was rejected so quickly. He suddenly felt sure that he could not live without her. He decided at once that they should run away together. Then her father would give his permission to stop gossip, and if his regiment did not want him anymore, he could find another one. That first week in Mardan passed quickly. He had much to learn and much to do. The days were full of work and interest, But at night he could not sleep easily. Then he thought of Belinda. He made plans in his mind, wild plans, and when he slept he dreamed about her. In his dreams he was riding fast across a dry plain between low hills. A girl sat behind him, holding him tight and asking him to go faster. He could not see her face, but he knew it was Belinda. Her long hair flew out behind her, but in his dream it was black, not yellow. He heard horses coming closer and closer. He woke up full of fear and found that the sound of galloping was only his own heartbeat. He felt strange and empty even though he was back in his own land again and could see old friends like Zarin and Kodadad. That emptiness was still inside him. He was sure it would go away if Belinda married him. Then all his worry and doubt would disappear. The nights made that week feel slow. But suddenly it was Saturday. Ash left Mardan before sunrise with Gulbaz. They stopped beyond Nowshera for breakfast. They ate flatbread and lentil curry bought from a man beside the road. Parrots screamed in the trees. Gulbaz, who was 30 years old, began to sing. Ash's mood lifted, and hope came back. He felt that soon everything would be clear and peaceful. Ash had written to Belinda to say he was riding to Peshawar and would arrive near noon. He also wrote to Mrs. Harlow to ask permission to visit. He reached their house earlier than he thought, but it was empty except for a servant. The servant said that Major Harlow had gone to camp with his regiment the day before, and the ladies were out shopping. They would not return until 3 o'clock because they were having lunch with the Deputy Commissioner's wife. There was a note for Ash. Belinda wrote that she was sorry they were out, but they could not miss the lunch invitation. New cloths had arrived from Calcutta, so they had to go early. She hoped Ash would understand, and her mother hoped that he would come for tea at 4 o'clock. The note had 3 spelling mistakes and looked as if it was written in a hurry. But it was the first one Ash had ever received from her. She had signed it as his affectionate Belinda. He put it carefully in the pocket of his coat. Then he left a message saying he would be back for tea. He got on his horse and rode slowly to the Dak bungalow. There he took a room for the night. He left Gulbaz and the horses there. Then he asked for a tonga and went to the club. He thought it would be cool and quiet there. The Dak bungalow was never quiet. But the club was not a good choice either. It was cool and comfortable, but almost empty. Only a few tired servants and 2 middle-aged English ladies were there, drinking coffee in a corner. Ash sat in the other corner with a mug of beer and an old magazine. The ladies' loud voices made it hard to read. After a while he stood up quickly and walked out. He went to the bar instead. Most of the soldiers were away, so he was alone there. He sat thinking about many things, but none of them made him feel good. When George Garforth came in about 15 minutes later, Ash was almost glad to see him. Usually, he did not like George's company, and soon he wished he had stayed alone. George took the drink that Ash offered and began to talk at once. He spoke about Belinda and how she was admired by many men in Peshawar. He said that some officers should know better than to bother such a young girl.
"It is really shameful," George said angrily. "Foley and Robinson are old enough to be her father, or at least her uncles, and that Claude Parberry is not a man to trust. No one should let him take their sister out riding. I don't know why her mother allows it or why you do."
George looked at Ash with dislike. After another long drink, he looked a little happier and went on. He said Belinda felt only shy when those men spoke to her. She was too innocent to know what to do. He wished she would let him protect her. Then he added roughly that maybe she would one day.
"I will tell you this," George said loudly. "She is not wearing your ring, so I do not think she truly belongs to you. I will try to make her change her mind. All is fair in love and war, you know, and I loved Belinda before you did. Will you have another drink?"
Ash said no. He answered shortly that he had ordered lunch and would not keep it waiting. George did not care about the cold tone. He said he was hungry too and would join him.
The meal was not pleasant. Ash said almost nothing. George did not stop talking. From his words, it was clear he often visited the Harlows. He had gone with Belinda to a picnic and shopping with her and her mother. That evening he was dining with them again and going to the Saturday hop at the club.
Belinda says I am the best dancer in Peshawar. George said proudly. I think. He stopped suddenly and looked at Ash. Oh, I suppose you're going tonight. Well, there won't be many people. It is crowded when the soldiers are in town, but most of them are out now, so the hops are quite small. I wonder why Belinda didn't say you were coming. Maybe you don't dance? Some men don't, but I...
George talked through all 4 courses of the meal. Ash felt very thankful when at last he left. After lunch the club became silent. Ash went back to the empty lounge and his unread magazine. He watched the clock move slowly until it was time to go. Mrs. Harlow was waiting for him in the drawing room. She spoke kindly but seemed nervous. She started talking about small things and never stopped long enough for him to answer. It was clear she did not want to discuss personal matters. She wanted to make his visit feel like just a social one. She was almost out of breath when her daughter came in. Belinda wore a white muslin dress. She looked very young and very pretty. Framed in the doorway of the small, plain bungalow sitting room, Belinda looked bright and beautiful. Her soft dress and shining hair made her seem like a flower. Ash forgot that her mother was in the room. He ignored Belinda's hand and quickly pulled her close. He wanted to kiss her, but she turned her head and pulled away.
Ashton, she said.
Her hands flew to her hair, trying to fix it as she stepped back. Her face was red, and she could not decide whether to laugh or be shocked.
Whatever will Mama think? If you are going to behave like this, I will go away. Please sit down and be sensible. No, not over there. Sit here beside Mama. We both want to hear about your regiment, about Mardan, and what you have been doing.
Ash started to say that he had not come to talk about those things. But Mrs. Harlow rang the bell for tea, and a servant appeared. So he had to speak about his work while Belinda poured tea and the servant offered cakes and sandwiches. As he talked, everything started to feel strange, like a dream. Their future was uncertain, yet they sat there drinking tea and talking of small things. The whole day had felt unlucky for him. When he came to the house, he found that Belinda was out shopping. Then he had to face George's long talk. He waited for hours. Mrs. Harlow kept chatting nervously. Now it all seemed worse than before. Ash felt trapped, like he was stuck and could not move. Mrs. Harlow talked about church work. Belinda laughed and told many stories about the parties she went to last week. She showed him the many nice cards on the shelf. Ash looked at them suddenly and said, "I saw George Garforth at the club."
He said he has seen you quite often this week.
Belinda smiled and made a small face. If he has, it is only because most of the good men are out in camp. He is one of the few left who can dance without stepping on my dress. Do you dance, Ashton? I hope you do. I love dancing more than anything.
Then perhaps you will dance with me tonight, Ash said. I hear there is a dance at the club. I may not dance as well as George, but I will try not to step on your dress.
Belinda stopped and looked quickly at her mother. Mrs. Harlow felt nervous and did not know what to do. She told Ash he might join them at the club that evening, though she had not meant to invite him. She had asked him only for tea so that Belinda could speak with him quietly in the garden. She wanted them to decide that their friendship must end. Belinda would return his ring, and Ash would then leave Peshawar. Dinner together was the last thing she wanted. But somehow she had invited him, and she hoped he would refuse. Ash did not refuse. He was happy to accept. He thought Mrs. Harlow was still friendly to him. When she asked Belinda to show him the garden, he felt sure she was helping him. He followed Belinda joyfully into the garden. Behind the pepper trees, he kissed her again. He felt light and hopeful, just as he had that morning on the Peshawar road. But what happened next hurt him more than anything before. Belinda kissed him back, but then she gave his ring to him again. She told him clearly that her parents did not agree to their marriage. He saw that Mrs. Harlow had changed her mind and now agreed that their plan was foolish. Her parents would not change, and Belinda was too young to decide for herself. There was no hope in arguing.
When Ash asked her if she would run away with him, Belinda looked shocked. She shook her head quickly.
I would never do something so silly and wrong, she said. Really, Ashton, you must be mad. You would be sent away from your regiment, and everyone would know the reason, Belinda said. There would be a terrible scandal, and we would both be ashamed. I could never lift my head again, and it is horrid of you even to talk like that.
Belinda began to cry. Ash quickly said he was sorry and begged her not to go back to the house. His words were so humble that she agreed to stay and listen. After some time, she forgave him, but things were not the same. She refused to make any secret promise between them.
It is not because I do not love you, Belinda said with tears in her eyes. I do love you, and I would marry you tomorrow if Papa said yes. But how can I know what I will feel when I am 21? And how can I know if you will still love me then?
I will always love you, Ash said strongly.
If you still love me then, and if I still love you too, of course we will get married, she said. That will show we are right for each other.
Ash said he already knew they were right together. He said he could wait for as long as needed if she would only promise to marry him one day. But Belinda would not promise. She refused to take back the ring. Ash must keep it. Maybe one day, when they were older, if both families agreed, and if they still felt the same, then things could be different.
If, Ash said angrily. Is that all you can give me? If your parents agree, if my officer agrees. But what about us, my love? What about our life, our love, our future? If you loved me.
He stopped. Belinda looked hurt and unhappy. He saw that if he continued, they would only fight again and maybe end everything. He could not bear that thought. So he took her hand, kissed it, and said softly, I am sorry, darling. I should not have said that. I know you love me. None of this is your fault. I will keep your ring. One day, when I have shown that I deserve you, I will ask you to take it again. You know that, don't you?
Oh, Ashton, of course I do, Belinda said gently. And I am sorry too. But Papa says, oh, let's not talk about that. It will not help anything.
Belinda wiped her eyes with a small wet piece of lace and cloth. She looked so sad that Ash wanted to kiss her again. But she did not let him. She said it would not be proper now, because she had given back his ring and their engagement was finished. She hoped they could still be friends. She also hoped he would not change his mind about coming to the party that evening. She said he danced beautifully, and that an extra gentleman was always useful. After that, their talk ended. Ash took her back to the bungalow. He looked unhappy and wanted either to get drunk or hurt himself. Her remark that he would be useful did not make him feel any better. But he could not stay away from her. He wanted to be near Belinda, so he put away his pride and went to the party. He had not expected to enjoy himself. To his surprise, the evening was pleasant. Belinda danced with him 3 times and said his waltz was very good. That made him brave enough to ask her for the yellow rose she wore on her dress. She did not give it to him. She said George had asked for it earlier and she had refused him too, and her mother would notice if it was gone. But she let Ash walk with her on the terrace where small lanterns were hanging. He felt happy then and forgot his sadness, even though Belinda had also danced with George 3 times, and twice with another tall young man who worked for a high officer. Belinda looked wonderful in her gown. Ash felt she was too fine for him. He loved her more deeply than before. He thought that waiting for her was not so unfair. It felt right that a man should wait and work for a love so precious. Mrs. Harlow had feared that Belinda's former fiancé might make her party unhappy. But she was pleased when she saw that Ash behaved perfectly. He was polite and cheerful. People said he was a pleasant young man and made the evening better. The other young women noticed him too. Belinda saw that they liked him, and it pleased her. She knew he loved her, and she felt proud that others also thought well of him. When they said goodbye, she pressed his hand warmly and looked at him with kind blue eyes. Ash walked back to the bungalow feeling light and joyful. Belinda's mother had also been kind. She told Ash that she hoped he would visit them when he came to Peshawar again, but they could not see him the next day because they already had plans. This did not make him sad. As their carriage drove away in the dark, Ash opened his hand and saw what Belinda had given him in secret, a small yellow rosebud, dry and crushed. It filled him with comfort and happiness. When he came back to Mardan, the place looked friendly to him. He was glad to return. He loved the smell and sounds of the cavalry lines, the little star-shaped fort, and the long Yusufzai hills turning red in the sunset. All of it felt like home now. Even though he came back late, Alayar was waiting on the veranda, ready to talk or stay quiet. In the months after that, Ash had little time to think about Belinda or their unhappy love. Sometimes several days passed when he did not remember her at all. If he dreamed of her, he forgot it after he woke up. He learned that life in the Indian Army, especially in the Corps of Guides, was very different from life at Sandhurst. He liked this difference very much. If not for Belinda, he would have had nothing to complain about and much to enjoy. As a young officer in the Guides, he had to spend part of each day studying Pushtu and Hindustani. Pushtu was the language spoken on the border. Hindustani was used all over India and in the Indian Army. He already spoke both languages very well. But he could not yet read or write them as easily as he spoke them. So he worked hard with an old teacher, or Munshi. Because he was Hilary's son, he learned very fast. Still, this did not help him much. When he took the higher standard written exam, he failed. He felt surprised, and his teacher was very angry. The Munshi went to the commandant and said it was not possible. He said Pelham Sahib could not have failed. He said he had never had such a good student. He believed the examiners had made a mistake, maybe a printing error. The commandant had a friend in Calcutta. That friend secretly borrowed the exam papers and promised not to cause trouble. On the pages, written in red, he found these words.
Flawless. This officer has clearly copied answers. The commandant's friend said, "Tell the boy to make a few mistakes next time."
But Ash never took another exam again. In November, squadron training began. Ash left his small, hot room in the fort. He moved to a tent on the plain beyond the river. He liked camp life much more than the daily routine in the cantonment. He enjoyed long days on horseback and cold nights under canvas or the open sky. After sunset, when the men had eaten and the other officers were asleep, Ash would sit by a fire with some soldiers. He listened to their talk. He liked this time best. He learned much more about his men from these talks than from his official duties. He heard about their families, their worries, and their different personalities. When men are relaxed, they show who they really are. In the dark, when the firelight was low and faces were hard to see, they spoke freely about things they would never say in front of a foreign officer. They talked about tribal life, religion, and many other subjects. Once, a Pathan soldier who had met a missionary asked Ash a hard question.
He said, "The missionary Sahib told me he believes there is only one God. But he also said his God is three gods in one. How can that be?"
Ash waited for a moment. Then he took the lid of a biscuit tin that someone had used as a plate. He poured a little water into 3 corners. "Look," he said. "Here are 3 things. Each is separate, The men looked and agreed. Then Ash tilted the tin. The 3 drops ran together and became one large drop. "Now tell me," he said. "Which drop is which?" "There is only one now, but the 3 are all inside it."
His audience had clapped, and the small tin box was passed around. People looked at it closely and talked about it. After that night, Ash became known as a very wise man. He felt sad when the camp ended and everyone went back to the cantonment. Still, besides losing some hope of getting married soon, he really enjoyed his first cold season in Mardan. He got along well with the other officers and was friendly with his men. Somehow, everyone in his troop knew part of his story, even though Zarin and Awal Shah had said nothing. Because of this, the men liked him very much and watched his progress with great interest. Soon, his troop became known as the smartest and best behaved group in the squadron. Ash received more praise than he really deserved, because it was his background, not his skill in leadership, that caused this. The men felt close to Pelham Sahib. They knew he thought like them and could not be fooled by lies or tricks that sometimes worked with other officers. They also knew they could come to him with their private problems. He understood things that foreign officers could never understand. Once, while he was out on duty with his troop, he made a decision that people remembered for many years along the border. His men had been told to watch for a grey polo pony that was stolen from an officer in Raisalpur. The next night a missionary doctor rode past on a grey horse in the moonlight, and a sentry stopped him. The horse became frightened and ran fast. The sentry thought the man was a thief trying to escape, so he fired his gun. He missed the doctor, but the bullet went very close. The doctor, who was an old and angry man, became furious and made a complaint. The next morning, the sentry came before Ash for judgment. As the officer in charge, Ash decided that the man must spend 15 days in detention without pay. 2 days were for shooting at a sahib, and the rest for missing his target. The soldiers liked this decision very much. Even when the commandant later cancelled the punishment, saying the man had acted honestly, the men still liked Ash's decision. They knew Ash could not have carried it out, and that he only wanted to show that he did not approve of poor shooting. His older officers, however, were not pleased.
"We must keep an eye on that young man," said the squadron commander. "He has good qualities, but he is not careful."
"Too quick, too emotional," said Lieutenant Batty. "I agree, but he will learn."
"I hope so," said the commander. "But sometimes I am not sure. If only he were calmer and more steady, he would be perfect for this regiment. But he acts too fast at times. To be honest, he worries me, Wigram."
"Why?" asked Batty. "The men love him. He can do anything with them."
"I know," the commander said. "They treat him like a small god, and I think they would follow him anywhere."
"So what is wrong with that?" asked the lieutenant, surprised by his tone.
The commander frowned and pulled at his moustache. "At first, nothing," he said slowly. "But between us, I am not sure he would stay calm in a crisis. He might act without thinking and lead his men into danger that he could not get them out of. He is very brave, I admit that. Maybe he is too brave. He listens to his feelings more than to his mind."
And there is another thing. If he had to choose, which country would he stand with? England or India?
"Good heavens," said the lieutenant, shocked. "Are you saying he might be a traitor?"
No, not really," the other man said quickly. "But with someone like him, with that kind of past, it's hard to know what he feels. It's easier for you and me, Wigram. We always think our side is right, because it is our side. But which side is his? Do you understand what I mean?"
"I'm not sure I do," said the lieutenant, looking uneasy. "He hasn't got Indian blood, has he? Both his parents were British. He was just born here in India. Many people were. You were, too."
"Yes, but I never thought of myself as Indian," said the other man. "He did, and that's the difference. Time will tell. But I think maybe we made a big mistake bringing him back to this country."
Couldn't have stopped him, said the lieutenant firmly. He would have come back even if he had to walk or swim. He thinks this place is his home.
That is what I keep saying, another man replied. But it isn't really his home. One day he will see that, and when he does, he will know he doesn't belong anywhere. Maybe only in limbo, which I remember is near hell. I tell you, Wiggs, I wouldn't want to be in that boy's place. I wouldn't have cared much if he had found his way back alone, because that would be his own matter. But now we, the Corps, took responsibility for him, and that's what worries me. Though I must say, I like the boy.
Oh, he's fine, said the lieutenant easily. He's just not easy to know well. You can get close, but not too close. Still, he's the best at sports we've had for years. We should beat the rest of the brigade at next month's Gymkhana.
Neither Awal Shah nor Zarin were in Ash's group, so he didn't see them often in Mardan. When he could, one of them went shooting with him. When both were busy, he went alone or took one of his soldiers, Malik Shah or Lai Mast. They were tribesmen from the land beyond the Punjkora. Ash liked their company and learned many things from them. Malik Shah was an excellent hunter. He could follow a herd of gurrel so quietly that none would notice him until he was close enough to shoot. His cousin Lai Mast, though the relation was very distant, was nearly as good. Ash spent many hours in the hills with one of them when Zarin was busy. But he never learned to move as quietly or as well as they did. He could not master their skill of hiding so perfectly in the land that one would think no man was close by.
It must be learned when you are young, said Malik Shah kindly, as the buck they had been following raised its head and ran across the plain. In my country, moving unseen helps you stay alive. We are good shots and have many enemies. But it is different for you, Sahib. You have never needed to lie still like a stone or move from rock to rock without sound because an enemy waits on the other slope, or because you wait for him. If I had a gun like this one, he said, holding his army carbine, I would rule my valley and 20 villages in the hills. Wait here, Sahib. I will drive the buck this way again, between that small stream and those thorn bushes. Then you can take a good shot.
Ash made many friends in the villages and often stayed overnight with headmen beyond the border. Few people there had ever seen a white man before. The men in his own troop mostly came from the border tribes Yusufzai, Orakzai, and Katak, with a few Afridis. But the guides also took Sikhs, Hindus from the Punjab, Gurkhas from Nepal, Dogras, Persians, and Punjabi Muslims. Sometimes Ash went south across the Indus to shoot snipe and chinkara with Raisolda Kiruan Singh, a Sikh, or with Bika Ram, a Hindu officer. They were cheerful men whose talk reminded Ash of his playmates from Gulcote City. Those were happy and carefree days. It was a good time for him, except for Belinda. For Belinda's sake, Ash wished he could spend all his free time visiting her in Peshawar. But Major Harlow allowed him to see her only once a month, and only for tea. Mrs. Vic Carey, who was often there, invited him to dinner and listened to his problems kindly. Still, she said the Major was not being unfair and told Ash to think how a worried father might feel. Only at Christmas did the rule become softer. By then the Peshawar Brigade had returned from the Kajuri Plain, and Belinda was busy with parties, races, and balls. Ash rode to the Harlows' house to bring Christmas gifts and to put his name down for the Boxing Day point-to-point race. Belinda was happy when he won it by a short lead. She thought that his action made her look good too. She gave him 2 waltzes and the supper dance at the Boxing Day ball that night. He enjoyed the evening very much. He talked for a long time with Mrs. Vic Carey, danced with other young ladies, and was kind to their mothers. Later, many people invited him to more parties and balls, but he never went to another dance in Peshawar. He met the new year of 1872 with Zarin in very different surroundings. They took 2 days of leave and spent them with Khoda Dad. That winter was very cold. Snow covered the border hills, and the regiment wore warm sheepskin jackets to fight the cold. Allah Yah kept a fire burning in Ash's room in the fort. The Munshi came every day to teach the Sahib how to read and write. By early April, the poplar and willow trees beside the Peshawar road had new buds. The orchards were bright again with almond flowers. Spring came and went, but there was still no sign of trouble on the frontier. The tribes stayed peaceful with each other and with the British. In Mardan, the guides played a new game called polo. They practiced battles on the plain and trained new soldiers, as they had done in every season. The daily life of the regiment became as familiar to Ash as his room or the view from the mess veranda. Each day began when Allah Yar brought him very hot tea mixed with brown sugar that tasted faintly of smoke. While Ash shaved and dressed, Allah Yar talked about what had happened the day before. He told the news from Mardan, the frontier, and the bazaars. After that came shooting practice, breakfast in the mess, work in the stables, time in the office, and sometimes durbar. The durbar was like a regimental meeting where people spoke about complaints, requests for leave, and rules of justice. This system came from the old village custom called the panchayat, or 5 elders, which had existed in India for many generations. In the regiment, the panchayat included the commanding officer, the second-in-command, the adjutant, and the 2 most senior Indian officers. The men came to watch to make sure that justice was fair. Under the cylinder system, each man owned his own horse and gear, like a worker owns his tools. The guides were not poor men without land. They came from farming families. They joined the regiment for honor, for love of fighting, and sometimes for the hope of reward. When they finished their service, they went home to work on their farms and often sent their sons to join the regiment after them. When the day's work was done, Ash liked to go hunting. He spent the rest of his free time playing polo or flying hawks. Every week he wrote a letter to Belinda, although she was not allowed to answer. Once a month he rode to Peshawar to make a short visit allowed by Major Harlow. At first, Ash had thought he could see Belinda at other events in Peshawar, like dances, hunts, or races. But this idea did not work. She was always watched closely and could not speak to him. It made him very unhappy to see her with other men, especially when she danced with George Garforth, who still seemed to be her favorite partner. When his commanding officer heard about these visits, he stopped them. Ash could now go to Peshawar only once a month, as Belinda's father allowed. Ash became strongly jealous of George, though it was pointless. Belinda's parents often let Mr. Garforth visit their house, and they did not mind if she danced or rode with him. But they understood clearly that she would never fall in love with him. If the regiment had not needed more dancing partners during the autumn exercises, they would not have invited him at all. His good looks had helped him at first, and all the young ladies noticed him. But his social position in Peshawar was too low for him to be a real match for Belinda. This new confidence, and his story about his grandmother with a famous family name, made people look at George in a different way. Belinda felt proud that a man admired by other girls cared only for her. She had once told Ash that George was a wonderful dancer. So she spent a lot of time with him even after the regiments went back to Peshawar. Her father did not mind. He knew she would never marry George and thought the friendship might help her forget that silly engagement. George did not think much about his own feelings. Major Harlow said that every young man fell in love at least once and got his heart broken many times. George also did not care about Ash's feelings. He thought marriage at 19 was foolish. Maybe Ash's early life had shaped his strange ideas. If Ash had been born in this country, nobody would be surprised if he married at 15. But Ash was British and expected to behave like one. Ash tried hard to do that, but it was not easy. The strong qualities that old officers had once liked in him now made his work more difficult. He sometimes wished he could make quick and simple choices like the other officers. They saw things clearly, right or wrong, useful or not, fair or unfair. For them, decisions were simple. For Ash, things were not simple. He liked to think about problems from the view of Indian soldiers as well as British officers. This made his judgments slow and complicated. When an Indian soldier stood for trial, Ash often understood too well what had caused the man's mistake. Sometimes he felt sorry for the man just because he could think like a local person himself. There was also a big difference between how people of the East and West thought. Many kind missionaries and officials did not understand this. They had condemned whole nations as bad just because customs and laws were different from the Christian ones.
A white man, said the old Munshi to his students, will always give a true answer when asked a question. He will not stop to think if a lie might be better. Here it is the opposite. For us, truth can be dangerous. So we use it carefully, not throwing it everywhere like chicken food.
The young officers were shocked. They had grown up thinking that lying was wicked. They found it strange that their teacher said lies could sometimes be right. But later they would learn. Other British officers and businessmen had learned too. When they understood the local people better, they could work better for their country and the empire. Still, most of them would only understand a small part of how Asian people thought, just the surface. A few would see more deeply. Some would think they understood, but they did not. Many others simply did not want to try. Different blood, culture, religion, and habits divided them. The bridges between these worlds were few and weak, and often broke when too much weight was placed on them. Life would have been easier for Ash if he were like the others, building those small bridges and using them when needed. But he did not. He stood between the two sides, 1 foot in each world, never sure where he truly belonged. It was a difficult situation, and he did not like it. His happiest moments were when he spent time with Zarin, but even Zarin was different now. The old friendship they thought they had found again was changing because of things they could not control. Zarin now found it hard to forget that Ash was a sahib and an officer. This made a small wall between them. It was not a strong wall, and Ash did not really notice it. But Zarin sometimes felt unsure. Because Ash had lived in England, had an important job in the regiment, and sometimes spoke or acted like an English officer, Zarin could not always guess what Ash might think or do. So Zarin felt it safer to be a little more careful with him. Ashok was also Pelham Sahib, and no one could know who he truly was at any moment, Sita's son or the British officer. When it came to Zarin, Ash wanted to be only Sita's son. But he knew now that things between them could never be the same again. The proud older boy and the younger one who had once looked up to him in Gulcote were both grown men. They were equals now. Their friendship still lived, but it was different. There were quiet limits and small doubts that had not been there before. Only Coda Dad had stayed the same. Whenever Ash could, he went across the border to visit him. They spent long hours together, riding, hunting with hawks, or sitting beside the fire while the old man spoke of the past or talked about the present. With Coda Dad, Ash felt calm and truly at home. He would not admit that things were different with Zarin, but deep down he knew that something had changed, like a small cloud that could grow bigger one day. Allah Yar, Madhu, and Awal Shah all treated him as a sahib. They had never known him when he was only a shock. But Coda Dad had never met many Englishmen and had little to do with them. He had only heard about them from others, so he was not influenced by their ways. To him, it did not matter that Ashok's parents were English and that he was a sahib by blood. The boy was still the same boy he had always known. A child could not be blamed for who his parents were. To Coda Dad, Ash was always Ashok, not Pelham Sahib. When the hot season came, life in the regiment changed. Officers and soldiers got up before sunrise to work in the cooler hours. Later, during the hot morning and early afternoon, they stayed inside. They came out again when the sun went down. Ash no longer rode to Peshawar, because Mrs. Harlow and her daughter had gone to the cool hills. Now he could speak to Belinda only through letters, his letters, not hers. Once, Belinda was allowed to send him a letter. It was a short and stiff note, clearly written while Mrs. Harlow was watching. It told him almost nothing, except that Belinda was having a very happy time in Marie. This was not the kind of news he wanted. She did not write any names, But later he heard from an officer in Razmak that George Garforth, who worked for the firm Brown and MacDonald, had been moved to Murree for the summer after being ill with heatstroke in Peshawar. When Ash thought about George being in Murree, going on picnics in the pine woods with Belinda, and dancing with her, he felt very unhappy. But there was nothing he could do.
When he asked for permission to take his summer leave in Murree, the adjutant told him sharply that if he wanted to take leave, he could go shooting in Kashmir instead. He must go by way of Abbottabad, not Murree. The man said it would be better for him to do that than to waste time at tea parties.
Zarin was not kind either. He said it was foolish for a man to run after a woman who did not want to marry him or sleep with him. He said Ash was wasting his time. Zarin told him not to think about marriage for 5 years. He even suggested that Ash visit one of the famous houses for men in Peshawar or Rawalpindi.
Ash felt tempted to follow his advice. It might have helped him, because life for a young unmarried officer in the Indian Army was very lonely. Many officers tried to control their desires by doing hard exercise. Others took more dangerous paths. They went secretly to brothels in the bazaar and sometimes got sick or lost their money. Some even had relationships with young local men, which was common among the frontier tribes. But Ash had no interest in men, and because he was in love with Belinda, he could not pay for a woman's love, not even for the famous Masuma, who was said to be the most clever and pretty girl in Peshawar. So he went fishing in the Kangan Valley instead. By September, the nights became cooler, though the days were still very hot. By the middle of October, the air was fresh again. Ducks and teal came back to the lakes and quiet parts of the rivers. Flocks of geese flew high, going south for the winter. Zarin was made a jemadar, and Belinda and her mother returned to Peshawar. Ash rode to their house to have tea with them. He had not seen Belinda since the spring. It had been almost 6 months, but it felt like 6 years to him. She looked very different. She was as pretty as before, but she no longer looked like a happy schoolgirl who had just left her lessons and found new freedom. She seemed grown up now, sure of herself, and quite a young lady. She was still cheerful, but her cheerfulness did not seem natural anymore. Her laughter and her graceful ways, which once felt sweet and real, now seemed a little false. This change worried Ash. He tried to tell himself that it was only his imagination, or that she was shy and uneasy after so long apart. He hoped that when she felt more comfortable, she would be her old warm and gentle self again. The only good thing that afternoon was that George Garforth got even less of Belinda's attention than Ash did. But George looked very comfortable in Mrs. Harlowe's drawing room. She spoke to him like an old friend and even called him my dear boy. Belinda had to be polite, so she spent most of her time talking to Mr. Podmore-Smith, a fat, older man who was a friend of her father. It was interesting to think what might have happened if Ash had never met Belinda. Or if he had not made her flirt with George. Only one of the 3 people would escape the trouble caused by their lives becoming mixed together. Both George and Belinda would play a small part in something that later changed Ash's life. They were the reason for his mood when he came back from Peshawar. It was also the thought of them that had made him go out to walk under the moon that night. He went to bed early that evening. When he finally slept, the same dream came again. He dreamt that he was riding for his life and for Belinda's life across a dry, stony plain between low hills. Behind him he heard horses chasing him. The sound came nearer and nearer until he woke up. He found it was only his heart beating fast. The air was cool, but his body was wet with sweat. He threw off his blanket and waited for his heartbeat to slow down. He still listened for sounds, though he knew there was nothing there. Outside the window, the fort lay in bright moonlight. Everything was silent. Even the dogs and jackals were quiet. Only the guards stayed awake on duty. Ash got up and stepped out onto the veranda. He felt restless and uneasy. He went back inside, put on his dressing gown and the heavy leather sandals called chuplis, and decided to take a walk. The sentry knew him and let him pass with a quiet word. Ash walked toward the parade ground and then out toward the open land and the hills. His shadow moved long and dark on the dusty road. There were guard posts around Mardan in case of attack. Ash knew where they were, so he walked around them easily. Soon he had left the camp far behind. He walked fast toward the hills. The plain had many small gullies and pieces of rock. Small dry bushes grew here and there. The metal on his sandals clicked loudly on the stones, and the sound felt too loud in the silent night. It annoyed him until he found a narrow goat path deep in dust where his steps made no sound. He followed the little path for about a mile. Then he turned and climbed a small hill. On top was a flat rock beside some tall grass and a few boulders. He sat down with his back against one of them. From there he could see the wide plain under the moon. It felt as if he sat high in the air, alone and quiet, like in the Queen's balcony of the Peacock Tower. It had rained lightly the day before. Now the air was clean and cold. The far mountains seemed very close, maybe just a day's walk away, or even an hour's. Looking at them, Ash stopped thinking of Belinda and George. His mind went back to another night like this, long ago. Then he had crossed a plain toward a small group of chenar trees by the Gullcote Road. He wondered what had happened to Hyra Lai. He wanted to see Hyra Lai again and pay some of the money he owed him for the horse. He thought that one day he must take leave and visit him. Then his mind came back to the present. His eyes became sharp and serious. Something was moving out on the plain. It could not be cattle because no village was close by. Maybe it was some kind of deer. It was hard to say because the moonlight made it difficult to see clearly. The animals were moving towards him, and there was no wind to bring his smell to them. He knew he only had to stay quiet and wait. They would come close to him soon. His clothes had the same color as the rocks. If he did not move, he would look almost invisible in the shadows, even to wild animals. At first he watched with little interest. Then suddenly he became alert. The moonlight shone on something bright that was not horns but metal. He understood that he was watching men, not animals. They were armed and carried muskets. When they came close enough, Ash saw that there were only 3 of them. His nervous feeling eased a little. For a short time, he had feared they were raiders from across the border, coming to attack a village and steal cattle and women. But 3 men could not do much harm. Maybe they were Powinders, people who travel often and live in tents. He did not really think so, because now the nights were cool and most men would not walk far at night. Still, he decided not to meet them. Men who move around in darkness usually have bad reasons. Thieves and outlaws often shoot first and ask questions later. So he stayed very quiet. He was glad that the shadows were long and that the moon was behind him. Its light went straight into the eyes of the men coming nearer. He was sure that if he stayed still, they would not see him. Feeling safe, he began to watch them calmly, though he felt a little impatient. He started to feel cold and wished the strangers would walk faster. He could not leave until they had gone far away. Ash yawned, then stopped suddenly and listened. He had heard a very small sound. It was not made by the men walking towards him. It came from behind him, much nearer. He guessed it was about 20 or 30 yards away. The night was quiet and still, so even a small sound could travel far. The sound had been like a tiny stone moving, but the plain around him was flat and empty. No pebble could move by itself. Someone must have touched it. He held his breath and listened again. Then came another sound, the light click of a shoe with iron nails hitting a rock. Someone was walking towards him from another direction. Many thoughts crossed Ash's mind, and none of them were good. There were long fights between families in this land, and maybe the men behind him wanted to trap the men ahead. Or perhaps they were after him. Maybe someone who hated the guides had followed him. He wished he had not come out without a weapon, but it was too late to change that. He heard the same sound of metal on stone again. A stone rolled over. Ash turned his head slowly and waited, his body tight and ready. Then he heard a soft noise close by as someone brushed a bush below the mound. A single man came out quickly and passed near him. The man did not stop or look around. Ash saw only a tall figure wrapped in a rough wool blanket, with cloth around his head and neck to keep out the cold. Soon the man was only a shape moving fast in the pale light. He did not seem to have a musket, but he might have a knife under the blanket. It looked like he had not seen Ash at all. Still, something in the man's walk seemed strange. He moved fast, shoulders low, head turning left and right as if afraid of someone behind him. The four men met about 50 yards from the mound. They stood and talked for a few minutes. Then they sat on their heels to speak more comfortably. Ash saw the small flash of fire as they lit a hookah and passed it around. He could hear only a low murmur of voices and a few short laughs. He knew that if he tried to leave now, they would see him. And he was sure they would not be happy to know someone had watched them. The night meeting showed at once that the men did not want others to see them. Because of that, Ash thought it was safer to stay hidden. He had waited for almost an hour. The air grew cold, and he became angry with himself for going out so late. He told himself it was foolish to walk around at night. At last the wait ended. The four men stood up and went different ways. 3 went towards the hills. 1 man went back the way he had come and passed close to the mound again. This time the moon shone full on his face. He had wrapped part of his headcloth around his mouth and chin. Only his sharp nose and deep eyes could be seen. Even so, something about him looked familiar to Ash. Ash felt sure he knew the man, though he could not say how. Before he could think more, the man was gone. Ash waited a moment and then looked out from behind the rocks. He watched the tall man walk quickly toward Mardan. When the man disappeared, Ash stood up. He was stiff and cold, and his thoughts of Belinda were gone. He began the long walk back to the fort. The next morning the world looked bright with blue sky and gold light. The strange meeting seemed less dark and frightening. Now it seemed harmless. Ash decided the 4 men had only talked about some tribal matter. If they wished to speak at night, that was their business. He put it out of his mind and forgot about it. He would not have remembered again except for something that happened 6 days later. There was no polo that evening. Ash took his gun and went to hunt partridge along the river. He came back soon after sunset. On the road near the cavalry lines, he met one of his own soldiers. The light was weak, and Ash did not know who it was until they were close. The man saluted, and Ash walked past him. Then he stopped. Something about the man's walk brought back a memory. He lifted one shoulder a little with every step. Then Ash noticed another thing, a scar above his right eye that cut the eyebrow in 2. Ash had seen that same scar on a face in the moonlight.
Dilasa Khan, he said.
Sahib. The man stopped and came back.
He was an Afridi Pathan. His tribe was one of those that said they followed the Emir of Afghanistan, but really they followed only their own laws. Ash remembered this and thought about the meeting again. He now guessed that the men Dilasa Khan had met were his relatives. They were likely bringing news from his village. It was probably about a fight between tribes, maybe about a blood feud. Some men from the other tribe might even be serving with Dilasa Khan in the guides. British territory was seen as a neutral place. No enemy fighting could be brought into it. But once you stepped past the border, things changed. Dilasa's own people might not want anyone following him there. Ash knew that Dilasa had done nothing wrong. He thought it was unfair to ask him questions about something private. Ash remembered that other people had once asked about his own private life, and he had not liked it. So he stayed silent and did not say what he had planned to say. That silence was a mistake. If Dilasa had felt frightened, he might have changed his plans and maybe saved his life. But Delasa believed his fate was fixed and could never change. He thought nothing he or anyone else did would alter it. Ash said nothing about seeing him outside on the plane that night. He talked about something simple from the riding school instead and then let him go. Still, the memory would not leave Ash's mind. It bothered him like a fly that keeps landing on a sleeping man's face. Because of this, Ash began to watch Soa Delasa Khan more carefully. Soon he decided that he did not like him. Delasa was a strong soldier and rode well. There was no fault in his work or skill. But Ash noticed something strange. He seemed too eager to please, something rare for a tribesman. His eyes often turned away when people looked at him. Ash thought he looked shifty.
I do not trust Delasa, Ash told his squadron commander. I have seen horses with eyes like his, and I would never take one, even for free.
Delasa? That is nonsense, said the squadron commander. Why? Has he done something wrong?
Nothing, said Ash. I just feel uneasy when he is near me. I saw him one night out on the plain.
Ash told him what had happened. The squadron commander laughed and shrugged.
Probably there was a fight between his people and a village nearby, he said. They were warning him to be careful when he goes home. Maybe his cousin Habib killed their leader's son, Ali. Ali's family will want revenge. That is most likely the reason.
I thought that at first, said Ash, but it cannot be. He went out to meet them. So the meeting was planned.
Why not? Said the commander. They might have sent him a message. If it was about a killing, they would not risk writing more.
Maybe you are right, said Ash. Still, I think we should watch that man.
You do that, said the commander with a smile that sounded like, stop worrying.
Ash felt embarrassed and said no more. But he did not forget. He asked Alayar to find out about Soa Delasa Khan's past.
There are 5 men from his clan in the cavalry, Alayar said. They are proud and brave Afridis. They joined the Guides for honor and because they love to fight. Also, their clan has many family enemies. Here, they feel safer. No one can suddenly attack and kill them. 2 of them serve in your troop, Malik Shah and Lai Mast.
I know that, said Ash. They are good men, the best. I have gone hunting with Malik many times, and Lai Mast.
Alayar raised his hand. Wait. I am not finished, he said. Their clan is small, so all of them are related by blood in some way. They may be 3rd, 4th, or even 15th cousins.
Yet it was true that none of them liked their relative, Delasa. They said he was dishonest and clever in a bad way, and they did not trust him, same as you.
Why? What did he do?
Oh, many small things when he was a boy. You know how children are. One lies, cheats, or tells tales to the grown-ups, and then the others dislike him. Even when they become men, those feelings stay. The others were unhappy when he joined the Guides. They said it was strange because it did not suit him. But he came with a fine horse, he rode very well, and he was a good shot. He won his place fairly, and the officers spoke well of him. His family could say nothing against him, and because of pride, they supported him. Still, they did not like him. He had fooled each one of them at some time. It was only childish tricks, but men do not forget. Ask Malik or Lai Mast next time you go shooting with them.
Ash had done this, but learned no more than Alayar had told him.
Delasa? He is like a snake, said Malik Shah. His blood is cold, and his words are poisonous. When we were boys.
He told a long story about some mischief that had ended with punishment and tears for all except Delasa, who had started the trouble and then lied to escape it. It was clear that Malik was still angry about it, yet he admitted that Delasa had become better during his year in the regiment.
He is now a good soldier, Malik said. When we Guides join battles again, he may win respect for himself and our people. Still, I think it is strange that he wanted to work for the Sirka and follow discipline. He was the last man I would have thought to choose this life. Maybe he has killed someone and found the hills too dangerous for him. So perhaps he came here to be safe for a while. He would not be the first one to do this.
Malik laughed. Ash knew that this could be true and said no more. But less than a week later it became clear why Dilasa Khan had joined the guides. It also showed that his family's distrust and Ash's doubts were right. There was no moon the night Dilasa disappeared from Mardan. He took his own and another government rifle. No one saw him leave. He could move silently like Malik. He had been a guard in the last watch before dawn. He was one of 2 men walking around the camp. It seemed he had not killed the other guard, probably because he wished to avoid new family fights, not because he cared about life. The other guard was hurt badly in the head and could not speak for a while. He said he had not expected any danger and did not remember being hit. But it was clear that Dilasa had struck him with his gun, tied his mouth with his own turban, and pulled him away into the dark, far from the sleeping camp. Then he ran off into the night. He had at least 1 hour to escape before anyone found the other man, whose quiet groans finally made someone look for him. Soldiers rode out to search everywhere, but Dilasa was gone. By the end of that day there was still no sign of him. The next morning the commandant asked how many of Dilasa's clan were in the regiment. They were called to his office. He told them to remove all uniform and equipment of the corps. They obeyed silently. Each man stepped forward, placed his things on the mat-covered floor, then returned to stand straight and still.
Now go, said the commandant. Do not come back until you bring both rifles.
The men left without a word. No one questioned the commandant, except Ash. For Ash, it was the end of a very hard week.
But he cannot do that, cried Ash to his squadron commander. His face was white with anger. What have those men done wrong?
It was not their fault. They do not even like that man. They never have.
They come from the same clan, the squadron commander said calmly. The CO is very clever and knows what he is doing. He wants those rifles back. We cannot let those guns stay in the mountains. We also cannot let one of our men do something wrong and escape punishment. If we did, other soldiers might try the same thing. So this is the only choice. It is about honor. Dilasa has shamed his clan, and the other men will bring the rifles back for their own honor. You will see. They know where he is going, and they will probably return in 2 days with the rifles.
And what if they do? Ash asked angrily. They lost their uniforms and were sent away. Everyone saw them get punished even though they did nothing bad. If justice was real, I should be the one punished, or you. I knew that man was not honest, and you knew too. I warned you, but you did not listen. You thought I was telling a silly story. I could have stopped this, and Malik and the others could not. It is not fair.
Oh, stop acting like a child, Ponde, the squadron commander said sharply. You are behaving like a little boy. What is wrong with you?
You have been angry for days. Are you feeling sick?
I'm fine, thank you, Ash said sharply. But I hate unfair things, and I will speak to the commanding officer myself.
Better you than me, the man replied. He is not in a good mood today. When you hear what he says, you will wish you had more sense.
But Ash could not listen to reason. He was upset not only because Dilasa Khan had left, or because his friends had been dismissed. Those things were only the last part of a terrible week. It was the worst week of his life, and after it, nothing ever felt as bad again. He was not the same man after that. It had started when a letter came in the morning post. He did not know the handwriting on the envelope. He opened it casually while sitting at breakfast, thinking it was another invitation to a party or dance. But the letter from Mrs. Harlow shocked him deeply. She wrote kindly that her daughter Belinda was getting married. Mrs. Harlow said Belinda was very happy. She hoped Ash would not spoil that happiness. She asked him to be sensible and not to act as if it were a tragedy. She wrote that Belinda and Ash were not right for each other and that Ash was too young to marry and settle down. She said Ambrose would be a better husband for Belinda. She hoped Ash would be kind enough to wish her daughter good luck and happiness. Belinda had asked her mother to tell him the news because, after all their foolish talks, she thought it would be easier that way. Ash stared at the letter for a long time. One of his friends asked him several times if he was feeling well before Ash answered.
Yes, I mean, no. It's nothing, Ash said quietly.
Bad news? Wigram Batty asked kindly.
No. Just a headache. Maybe too much sun. I'll go lie down, Ash said. Then he added suddenly, I don't believe it.
Don't believe what? Look, old fellow, maybe you should see the medical officer. You look pale, Wigram said. If it's sunstroke.
Don't be stupid, Ash said harshly, and went back to his room. He sat on his bed and read Mrs. Harlowe's letter again.
He read it 6 times, and every time it seemed harder to believe. If Belinda loved someone else, he would have seen it when he last met her, only 3 weeks ago. Her last words had not shown any change in her heart. He could not believe she would ask her mother to write such a letter. She had always been honest. If it were true, she would have written herself. Ambrose. Who was Ambrose? Ash thought it was a plan by her parents. They wanted to keep them apart. Or perhaps they were forcing Belinda to marry someone she did not love. The letter arrived on Friday, and Ash was not supposed to see Belinda for 8 more days. But the next day he broke the rule and rode to Peshawar. When he reached the Harlows' house, it was empty. A servant told him the family were out for lunch and would not return until mid-afternoon. Ash went to the club, as he had done before. The club was full of people talking and laughing on the lawns and terraces. But the first person to stop him was George Garforth.
Ash, George called, grabbing his arm. Must talk to you. Don't go. Have a drink.
Ash did not want to talk to George or anyone else. He only wanted to see Belinda. But 2 things stopped him from walking away. First, George had been drinking. Second, he was someone who could tell if the story about the engagement was true. Still, the thought of George being drunk, especially so early in the morning, made Ash feel worried.
Just the man I wanted to see, George said in a rough voice. I want to talk to you, Ash. You are the only one I can talk to. But not here. Too many people. Too many proud people listening. Come to my bungalow for lunch.
Ash thought this was a good idea. He did not want to hear George speak about Belinda in front of half the members of the Peshawar Club. It was also better if George left soon because many people were already watching him. They looked unhappy and whispered to each other. Soon someone would surely ask him to leave. That would make George, who was easily hurt, suffer deeply. Ash called for a tonga and took George, who was drunk, back to his bungalow. The bungalow was a big square house, part of it used as an office owned by his firm. George's rooms were small. He had a little back bedroom with a bathroom next to it, and part of a veranda covered with a screen. He used that space as both sitting room and dining room. The place looked dull and sad, like an old rest house. When the tonga bell rang, a servant came and served a good lunch of 3 dishes and 2 bottles of Brown and McDonald's light ale. Ash managed to eat even though he felt uneasy. But George refused all the food, saying he hated it. He sat low in his chair, angry and frowning at the servant. When the servant cleared the table and left, George suddenly changed. As soon as the screen fell behind the man, George leaned forward, put his head on his arms, and started to cry. Ash quickly went outside to the dry yard where one neem tree gave some shade under the hot sun. He wished he could go back to the club, but he could not leave George now. He was very sure that Belinda's engagement was the reason for both the drinking and the tears. He also felt he did not really want to know more about it. He sat on a tree root, feeling angry with himself and even angrier with George, and waited. The sound of George crying was hard to hear, but after some time it stopped. Then Ash heard him blow his nose and walk into the bedroom. There was the sound of water splashing. It seemed that George was pouring water over his head. Ash went back to the veranda. Soon George came out again with a towel around his shoulders and his hair wet. He poured himself some black coffee from the tray the servant had left and sat down in a soft cane chair. He drank slowly and looked very tired and broken. The lively young man who had always talked so much and been so popular at tea parties and club dances was gone. Even his handsome face was gone. It looked pale and swollen, and he had not shaved. His eyes were red from crying. His wet hair hung straight and dull around his head and neck. When Ash saw him, his anger slowly changed to pity. He stood up, poured some coffee, and tried to speak kindly.
"You should tell me what happened," he said. "I think it's about that engagement."
"What engagement?" George asked without emotion.
Ash felt a shock that made his heart beat fast, and his coffee spilled onto the floor. So he had been right, Mrs. Harlow had not told the truth.
"Belinda's, of course," he said. "I thought that was the reason. I heard she was engaged to be married."
"Oh, that," George said, as if it was nothing. "Then it isn't true." Her mother said. "It wasn't really her fault," George said quickly. "Mrs. Harlow tried to be kind. She liked me, I think. But Belinda, I didn't expect that anyone. No, that isn't right. I think it's because I did believe her that I tried to hide it. I should have known someone would find out."
"Find out what? What are you talking about, George? Is she engaged or not?" Ash asked.
"Who? Belinda? Yes. They got engaged after the bachelor's ball, I think. Look, Ash, can I talk to you about something? I don't know what to do. Should I stay or leave my job? I can't stay here. I won't. I'd rather die." He looked very upset. "She'll tell everyone. She's already started. Didn't you see how they looked at me and whispered at the club this morning? You must have noticed. It will get worse, I know it. I don't think I can take it."
Ash was not really listening now. He put down his cup with a shaking hand and sat heavily in his chair. He didn't want to talk anymore. Not with George.
"Still," he said suddenly, "but that can't be true. The bachelor's ball was at the start of the month. That's almost 6 weeks ago. I've seen her since then. I had tea with her. If it was true, she would have told me. Or her mother would. Or someone."
"They waited before telling people," George said. "They wanted to keep it secret until he got his new job. It sounded better, marrying a resident, you know."
"A resident?" But Ash stopped and frowned. He thought George must be drunk because a resident was a very important officer in the Indian civil service. Only men who served for many years became residents in native states.
"Bolapur, one of the states in the south," George said tiredly. "It was in the newspaper last week."
"Bolapur," Ash said slowly. "But, no, you must be wrong. You're drunk. How could Belinda meet anyone like that, much less marry him?"
"Well, she did," George said flatly, as if it no longer mattered.
"Friend of her father's. You must have seen him, a short fat man with a red face and grey hair. He was having tea with them the last time you visited, and Belinda could not stop talking to him."
"Podmore Smith," Ash said with shock.
"Yes, that's him. He is very proud and talks too much, but people say he is very rich and important. They think he will soon get a title and maybe become a governor. His wife died last year, and his daughters are older than Belinda, but she doesn't mind that. He has a lot of money. His father made it in India, and now he owns many things. I think Belinda likes the idea of being Lady Podmore Smith or something even grander one day.
George gave a dry laugh and poured himself more coffee.
I don't believe it, Ash said angrily. You are lying. She would never do that. Not Belinda. You don't understand her like I do. She is kind and honest.
She is honest, yes, George said bitterly. His lips shook and his eyes were full of tears.
Ash ignored him and went on. If she is engaged to him, it's because someone forced her. Her parents must be behind it. Her stiff father and that silly mother who loves to talk. But if they think I will let them destroy Belinda's life and mine, they are wrong.
You are the one who is wrong, George said quietly. Her parents didn't want it at first, but she persuaded them. She is clever and knows how to get her way. But you don't really know her. I thought I did, but I was wrong. He pressed his hands to his face. Oh God, what can I do?
Tears rolled down his cheeks. He didn't even try to stop them. He sat low in his chair, staring at nothing, his mouth open and his hands shaking around the coffee cup. Ash looked at him with growing anger. George looked pitiful and weak. Ash thought he had no right to behave like this. Belinda had never been engaged to him and never would be. Ash told him sharply. He even felt a strange comfort in speaking like that. But George did not get angry. He only looked sad.
It's not that, George said in a quiet voice. You don't understand. Of course I knew she would never marry me. I am not stupid. I was too young and had no future. I had nothing. Maybe that's why I made up those stories. I wanted to sound more important. But I never thought she would feel like that when she found out.
Found out what? Ash asked, looking confused. For heaven's sake, George, pull yourself together. Stop talking nonsense. What are you trying to say? What did she find out?
About me, George said slowly. I told many lies about myself. Mrs. Gidney, the woman who is such a close friend of Belinda's mother, has a friend in Rangoon. That friend knows someone who, well, it happened like this.
It was a small and unhappy story, and nobody looked good in it. Mrs. Gidney wrote to her friend in Rangoon and spoke about George. She said he came from a romantic family. By chance, the friend knew a man named Mr. Frisbee who worked in the teak trade. That was how the truth came out. George's grandmother was not a Greek countess. She was an Indian woman from a simple family. She had lived for a short time with George's grandfather, who was a soldier in the British Army in Agra. Their relationship did not last, but they had a daughter together. This girl was taken to a home for children whose parents had died or left them. When she was 15, she started work as a nursemaid for an army family. Later she married a young soldier, Alfred Garforth. Their son George was born in Berrily. He was the only one in his family who lived through the terrible days of the 1857 rebellion. His parents, his baby brother, and 3 small sisters were all killed in a short time. George had been spending the day with a friendly shopkeeper's family who escaped the attack. They took care of him until the regiment went back to England, as he had no other family. During those years, little George learned something painful. His friends told him that a half-caste was someone people laughed at. Some children in the barracks were treated badly because of their mixed parents. The white children made fun of them. The Indian children also did not like them. They called George names and said cruel words about his grandmother. Even children in the market said hurtful things. But in truth, George was lighter-skinned than many of the boys who teased him. If he had been stronger or less good-looking, people might have left him alone. But he was not strong. He was very handsome and very shy. Adults liked him, but other children wanted to kick him. And they did, whenever they could. George began to stammer when he spoke. He started to hate the other children, the barracks, and the whole army life. When the regiment went back to England, he went too. Fred and Annie Mullins, the kind shopkeeper and his wife, helped him again. They paid for him to study at a small boarding school near Bristol. It was a place for children whose parents lived overseas. Many of these children stayed there even during holidays. Most of them had been born in other countries. But this was unlucky for George. They also spoke badly about half-castes. One dark boy among them was often teased. And sadly, George joined in with the others who laughed at him. He felt ashamed, but he still did it. For a long time, nobody at the school knew much about him except the headmaster. Because of this, he was able to make up a family story of his own. At first, it was quite simple. When he grew older, he added more names, grandparents, great-grandparents, and other important ancestors that never really existed. He was always afraid that one day his eyes would look darker or that his skin would turn brown, just like his hair had changed from blonde to dark when he was a baby. To make himself feel safer, he said his father was Irish, because many Irish people had dark hair. He also decided his grandmother was Greek. Later, he found out that most waiters and small shopkeepers in Soho came from Greece. By then it was too late to change her story, so he made her a countess instead. When he finished school, his helper, Mr. Mullins, used his influence to get George a job. Mr. Mullins had a friend in a company called Brown and McDonald's. He thought he was doing George a great favor by helping him begin a good career in the wine business. But George did not feel happy about it. He would never have gone back to India if he could choose, but he did not have enough money or courage to say no. When his training was finished, he received orders to go to Peshawar. The only thing that made him feel better was that Peshawar was far away, about 400 miles from Bareilly. That meant he would not have to visit Mr. and Mrs. Mullins. A month before he left, he heard that Mr. Mullins had died of sickness. Mrs. Mullins, sad and alone, sold their shop and went to Rangoon where her daughter's husband worked in the teak trade. Mr. Mullins had left George a gift, £50 and a gold watch. George spent the money on clothes and told his landlady the watch had come from his grandfather. He said it was from his Irish grandfather, the Ogeforth of Castle Garforth.
I didn't think they would ever find out, said George unhappily, but Mrs. Gidney has a friend whose husband works with Mr. Mullins's son-in-law. That friend met Mrs. Mullins one day, and they talked about the old days and the mutiny. Mrs. Mullins spoke about me. She said her husband paid for my schooling and helped me get this job. She even had my photograph. I forgot about that picture. I sent it in my last year at school. I used to write to them, you know. Then this friend wrote to Mrs. Gidney.
Mrs. Gidney thought it was her duty to warn her good friend, Mrs. Harlow. Mrs. Harlow was very upset when she learned the truth about George, and she told her daughter. The two older women were shocked, but Belinda was angry. She was not angry only because he had lied, but because she now looked foolish. She and her mother had helped George join Peshawar society. His looks alone might have got him some attention, but they gave him real social success. Belinda had almost believed the story about George's great-grandmother and Lord Byron a romantic tale that others told, though it was not started by George himself. She had not minded that story. It sounded exciting, not shameful. But when she learned the truth, that George's mother was the daughter of a soldier and a low-caste Indian woman, she felt disgusted. George's mother was a mixed-race woman who had married a corporal. This meant George was 1/4 Indian, and from low-caste roots. Belinda could not believe she had helped bring him into society. She had danced with him, dined with him, and smiled at him. Now the other girls would laugh at her, and she felt she would never forget the shame.
She was so angry, George whispered. She said such terrible things. She said that all people like me tell lies and she never wanted to see me again. She said that if I ever spoke to her again, she would act as if I was dead to her. I didn't know anyone could be so cruel. She didn't even look pretty anymore. She looked ugly, and her voice, too. Her mother kept saying, "You don't mean that, dear. You can't mean that." But she did mean it. And now she has started telling people. I know she has, because they look at me like I am some kind of insect. What am I going to do, Ash? I would kill myself if I could, but I don't have the courage. Not even when I am drunk. But I can't stay here any longer. I can't. Do you think if I told my boss everything, he would send me somewhere else? If I begged him to?
Ash did not answer. He felt dizzy and sick. He could not believe what he had just heard. He did not want to believe that Belinda could say such things. About George, yes, it made sense. It explained a lot about him. George was very sensitive and always unsure of himself. When Belinda started being kind and her mother treated him nicely, he changed. He began to believe in himself. Now, when his dream world was broken, he had lost control. But Belinda could not have behaved that way. Ash thought George was imagining things again. He was blaming himself and pretending she had said what he feared most. He punished himself by believing these cruel words were true. Maybe he even made up the story that Belinda was engaged to Mr. Podmore-Smith. Ash did not believe that either. He would wait until he heard it from Belinda herself. If her parents were really forcing her to marry an old man, he would show everyone the truth. He stood up, pushed the curtain aside, and called for the servant. He told him to get a tonga.
You aren't going? George said in panic. Don't go yet. Please don't go. If you leave me, I'll only get drunk again, and it's worse when I'm drunk. Brandy makes me feel braver. I might do something foolish, like this morning at the club.
Then don't get drunk, Ash said sharply. And stop feeling so sorry for yourself, George. You don't have to fall apart just because people found out you told silly lies about your grandmother. Who cares what she was or wasn't? You are still you, aren't you? It's nonsense to think people liked you only because of your grandmother's story. And if you think Belinda or anyone else will spread gossip, you're wrong. You've made everything sound worse in your head, George. You feel so sorry for yourself that you can't even think clearly.
You didn't hear what Belinda said to me, George gasped. If you had heard her.
I'm sure she was angry because you lied to her, Ash said. She probably wanted to punish you. Try to think for a moment and stop behaving like a frightened rabbit. If Belinda is the kind of girl I believe she is, she will keep quiet for your sake. And if she is the kind of person you think she is, she will keep quiet for her own sake. The same goes for her mother and Mrs. Gidney. They won't want people to know that they were foolish enough to believe your story.
I never thought of that, George said, looking a bit better. Yes, maybe. But this morning no one spoke to me at the club except Mrs. Carey. The others only looked at me, whispered, and laughed.
Oh, stop it, George, Ash said angrily. You went to the club drunk on a Saturday morning, and now you're surprised that people noticed it. For the love of God, stop making such a big thing of it. Try to stay calm.
He reached for his hat when the sound of hooves and a bell showed that a tonga had arrived. George said sadly, I hoped you would stay a bit longer and help me. It's been terrible sitting here alone and thinking. If I could just talk about it.
You already talked about it for more than an hour, Ash said sharply. If you really want my advice, forget it. Stop talking about your great-aunts or grandmothers or whoever they were. Act like nothing happened. Then no one will say anything. No one will know if you can keep calm and stay quiet.
You really think so? George asked, his voice shaking. Maybe you are right. Maybe no one will ever know. I don't think I could stand it if they did. If they do. Ash, really, what would you do if you were me?
I would shoot myself, Ash said harshly. Goodbye, George.
He ran down the veranda steps and rode back to the club. There he took his horse and went to the Harlows' bungalow. This time luck was with him. Belinda's parents were still out, and she was home, resting. The servant had been sleeping and did not want to wake her. But when Ash said he would go in himself, the man hurried away and knocked on her door. He told her that a sahib had come to see her and would not leave until she did. About 5 minutes later Belinda came into the drawing room. It was clear at once that she had expected someone else. She ran into the room happily, then stopped suddenly. The smile left her face. Her eyes grew wide with fear and anger.
Ashton, what are you doing here? She said.
Her voice and eyes made Ash lose his courage. He spoke uncertainly, his voice shaking like George's had earlier.
I had to see you, darling. Your mother wrote to me. She said you were going to get married.
It isn't true, is it?
Belinda did not answer. She said instead, you should not have come here. You know it is wrong. Please go, Ashton. Papa will be angry if he finds you here. Abdul should not have let you in. Please go now.
Is it true? Asked Ash again. He did not listen to her words.
Belinda stamped her foot. I asked you to go, Ashton. You have no right to come in like this and ask me questions when you know I am alone, Anne. She stopped and moved back when Ash came closer. But he only walked past her. He shut the door, locked it, put the key in his pocket, and stood between her and the large window so she could not leave.
Belinda started to call a servant, but then she closed her mouth. She did not want to get anyone else into this awkward moment. Talking to Ashton was still unpleasant, but it seemed better than involving others. She decided it was best to finish this talk now. She tried to smile and said softly, "Please, Ashton, let's not fight. I know you are hurt. That is why I asked Mama to write to you. I did not want to hurt you myself. But you must see that when we first met, we were very young. We did not know what we really wanted. Papa was right. We both changed."
Are you going to marry that man Podmore? Ash asked in a hard voice.
If you mean Mr. Podmore Smith, yes, I am. And please do not speak like that because...
But my darling, you cannot do this, he said. You cannot let them push you into it. I know your father is behind this. You loved me. You were going to marry me. Now he is forcing you to marry that man. Why will you not fight for yourself? Oh, Belinda, can't you see?
Yes, I can, Belinda said sharply. I can see you know nothing about it. Papa was very much against it, and Mama too. But I'm not 17 anymore. I'll be 19 this year, and I'm old enough to make my own choices. So in the end, they had to agree, because Ambrose.
Are you trying to say you're in love with him? Ash asked coldly.
Of course I'm in love with him, Belinda said. Do you think I would marry him if I wasn't?
You can't be, Ash said. It's not true. He's a fat, dull, proud old man. He's the same age as your father.
Belinda's face turned red. Ash suddenly remembered that George had said she might lose her prettiness when she got angry. He saw it now. Her voice was loud and full of fury.
He's not as old as my father. How dare you talk to me like that? You're jealous of him because he's a man of experience. He's mature and clever and successful. I can trust him and respect him. He's not a childish boy who...
She stopped herself and bit her lip. Then she spoke more calmly.
I'm sorry, Ashton, but it makes me angry when people say things like that. You were angry too when Papa said you were too young. You said age didn't matter, remember? And it's true. Ambrose understands me. He's kind and generous and smart. Everyone says he will be a governor. He might even be viceroy one day.
And I suppose he's rich too, Ash said.
Belinda didn't notice his sarcasm. She smiled and said happily, "Yes, he is. He's given me beautiful gifts. Look." She held out her left hand with pride. Ash saw a ring with huge diamonds flashing in the light. Each diamond was much larger than the pearls in the simple ring he had bought her in Delhi over a year and a half ago. It felt like 5 years instead of 1. Too long for Belinda, who was now going to marry a man old enough to be her father. A wealthy, successful widower who could make her Lady Podmore-Smith and give her 2 stepchildren her own age. Ash felt there was nothing more to say. The ring on Belinda's finger showed that all his words would be useless. All he could do now was wish her happiness and leave. He thought it strange that he had planned to spend his whole life with her. Now he was probably seeing her for the last time. She still looked pink and pretty, but he knew he had never really understood her. He had fallen in love with someone from his own imagination.
He said slowly, "I suppose I've done the same thing. I made up stories to make myself feel better, just like George did."
Belinda's face became hard. Her color rose again, and her voice was high and angry.
Don't talk to me about George. He's nothing but a lying hypocrite. All those stories about a Greek grandmother.
Something in Ash's face stopped her. She gave a short, sharp laugh that sounded harsh. "Oh, I forgot. You wouldn't know about that. Well, I will tell you. She was not Greek at all. She was a market woman, and if he thinks I will stay quiet, he is wrong."
Ash spoke slowly, his lips stiff. "You can't mean that," he said. "You couldn't really do it."
Belinda laughed again. Her eyes were bright with anger. "Oh yes, I could," she said. "And I have already done it. Do you think I will wait until someone else finds out and tells everyone? Then people will laugh at me and Mama and feel sorry for us. Never. I will tell them myself. I will say that I always knew and that I made him confess."
Her voice shook with hurt and pride. Ash stared at her, shocked. Her pretty face kept speaking cruel words, as if she could not stop. If he had been older and wiser, he might have understood what was happening. She was acting like a spoiled child, angry because things did not go her way. She had always been praised and admired, so even a small insult felt like a great injury. Belinda was young and foolish. She liked attention from young men. After 1 year as the most admired girl, she believed that everyone should love her and envy her. She thought she was very important. She had shown George proudly as her admirer and could not stand the thought that others would laugh at her. How could George trick her? How could he lie and make her look like a fool? That was all she could think about. She did not care about George's pain or shame. She only cared about herself. Ash was the first person, besides her mother and George, that she could talk to about her anger and pride. It felt good for her to speak freely. But Ash felt heartbroken while he listened. This was not the kind and gentle girl he loved. The woman before him was selfish and unkind. She wanted to marry an old rich man for money and power. She could judge people unfairly and speak cruelly to save her own pride. Ash said nothing. He just looked at her, disgusted. She saw the expression on his face, and suddenly she slapped him hard. His head moved back from the force, and her hand stung. Both of them froze, shocked.
Then Ash said calmly, "Thank you."
Belinda began to cry. She turned quickly and ran to the door. It was locked.
At that moment, they heard the sound of wheels on the gravel. Major and Mrs. Harlow were returning home. The next minutes were full of confusion. Ash took the key from his pocket and unlocked the door. Belinda was shouting and crying. Her parents came in and saw her running out of the drawing room and across the hall. She went to her bedroom and slammed the door loudly. Major Harlow was the first to speak. He was very angry. He said many harsh things about Ash's manners and character. Mrs. Harlow said nothing. She hurried to comfort her daughter. The Major's words continued while they could hear Belinda crying in her room.
I will speak to your commanding officer, said Major Harlow at last. If I ever see you talking to my daughter again, I will punish you myself. Now go.
He did not let Ash speak. Even if he had, there was almost nothing Ash could say to make things better. He could only have said sorry, and maybe that would have been accepted, but it would change nothing. Ash did not want to say sorry anyway. He thought the Major should be the one to say it. He looked the angry man up and down in a proud way that showed no respect, then left without a word.
Rude young fool, said the Major, very angry.
He went to his study and began to write a strong letter to the Commandant of the Corps of Guides. Ash rode back to Mardan, feeling full of anger, shame, and deep bitterness. It was not Belinda's engagement that hurt him most. He could understand that. In those days, people thought it was fine for young girls to marry older men. Many girls of 16 or 17 married men of 40. Mr. Podmore-Smith, though not handsome, was rich and respected. Belinda had probably liked his attention and thought it meant love. She was young and easily influenced, and she often acted quickly without thinking. Ash might have forgiven her for getting engaged, but he could not forgive what she was doing to George. George had told some foolish lies, but Belinda's revenge was too cruel. He had not meant to trick her into marriage. He knew that she and her family would never accept him as a husband. He only wanted to make himself look better and be treated as an equal among the people there. Now she wanted to tell everyone that George was a liar and that he had mixed blood. She knew they might forgive the lies, but they would never forgive his birth. George's life in society would be ruined. The people in Anglo-India were very narrow-minded, and the story would follow him everywhere. Wherever he went, someone would know it or hear it from someone else. The women would whisper about him, their daughters would avoid him, and the men would laugh and reject him from their clubs.
It's not fair, thought Ash with strong feeling.
Why did it matter who a man's grandmother was? Or his father or mother? He wished he had held back his anger and gone to speak to Belinda's father for George. He should have told him what Belinda was planning and stopped her. But it was too late. She had already told other people. Maybe her father agreed with her. Her mother and Mrs. Gidney did, and so did their circle of friends. They all supported proud Belinda and turned against poor George. Ash felt sick with anger and disgust at such unfairness. He reached Mardan full of hate and disappointment. A few days later, Delasa ran away with the carbines. 5 men from his clan, including Malik Shah and Lai Mast, were punished. They lost their uniforms and were sent away from the regiment. They were told to bring back the carbines or never come back to Mardan. Ash wanted to see the commandant to protest about the unfair punishment. But before he could, a letter came from Major Harlow, and Ash was called in to explain himself. The lecture from Belinda's father had been nothing compared to what his commanding officer said to him now. Ash hardly listened because he was once again angry about injustice. He thought it was wrong to send away the 5 men from Delasa Khan's tribe. They had perfect records and had never even liked Delasa. They were not guilty. He waited impatiently for the commandant to stop speaking, then spoke quickly himself. His lack of attention made the officer even angrier.
If anyone is to blame, it's me, said Ash. I'm the one who should be sent away because I knew something was wrong and I should have stopped him.
But Malik and the others had nothing to do with this, and Ash felt it was not fair that people now blamed them. It was not their fault that the man came from their tribe, and Ash thought it was very wrong. Before he could say more, the commandant stopped him. He gave one short, sharp answer that told Ash everything very clearly. Then he sent Ash away. Ash went to speak with Zarin, but Zarin also did not support him. Zarin thought the commandant had done the right thing. Risolda Awul Shah agreed too.
How else can he get our rifles back? Asked Awul Shah. All of us have looked everywhere, but we still have not seen Dilasa. Maybe his own family can guess what he is thinking and find where he went. In 2 or 3 days, they may come back with the rifles. Then their honor and ours will be safe.
Zarin made a sound of agreement. Coda Dad was visiting his sons, and he also agreed with them. He even spoke sharply to Ash.
You speak like a sahib, Coda Dad said angrily. It is foolish to talk about fairness in a case like this. The Commandant Sahib is a clever man. He is thinking like a Pathan, not like an Englishman. But you, who were once a shock, now think only like Pelham Sahib. How many times have I told you that only children say, it is not fair? Children and the English do that. Now I see that you really are one of them, he said bitterly.
Ash went back to his room feeling upset and angry. But he still could have stopped himself from doing something foolish, if it had not been for George and Belinda. That night, when he went to the mess, he met one of the young officers who had just come back from Peshawar.
Did you hear the news about Garforth? Asked Cook Collis.
No, and I don't want to, said Ash, speaking roughly.
He did not think the story would spread so fast. The idea of hearing it again, from people who had only heard half the truth, made him feel sick.
Why? Didn't you like him? Asked Cook Collis.
Ash did not answer. He turned away, called a servant, and asked for a double brandy. But Cook Collis did not stop talking.
I'll have a drink too, he said. I need it. It's a bad story any time, but when it's someone you know, it's a shock, even if you did not know him well. I met him at dinners and dances. He was always there. The ladies liked him a lot, even though he was only a junior trader. Nothing wrong with traders, of course, but Garforth was the only one you met everywhere. So it was a big shock to hear that he
was a half-caste, said Ash quickly. Yes, I know. And it's nobody's business but his own, so don't talk about it anymore.
Was he mixed race? I didn't know that. Are you sure? He didn't look like it.
Then what are you talking about? Asked Ash.
He was angry with himself because he had told George's secret to someone who didn't know. Now that person would tell others. Garforth, of course. He shot himself this afternoon.
What? Ash's voice broke. I don't believe it.
It's true, I'm afraid. I don't know what happened, but some men refused to talk to him at the club last night. Then this morning he got a few letters saying his invitations were cancelled. At lunch he took 2 bottles of brandy from the shop, drank them, and shot himself. Poor man. I heard it from Billy Carddock. Billy met the doctor who had just left the company house. The doctor said they didn't know the reason.
I was, whispered Ash. His face looked pale and full of shock. He asked me what I'd do if I were him, and I told him. He shook, trying to push away the terrible thought. Then he said aloud, Belinda caused this. Belinda and all those narrow-minded rich people who liked him when they thought his grandmother was a countess but turned away when they learned she was only a shop woman from Agra.
He used a rude word in another language. Young Mr. Cook Collis didn't understand, but the servant was so surprised that he dropped a box of cigars. A senior major nearby looked shocked.
Hey, you can't talk like that here, Ashton, said the major. If you want to say bad words, go somewhere else.
Don't worry, said Ash softly. I'm leaving.
He raised his glass as if to make a toast. He drank it all, then threw the glass behind him. The crash made everyone stop talking. Ash turned and walked out of the room.
Silly young man, said the major calmly. I'll talk to him in the morning.
But Ash was not there the next morning. His room was empty, and the bed looked untouched. The guard who came at midnight said Pelham Sahib had left the fort soon after that time. He told the guard he could not sleep and wanted to walk. He wore a warm coat and Pathan trousers. The guard thought he was not carrying anything. His horses were still in the stable. When the adjutant asked Allah Yar about it, He said that only a few things were missing. The missing items were a coat made of sheep fur, a pair of sandals, some money, Pathan clothes, and an Afghan knife that his sahib kept locked in a box on top of the cupboard. That morning, when Allah Yar brought his sahib's breakfast, the box was not in its usual place. It was lying on the floor, open and empty. Only a few rupees were gone. No thief would leave the gold cuff links and silver brushes that were lying there in plain sight. So Allah Yar believed that his sahib had not been robbed. He thought his sahib was troubled and had taken leave to follow Khoda Dad Khan, the father of Risolda Awal Shah and Jemidar Zarin Khan. Khoda Dad had visited his sons the day before and left for his village in the afternoon.
Khoda Dad Khan is like a father to my sahib, said Allah Yar. My sahib loves him very much. Yesterday they had a small disagreement, and maybe my sahib went to make peace with him. He will return soon. No harm will come to him beyond the border.
That sounds fine, said the adjutant angrily, but he has no right to be beyond the border, not now or ever.
He stopped himself and then told Allah Yar to go. Allah Yar returned to his sahib's room to take away the breakfast tray that he had brought earlier. He had forgotten it in all the confusion. When he lifted the tray, he saw a letter under it. In the early light, the envelope had blended with the clean white cloth on the table. Allah Yar could read a little English, learned from his years in England. 10 minutes later, after reading the name on the letter, he was in the commandant's office. Ash had crossed the border, but not to visit Khoda Dad. He had gone to join Malik Shah, Lai Mast, and their men who were looking for Dalasa and the 2 stolen rifles. Search parties were sent to find him, but they could not. Ash had disappeared as completely as Dalasa, and no one heard from him for almost 2 years. That afternoon, Zarin went to the commandant to ask for special leave so he could look for Pelham Sahib. His request was not allowed. A few hours later, Allah Yar spoke with Madhu for a long time, then briefly with Zarin. After that, Allah Yar decided to go himself.
I am the sahib's servant, said Allah Yar. He has not ended my service. I also promised Anderson Sahib that I would make sure the boy was safe. You cannot go after him, so I must go. That is all.
I would go if I could, said Zarin. But I am also a servant. I serve the government, and I must obey orders.
I know, said Allah Yar. That is why I go instead of you.
You are an old fool, Zarin said angrily.
Maybe, Allah Yar said calmly.
He left Mardan before sunset. Madhu walked with him for a mile along the path to Afghanistan. Then he stopped and watched Allah Yar walking farther and farther away. He became smaller against the wide empty plain and the far hills near the border. At last the sun went down, and the purple evening sky hid him from view. Book 3. World Out of Time.
There are men out there, beyond the small stream on the left, said one of the sentries, looking across the moonlit land. Look, they are moving toward us.
The other sentry looked in the direction of the pointing hand. After a moment he laughed and shook his head. Gazelles, he said. This dry season has made the Chinkara brave. They come very close now. If those clouds over there bring rain, soon there will be plenty of grass.
The summer of 1874 had been very hard. The monsoon came late and there was very little rain. The land around Mardan looked dry and yellow, with no green at all. Small whirlwinds danced on the plain all day, and the rivers were slow and low between banks of white hot sand. There was no grass on the hills. Most of the wild animals had gone far away to look for food. Only a few wild pigs and chinkara stayed behind. At night they came into the villages to eat crops, and sometimes they walked into the cantonment to eat plants in Hodson's garden or bite the leaves of the old mulberry tree. The tree was a sad reminder of Colonel Spottiswoode, who had died there 17 years ago. The guards were now used to seeing animal shapes moving in the shadows, so they did not shout or shoot as before. The land near Mardan had been peaceful for a long time, and the men had grown used to quiet life. There had been no trouble at the border for more than 5 years. The guides had not fought for a long time. They had once sent Jemadar Sifat Khan with an officer going to Kashmir, and a year later 2 men from the escort brought the treaty safely to Calcutta in 60 days. Another soldier went with a messenger across the Oxus River and then through Badakhshan and Kabul to India. A cavalry rider had gone with a British officer to Persia, but he died while trying to protect the baggage from robbers on the road to Tehran. Later, the whole corps spent a year at Hassan Abdul for training. They came back to Mardan in February and continued their usual camp life, hoping for rain to make the air cooler. September was still very hot, like July. Now October was almost finished. Every day the thermometer showed a lower number. Men could go outside again at midday, and the evening wind from the mountains felt a little cool. But except for a few small showers, no real autumn rain had come. Tonight, for the first time in many months, dark clouds covered the sky.
This time, thanks be to God, the rain will come, said the sentry quietly. The wind is pushing the clouds, and I can smell rain.
I can smell it too, said the other man. They both smiled and breathed deeply. When a strong gust lifted the dust so high they could see nothing ahead, they turned and walked on with their patrol.
After midnight, the wind grew stronger. It blew the clouds across the moon until the light disappeared. Soon large drops of rain began to fall. Then heavy rain poured down, turning the dusty ground into deep mud. Dry ditches and stream beds became rushing rivers. In that dark, noisy storm, a small group of men passed the guards unseen. One sentry had thought they were animals. Bending low against the wind and rain, they lost their way and went straight to the fort gate. The guard there stopped them and asked who they were. They had not planned to meet officers that night. They wanted to reach the cavalry lines quietly and hide there until morning. But the havildar in charge called the Indian officer, who called the duty officer. Soon the adjutant came from the mess where he had been playing cards, and the second-in-command was woken from bed. The commandant had also gone to bed early, but he was writing letters instead of sleeping. 2 officers entered his room, bringing a man with them. The man looked thin and weak. He was a bearded tribesman with a bandage around his head and a wet old blanket on his shoulders. Water dripped from the blanket onto the commandant's fine Shiraz carpet. Blood from the bandage ran slowly down his cheek. Under the blanket he was holding something long and heavy. He dropped his arms, and 2 carbines fell onto the floor with a loud sound near the lamp on the desk.
"There they are, sir," said Ash sadly. "I'm sorry we took so long. It was not as easy as we thought."
The commandant looked at him in silence. He could hardly believe this was the same boy who had come angrily into his office nearly 2 years ago. Now he stood before him as a grown man. He was tall and thin from hard work and rough life. His eyes were deep and tired. His clothes were torn, and he looked weak and dirty. He was hurt and very tired. Still, he stood straight and tried to speak English, which he had not used for a long time.
"I must say sorry, sir," Ash said slowly.
His voice was rough and tired.
"I am sorry you see us like this. We did not plan it. We wanted to stay with Zarin tonight, clean ourselves, and come in the morning. But the storm..." He stopped and moved his hand in a tired, unclear way.
The commandant turned to the adjutant.
"Are the others outside?" he asked quickly.
"Yes, sir. All except Malik Shah," the adjutant answered.
"Malik Shah is dead," Ash said quietly.
"And Elasa Khan?" the commandant asked.
"He is dead too," Ash answered. "We brought back most of the bullets. He had not used many of them."
"Lie mast has it." Ash looked down at the carbines for a long time. He spoke suddenly, his voice full of pain.
"I hope they are worth it," he said. "They cost 3 lives. That is a very high price for anything."
"For honor?" the commandant asked in a short voice.
"Oh, honor," Ash said and gave a dry, sad laugh. Malik and Allah ya. His voice broke, and tears came to his eyes. May I go now, sir? He asked in a rough voice.
As he spoke, he fell forward like a tree falling. He lay across the cavalry carbines that had been stolen 2 years before. They had been found again, but 3 men had died for them. One of them was Allah.
He will have to be removed from duty, of course, said the second in command.
His tone sounded more like a question than a statement. His commanding officer looked up quickly from the paper where he had been making small drawings.
Well, I mean, it seems a pity, said the major. After all, it was a very fine action. I talked to Line Master and the others and they.
So have I, the commandant said sharply. And if you want to argue for the other side, don't bother. I don't need that.
2 days had passed since Ash and his friends arrived at Mardan. The rain had not stopped. Water hit the flat roofs loudly and ran down the pipes and gutters. It turned the paths and lawns into a shallow lake. Malik Shah's family was to receive money from the army. His 4 companions were thanked and given back their jobs. They also got their uniforms again and 2 years of pay. But Lieutenant Pelham-Martyn was not free. He was charged with leaving his post for 23 months and 2 days. He was staying in bed in the medical officer's room, with a bad fever. His head wound had become infected. People were still deciding what would happen to him.
You mean you agree with me? Asked the major in surprise.
Of course I do, said the commandant. Why else would I have gone to Peshawar yesterday? Do you think I enjoyed spending 3 hours talking to those men? Ash is a difficult young officer, but he is too useful to lose. Listen, the most important thing to a commander is information. Good, early information is more valuable than weapons. That's why I want to keep this young man. Only our corps could manage something like this. If one of our officers can live for years across the border without being found or killed, he is worth keeping. But yes, he really should face a military court. They would dismiss him.
But what can we do with him now? Asked the major. We can't let him stay here as if nothing happened, can we?
No, we can't, said the commandant. He must leave Mardan soon. I will try to move him to another unit for a few years. Maybe a British one, where he can rest and be with his own people. He needs time away from his friends and this place. It will be good for him to go south for a while.
He will probably get into more trouble there, said the major gloomily. He grew up as a Hindu, didn't he?
What does that matter? Said the commandant. He just can't stay here now. It would harm discipline.
So that winter, Ashton Pelham-Martyn was sent to Rawalpindi. If his officer could have chosen freely, Ash would have gone somewhere much farther away. Rawalpindi is not really frontier country, which begins at Hassan Abdul in the northwest. But it is only 113 miles southeast of Mardan. But the officers only wanted to move the young man away from his regiment as quickly as possible. The Pindi Brigade had an empty place, so they sent him there. He did not know that many people had worked secretly to make this happen. It was not a normal posting, but it was good enough for now. The commandant of the guides was promised that Mr. Pelham-Martyn would later be sent farther south. He would not be allowed to return to the northwest frontier or cross the Indus again. If anyone in that place remembered seeing him when he stopped at the Pindi rest house on his way from Bombay to Mardan 3 years before, they would not know him now. He looked very different, and the change was not only on his face. As a small boy in Gulcote, he had seemed older than his years by European standards. Life in the city and the Hawa Mahal had been hard, and he had learned early what life and death and evil meant. But later, when he was with boys of his own family, he had seemed younger again. He liked to see problems in a very simple way, thinking only of right and wrong. He did not always understand that things could have more than 2 sides. When he came back to Rawalpindi that winter, he was only 22. But he had grown into a man. He still had some of the child and the young man inside him, and he still liked to see things as fair or unfair. However, he had learned many lessons beyond the border. He had learned to control his anger, to think before speaking, and to keep his patience. He had even learned how to laugh again. Outwardly, the change was clear. He had shaved off his beard and moustache, but his face no longer looked young. There were deep lines made by hunger, sorrow, and hard living. A long scar ran up from his left temple into his hair, lifting one eyebrow a little. This gave him a curious look, but it did not make him unattractive. He was now a very handsome man, and in some quiet way, a dangerous one too. He looked like a man who should be respected. He came to Rawalpindi with Gulbaz and Madhu. Madhu was now old and weak and felt the weight of his years. Ash was given half a share of a small old bungalow that was used mostly for offices and file storage. The rooms were small and dark, but compared to where he had slept in the past 2 years, they were almost grand. After living so long in rough places, he did not mind sharing the space. There were not enough houses for all the officers, and he was lucky not to live in a tent. He was even luckier in his roommate. The young officer he shared with was tall, thin, and nearly 4 years younger than him. He had just come from England and liked to write bad poetry. Ash would never have chosen such a man as a friend, but it turned out very well. They quickly became close and found they had much in common. Ensign Walter Richard Pollock Hamilton of the 70th Foot was only 1 year younger than Ash had been when he arrived in Bombay. Like Ash, he saw India as a wonderful new world full of adventure. He was cheerful, friendly, lively, and very romantic. On the voyage from England, he had fallen deeply in love with a pretty 16-year-old girl with yellow hair. The girl enjoyed flirting with him, but her family thought he was too young. 2 days before reaching Bombay, she became engaged to an older man, at least twice her age.
30, if he was a day, Walter said with disgust. And a civilian too. Some dull man in the political department. Can you believe it?
Too easily, said Ash. Belinda, let me tell you.
Now, when he spoke of that old story, his voice held no sadness. Any feeling left was only for his friend George Garforth, not for himself. His own romance seemed foolish and short-lived to him now. He could even laugh at it and see how small it had been. Retold to Walter, the story of his bad luck became very funny. Soon there was nothing sad left in it. The ghost of Belinda was gone forever, lost in laughter like an old forgotten love. Walter's young love, a girl of 16, was gone too. He was happy about that and wrote a cheeky poem called *Ode to Forsaken Subaltern's Star. His family liked his gentle poems, so this one would have shocked them. They were used to sweet verses from Dear Worley. He liked to think he was a good poet. It was one thing he could not laugh about. He often sent his poems home, and his family admired them. His aunts said they were as fine as Mr. Tennyson's poems. They even wrote to thank him for them. But the *Ode* was very different. Ash translated it into Urdu and asked a Kashmiri singer he knew to make music for it. The song became popular in the Pindi Bazaar. People still sang the lively versions for many years in Punjab. Worley could sing well too, though he liked church songs more than fun songs. He had sung in his school choir for a long time. Now, whenever he felt happy, he sang loudly. He liked to sing strong hymns such as Fight the Good Fight, Onward Christian Soldiers, or For All the Saints. That last one was his favorite. He did not make fun of the hymns. He truly liked them and thought the tunes were wonderful. He said they were great songs. He did not see why hymns should only be sung in church. They made him think of flags, trumpets, and brave soldiers riding to fight in a good cause. Because he liked to sing, every morning in the bungalow began with his deep voice from the bathroom, mixed with splashing water. He sang about time passing or about loyal soldiers winning a golden crown. He often sang in the evenings too. Once, after scoring a winning goal at polo, he rode down the field shouting a hymn line about soldiers marching forward. All these habits of Worley's, which people called Worleyisms, made Ash laugh again and again. If someone else had behaved that way, Ash might have thought it foolish or false. But Worley was different. He was loyal and warm, like a true friend. Before Worley, only Zarin had been close to Ash, almost like an older brother. Ash had never had other close friends. He did not know how to make them, even with his own people. At school, at the military academy, and later in the regiment, he was always quiet and alone. He watched others more than he joined them. Even when he was famous for sports, nobody really knew him well. He did not care if people liked him, and so they only liked him a little. It was mostly his own fault. But now, without expecting it, he had found the friend he had always missed. From the moment they met, he felt comfortable with Walter. He trusted him in a way he had trusted no one else, not even Zarin. He told him everything about the hunt for Dalasa Khan and about the deaths of Allah Yar and Malik. He spoke of the revenge the hunters took on the thief and killer. He told of the long, hard journey home through dangerous land, where enemy tribes tried to catch them and kill them. At the border, men from the Utman Kel tribe attacked them because they wanted the soldiers' guns. Ash and Lai Mast were hurt, but they just managed to escape. The commandant of the guides had heard some parts of this story before. He had learned them from 4 men of Dalasara's tribe. Ash had not spoken then because he had been too sick to answer questions. Later, he only gave short, simple answers when asked. His official report of those 2 years sounded dull. But the full story was far from dull. Walter, who was brave himself, listened with great interest. He began to admire Ash deeply. For him, there was no one like Ash, and no regiment like the Guides. Walter had always wanted to be a soldier. When he was a boy, his heroes were Joshua, David, Alexander the Great, and Rupert of the Rhine. He often dreamed of becoming a famous soldier. These dreams were private, and he had never told anyone about them. But with Ash, he spoke of them freely. Ash even teased him about them, and Walter laughed without getting angry.
"The trouble with you, Worley," said Ash, "is that you were born too late. You should have been one of Henry's knights at Agincourt. There are no new worlds to conquer now, and war today has no glory or romance."
"Maybe not in Europe," said Worley. "But that is why I came here. Things are different in India."
"Don't believe that," said Ash.
"But it's true," said Worley. "It must be true in a country where elephants pull the guns. Your soldiers are not poor men taken from the streets of big cities like Lahore or Peshawar. They are proud men who join because they want honor. That is wonderful."
"You are a dreamer," said Ash in a dry voice.
"And you are a gloomy man," said Worley. "Don't you ever want to attack a strong enemy or hold a hopeless position?" "I do. I want to lead a cavalry charge. I want my people to remember me like they remember Philip Sidney or Sir John Moore. And like him, Nick Calcine."
They were riding across the land west of Pindy. Worley pointed to a rocky hill with a stone monument at the top. It honored John Nicholson, who had died leading his men in the battle for Delhi 17 years before.
"That is how I want to die," Worley said. "Bravely, with my sword in my hand, at the head of my men."
Ash said quietly that Nicholson's men had not followed him and that he had lived in pain for 3 days after being shot.
"What if he did?" said Worley. "That's not how people remember him. Alexander said it best long ago." His eyes shone and his face turned red as he repeated softly, "It is a fine thing to live with courage and to die leaving a name remembered forever. I read that when I was 10 and never forgot it," he said.
Then he stopped and shivered, his teeth shaking. Ash smiled and said, "A goose just walked over your grave. That serves you right. I would rather stay safe and live to be an old man with no fame."
"Oh, nonsense," said Worley with a scornful laugh. He was sure his friend was already a hero.
"It's getting very cold out here."
"Let's run to the road," Worley said with a laugh.
Ash was used to people admiring him. He had felt it many times before. At school, when he played on the first cricket team, younger boys had looked up to him. Later, at the military academy, it was the same. Once, long ago, even a little girl had admired him. She was small and sharp-faced, like an unripe mango. Ash had never liked such attention. It often made him feel annoyed or shy. Sometimes both. But Worley's respect was not like that. It came from a friend, not a fan. That made Ash feel pleased and warm inside. It was not just about strength or skill in games. It was about friendship and character. People in Rawalpindi began to call them the Inseparables. If one was seen alone, others would make jokes.
"Hello, David, where's Jonathan?" someone would call. Or, "Is that Worley? I didn't know you without Pondey. You look half-dressed."
These little jokes were silly but common. At first, some senior officers were not happy to hear them. They did not mind if young men went to the wrong places in the bazaar, as long as they were quiet about it. But they were very worried about close friendships between men. They called such friendship unnatural. So they watched Ash and Worley with suspicion. After some checking, they found nothing wrong. Both young officers behaved normally. Even Lallan, the most beautiful and costly woman in the city, could have said the same. Ash and Worley did not often visit women like her. They preferred other things. Lallan and her kind were only one part of life's experience. Together, the two friends did almost everything. They rode horses, raced, and played polo. They went shooting and fishing. They swam in rivers and spent too much money on horses. Both of them read a lot. They enjoyed history, stories, essays, and poetry. They read many writers from England and from other places. They also read old books from India and anything else they could find. They liked to learn and talk about all kinds of things. Worley was studying to become a lieutenant. Ash helped him with Pushtu and Hindustani. He also talked to him about India. He did not speak of British clubs or the easy life in hill towns. He spoke about the real India, beautiful and cruel, rich and poor, full of gods and suffering.
"I still feel that this is my country," said Ash. "I feel I belong here. But to belong means nothing if people do not accept you. They do not accept me, except for Coda Dad, and sometimes strangers who do not know my story. To others, I am always just a sahib. When I was a boy, I lived as a Hindu for almost 7 years. It never seemed strange then. No one thought I was not one of them. But now, no Hindu of high rank would sit beside me. If my shadow touched their food, they would throw it away. If I touched them, they would wash themselves. Even poor people would break a dish I had used so no one else would be unclean. It is not the same with Muslims. When I lived and fought with Dilasa Khan, I was like one of them. But even then, they never forgot who I really was. I cannot think of myself as English, either. So maybe I am what the Foreign Office would call a man with no country. A citizen of nowhere."
"That paradise of fools, not many know it," Worley said, quoting a line.
"What's that from?" Ash asked.
"From Milton. He called it limbo."
"Oh, yes, I remember," Ash said. "But I would not call it a paradise."
"It might have some good parts," Worley said with a smile.
"Maybe. But I really can't think of any," Ash said with a small smile.
Long ago, when he sat in the warm moonlight near the old ruins of Taxila where the Pindi Brigade was camping, he had talked about Sita. That night was the first time he could speak about her. He had never talked about her before, not even with Zarin or Kodadad, who had known her.
"So you see, Worley," Ash said softly, "no matter what people say, she was my true mother. I never knew the other one. I don't feel anything real when I think about her. I saw her picture, and she was very pretty. I don't think Mataji, Sita, was really beautiful like that, but to me she always looked beautiful. Because of her, I feel this country belongs to me. England doesn't feel like my home. Anyway, Englishmen don't talk about their mothers. It's said to be silly or bad manners, I forget which.
Both, I think, Wally said with a grin. But I can talk about mine. It's something we Irish are allowed to do. It's expected that we feel strongly and show it. That makes life easier. Your foster mother must have been an amazing woman.
She was, Ash answered. I didn't understand how special she was until I was older. When you are young, you don't think about such things. She was brave, braver than anyone I have ever met. It was real courage, because she was often afraid.
I know that now, but I did not know it then. She was such a small woman. She was so tiny that He stopped speaking and looked out over the plain. He remembered how easy it had been for him, when he was only 11, to lift her in his arms and carry her to the river. The night wind smelt of smoke from the campfires. It also carried a soft smell of pine trees from the hills nearby. The hills looked wrinkled and silver under the moon. Maybe that smell made him think of Sita again.
She used to tell me about a valley in the mountains, Ash said slowly. I think it was her home. She was born there. She came from the hills. We wanted to go there one day. We dreamed of building a small house, planting fruit trees, and keeping a goat and a donkey. I wish I knew where that valley is now.
Did she never tell you? Wally asked.
Maybe she did once, Ash said. If she did, I forgot. But I think it must be somewhere in the Purpanjal. Still, I always believed it was in the lower mountains near the Jacquemin. Do you know the Jacquemin? It is the highest mountain in the range you can see from Gulcote. Its top shines like a crown of snow. When I was a boy, I used to say my prayers to it. It sounds foolish, doesn't it?
Not really, Wally said. Have you ever read Aurora Lee *? It says something like, the world is full of heaven, and even quiet places are full of God, but only the person who understands takes off his shoes. You were just doing that.
And you are not the only one who feels that way. Many people must have felt the same because there are holy mountains in many countries. And then there was David, of course. Ash laughed.
I know. It's funny you say that, he said. I used to think of the Jacquemin every time we sang that in chapel.
He looked towards the dark mountains that stood far away behind them. Then he spoke softly.
I will lift up my eyes to the hills, from where my help comes. Wally, when I first came to England, I didn't know much. I tried to find which way the Himalayas were so I could face that way when I prayed, like Koda Dad and Zarin who always prayed facing Mecca. My aunt was very shocked. She told the vicar that I was not only an unbeliever but also a devil worshipper.
You can understand why she thought that, said Wally kindly. I was luckier. My family never found out that for years I thought I was praying to my godfather. It made sense to me, God the Father. The old man had white whiskers, a gold chain, and everyone was afraid of him. It was a big shock when I learned he wasn't God. I had been sending my prayers to the wrong person. All those years of praying were wasted. It was a real disaster.
Ash laughed loudly. Someone in the nearest tent woke up and shouted angrily for them to be quiet. Wally smiled and spoke quietly.
No, really, he said. The waste was what bothered me most. But now I think that what matters is the intention. My prayers were honest, just like yours. So even if they went to the wrong address, I don't believe God will blame us for that mistake.
I hope you're right. Do you still say your prayers, Wally?
Of course, Wally said, surprised. Don't you?
Sometimes, said Ash. But I'm not sure who I pray to anymore. He stood up and brushed dust and grass from his clothes. Come on, Galahad, he said. It's time for bed. This stupid exercise starts at 3 in the morning.
It was not strange that Wally wanted so much to join the guides. But he still could not do anything about it because he had to become a lieutenant first. Ash was not sure if speaking for Wally would help or harm his chances of getting a place. So instead, he introduced him to Lieutenant Wigram Batty of the Guides, who had come to Rawalpindi twice on duty. Later, Ash also introduced him to Zarin. Zarin had taken short leave in the hot month of June. He rode into Rawalpindi with messages from his father and brother, bringing news from the regiment and the frontier. He could not stay long because the monsoon was about to begin. When it started, the rivers would be too deep to cross and travel would become very slow. Still, Zarin stayed long enough to get a very good opinion of Ashok's new friend. Ash made sure Zarin saw how well Wally could shoot and ride. He also helped them talk together. Wally had learned a lot from Ash's unusual teaching and from a Munshi who taught in a more formal way. He could already speak well in the two main languages of the frontier. Ash himself said little about Wally's skills, but Madhu spoke about them often.
That Sahib is a good man, Madhu told Jareen as they talked on the back veranda. He is like the old ones, like Anderson Sahib when he was young. He is polite and kind and has the courage and manner of a king. Our boy has changed since they became friends. He is happy again and full of laughter. Yes, they are both good men.
Zarin had learned to trust the old man's good judgment. Wally's friendly nature helped too. Wigram Bhatti also watched and listened. He liked what he saw. Both he and Zarin gave good reports when they returned to Mardan. Because of that, the guides became interested in Ensign Walter Hamilton of the 70th Foot. They thought he might join their corps one day. The hot season that year was not as bad as the last one. But it was Wally's first, and he found it very hard. He suffered from prickly heat, boils, fever, and stomach sickness. Each illness came after another, and then he became very sick with heat stroke. He stayed for several days in a dark room, sure that he was going to die. He had hoped to do many things, but he could do nothing at all. The doctor advised the colonel to send him to the hills to get better. Ash got leave too, and they went together. With Madhu and Gulbaz, they took a tonga to Marie. Rooms had already been booked for them in a hotel there. At that time of year, many people stayed in the hills to escape the burning heat of the plains. Wally was so happy to leave the plains that he quickly fell in love. He liked 3 young ladies at the same time. One was a pretty girl who sat with her mother at a nearby dining table. The other 2 were twin daughters of a high court judge whose family had rented a cottage in the hotel garden. Wally could not choose between them. None of his love stories became serious. But he wrote many love poems, and most were very bad. He also accepted many invitations to have dinner, dance, or take tea. If Ash had not stopped him, Wally would have had no rest at all. The doctor wanted him to relax, but that seemed impossible. Ash was not happy about spending his leave with, as he said, a group of silly girls and bored widows. He spoke strongly. He also said the 3 girls were the dullest he had met, and Wally's love poems were just as dull.
The trouble with you, Wally answered angrily, is that you have no soul. And if you plan to act like a man who hates women for the rest of your life, just because one silly girl hurt your feelings long ago, you have no sense either. It's time you forgot Bertha or Bella or Belinda or whatever her name was. You should remember that there are other women in the world, and many are very nice. Of course, Wally added kindly, you don't have to marry them. I think a soldier should wait until he is 35 before he gets married.
A wise judge speaks, Ash said with a laugh. In that case, we should leave this place before we get into trouble.
So they left for Kashmir. They left most of their bags in the hotel and hired small mountain ponies. They rode from Murree to Baramulla. Then they stopped to shoot duck on Wooler Lake and Red Bear and Barasing in the hills above it. It was Wally's first time in the high mountains. He looked at the white peak of Nunga Parbat, the naked mountain, tall above the long snowy range around beautiful Lala Rukas Valley. He could understand why Ash, as a child, had prayed to the Diya Kaima. The whole land looked wonderfully beautiful to Wally. He admired the lakes full of lotus flowers and the winding rivers with trees along the banks. He loved the great forests of deodar and chestnut trees that reached up to the grey stone and ice above the snow line. He was sorry to leave. Rawalpindi seemed hotter and dustier than ever when their tonga rolled along the road back to their house. But the mountain air had helped him. He came back healthy and strong. He was no longer sick for the rest of the hot season. The heat did not trouble Ash, but he hated desk work. He found it very boring, and there was always too much of it in Rawalpindi. One day Zarin came from Mardan. He told Ash that the guides would soon provide an escort for the eldest son of the Queen when he visited Lahore during the cold season.
"It is a great honor," said Zarin. "I am sorry you will not be part of it. How much longer will they keep you here behind a desk? It has been almost a year now. Soon it will be 3 years since you worked with the guides, and that is too long. It is time for you to come back to us."
But the officers did not agree with that idea. They had promised to send Lieutenant Pelham-Martyn away from the frontier when they could. After almost 11 months, they finally decided to do it. A letter arrived from the governor's first secretary. He asked them to choose a British officer to take 2 sisters of the Maharaja of Karidkote to Rajutana. The sisters were going there to marry the Rana of Bitha. The officer's job was to make sure the 2 ladies were received with respect by all British camps on their way. He also needed to see that they had enough food and supplies. When they reached Bitha, he had to check that the bride price was paid and the marriages were completed. After that, he would travel back with the group to Karidkote's border. Because the journey would be long and the group large, the officer had to speak local languages well. He also needed to understand local people and their customs. This part of the request made everyone think of Lieutenant Pelham-Martyn. The posting would take him far away from the northwest frontier, so they decided he was perfect for it. Ash was not asked about his opinion. He was simply called in and told his orders.
What they really want, Ash said angrily to Worley, is someone to be part guard dog, part supply officer, and part nurse for a group of noisy women and palace servants. And that someone is me. So goodbye to polo for this season. Who wants to be a soldier when there's no war anyway?
If you ask me, you're lucky, Worley said with envy. I wish they had chosen me. Just think, traveling across India with 2 beautiful princesses.
More likely 2 spoiled and boring girls, Ash said in a tired voice. I bet they're fat and have bad skin and are still almost children.
Nonsense. Worley said. All princesses are beautiful, or they should be. I can see them now, wearing shining rings and walking like queens. Their hair will be dark and long. I love brunettes. You wouldn't be asking if I could go with you, would you? I could help you, your right-hand man, cook, and helper. You'll need someone like that.
Like Rabies, said Ash without much care.
15 days later he said goodbye to Worley. He started his journey to Dinagunj with Madhu, Gulbaz, his head servant Kulu Ram, a grasscutter, and several other helpers. The wedding party was waiting there, under the care of a local district officer. Dinagunj was a small town on the edge of the hills. It was only 1 day's travel from the border of Karidkote, an independent state, and about 20 miles from the nearest British military post. It looked like many other little towns along the rivers Chenab, Ravi, and Bees. Usually about 2,000 people lived there. Now there were far more people, because the governor's secretary had been wrong when he said the bridal camp would be quite large. It was huge. The group sent by the Maharaja of Karidkote to take his sisters to their wedding was bigger than the town itself. There were almost 4 times more people in the camp than in the town. When Ash arrived, he saw that Dinagunj looked more like part of the camp. The bazaar had no food or fodder left, water was running out, the town leaders were upset, and the district officer was sick with malaria. It was a difficult situation. Many older or more experienced men would have felt afraid. But the choice of Lieutenant Pelham-Martyn for this mission was not wrong. He had been made captain for this job. The noise and confusion did not trouble him. He had grown up among busy Indian streets and learned early about the disorder and tricks of palace life. To him, all this seemed normal. Ash was not surprised by the size and chaos of the camp. He remembered Lalji's wedding, when the bride's attendants had filled the city of Gulcote like a sea of people. But Lalji's bride had only been the daughter of a small hill ruler. The Karidkote princesses were sisters of a great Maharaja, so their escort was much larger. Ash knew that what they needed was someone to make clear decisions and give orders. He had learned how to do this with the guides and from Koda Dad's sons. He felt ready. He sent Gul Baz to find someone who could take them to the district officer. Soon an old man in uniform came to lead them. He used the empty scabbard of his sword to push away people and animals so that Ash and his party could pass through the busy crowd. The district officer's tent was under a tall sal tree. Inside lay Mr. Carter, shivering with fever on a camp bed. His temperature was very high, as hot as the air in the tent. He felt weak and was truly happy to see Ash, who had come to take over his work. Mr. Carter was young and new to the area. It was his first malaria, and all the shouting, complaints, and heat had made him feel that he was inside a bad dream. His head hurt badly, as if hammers were striking it again and again. Seeing Ash was a great relief.
Sorry about this, the district officer said in a weak voice. It's a terrible bother. I'm afraid you'll find things rather messy here. The men are not very disciplined.
Better get them moving again soon, said the district officer.
Do it before there is trouble. There is something else about the boy too. Jyoti, HH's brother. The heir apparent. He came last night. You should know that.
He tried to give Ash a clear picture of the situation and explain the tasks and problems. But it was clear that he could hardly think straight. He could not find the right words and soon gave up. Then he called a local clerk to help. The clerk quickly read a long list of the dowry packed in many heavy chests. He also said how much money was ready for the trip. He showed lists of men, servants, animals, tents, food, and helpers. But he explained that the numbers were not exact and that the real total was probably higher. Even on paper, the group looked very large and grand. It included a group of cannons and 2 regiments of the Maharaja's soldiers. There were also 25 elephants, 500 camels, many horses, and at least 6,000 people following the camp.
No need to send so many, whispered the district officer with a rough voice. It is just for show. But he is still a boy, not yet 17. I mean. His father died a few years ago, and now this is his chance to impress the other princes, and us too. It is a waste of money, but you cannot stop him. He is a hard young man to deal with. Very tricky.
It seemed that the young Maharaja took his sisters to the border of his land, then turned back to go hunting. He left the big camp with the district officer, who had orders to travel with it to Dinagunj. There he would give it to Captain Pelham-Martyn of the Guides Cavalry. But the governor of the Punjab and the officers at Rawalpindi did not know how huge the camp was. They also did not know that one more person had joined at the last moment. It was the Maharaja's 10-year-old brother, Jyoti.
I do not know why they sent him, but I can guess, the district officer said quietly. He is a trouble. I did not even know he was here until last night. More work for me. But now it is your problem, thank God. Sorry for you.
There were still many things to finish before leaving. By the time they were done, the day was already late. The sick man wanted to go, although he was weak. He needed peace and clean air. He also knew that having 2 people in charge was dangerous. The camp was no longer his duty, so he wanted to leave quickly. His servants helped him into a palanquin and carried him away through the dusty sunset. Then Ash came out to take control of the camp. That first evening was full of confusion. As soon as the district officer was gone, a crowd came running to complain. They asked for money. They shouted about theft and cruelty. They argued about rooms and food. The camel drivers fought with the elephant keepers about fodder. They behaved this way because they thought the new Sahib was too young and unimportant. To them, it looked like the government had sent the wrong person, someone too small to act as leader, helper, and guard. They behaved badly because of this. But soon they learned they were wrong.
Ash spoke to them clearly and calmly.
Later he wrote a letter to Worley and said, "I spoke to them, and after that everything was fine." That was true, but his words did not show how strong his speech had been. The people were amazed at how well this young Sahib spoke their language. No other officer they knew had spoken so well or with such power and sense. In only a few short sentences, he made everyone listen and obey. The few Englishmen they had met before were usually polite officials who tried hard to understand local ways. Sometimes they met less polite men on hunts or surveys who became angry and shouted when things went wrong. Pelham Sahib did not act like any of them. He spoke like a wise headman who knew how people lived and worked in that part of the country. He also spoke like a man who expected others to listen and obey. Ash had learned much from his time at the regimental meetings. The men in the camp listened to him carefully and agreed with what he said. They felt he was someone who knew them and whom they could trust. By the next morning, when they took down the tents and got ready to leave, most of the shopkeepers had been paid. Many small problems had been solved. Ash had also met several important members of the wedding group, though he could not remember all their faces. He only remembered many people greeting him with hands pressed together in the Hindu way. He knew he must learn more about them later, but for now, the most important thing was to keep the camp moving. The district officer had given good advice. Ash decided they must travel faster and not stay longer than 1 or 2 nights in each place. He did not want them to cause trouble again as they had done at Dinagunj. There were nearly 8,000 people and more than half as many animals. They could harm the land like locusts if they stayed too long. Ash knew that good planning was needed, or they would leave damage behind them. He had little time to talk to people that first day. He rode up and down the long line, counting people and animals and checking how fast they could move. Without thinking, he was doing what he had once described to Worley, a job like a sheepdog guiding the flock. Progress was slow. The long line moved like walkers at market pace, through dust, stopping often to rest, talk, or argue. Sometimes they waited for people who had fallen behind or stopped to draw water from wells beside the road. About 1/3 of the elephants carried luggage. The rest, apart from 4 Grand State elephants, carried soldiers and many strange weapons, even heavy metal cannons. The 4 state elephants had beautiful seats made of gold and silver. On the wedding day, the princesses, their brother, and the senior guests would ride there in the procession. It was also planned that the brides would travel on these elephants during the journey. But the movement of the great animals made the seats sway too much. The youngest bride, who was also the Maharaja's full sister and the most important, said it made her feel sick. She asked that she and her sister, who she would not leave, be moved to a bullock cart with fine curtains and a round roof.
"Her Highness is very nervous," said the chief eunuch softly, saying sorry to Ash for the delay. "She has never left the women's house before, and she misses her home. She is very afraid."
That first day they traveled less than 9 miles, though in a straight line it was not even 3. The road went down between low hills covered with dry brush. Ash saw that they might sometimes go even less distance in a day. That evening, he studied the large map and worked out that they would move only 50 or 60 miles each week. At this rate it would take many months before he would reach Rawalpindi again. The thought did not make him unhappy. He liked this life in the open, always moving and free from orders. It pleased him to be the only leader over thousands of people and animals. Halfway through the next day he suddenly remembered that the Maharaja's young brother had arrived. He asked if he could visit him. He was told that the young prince was unwell after eating too many sweets, and that Ash should wait a few days before visiting. The Sahib would be told when the child felt well again. Before that, he was invited to meet the prince's sisters. The tent of the brides was the biggest in the camp. It was always the first to be put up. Other tents stood around it in circles. The inside circle was for the ladies-in-waiting, maids, and eunuchs. The next ring was for important men, palace guards, the little prince, and his servants. Ash's tent should have been in that circle, but he liked quiet places. He asked to have his tent at the edge of the camp, far from the bride's tent that evening. He went to meet the princesses with 2 guards and an old man. The old man was called the Rao Sahib. He was the late Maharaja's brother and the girl's uncle. Ash had met him the night before. In India, many noble women stayed hidden behind veils. This rule came from foreign rulers long ago. So it was not strange that Ash was allowed to meet the princesses. He was a foreigner and also a British officer. His job was to keep the girls safe and comfortable on the trip. Because of this, he received special honor. He could speak to them, something most men could not do unless they were close relatives. The meeting did not last long and was not private. Their uncle and another old man, Maldeo Rai, were there. So were their older cousin Anporabai, some maids, a eunuch, and 6 children. The young women kept their faces partly covered with their fine silk saris. Only their eyes and a small part of their foreheads could be seen. But the silk was so thin that Ash could still see enough to know what they looked like.
You were right about them, he wrote. They are very pretty. The younger one is only about 14. She looks like a small picture of Shah Jahan's empress, the lady of the Taj. I saw her clearly when a child pulled her sari by mistake. She is the prettiest girl you can imagine. I am glad you are not here, my friend, because you would fall in love with her at once. You would write poems about her all the way to Bitha, and I could not stand it. Thank goodness I am too old and dull to fall in love now. The other sister stayed behind a little. She is about 18, which is old for a bride here. I think her mother was a second wife or maybe a concubine. She is tall and has a square face, not the kind I like. But her eyes are beautiful, brown with small gold lights in them. You would like to see them, wouldn't you?
Ash called himself cold and without feeling, but that was not true. He thought the princesses were very pretty, and that made his work more pleasant. Now the trip seemed a bit like an adventure. He liked the idea of taking 2 lovely girls to their wedding. It made the noisy, dirty camp feel a little brighter. As he walked back to his tent, he quietly sang a rhyme about a fine lady who rode to Banbury Cross with rings on her fingers and bells on her toes. He thought of famous beautiful ladies from old stories. He remembered Humayun's young wife, Padmini, the woman whose beauty caused the fall of Chitta, and Mumtaz Mahal, for whom the Taj Mahal was built. Maybe Wally was right. Maybe all princesses were beautiful after all. Ash had paid too much attention to the brides and had hardly looked at the rest of the group. Some of them were worth more notice. The next day's march was to stop near a small town. There was a British army post there. Ash rode ahead to speak to the officer in charge. He did not see much of anyone in the camp that day. The garrison commander had asked him to dinner that evening.
That officer felt sorry for Ash's job. He said so while they drank port and smoked cigars. I don't envy your work, said the garrison commander. Thank God I will never be sent to do it. It must be very hard to live among those people without making mistakes every day. I don't know how you can stand it.
Stand what? Ash asked.
All the caste problems, said the commander. It's easy with the Muslims. They don't care much about who cooks or serves the food. But caste Hindus make things very hard. Their religion gives them so many rules. A stranger must be very careful not to upset them. I find it a terrible problem myself.
Then he told a story to show how strange these rules could be. A soldier had been hurt in battle and everyone thought he was dead. He woke up and wandered for days through the jungle. He was hungry, confused, and nearly dying of thirst. A little girl watching goats found him. She gave him milk, and it saved his life. Later he met men from his own regiment. They took him to a hospital. He was very sick for many months but at last got well and returned to duty. Years later he went home and told his story. His father said the girl might have been an untouchable. If that was true, then his son was dirty and could not stay in the house. The village also refused to see him. Only after he paid for costly ceremonies did the priests say he was clean again.
All this, said the garrison commander, because when he was dying, he took milk from a child who might not have been of his caste. He should have chosen death instead. Can you believe it? This story is true. My cousin heard it from the man himself. It shows what we have to face in this country. But I guess you already know that.
Ash did know. He had learned it long ago. But he did not say so. He only answered that such strong fear of impurity was usually seen among priests and the middle classes. The priests gained much from these beliefs. The upper class did not worry as much. The royal families felt sure of their own high place and often did what they liked. If they broke a rule, they could pay the priests to fix it.
It's not that they are more open-minded, said Ash. They just believe deeply in the right of kings to rule. Many say their families come from gods, or from the sun or the moon. So they think they are not like other men. They can do things that others wouldn't dare to do. They are still religious, but not so strict.
You may be right, said the garrison commander. But I don't know any princes myself. Will you have some more port?
After that, they talked about horse riding and hunting. Ash did not go back to his tent until after midnight. The next morning was wet and windy. Because of the weather, he slept late. The camp moved slowly that day. Because of the bad weather, he still could not see much of the other travelers. They were all covered in cloaks or blankets to keep out the rain, and he could not tell who they were. This did not trouble him. He thought there would be time later to get to know them. He was happy to ride in silence. Even though he was wet and cold in the saddle, it was still better than sitting all day at a desk in Rawalpindi. He liked this job because there was almost no paperwork. He also thought that any problem he might face would be simple and familiar, like those he often saw at regimental meetings. He believed he could handle them easily, but that evening he found out he was wrong. He met a problem that was strange and very hard to deal with. It was also dangerous. He was not ready for it, and that was partly his own fault. The trouble also came from poor communication between army headquarters and the commandant of the guides. The political department had not given enough information, and the district officer was sick. Yet the main reason was Ash's own careless attitude. He had thought the job was only to watch over a few dull women and their servants. Because of that, he had made the same mistake he used to make at school. He had not done his homework. He had not tried to learn anything about the state whose princesses he was taking to their wedding. The officers in Rawalpindi said nothing about it because they believed Mr. Carter, the district officer, would explain everything. They did not know he was too ill with malaria to do so. So Ash started his duty knowing very little and not seeing the dangers ahead. He also heard that the young brother of the Maharaja had joined the camp at the last minute. The boy would travel with them. Ash did not think this was important. He thought it natural for a young prince to go with his sisters. He only sent a polite message asking about the boy's health and did not think of him again. But that evening, when darkness came, a servant brought Ash a message. The little prince was now well and wanted to see him. The rain had stopped some hours before, and the night sky was clear. Ash dressed in his best uniform for the meeting. He walked through the bright, noisy camp to a tent near the princess's tents. A guard stood outside with an old sword, and a sleepy servant waited to show him in. A single lamp hung outside the tent. When Ash went in, the bright light inside almost blinded him. The tent was lit by 6 European lamps without shades. They stood on low tables in a half-circle around a pile of cushions. On the cushions sat a small, round-faced boy with pale skin. The boy was handsome even though he was plump and pale. Ash blinked and suddenly remembered Lalji as he had seen him in the Hawa Mahal. This child was about the same age. He looked enough like Lalji to be his brother. But Ash thought Lalji had not been as pleasant a boy as this one. He recalled that Lalji would never have stood up to greet a guest, as young Jyoti was now doing. They looked alike because their clothes and their unhappy faces were similar. Lalji also used to look cross and afraid. As Ash bowed to the boy, he thought about Worley's words that all princesses were beautiful. If that was true, he thought with some pity, it was sad that all the princes he had met were plump, cross, and frightened. The thought was so strange that it made him smile. He was still smiling when he stood up. Then he saw a face in front of him. He knew that face at once, even after many years. The shock made him freeze. A man stood behind the little prince, very close. His narrow eyes looked cold and clever, full of secret thoughts. Ash had seen those eyes before. Long ago, their owner had been Lalji's favorite courtier and the spy of the dancing girl. It was Biju Ram. Ash's smile stopped. His mouth stayed tight, and his heart seemed to jump and miss a beat. He told himself it could not be true. He wanted to believe he was wrong. But he knew he was not wrong. At that moment he also understood why Jyoti made him think of Lalji. Jyoti must be Lalji's brother or his cousin. He was too young to be Nandu. There had been other children in that family. Maybe the dancing girl had more children later. Could Jyoti be Lalji's son? No, that seemed impossible. More likely he was a cousin, a child or grandchild of one of the old Raja's brothers. Ash noticed that several people were looking at him with interest. He also saw that Biju Ram did not seem to recognize him at all. Biju Ram's eyes looked clever and cold, just as they always had. There was also a careful look in them, as if he was judging the new officer. He was probably wondering if he should try to please this Sahib, because he could not possibly know that the Sahib before him was once the boy who saved the life of the Prince of Gulcote many years ago. Ash looked away and answered the polite questions of the young prince. After a short time, his heartbeat became steady again. He looked around the tent and made sure that no one else there knew who he was. He saw 2 people, but they could not recognize him. No one in Gulcote, except Koda Dad, knew that Sita's son was half English. And Koda Dad would never talk. Nothing could connect the boy named Ashok with Captain Ashton Pelham-Martyn of the Guides. There was little likeness between them. Only Biju Ram looked the same. He was fatter now and a little grey, but his face still showed the signs of too much pleasure in his youth. The same smooth and sharp look remained. He still kept a diamond earring in one ear. Ash wondered why Biju Ram was here. He also tried to understand what connection there was between the Prince of Gulcote and the boy Jyoti, who seemed about 10 years old. And he asked himself why the child looked so afraid. Ash had seen fear many times and he knew the signs. The boy's eyes were wide and too bright. He looked quickly from side to side and sometimes behind him. His body was tense, and his head moved suddenly. His hands shook and opened and closed. Ash remembered that Lalji had looked the same and Lalji had good reason to be afraid. But this child was not the heir to the throne. He was only the younger brother of the prince. It was hard to believe that anyone wanted to harm him. Perhaps he had run away to join the wedding group when his family told him not to. Now he was frightened about what might happen because of his disobedience.
He is probably just a spoiled child who went too far and is now afraid of being punished.
And if he is skipping school, I am sure Biju Ram told him to do it. I must learn more about his family. About all of them. I should have done it before. The little prince started to make introductions, and Ash greeted Biju Ram politely. They spoke a few formal words, and then Ash moved on to the next person. 10 minutes later, the meeting was finished. Ash walked out into the cool night, feeling a little dizzy. The air was cold after the heat of the bright tent. He took a long breath, feeling as if he had escaped from a trap. Then he noticed that his palms hurt. His nails had pressed into them while his hands were tight. He had not even known he was holding his hands that way. That night his tent stood under a banyan tree, about 50 yards from the camp. Smaller tents for his servants hid his tent from view. As he passed those tents, Ash changed his mind about calling for one of the carried-coat clerks. He saw Madhu sitting outside, smoking his hookah. Ash thought the old man might know many things about the carried-coat royal family. Madhu liked to talk, and he heard stories that people did not tell to English officers.
Come to my tent and talk with me, Chacha. I need your advice. You may know things I must learn. Give me your hand. I will carry the hookah.
Inside Ash's tent a lamp burned low, but he chose to sit outside under the awning. He could see the dark branches of the banyan tree and the wide plain beyond, faint under starlight. Madhu squatted comfortably, but Ash had to sit stiffly in a camp chair because of his formal clothes.
What do you want to know, Beta?
He used the old familiar word for son, which he seldom said now. Ash did not answer at once. He listened to the soft bubbling of the hookah. He tried to arrange his thoughts.
First, I want to know what connection there is between the Maharaja of Karidcote and a certain Raja of Gulcote. There must be some link.
Of course, they are the same. The lands of the Karidara ruler were next to those of his cousin, the Raja of Gulcote. When the Karidara ruler died without an heir, the Raja went to Calcutta to claim his cousin's lands and titles. He was nearest in blood, so he received them. Then the two states became one and were called Karidcote. How is it that you did not know this?
Because I am blind and foolish. I was so angry when I learned that the generals in Rawalpindi only sent me here to keep me away from my friends and the frontier. I would not even ask questions. I learned nothing at all.
But why does it matter to you who these royal people are? What difference does it make?
Madhu asked, worried by Ash's tone. Madhu did not know the story of Gulcote. Colonel Anderson had told Ash never to speak of it, because his life could depend on keeping it secret. Ash remembered this and said instead,
A man should know everything he can about those under his care. If he does not, he may offend without meaning to. Tonight I see that I know nothing. Not even simple things. When did the old Raja die, Madhu? And who is the old man they say is his brother?
The Rao Sahib. He is only a half-brother. He was born 2 years earlier, but his mother was a concubine. So he could not take the throne. The throne went to the younger son, whose mother was the Rani. Still, everyone respects and loves the elder brother. As for the Raja, the Maharaja, he died about 3 years ago. Now his son, the brother of the princesses, sits on the throne.
Lalji. Who? The eldest son. That was his milk name. But he would have been.
Ash stopped speaking. He suddenly remembered that the district officer had said the Maharaja of Karidcote was only a boy, not yet 17. Nay.
This is not the son of the first wife, but the younger one, the second son. The first son died after he fell some years before his father died. People say he was playing with a monkey on the palace walls when he fell and died. It was an accident, said Madhu. Then he added softly, or so they say.
An accident, thought Ash. The same kind of accident that almost happened before. Was it Biju Ram who pushed him to his death? Or Panwa? Poor Lalji. Ash felt cold as he imagined that terrible moment of fear and the long fall onto the rocks. Poor Lalji, poor little prince. So they had killed him, and the dancer had won. Her son, Nandu, that spoiled child who had been sent away crying when Colonel Byng visited Gulcote, was now the new Maharaja of Karidkote. And Lalji was dead.
It seems the family has had much bad luck in recent years, said Madhu slowly. He smoked his pipe again. The old Maharaja also died from a fall. I heard he was hunting with hawks when his horse ran off and fell into a small river. Both he and the horse broke their necks. They think a bee stung the horse. It was very sad for his new bride. Did I tell you he had recently married again? Yes, his fourth wife. The first two were already dead. They said the new wife was very young and very beautiful, the daughter of a rich man.
The hookah bubbled again, and to Ash it sounded like a sly laugh.
They say, Madhu went on softly, that the third queen was very angry and wanted to kill herself. But she did not need to, because her husband died, and the new bride burned on his funeral fire.
Sati? But that is forbidden, said Ash quickly. It is against the law.
Maybe, child. But princes still do what they want. In many places, no one knows until it is too late. The young woman was burned before anyone could stop it. It seems that the senior queen wanted to burn too, but her women locked her in a room so she could not escape. They sent word to the British officer, but he was far away and could not come in time to save the young queen from the fire.
That was very convenient for the senior queen, said Ash dryly. I suppose she became the real power in Karidkote.
I believe so, said Madhu. It is strange, because people say she was once a dancer from Kashmir. But for more than 2 years she ruled the state. At least she died a queen.
She is dead, said Ash, surprised. He could hardly believe it.
He had never seen Janurani, but her power had filled the Hawa Mahal. It was hard for him to believe that the strong and cruel woman who had ruled the old Raja, and planned the deaths of Lalji and himself, was now gone. It felt as if the palace itself had fallen, because she had seemed too strong to die.
Did they say how it happened, Chacha? He asked.
The light from the hookah showed Madhu's old, wise eyes as he looked at Ash. He spoke softly.
She argued with her oldest son, and soon after she died, she ate some poisoned grapes.
Ash took a deep breath in shock. You mean he did it? No. I cannot believe that. Not his own mother.
Madhu shook his hand gently. Did I say he did it? No, he said. There was an inquiry. They proved it was an accident. She had poisoned grapes to kill the crows in the garden. By mistake, she must have kept some on her own plate.
The hookah bubbled again, but Madhu went on.
I told you that the ruler of Karidkote has had much bad luck. First his older brother, then his father, and 2 years later, his mother. Before that, he lost 1 or 2 baby brothers and another sister during a year of sickness. That year, cholera killed many children and many grown people too. Now the Maharaja has only 1 brother left, the little prince who is here in the camp. He also has only 1 sister from both parents, the younger princess who will be sent away to marry. The older princess is only a half-sister, the child of his father's second wife, who they say was foreign.
Julie, thought Ash, and his heart stopped for a moment. The tall veiled woman he had seen in the bride's pavilion 2 nights ago was the daughter of the foreign queen Anjali. People had called her Kairi Bai, the unripe mango, because the dancer had mocked her long ago. It was Julie, and he had not known. He sat quietly for a long time, looking at the stars and remembering the past. Behind him, the camp became quiet as people and animals rested. The sounds of talking and movement faded into the soft noise of leaves moving in the night wind. Madhu's hookah bubbled beside him, mixing with the slow beat of a faraway drum and the cry of jackals outside the camp. But Ash did not hear any of it. His mind was far away, thinking of a little girl in a balcony on a broken tower near the snow mountains of Jakaima. How could he have forgotten her almost completely, when she had been such a big part of his life in the Hawa Mahal? No, he had not forgotten. He had only pushed her out of his mind and not thought of her. Maybe he had always believed she would stay the same and be there. Later that night, after Madhu left, Ash opened his small tin box. He had bought it with his first pocket money and kept his most special things inside. There was Sita's small silver ring, his father's last unfinished letter, the watch Colonel Anderson had given him at Pelham Abbas, his first cufflinks, and other small pieces. He looked through them and then poured everything out on his camp bed. Yes, it was still there, a little square of old yellow paper. He carried it to the lamp and unfolded it. Inside was a thin piece of mother of pearl, half of a Chinese game counter shaped like a fish. Someone, maybe the foreign queen, had drilled a hole through the fish's eye and put some twisted silk through it, so it could be worn as a necklace. Julie had worn it. It was her favorite treasure, but she had given it to him and asked him not to forget her. He had almost never thought about her again. There had been so many other things to worry about. When Koda Dad left Gulcote, no one had been able to send him any news from the palace. No one, not even Hyra Lai, knew what had happened to him or where he had gone. Ash hardly slept that night. He lay on his back and looked up into the dark sky. Many small memories came back to him. He remembered a night of fireworks and food when Janurani's son, Nandu, was born. Now Nandu was the Maharaja of Karidkote. Ash thought of the boys he had played with in the streets of Gulcote, Gopi, Chitu, Jajat, Shoki, and many others. He remembered Tuku, the small mongoose who had died. He also remembered Hyra Lai telling him to be kind to Lalji because Ash was luckier than his master. He thought of Julie bringing him a shiny silver coin worth 4 annas. They had wanted to save money together to build a house in Sita's Valley. Ash remembered hiding the coin under a loose stone on the floor of the Queen's balcony. They wanted to add more coins to their small treasure, but they never did. He wondered if that coin was still there, forgotten under the stone. It was like his own half of Julie's lucky piece that had stayed for years at the bottom of his tin box. The stars started to fade when he finally fell asleep. Just before his eyes closed, he remembered a strange bit of talk from long ago. It was something he had once said, though he did not remember when or why.
He had said, "If I were you, Julie, I would not get married at all. It is too dangerous."
Why dangerous? He thought sleepily as he began to dream.
Asti, be careful, Pramkali. Well done, my boy. One more. Stop. What are you doing, fool? Get out. Hey, move.
The camp was crossing a river. There was shouting and noise everywhere. A cart was stuck in the middle of the river, and men were trying to pull it out with one of the elephants. Mulraj, the leader of the Karidkote soldiers, had gone ahead with Ash to check how deep the water was. Now both men sat together on the far bank. From a small hill they watched the long line of people and animals crossing slowly.
If they do not hurry, Mulraj said, it will be dark before everyone is across.
Hi my, what a business they make of it.
Ash nodded without really thinking. He kept watching the men moving through the shallow water of the river. 3 days had passed since he had met Biju Ram and learned that the princely state of Karidkote was the same as the Gulcote where he grew up. Since then he had looked carefully at the men around him. He began to recognize several faces. Among the elephant keepers alone there were more than 6 men who had worked in the elephant stables of the Hawa Mahal. There were others too, palace workers, helpers, soldiers, and a few servants and courtiers. For days ago, these men would not have caught his attention, but now they looked familiar. Even the elephant named Premkuli was one he knew well. He had fed it many times with sugar cane. The last light of the setting sun touched the river. The water shone bright gold and hurt Ash's eyes. He could no longer see the faces of the people who were crossing. He turned away and spoke with Mulraj about camp work and other matters. The servants and helpers with the pack animals had crossed first. They needed to set up tents, make fires, and cook food. The brides and their close attendants had waited. They wanted to cross only when everything was ready for them. They had spent the day in a small group of trees about half a mile from the ford. They knew the camp would be set on the far side, so they waited there until they got word to move. When at last the messenger came, evening was falling. The birds had begun to settle for the night. Before they were ready to leave, the sun had gone down. With about 30 soldiers following them, they moved slowly and reached the ford at twilight. A covered cart with waiting women usually followed right behind the bright wedding carriage where the bride sat today. But tonight it had fallen behind. When the carriage went into the river, only a few soldiers and servants were close to it. Their uncle walked beside them. He had sent his own carriage ahead, hoping to walk the last mile, but now he saw that the river was deeper than he had thought. Ash was already on the far side and had called for his horse. He started to ride down toward the flat ground when he heard loud cries and shouting from the river. He stood up in his saddle and saw trouble. One of the carriage bullocks had fallen in the middle of the river. A wooden part had broken, and the driver was thrown into the water. The bullock was trapped and kicking wildly as it tried not to drown. The carriage began to lean to one side. Inside, one of the women screamed loudly behind the curtains while many men shouted and pushed in confusion. The frightened animal pulled the carriage toward deeper water. Most people in the river could not see clearly in the growing dark, but Ash saw everything from above. He pressed his heels to his horse and rode quickly down the slope and into the river. He splashed through the shallows and the men jumped aside to let him pass. He leaned from the saddle and pulled hard on the curtains until they tore. A woman soaking wet and screaming suddenly jumped toward him. He caught her and pulled her free just as the other wheel broke. The carriage fell to one side and began to fill with water. "Quick, Julie! Come on, get out," he shouted. He did not realize that he had called the second woman by her name. His voice was lost in the noise of water and shouting. The woman already in his arms held on to him, crying and terrified. He pushed her away gently and gave her to the nearest person, who luckily was her uncle. It could just as easily have been a soldier or a driver. Then Ash jumped off his horse and went back into the river. The dark water rose above his waist. "Get out, girl," he shouted.
There was a choking sound in the dark and a hand came out between the torn curtains. Ash caught it and pulled the person up. He lifted her off her feet and carried her to the river bank. She was not light or small like the younger sister she had pushed out of the cart into his arms. She did not cry or hold him tightly like the younger girl. She said nothing, but he could feel her chest move fast as she breathed. Her warm, wet body showed she was a woman, not a child. Ash breathed hard when he reached the dry ground. It was not because he was moved but because he was tired. Few men could carry a body across a river with water pulling at their legs and people shouting and pushing near them. It felt far to reach the shallow part. When he got to the bank, nobody was there to take the woman from him. He called for torches and for the princess's servants. He waited in the dusk, still holding Anjali in his arms. His servant went to find his horse. People tried to pull the bullocks free and move the broken cart so the women's wagon could cross the river safely. The stars appeared one after another. The wind from the river blew cold and strong. The girl began to shiver. Ash asked for a blanket and wrapped it around her. He covered her head to keep people from staring. More torches shone in the dark as the women's cart finally came close. From the sound, the younger bride was already inside. She was no longer screaming but crying wildly. Ash did not stop to ask about her. His arms hurt, and his clothes were wet. He quickly placed Anjali in the cart and stepped back. The cart moved toward the camp. Only now did he notice the cold air and how soaked he was.
"Well done, Sahib," said Mulraj, coming out of the dark. "I think you saved many lives. If you had not been here, both princesses might have drowned. Then their brother might have punished us all."
"Don't be foolish," said Ash quickly. They were never in real danger. Only their clothes got wet. The water is not deep there.
The driver was drowned, said Mulrich quietly. The current took him into deep water and he could not swim. The princesses were lucky. They would have been trapped by the curtains and drowned too, but you were watching from your horse. You are a sahib, and only you dared to touch them. Their uncle is old and slow. When I saw what had happened and tried to help, it was already finished. You should be rewarded for this work.
I only want a hot bath and dry clothes, said Ash with a short laugh. If anyone should be praised, it is Anjali Bai. She stayed calm and helped her sister instead of screaming when she saw the water. Where is my servant? Kulu Ram.
Here, Sahib, said a voice close to him.
Here, Sahib.
The horse's hooves made no sound on the soft sand. Ash took the reins and climbed into the saddle. He gave a salute to Mulraj, touched the horse with his heel, and rode off through the tall grass and thorny trees. He could see the camp lights shining orange against the dark sky. He went to bed early. The next day was very busy. He rode out at sunrise with Jyoti, Mulraj, Tarak Nath, and 6 armed soldiers to look at the next place to cross the river. The boy had come with them because he had begged Mulraj to take him. Ash saw that Jyoti was a very good rider and wanted to help. He was cheerful and no trouble at all. Ash thought it was good to take the boy outside often. The fresh air and riding made him look stronger and happier. He was no longer the pale, worried child Ash had first met. When they reached the river, they found they could not cross there. So they had to check 2 other places to see which was easier and faster. They came back to camp only when the sun was setting. Ash had planned to leave early the next morning, but this could not happen. Princess Shushila sent word that she felt weak and ill. She said she would not travel for 2 or 3 days, maybe longer. Her choice was not a big problem this time. There was plenty of food, and the river gave them water. Ash did not mind staying. He had seen many deer and birds nearby. He thought it would be nice to go hunting with Mulraj instead of leading people across the land again. Later, Ash heard that Princess Shushila was not well. He was surprised when another messenger came. This messenger politely asked Ash to visit the Maharaja's sisters. The man was their uncle, everyone called him Karkaji Rao, so Ash could not refuse. He was tired and wanted sleep, but had to go. He changed into his formal clothes. Before leaving, he put the broken half of the mother-of-pearl fish into his pocket. Then he walked with Rao Sahib through the camp full of lamps. The tent for guests was large and very pretty. It was covered with dark red cloth with colored embroidery and small mirrors that shone when the wind moved the material or when the light from the oil lamps flickered. The floor was full of soft Persian rugs and silk cushions instead of chairs. Low tables made of sandalwood and ivory held fruit and sweets on silver plates. Only Karkaji Rao, the old woman Anporabai, and 2 servants were in the room besides the princesses and their younger brother Jyoti. The princesses wore beautiful dresses, but tonight they had no veils. Jyoti came to greet Ash.
It is because they owe their lives to you, he said. If you had not helped, they would have drowned. Their funeral fires would have been burning today, and we would have gone home in mourning. We thank you very much. Now you are like our brother.
Ash tried to say that there had been no real danger, but Jyoti did not listen. His sisters stood and bowed to Ash. Anporabai made happy sounds from behind her veil. Karkaji said that being modest was a great quality and that Ash had both modesty and courage. Then one servant came forward with a silver tray. On it were 2 shiny garlands made of tinsel and gold medallions. First Shushila, then Anjali, placed the garlands around Ash's neck. They looked very bright against his plain khaki jacket, and for a moment he looked like a general wearing too many decorations. After that, he was asked to sit down and was given food and drink. It was a great honor for him because people of high caste never eat with men of low caste. They ate with him that day, but not from the same plates. When Shushila Bai finally stopped being shy, everyone felt relaxed. They enjoyed sweets and cool drinks and talked happily together. Even cousin Anpura Bai, who stayed covered with her veil, said a few words. It was not easy to help the young princess speak. But Ash was good at making people feel comfortable. He talked gently and smiled often. Soon the girl smiled back at him and began to laugh. After a while she was talking freely and laughing as if she had known him for a long time. Ash felt like an older brother. Only then did he look at her half-sister, Anjali Bai, and was surprised by what he saw. Anjali had been sitting behind her sister when he came into the room, in the dark light under the lamp. When she stood to greet him and put a flower garland around his neck, he could not see her face well. She kept her head down, and her sari covered most of her face. Later, while he was busy talking to the younger princess, her brother, and her uncle, he did not pay much attention to Anjali. He thought he could talk to her later. Although Anjali did not say much, she did not seem shy like her sister. She looked calm and interested in everything that was said. She listened carefully, sometimes nodding or softly smiling when she disagreed. Ash remembered that Kairi Bai had always listened well. When he finally looked at her properly, he felt a shock. He thought he had made a mistake. This could not be Kairi. He remembered Kairi as a thin, pale girl with shabby clothes, who followed him like a hungry kitten. It seemed impossible that she had grown into a woman like the one before him now. Madhu must have been wrong about who she was. But then her head lifted. Her sari had slipped back a little, and he could see signs of her mixed blood. Her skin color, her strong bones, and her graceful body showed it clearly. Her shoulders and hips were broad, and her face was small, square, and firm. She had high cheekbones, a wide forehead, and large eyes the color of deep water. Her short nose turned slightly upward. Her mouth was wide and beautiful, though not in the perfect way people admired in her half-sister. Next to her, Shushila Bai looked like a tiny delicate doll, golden-skinned and dark-eyed, with a perfect oval face and soft red lips. Her small and fine body made her look like she was made from a different kind of clay than her half-sister who sat beside her. That sister sat a little behind her and looked shorter than Ash first thought. When he stood, he was half a head taller than Shushila. But Ash was a tall man, and Shushila was not even 5 feet high in her soft slippers. The older girl did not have Shushila's delicate look, but that did not prove she was not the Faringarani's daughter. Ash's eyes stopped on a bare arm the color of warm ivory. Just above the gold bangles, he saw a small scar shaped like a crescent moon. He remembered it came from a monkey bite long ago. Then he knew the girl. It was Julie, grown up and beautiful. Ash remembered a line from a play he had read when he was young. It spoke of a woman's great beauty. He had thought it was perfect when he first read it. Later, he had used those words to praise girls he had known, like Lily Briggs and Belinda. Lily had laughed and teased him about it. Belinda had done the same. But neither Lily nor Belinda looked anything like the Maharaja's half-sister, Anjali Bai. He thought that those old words could have been written for her. As he looked at Julie, it felt to him like seeing beauty for the first time in his life. He realized he had never truly understood what beauty was before. Lily had been lively and good-looking, and Belinda had been very pretty too. But Ash's idea of beauty came from his childhood in India and from the fashion of Queen Victoria's England. At that time, people admired women with large eyes, small mouths, smooth faces, and tiny waists. The new fashion of tall and strong-looking women had not yet begun. Ash had never thought that a woman who looked so different could be more striking and make all the girls he had known before seem plain. Still, he liked small and graceful women like Shushila. But Anjali's beauty, which came from her Russian great-grandmother, amazed him. He could not stop looking at her. When Anjali noticed his gaze, she looked shy and turned a little away. She pulled the edge of her sari forward to hide her face in shadow again. Ash suddenly saw that he had been staring. He also realized someone had spoken to him. Jyoti had just asked him a question, but Ash had not heard it. He turned to the boy quickly. For the next 10 minutes, they talked about falconry. When Jyoti and Shushila began to ask their uncle if they could go hunting birds across the river, Ash looked again at Anjali. The two old women who waited on the girls were starting to yawn. It was getting late, and they were sleepy. Ash knew it was time to leave. But there was one thing he wanted to do first. He put his hand into his pocket. After a moment, he bent down and pretended to pick something up from the carpet.
Your Highness has dropped something, he said to Anjali, holding out his hand. This is yours, I think.
He thought she would look surprised or confused. She had given him the small piece of lucky pearl many years ago, and he believed she had forgotten both the pearl and the boy who received it. But she did not look puzzled at all. She turned her head when he spoke. When she saw the small piece of mother of pearl in his hand, she smiled softly and thanked him.
Thank you, Sahib. Yes, it is mine. I do not know how it could.
She stopped suddenly and gasped. Her hand moved to her chest. At once Ash understood he was wrong. She remembered everything. She still had her half of the luck piece, hanging on a silk thread around her neck. She had just realized it was still there. Ash felt many emotions at once, and they troubled him. He did not want to think about them. He turned to Shushila Bai and said he was sorry for keeping her awake so late. He asked if he could leave.
Kakaji agreed quickly. He stood up and said it was late and time for everyone to go to bed. Younger people may stay awake, he said with a laugh. But I need sleep. It was a very nice evening. We must have more parties.
Anjali said nothing. She did not move. She sat very still, holding the piece of pearl tight in her hand. Her eyes were wide and fixed on Ash. Ash already wished he had not given it to her. He felt sorry for doing it. He said goodbye but did not look at her. Then he left the tent and walked through the quiet camp. He felt angry with himself. He wished he had thrown the little shell away, or simply left things as they were. He felt that he had started something he could not stop. It was like dropping a small stone on the snow and making a big fall down the mountain. He worried about what might happen next. If Julie spoke of the strange return of her missing pearl, someone might ask questions. He did not know who she trusted now or how many people shared her secrets. She was no longer the sad young girl from Gulcote. Now she was a rich, shining princess of Karidcote, traveling to her wedding in great style. Her life had changed very much, and everything seemed to have gone well for her. As for himself, he did not want anyone to think he had any link with the boy who used to serve her brother. Janurani might be dead, but Biju Ram was still alive and probably still dangerous. Biju Ram would not have forgotten Ashok. If he heard about Julie's good luck charm, he might become afraid and try to harm this Sahib, just as he and Janurani had once planned to harm Ashok. He might do it for the same reason, because of fear of what the Sahib might know, and now also because Lalji was dead and old memories could return. Thinking about all this, Ash felt cold and uneasy inside. He wanted to look behind him as he walked through the camp. He knew he had been foolish again. As many times before, he had acted too fast and had not thought about what could happen. He had promised himself never to do that again. That night he slept with the tent flap carefully tied shut. He kept a revolver under his pillow. He also decided to pay more attention to where he placed his tent. Right now, anyone could come close from 3 sides without waking Madhu, Gulbaz, or the other servants. From now on, he would have their tents set in a half-circle behind his own so that the ropes would touch each other. The horses should stand to the right and left, not together at the back.
I'll fix it in the morning, Ash decided.
But morning was still far away when he suddenly woke. He heard a hand quietly trying to open the tent flap. Ash always slept lightly, and the sound made him alert at once. He did not move. He listened and heard it again. Someone was trying to come inside. It was not one of his men, they would have spoken first. It was not a dog or a jackal because the sound was coming from higher up, not near the ground. Ash slowly moved his hand under the pillow and took his revolver. He carefully pushed the safety catch back. Then someone scratched softly on the canvas again and whispered, "Sahib, Sahib."
"Who is it?" asked Ash. "What do you want?"
No harm, Sahib. No harm. Only a few words. The person's teeth were shaking, maybe from cold or fear.
Ash said sharply, "Speak then." "I am listening."
The Rajkumari, my mistress, Anjali Bai, says.
"Wait," said Ash.
He reached for the knot, untied the flap, and pulled it open. He saw a woman standing there, wrapped in many shawls and with her face covered. She looked like one of the royal servants. He himself wore only loose cotton trousers. The woman stepped back and gasped when she saw the half-naked man holding a revolver. Ash looked annoyed. He did not like being woken in the middle of the night. He also felt ashamed that fear had touched him for a moment.
"What is it?" he asked impatiently. "What does your mistress want from me?"
She asks you to say who gave you a piece of pearl shell, the woman said softly. She also wants to know if you have news about him and his mother, and where they might be found. That is all.
Ash thought angrily that it was already too much. Was it only Anjali who wanted answers? Or was the story about the lost half of the charm already known in the camp? Maybe Biju Ram had sent this woman to question him. He spoke sharply.
"I cannot help the Rajkumari," he said. "Tell her I am sorry, but I know nothing."
He moved to close the tent flap, but the woman caught his arm and said quickly, "That is not true. You must know who gave it to you. Please, Sahib, tell me only if they are alive and well." Ash looked down at her hand on his arm. The moon was high and bright enough for him to see it clearly. He held her wrist tightly and pulled away the cloth that covered her face. She tried to free herself but could not. Then she stood still, breathing fast, and looked at him. Ash gave a short laugh and bowed slightly.
"I am honored, Your Highness," he said. "But this is not wise. As you can see, I am not dressed for visitors. If someone finds you here now, it will bring trouble for both of us. You should not walk alone through the camp. It is dangerous. You should have sent one of your women. Go back quickly before anyone wakes and calls the guards."
If you are afraid for yourself, said Anjali softly, you should not be. I sleep alone. No one will know I am gone. And if I were afraid, I would not be here.
Her quiet voice carried clear scorn. Ash's face grew red. His fingers pressed hard against her wrist for a moment.
"You little fool," he said in English. Then he laughed and let her go. He stepped back. "Yes, I am afraid," he said. "If you are not, then you should be. I do not think your brothers or your uncle would forgive this. And your husband-to-be might also be angry. He could think you hurt your honor. I do not wish to be killed for this, so please go quickly."
I will not go until you tell me what I came to ask, said Anjali stubbornly. I will stay here until you do. If they find me, they will punish me harshly. Even my worst enemy would not wish me that. You already saved my life once. Please tell me what I ask, and I promise not to trouble you again.
"Why do you want to know?" Ash asked.
Because the thing you gave me tonight is half of a charm for luck, she said. Long ago, I gave the other half to a friend. When I saw it,
She stopped suddenly. There was a faint rustle behind her.
There is someone there, she whispered.
"It is only a hyena," said Ash. The ugly animal ran past the tent and away across the plain. Anjali breathed deeply and said in a trembling voice, "I thought someone was following me." "So you are afraid after all," said Ash coldly. "If you want to talk, come inside. It is safer than standing out here."
He moved aside for her to enter the tent. After a moment, she stepped in. Ash closed the flap behind her.
"Do not move," he said. "I will light a lamp."
She heard him searching in the dark. Then a match struck. The lamp began to glow. Ash pulled up a canvas chair for her but did not wait to see if she sat down. He put on his dressing gown and slippers.
"If we are found talking at this hour," Ash said while tying his belt, "it will look better if I wear more clothes." "Will you sit down?" "No?" "Then I will."
He sat on the edge of the camp bed and looked at her quietly, waiting. The small clock behind Ash ticked loudly in the quiet tent. A moth flew around the lamp, making moving shadows on the walls. Anjali began to speak but stopped and bit her lip. Ash noticed the way she did it. She used to do that as a child, and his mother would warn her not to, saying it spoiled her mouth.
"Go on," said Ash quietly.
I already told you, said Anjali. I gave that charm to a friend long ago. I want to know how you found it, because I need to know what happened to my friend and his mother, and where they are now. Is that too hard to understand?
"No," said Ash, "but that is not enough. You would not come here only for that. There is more. Before I answer you, tell me who you will tell about this."
Who I will tell? I do not understand, said Anjali.
"Think," said Ash. "Is there no one else who also wants to know where your friend is?"
Anjali shook her head. Not now, she said softly. Once there was a bad woman who hated him and wanted to kill him. But she is dead now and cannot hurt him. She probably forgot him long ago. His other friends left Gulcote. I do not know where they went, or if they still care about him. Maybe they are dead. Maybe they forgot him like everyone else did.
"Except you," said Ash slowly.
Except me, said Anjali. You see, he was like my brother. My real brothers were not close to me. I never remembered my mother. She was not loved before she died. After that, my father's new wife kept me away from him and he became a stranger. The servants were told not to care for me. Only 2 people were kind to me, one of my servant women and her son, Ashok. He worked for my half-brother, the Yuvraj. Without Ashok and his mother I would have had no friends. You cannot know what their kindness meant to me when I was a lonely child.
Her voice shook. Ash looked away from her because her eyes were full of tears. He felt shame for forgetting the little girl who had loved his mother and looked up to him. He had left her alone in Gulcote and never thought of her again.
I had no one else to love, said Anjali. When they went away, I felt I would die from sadness and being alone. They could not stay. But I will not tell that story now, because I think you already know it. Otherwise you would not know who had the other half of the charm. When we said goodbye, I gave the charm to Ashok to keep. He broke it in 2 and gave me half. He promised to come back one day, and we would join them together again. But I never heard from him. I did not know if he and his mother escaped safely. Sometimes I thought they were dead, because I could not believe they would forget me. He had promised to return. And tonight, when I saw that the charm you gave me was his half, not mine, I knew he was alive. He must have asked you to give it to me. So I waited until everyone in the camp was asleep, and I came here to ask for news of him.
The moth fell inside the lamp and made the flame jump. Another insect hit the glass again and again with a dull sound. Now that Anjali had stopped speaking, the noise seemed very loud. Ash stood up suddenly and went to fix the wick. He turned his back to her and worked in silence. She waited, but he said nothing. At last she spoke again, her voice trembling.
Are they dead?
His mother died long ago, said Ash without turning. It happened soon after they left Gulcote.
An Ashok? Asked Anjali. She had to say it twice before he answered.
He is here, said Ash. Then he turned to face her. The light was behind him, shining on her face but leaving his in shadow.
You mean he is here in the camp, whispered Anjali. Then why did he not come? Where is he? What is he doing? Tell him.
Ash said, Don't you know me, Julie?
Know you, said Julie, confused. Please, do not make fun of me, Sahib. That is not kind.
She twisted her hand sadly. Ash said, I am not making fun of you. Look at me, Julie. He lifted the lamp so the light showed his face clearly.
Look carefully. Have I changed so much? Do you really not know me?
Anjali stepped back and looked at him with wide eyes. She whispered, No, no, no.
Yes, you do know me, he said. I cannot have changed that much. I was 11 then. You were only a small child, 6 or maybe 7. I would not know you either, if I had not been told. But you still have the mark where the monkey bit you. Do you remember how my mother cleaned the wound and tied it up for you? She told you the story of Rama and Sita, and how Hanuman and his monkeys helped them. After that, I took you to Hanuman's temple near the elephants. Have you forgotten the day when Lalji's small monkey ran away? We followed it into the Moor Miner and found the Queen's balcony.
No, said Anjali quietly. Her eyes looked very large. No, it cannot be true. I do not believe you. It is a trick.
Why would I trick you? He asked. Ask me something that only Ashok would know. If I cannot answer.
He could have told you, Anjali said quickly. You could have heard it from him. Yes, that must be it.
Is it? But why would I do that? There is nothing for me to gain. Why should I say this if it were not true?
But you are a Sahib, an Englishman, Anjali said. How can you be Ashok? I knew his mother. She was my maid Sita. Ashok was her son.
Ash put the lamp back on the table and sat down on the camp bed. He spoke slowly.
That is what everyone thought. But it was not true. When she was dying, she told me that my real mother was an English lady, married to an English man. Sita, whose husband worked for my father, took care of me because my own mother died when I was born. I did not want to hear that, because Sita was my mother in every way that mattered. But the truth stayed the same. I was, and I am, Ashok. If you do not believe me, send a message to Khoda Dad Khan. He lives in his village now in the land of the Yusufzais. You must remember him. Or ask his son Zarin, who is an officer in the guides at Mardan. They will tell you my story is true.
Oh no, whispered Anjali. Her voice broke. She turned away, put her head against the tent pole, and began to cry. Her tears surprised Ash.
He felt uncomfortable and did not know what to do. He was also a little upset. Why was she crying? He thought, girls, and wished he had stayed quiet. He had not planned to tell her the truth, not at first. But he had started thinking that maybe others might want to know what happened to Ashok. He realized it might have been a mistake to bring back the memory of that boy. Still, when he saw how kindly Anjali remembered him and his mother, he could not keep silent. He thought it would be wrong not to tell her the truth. Maybe she would feel happy to know he had kept his old promise, even though he had forgotten it for many years. He had believed she would be glad or perhaps excited. He had not expected her to be so sad. What did she want him to do? He became annoyed. Should he have told her a lie about someone else giving him the piece of shell? Or refused to talk and sent her away? That would have served her right, he thought, for behaving in such an emotional way. He looked angrily at the insects flying around the lamp. He tried not to hear the quiet crying in the room. The clock beside his bed struck 3. The sudden sound made him jump. It was not because the hour was late, but because his nerves were tense. He finally understood how worried he was. The noise reminded him that they were in danger. Julie had come to see him, and what she did was very risky. She had said it was nothing, but it was serious. If someone noticed she was gone and found her here, they could both be in great trouble. He thought again that he and Julie could be killed and nobody would ever know. The thought made him angry. He blamed her for putting them in danger and then crying about it. He wanted to shake her. Didn't she understand? He turned his head to look at her. He was still frowning, but his feelings changed quickly. She was crying quietly, and her shape made him remember the last time she cried. That time, she was sad because he was in danger and leaving. She had not cried for herself then. Now she was crying again because of him. He felt sorry for her. Poor Julie. Poor little Kyrie Bai. He stood up and walked to her side. After a short moment, he said softly,
"Don't cry, Julie. There's nothing to cry about."
She did not answer. She only shook her head slowly. It was a weak and hopeless movement. Something about that small action touched his heart deeply. He put his arms around her and held her close. He whispered kind words again and again.
"Don't cry, Julie. Please don't cry. It's all right now. I'm here. I came back. There's nothing to cry about."
For a short time, she did not move. Her head rested on his shoulder. He felt her tears on his dressing gown. Then suddenly she became stiff and pushed him away. Her face looked different now. The lamp showed her face wet and changed by sadness. Her beautiful eyes were red and swollen. She did not speak. She only looked at him. Her cold and angry look hurt him deeply. She turned away, pulled open the tent flap, and ran outside into the night. Moonlight and shadows quickly hid her. Ash knew there was no reason to follow her. He stood still and did not go after her. He listened for some time, but there was no sound from the camp. There were no voices and no calls. He went back into the tent and sat down again. He felt strange and short of breath.
"No," Ash whispered to himself. "No, of course not. That is foolish. It cannot happen so fast, not in 1 minute."
But he knew that it could, because it had just happened to him. The younger bride had asked that the tents stay up the next morning. So orders were given that no one would move for 3 days. Everyone was happy about this rest. They could wash clothes, cook food slowly, and fix many things around the camp. Soon the riverbank was full of people. Washing men worked with piles of clothes. Elephant keepers washed their animals. Children played and splashed in the water. Some people went to cut grass for the animals. Others rode out to hunt. Jyoti and Shushila asked their uncle to let them go hawking for a day. They wanted to go out but still stay away from the main camp. Karkaji did not like the idea at first. After much talk, he agreed, but only if they stayed far away. A group was formed. It included Ash, Mulraj, 6 falconers, 3 women from the bride's tents, and some guards and servants. Biju Ram went to help Jyoti. Karkaji Rao also joined them. He said he only came to watch his nieces, but everyone knew he loved falconry and would not miss it. He would have liked to go without the girls, but he smiled and said nothing.
"They can ride," he told us quietly. "But they know little about falconry. It is a sport for men. A woman's arm is not strong enough to hold a hawk. Shushila's arm is weak. Anjali is stronger, but she does not like the sport. And Shushila gets tired too soon. I do not know why they want to come.
Kairi did not want to come, said Jyoti, who was listening. She wanted to stay in camp. But Shushu said she would not go unless Kairi came too. She began to cry. She said she was tired of the noise and smells, tired of being shut in a tent or a cart. She said she would die if she could not get some fresh air. You know how she is. So Kairi said yes. Oh, here they come at last. Good, now we can start.
They rode across the plain at a slow trot. They did not want to leave behind the women's cart or Princess Shushila, who was not good at riding. An old servant held the rope of her horse. Both girls wore light scarves that covered their faces, showing only their eyes. When they were far from the camp, they let the scarves fly loose in the wind. Ash saw something interesting. Only Jyoti and Karkaji looked at the girls. The other men, even Mulraj from the royal family, did not look at them directly. It was a sign of respect, and Ash thought it was good manners. But he did not do the same. They had told him to think of himself as one of the family, so he thought he could look as a brother might. He looked mostly at Anjali, not at her younger sister. But Shushila, happy and full of excitement, looked like a bright little princess. She laughed and shone in the sun.
She will be sick tonight, Jyoti said with a smile. She always feels bad after she gets too excited. She is like a seesaw, up or down, never straight. I think girls are silly, don't you? Who would want to marry one?
Said Ash. He was not listening.
My mother, Jyoti said quietly, chose a husband for me. But when she died, my brother Nanda stopped the marriage. It was lucky for me, because I did not want to marry. He did it only to make me angry, but it helped me instead. He is a foolish man. Still, I think I will have to marry one day. A man needs a wife to have sons, yes. Have you got any sons?
Ash made a quiet sound but did not answer. Mulraj, who was riding on the other side, spoke for him.
The Sahib has no wife, Prince, he said. His people do not marry when they are young. They wait until they are older and wiser. Is that true, Sahib?
Sorry, I did not hear you, said Ash.
Mulraj laughed and raised his hand. You see, my prince. He did not hear anything. His mind is far away today. What are you thinking about, Sahib? Is something wrong?
No, nothing, said Ash quickly. I was just thinking about something else.
That is clear, said Mulraj. You have already missed 3 birds because of it. Oh, look, there goes another. A big pigeon. No, you are too late. The prince saw it first.
Jyoti had seen the pigeon before Mulraj finished speaking. He sent his hawk up into the air and rode fast after it.
He has learned well, Mulraj said with approval. He rides like a Rajput. But I do not like the look of his saddle. It seems to me. Forgive me, Sahib.
He pushed his horse forward and rode away quickly, leaving Ash alone. Ash did not mind the silence. He did not feel friendly that morning and did not care much about the hunt. He had learned hawking well, and the falcon on his arm was a gift from Karkaji Rao. Usually, he would have loved a day like this in the open fields. But today his thoughts were somewhere else. The younger princess was cheerful and talked easily with him. She no longer seemed shy and treated him like a friend. But Anjali stayed quiet and apart. This time her silence felt cold. Ash could not even make her look at him. When he tried to speak with her, she answered only with a small nod or a polite smile. Her eyes passed over him as if he was not there. She did not look well. Her face looked pale and swollen, and he thought she had not slept much. That was no wonder, since she had left his tent after 3 in the morning. He did not think she could ever look plain, because her beauty was strong and real. Her face and neck were shaped perfectly, and her eyes were wide and calm. But that day, riding beside her sister, she looked almost ordinary. Still, to him she was as beautiful as before. He did not understand why that was so. Months earlier, he had told Worley he would never fall in love again. He said he was safe from love, like a man who no longer catches smallpox. Even 8 hours ago, he would have said the same thing and believed it. But now something had changed, and he could not explain how. He had cared for young Julie in a protective way, not a loving one. Boys rarely feel close to younger girls, and he had never thought of her like that. He would have chosen a playmate his own age instead. He had known who she was when he carried her through the river and held her for a long time in the evening light. Even then, he had felt only impatience. 2 nights later, when he looked at her in the Durbar tent and saw that she was beautiful, he felt nothing. His heart stayed calm, and his thoughts were quiet. When she came to his tent, he did not feel love. He felt unsure, a little annoyed, and then sentimental. At the end, he felt angry and uncomfortable. He could not understand how a few minutes of holding her while she cried could change everything. It made no sense, but it had happened. A short time before, he had been furious and wished she would stop crying and leave. Then, as he held her, he suddenly knew that the empty feeling inside him was gone. He felt complete again. He understood that the missing part of his life was in his arms. It was Julie, his own Julie. She was not just a person from his past. Now she was part of his heart, and he felt that this would never change. He had no idea what he should do about it. His good sense told him to forget her and stay away. If he spoke to her again, it would bring trouble for both of them. He had seen that clearly the night before, and it was even clearer in the morning. The Rajkumari Anjali was a princess. She was the daughter of a prince and the half-sister of another. Soon she would marry a third prince. Nothing could change that. The only sensible thing was to forget what had happened and feel grateful that she seemed angry enough not to want to see him again. But Ash was not a careful man. He never had been. Now he could only think about her. He wanted to speak to her, and he knew it would be hard to do. It would be almost impossible unless she helped him. Still, he decided that he would find a way. He must do it. There were many weeks left in their journey. Before this, he had tried to move the camp quickly. Now he planned to slow everything down. He would stay longer at each resting place. 1 or 2 days more at every stop would make the journey last several weeks longer. And to make sure Julie would not avoid him, Ash decided to become friendly with Shushila, Jyoti, and Karkaji. He thought they would invite him to the Durbar tent, where Julie would have to join them. He knew her little sister always depended on her, so Julie could not easily refuse. She would also have no good reason for saying no, because Ash felt sure she would not explain the real situation to her sister or to anyone else.
Trouble, Ash sighed.
He did not even know he spoke aloud until Karkaji, riding beside him, asked gently, "What is wrong?"
Nothing important, O Sahib, Ash said, blushing.
No. Karkaji's tone was teasing. I would say you are in love and left your heart behind in Rawalpindi. Young men look and speak just like you when they think of the girl they love.
You understand too much, O Sahib, Ash said lightly.
Karkaji smiled. I was also young once. You would not believe it if you looked at me now.
Ash laughed. Did you ever marry, O Sahib?
Yes, of course. I married when I was much younger than you. But my wife died of cholera 5 years later. She gave me 2 daughters. Now I have 7 grandchildren, all girls. I hope they will give me many great-grandsons one day.
You should have married again, Ash said seriously.
My friend said the same, Karkaji answered. My family also wanted it. But I did not want another woman in a house already full of them. Later, much later, I fell in love again.
He spoke in a sad voice, and Ash laughed softly.
You sound as if that was very unlucky, Ash said.
For me, it was unlucky indeed, Karkaji sighed. She was not from my caste. I knew my priests and family would not allow it. While I hesitated, her father married her to another man. After that, I could never forget her. No other woman could take her place in my heart. So I never married again. It was perhaps for the best. When one is old, one needs peace, not trouble and noise.
And time for hawking, Ash said with a grin.
True, very true, Karkaji replied. But when one grows old, one's skill becomes weak. Now let me see how well you handle your bird, Sahib.
After that, they spoke no more about love. Ash turned his mind to hawking, and for the next hour he showed great skill with his small falcon. Karkaji praised him for his fine control. At noon they stopped for a meal under tall trees near a lake. When they finished, the brides and their women went into a tent to rest. The men lay down under the trees to sleep through the hottest part of the day. The morning breeze was gone. Only a soft breath of air moved through the branches. The dust below was still. Little birds and striped squirrels had grown quiet. Far away, 2 ring-doves kept cooing softly, while the leaves rustled and bells tinkled when a hawk moved in the shadow. The gentle sounds made sleepy music and could send anyone to rest. Only Jyoti was awake and restless. He was 10 years old and thought sleeping in the afternoon was silly. Not all the older men slept either. Captain Pelham-Martyn was awake. Resting between the roots of an old neem tree, Ash sat quietly. He thought again about the problems with Julie. He also listened to 2 low voices nearby. He could not see the speakers. They did not know he was there. Maybe they believed he was asleep. The talk was not very interesting. He soon understood that one voice was Jyoti's. Jyoti wanted to go across the lake to try his hawk. The other voice, an adult, told him not to. Ash stayed very quiet. He did not want to be pulled into their argument. He hoped they would finish soon and go away so he could think in peace. But their quiet voices distracted him, and he grew more and more annoyed.
But I want to go, Jyoti said.
Why should I spend the whole afternoon sleeping? Jyoti asked angrily.
If you do not want to come with me, then stay here. I do not need you. I like to go alone. I am tired of people following me as if I were a small child. I want to do things by myself. And I will not take John Chand either. I can fly a hawk as well as he can. I do not need anyone to tell me how.
Yes, yes, my prince, the soft voice answered calmly. Everyone knows you can. But you cannot go out alone. It would not look right. Your brother would never allow it. Maybe when you are older.
I am old enough now, Jyoti said sharply. And you know my brother only wants to stop me from having fun. He always does. He knew I wanted to go with my sisters to Bitha, so of course he said I could not go. He did it to make me angry. But I fooled him and came anyway.
You did, my prince, the voice said quietly. But I told you then, it was a dangerous thing to do. He may still send men to bring you back. He will be angry, and those of us who came with you may suffer. This adventure puts me in great danger. If anything happens to you, I will lose my life for it.
Ah, that is silly talk, Jyoti answered proudly. You said yourself he would not make me return. He would fear people's gossip. They would say I was clever and he was not. And you were in his service first, before mine, so.
No, prince, the man said gently. I served your mother, the Maharani. She told me to serve him. Then she told me to leave him and follow you. She was a great lady.
You do not need to tell me that, Jyoti said in a hurt voice. She was my mother. She loved me best. I know that. But because you worked for Nandu, you can say you only came with me to keep me safe.
The answer was a strange giggle. That laugh made Ash turn his head quickly. He remembered that sound even after many years. Biju Ram always laughed like that at Lalji's rude jokes, or when he saw animals or people being hurt.
Why do you laugh? Jyoti asked angrily.
Quiet, Prince, the man whispered. You will wake the others. I laugh because I thought of your brother's face if I told him that. He would never believe me, though the gods know it is true.
Yet you have shown him that you can think and act by yourself. You cannot be kept like one of his pet birds. No one should follow you, saying, "Be careful," or "Do not tire yourself." You are brave like your mother. She always chose her own way, and no one ever said she was wrong, not even your father.
They will not tell me what to do either, Jyoti said proudly. I will not be watched anymore. I will go out alone and fly my hawk. I will do it now, not later. You cannot stop me.
But I can call your helper and John Chand. They will make sure you stay safe.
Do not do that, Jyoti whispered angrily. I thought you were my friend. Why did you help me get away from my brother if you are going to act like him? You are just like everyone else. You tell me not to do this and not to do that. You tell me to be careful.
My prince, please.
No, I am going. And I will go alone.
Biju Ram gave a sad sigh. Very well, he said. If you will not let me go with you or take John Chand, at least do not ride Bulbul. He is too strong today and may be hard to control. Take Mela instead. He is calm and will not give you trouble. Please do not ride too far or too fast. Stay close so we can see you, because if you were to fall...
Fall? Jyoti cried, angry at the thought. I have never fallen off a horse.
There is always a first time, Biju Ram said with a small laugh. Jyoti laughed too. A moment later, Ash heard them move away among the trees.
Now the afternoon was quiet, but Ash began to feel uneasy. Something about what he had heard did not seem right. Why had Biju Ram, of all people, chosen to help the younger son against the older one? He had even helped Jyoti leave Karidkot against the Maharaja's orders. Ash was sure Biju Ram had his own reasons. He could not believe that the man had suddenly become kind and honest after all these years. Biju Ram had always known how to protect his own interests. It seemed safe to think that he still did. For many years, he had worked for Janu Rani. If Madhu's unkind stories about her sudden death were true, maybe Biju Ram had turned against her and now followed her younger son. Ash thought this might only happen if the boy could give Biju Ram a good reward in the future. Ash wondered if some people might want to kill Nandu, the new Maharaja, and make Jyoti the ruler instead. If that was true, Biju Ram's strange behavior made sense. He seemed afraid that the boy might get hurt. It was no surprise that he tried to keep Jyoti safe. If there was a secret plan against the Maharaja, maybe Nandu already knew. He might try to kill his brother first so that no one could use Jyoti to start a rebellion. And if Biju Ram was supposed to hide Jyoti until the throne was empty, then of course he would protect the child carefully. Ash sat with his arms around his knees and rested his chin. He thought about Biju Ram and Karidkot. Should he send a warning to Mr. Carter, the district officer? Or maybe to the British resident in Karidkot? There was probably one now. But Ash had no proof. He could not just say, "I know Biju Ram, so I think that if he helps young Jyoti, it means Nandu will soon be killed and Jyoti will be the new Maharaja." Nobody would believe him. And it might not even be true. Maybe he was only imagining things. Madhu's words were only rumors, the talk of people in camps. They were not more trustworthy than his own thoughts. There was nothing Ash could do. The affairs of Karidkot were not his concern. He yawned and leaned back against the tree. He decided to rest like the others. But the afternoon was not going to be quiet. The soft sound of a horse's steps in the dust was very quiet, but Ash still heard it. He turned his head and saw Jyoti riding past. The boy carried a falcon with a hood on his arm. He moved his horse slowly so he would not wake the people sleeping in the grove. Jyoti was riding Bulbul, the brown horse. He was alone, so Ash knew he had argued with Biju Ram and won. Ash understood why Jyoti wanted to go out without anyone watching him. But when he saw the boy leaving the lake and going toward the open land, he began to agree with Biju Ram. It was not safe for Jyoti to ride alone. Until now, Jyoti had always been followed by several men. One man usually went first to make sure the way was safe. There could be deep holes, hidden wells, soft ground, or sharp rocks.
It is not safe. Someone should go with him.
He remembered Madhu speaking about Lalji's father and an accident while riding. The old Maharaja had been hunting birds when his horse ran away and fell into a deep ditch, killing them both. Ash felt uneasy. He quickly stood up and went through the trees to find his own horse, the Cardinal. There was no sign of Biju Ram. All the falconers, stable boys, and guards were asleep. Only Mulraj was awake. Mulraj saw Ash hurrying and asked quietly where he was going. Ash stopped for a moment to explain.
Then I will go with you. We can say we only wanted to look for game while the others slept. If the boy sees us, he will think we came by chance. Let us hurry.
Mulraj seemed worried too. He began to run with Ash. They saddled their horses quickly. They moved carefully through the grove so they would not wake anyone, just as Jyoti had done. When they reached open ground, they started to gallop. At first they could not see Jyoti. The land was bright under the hot sun, and the heat made the air shake. Then they saw him, a small figure riding ahead. They slowed their horses to a calm pace. Bulbul moved his head and wanted to run faster, but Jyoti kept control. He rode slowly through bushes, maybe hoping to see a hare or a bird. Ash felt better. The boy knew what he was doing and was right to say that he could take care of himself. Ash saw now that there was no need for him and Mulraj to follow Jyoti like worried helpers. Jyoti was brave and sure on his horse. He looked like he belonged there. If he could be made to take more exercise and eat less sweet food, he would soon become a very good rider. Mulraj had already said that the boy knew how to handle a hawk.
We are wasting our time, said Ash angrily. That boy knows what he's doing. You and I are acting like two old women. He often complains about that, and I understand why.
Look, said Mulraj, who was not really listening. He has frightened a bird. No, not one bird, two. They must be pigeons.
They are teal, said Ash, who could see better. There must be water behind those bushes.
They saw Jyoti pull the reins and shout loudly, "Hyari!" He stood up in the saddle and raised his arm to help the falcon fly. For a short time, both the bird and the boy stayed still. Jyoti stood high in his stirrups and looked up. The falcon hung above him, beating its wings fast in the air. Then it saw its prey and flew away quickly like an arrow. Jyoti dropped back onto the saddle, but the horse jumped so hard that he almost fell. The horse ran wildly through the bushes and then onto the rocky plain.
What is happening? Said Ash, surprised.
He did not finish his sentence because he and Mulraj began to chase Jyoti at once. They used their whips and spurs to try to catch him. They soon saw what had gone wrong. Jyoti must have put the saddle on the horse himself so he would not wake the stable boys. He had not pulled the strap tight enough. Now the saddle slipped to one side and he could not stop the horse. Jyoti came from good Rajput family blood. His mother's family was not high, but she was brave and clever. Jyoti had both her courage and her quick mind. When he felt the saddle move to the right, he took his right foot out and stood in the left stirrup. He used it to push himself forward onto the horse's neck. He held on tightly like a small animal. Then the saddle fell to the ground and hit one of the horse's legs, making the animal even more afraid.
"Well done, young master," shouted Ash. "Good boy."
Jyoti looked back quickly and gave a small smile. His face was white with fear, but he looked proud and strong. He was not going to fall if he could stop it. He also knew that if he let go now, he would surely break a bone, maybe even his back. The ground was very hard, and the bushes had sharp thorns that could hurt him badly, so he held on as tightly as he could. But because his face was pressed close to the horse's neck, he could not see what Ash and Mulraj could see. A deep ditch was waiting ahead. It was wide and had steep sides. Water from many rainy seasons had cut it into the land. It was dry now and full of stones and old round rocks. The horse had not seen it either. It was still running in fear and could not stop. It was going very fast and carrying less weight, so Ash and Mulraj could not catch it in time.